Like, subscribe and share fanfiction audiobook channel for all parts. Chapter 1. Late at night. Under the dim light in the room, the crackling sound of the keyboard kept ringing. After a long time, a pleasant male voice came. Finally finished. Qiao Lin breathed a sigh of relief as if she had unloaded a load of goods. With a relaxed smile on his handsome face, he leaned back on the computer chair, picked up his mobile phone and prepared to browse groups or videos, and then went to sleep. Ended the overtime work tonight, the only way to relieve his speeding brain. Qiao Lin, 20 years old, is a college student. He grew up in an orphanage, and he did not give up on himself like others. Because of suffering from poverty, Qiao Lin determined to change her life since she was a child. So I have been studying hard, and I was admitted to the university as usual. Living off annual grants, scholarships, and student loans. When he was a freshman, he heard about the fact that writing novels could make money, so in order to make his money more comfortable, he plunged into the industry of online text writers in his spare time. Because he had to stay up late often, and after earning living expenses, in order not to affect his classmates, he deliberately moved to a cheap rental house near the school, and finally had his own small space in his lifetime. Picking up the phone, he tapped the buttons, thinking about what the pens in the class group and the writers group were talking about. At this time, an invitation message suddenly appeared in the message bar. Qiao Lin clicked to open it. Pirate Chat Group. A group of pirate fans? Qiao Lin looked through the group information, wanting to see what's going on. But unexpectedly found that there were only 5 people in the group. So few people? Group owner, I am One Piece. Group members, I am One Piece, Dragon Slayer, Puppet Master, Historian, Lurker. Sure enough, he is a pirate fan. The corner of Qiao Lin's mouth raised slightly, and he clicked in without thinking too much, wanting to see what's going on here. He himself is also a fan of One Piece, and has written about its colleagues, and he does not reject communicating with fellow fans who are also fans of One Piece. At the same time, in another world, there was a man with a mustache and a red windbreaker. He had a strong figure and was as tall as 2.7 meters, which was not a physique that people on Earth could achieve. He is Gold Roger in One Piece. After finding One Piece, Roger disbanded the pirate group and came to Batheria Island to spend a year here with his wife Rouge. And to his surprise, Rouge was pregnant, which made him ecstatic. But this did not make him happy for long, because his body may not last to see the day when the child is born. It was a pity to him, but not his only regret. He is now facing a choice. A few weeks ago, as he was thinking about what to do with the little time he had left, a voice came into his head. Turn on the system, Pirate Chat Group. Immediately afterwards, the interface of the chat group appeared in front of his eyes. After a period of exploration, Roger figured out how to play this chat group. He can chat with other people through this magical thing, and the source of the group member will automatically appear on the invitation list. He only needs to invite and confirm the agreement to pull the other party into the group. Roger didn't have much time, and out of curiosity as a pirate, he invited the 4 people on the list to join the group. After the 4 agreed to join the group, Roger directly reported his family out of friendship. In his understanding, the group leader means the pirate captain, and the group members are his crew. I am One Piece, welcome to the group, I am the owner of the group, you can call me by my nickname One Piece, of course, you can also call me Roger, haha. I am One Piece, hello everyone. JPG. But after Roger spoke, the entire chat group fell into a long silence. I am One Piece. I'm One Piece, are you there? Are you there? Is there anyone? Hey, hey. After a long time, someone finally replied. Dragon Talong, One Piece King Roger is already dead, who are you? And what is this? Why can you talk to me? As soon as this remark came out, Roger, who was facing the chat group interface, was stunned on the spot. He is dead? How can it be? He is clearly still alive. If Roger is dead, who is he now alive? There must be something wrong here. There was an inexplicable look in Roger's eyes. It seemed that there were still many secrets in this chat group that he hadn't discovered. Meanwhile, in Pirate World, a deserted island in East Blue, a man with 3 eye-like red tattoos stood on the second-floor platform and looked into the distance, with an unpredictable expression on his face. New World, Dressrosa. In the dark room of the Kingdom Castle, a man with a book on his face and his legs resting on the table suddenly woke up from a nap. His eyes flashed red, and he explored the surroundings with knowledge before letting go heartstrings. Chapter 2. Somewhere in West Blue, a young girl watched the inexplicable chat group with vigilant eyes. Her immature face had a calmness that did not match her age. New World, Wano Kuni. Another girl suddenly stopped writing and looked around in surprise. After a brief conversation, Roger understood the situation. It turned out that the group members he invited were all people from different eras from him. According to Long, Roger had died 13 years ago. According to historians, Roger died in Marine's public execution 4 years ago. The Puppeteer said that Roger was more than 20 years ago. The Lurker said that he heard his father talk about it when he was a child. At this moment, not only Roger, but others also understood the situation of the chat group, that is to say, they are people in the same world and different eras. But another problem lay in front of them. If the person in the chat group is from the past, if the time and space in the past change, will the future change accordingly? And another more dangerous question is in front of their eyes. If their identities are exposed, and the people in the group don't know their identities, if someone has malicious intentions to erase the former self, will the present self disappear directly? To be on the safe side at this time, they all kept silent about their own affairs. Roger seemed to have noticed this too, and now he was a little distressed. He is now facing an important decision, whether to spend the last life with his wife and watch the birth of his son, or use his last life to set off an era. So after they chatted in the water group for a few weeks, Roger was immediately refreshed when he found out that Trust appeared in the invitation list. Before inviting Qiao Lin, he deliberately told everyone not to reveal his identity. He wanted to listen to the newcomer's advice objectively. Find out what the rookie thinks about his behavior without knowing he is Roger. As soon as Qiao Lin joined the group, he saw a row of messages. I am One Piece, welcome newcomers. Dragon Talong, welcome newcomers. Puppeteer, welcome newcomers. Historian, welcome newcomers. Lurker, welcome newcomers. All the members showed up, and Qiao Lin naturally couldn't let them be hot-faced and cold-faced, so he immediately sent a picture of greetings. Qiao Mulinson, hello everyone. Mensin is trembling, QAQ. Qiao Lin's smooth operation immediately stunned everyone in the group. When they first started using this chat group, which one didn't look confused, which one didn't understand after a while. As a result, the newcomer not only came in without any doubts, but also greeted them skillfully. What's the situation? Roger, the group leader, spoke first. I'm One Piece, let's introduce myself, newcomer. Self-introduction? Is this still popular? How to do it like an interview? Qiao Lin smiled and didn't think much about it, and it's not like he hasn't seen it before. Qiao Mulinson, Qiao Lin, 20 years old this year, a member of the student party, likes various film and television animation works, and is single now. Qiao Mulinson, as for my photos, you can go to my space to see them. If you are interested in girls, welcome to hook up. Qiao Mu's proficient self-introduction surprised everyone in the group. Why are you so proficient? How many groups have you joined? In addition, why did you put photos in the space? I don't know that our group is full of pirates, it's very dangerous to say that it's very dangerous to explode photos. Well, he didn't know. Thinking of the rules of not revealing their identities that they deliberately made before inviting Qiao Lin, they fell silent. At this time, Roger also realized that something was wrong, and planned to wait for the private chat group members to warn them not to trouble Qiao Lin in private. As the group leader, he has the right to kick people. Although he didn't understand what Qiao Lin said about movies and TV animations, in his opinion, Qiao Lin probably belonged to a time long after his death. This must be something new that people at that time came up with. Roger is about to ask his own question, which has troubled him for the past few weeks. Although he has realized something in his heart, he still wants to get the approval of others when facing a decision. I'm One Piece, I have a question here, what do you think of Roger? Roger? Qiao Lin was delighted when he saw his nickname. Is this a Roger fan? As an online writer and reader, it is naturally impossible for Qiao Lin to miss a large category of fan works in novels. Of course, he has read and researched their original works, such as One Piece and Hokage. Roger, this person is hard to say. Hearing that Qiao Lin knew him, Roger was convinced that Qiao Lin was also from their world, but he didn't know it was from that era. I am One Piece, just say what you want. Qiao Mulinson, okay, since you said that, then I'll say it casually. Chapter 3. Looking at the other party's nickname, he was a fan of One Piece Roger, but since it was a chat group, he didn't bother to cater to the other party's wishes. In the online world, everyone is a giant. With the keyboard in hand, I own the world. I don't care if you are the group leader or not, if you can't get together, I'll quit the group at worst. Qiao Lin thought for 2 seconds, and quickly pressed his fingers on the keyboard of the phone. Roger is a heinous man, he has no sense of responsibility, he does things as he pleases, regardless of the consequences. If you want me to say that he deserves his death, but he is so good at death, that he will start the age of bullshit sailing when he is about to die, and make the whole world miserable. Tens of thousands of civilians have been poisoned by pirates, such a person is a cancer while alive, and it will cause endless harm when he dies. After listening to Qiao Lin's words, the whole group fell silent. Qiao Lin didn't know the identity of the group leader, but everyone else knew that the only person in the group whose identity was revealed was the group leader Roger. As soon as the newcomer came, he sprayed Roger with blood. For a while, everyone was amused and worried about Roger's superiority, so they kicked the newcomer directly. There are only 5 of them in total, including the newcomer Qiao Lin, there are 6 of them. Since everyone lives in different eras, they basically have no interest in each other, and they don't know who the other party is. It is very comfortable to blow water and chat with each other when they are bored. Especially for some of them who already live in a depressive environment, the appearance of this chat group is like an oasis in the desert for them. As long as their own safety is not at risk, they are also happy to manage this magical group friendship, and hope that this circle of friends can be bigger. Just when they were thinking about whether to come forward to smooth things over, Roger, who was sprayed, sent back a message. I am One Piece, why do you say that? Although Roger was a little angry at Qiao Lin's comments at first, but he is not a stingy person. Since Qiao Lin commented on him that way, he wanted to hear why Qiao Lin said that about him. If you can't say 1 or 2, don't blame him for using the right to use the permission dog. Didn't tear it up? Qiao Lin was a little surprised. I have seen NC fans Qiao Lin a lot. Once these people touch their idols, they will instantly turn into hell 9-headed dogs. They can't wait to grow 9 hands and spray back at the same time. Qiao Lin thought that if this person wants to tear him apart, then he can have fun with him, but if it is so reasonable, he is still willing to argue with this person. Qiao Lin quickly replied. Needless to say, no matter what his name is, Roger was a pirate when he was alive, and he didn't usually participate in production work, so where did all his living expenses come from? Those who rob civilians, in short, the source is civilians, he is no different from other pirates, he is a blood-sucking pest parasitic on people. If he was just a blood-sucking vermin before his death, and his damage to the whole world was limited, then his declaration before his death spread his harm to the whole world. He is like a pregnant pest. Before he died, he gave birth to countless larvae like him. These huge numbers of pests appeared all over the world. They continued to eat the blood and lives of the people, causing countless families to be destroyed. He is the greatest evil, the root of evil. This passage of Qiao Lin resonated with other people, except that Roger was dead when he started the Age of Great Voyages, and everyone else has indeed experienced this era. After Roger uttered the sound of "Find my big secret treasure," the whole ocean boiled. Countless careerists went to sea one after another, and they committed a crime wherever they went, and these crimes would eventually be blamed on Roger, who opened this era. That era was a nightmare for all civilians. Although through this period of communication, they understand that Roger is not a bad person, but such a willful and powerful person will bring more harm to the world. Qiao Lin went on to say, "Although I don't know what Roger's intention is to open the Age of Great Voyages, I can guess one or two: let countless pirates embark on the same path as myself, and let the truth of the great secret treasure be made public. This secret treasure is likely to be about that lost history. But so what? How about knowing the history that disappeared? Could this overthrow the world government? I'm afraid Roger himself knew that he couldn't, otherwise he would have announced what he knew a long time ago, so Roger's real purpose should be to leave your own successors, let them inherit your will, and turn the whole world upside down. But what are you kidding? Leave the fate of the world to a group of pirates, a group of irresponsible and selfish pirates. Look at what these pirates have done after they went to sea, burning, killing, looting, doing all kinds of evil. Roger is like this, the same goes for pirates, they have no sense of responsibility. Roger, who has no sense of responsibility, messed up the world and died, hoping that future generations can make the world a better place. It is ridiculous. If there is no awareness and sense of responsibility to make the world better, then don't hurt it and make it worse, because people living in this world are real people." Chapter 4. A living person. This sentence directly gave Roger a heart attack. He is the one who will die. Opening the Age of Great Voyages and letting the hope of subverting this world government that oppresses people appear all over the world is the last thing he can do before he dies. For this reason, he was even ready to sacrifice the last time he spent with his wife and the child in his womb, and use his life to accomplish this goal. But did he do it wrong in the end? Is it all because he is too naive and reckless? But he is not reconciled. After working hard for a lifetime, I finally reached the final island and learned the truth, but the time is running out. Knowing everything but being unable to do anything is the greatest regret in life. If he doesn't do something, he will die in peace." Roger looked at the chat group with some bitterness, and replied slowly, "I'm One Piece, so what can Roger do when his time is numbering? Qiao Mulinson, it's very simple, there are only two choices. One is to stay with his wife until after the birth of his son, as long as he can stay with his family. Roger has failed in life. Being a good husband and father is the only thing left for him. There are many things. Qiao Mulinson, the other is to find a way to survive. To survive, everything is possible. Alive." Roger couldn't help but clenched his hand. He also wanted to live, but he couldn't do it. "I'm One Piece," Roger has been to many doctors, and living up to now is the limit. Others were also a little disappointed. Although they had only been together for a few weeks, they were already somewhat used to the daily routine of chatting with these strangers in the group that they had never met. If someone suddenly disappeared one day, it would be a little uncomfortable to think about it. Only the puppeteer's eyes flickered, he knew that there was something that could make Roger live longer. OPOP fruit. Just when he was about to hesitate whether to tell the story and let the One Piece who should have died continue to live. At this time, Qiao Lin's words shocked everyone present. "Qiao Mulinson, by the way, are you really pirate fans? You really don't watch anime carefully, Take notes and take notes. There are not many ways to extend your life in One Piece anime. The best two are the ones with the least side effects. First, you can find OPOP fruit. This fruit can be used for surgery. Basically, people who are not dead can be revived, and those who are alive can even undergo immortality surgery. Second, you can find pure gold. This substance can delay people's body functions. After 100 years, it will still look like this and the quality will not change. Cartoon? Only then did they remember what Qiao Lin said when he introduced himself, that he likes watching movies and anime. What is this? Historian, what is the meaning of the anime One Piece? Isn't it true that One Piece doesn't even know? Qiao Lin was shocked by the insight of this group of friends. After looking through the historian's information, I found that it was a woman, if it is not ruled out that this person was deliberately changed to a woman. Girls don't seem to know that One Piece's passionate migrant manga seems to be a normal thing, and it seems that the other party is interested in history. It's a little strange how these guys got together. Qiao Lin didn't think too much about it. After all, reality is not like a novel, but it is illogical, and all kinds of coincidences can come together. Qiao Mulinson, One Piece doesn't know, but you should know about anime. Qiao Lin murmured in his heart, could this be a nerd? Historian. Qiao Mulinson, see you soon. Qiao Mulinson, well, if a novel is to tell a story with words, then an anime is to tell a story with pictures. The One Piece I just mentioned is an anime. If you are interested, you can watch it. It's very interesting. Story. An anime. In an instant, the worldview of everyone in the group was refreshed. Even Roger's excitement about the 2 ways to live that he had just acquired was overwhelmed by this information. In other words, they are all characters living in a story. How can it be? Roger quickly opened Qiao Lin's information, and found that Qiao Lin's location was not the same pirate world as them, East Blue, West Blue or New World, but in a place called Earth Sheen. That is to say, not only are they not people from the same world, but the world he lives in is also the world in a story created by people in other worlds. All of them are characters in the story. Qiao Lin waited for a while and didn't see anyone speaking, but he didn't know that the 5 people in the group were all shocked. It took a while to slow down. Roger touched his face, the warm skin he touched, thinking of his friend, his wife, and the baby in his wife's womb. The bewildered look suddenly became firm. Even though their world is a world that exists in the story, they are living people. Nothing around him is fake. He typed slowly. I'm One Piece, what would you do if you were Roger? Chapter 5. Qiao Lin thought for a moment and replied. Given that I have less than a year to live, and I still have family and unfulfilled goals, then I will look for things to keep me alive. I just said 2, OPOP fruit and pure gold. OPOP fruit, the world government is also looking for it, and it's been 11 years since you died when it appeared in the anime, so it's not easy to find it. The other is pure gold, which was researched by a scientist on the island of Alchemy, but the island has been swallowed by a huge lanternfish. If you want to find pure gold, you must find this lanternfish. Is not an easy task, but considering Roger has the ability to hear everything, maybe this will be easier than OPOP fruit. It's best to make 2-handed plans. Contact the crew of the pirate group. One group will go to find OPOP fruit, and the other group will go to pure gold. If it's safe, you can also make third-hand preparations, in case you find both. If not, you can consider finding a suitable successor and hand over your dream to him. Anyway, if I were Roger, I wouldn't make the stupid decision to start the Age of Discovery anyway, because it would actually help the world government. Dragon Talong, why? Qiao Mulinson, it will take a long time to talk about this, let's talk about it later. It's too late today, I'm a little tired after a busy day, I'm going to bed first. After speaking, Qiao Lin quit Cao Cao. I am One Piece, thank you very much. leaving behind the people who have not yet fully accepted the huge amount of information brought by Qiao Lin. Anyone who learns that he is a paper person cannot accept it for a while. But life has to go on. However, the appearance of Qiao Lin made them realize his role. Since Qiao Lin is familiar with the plot of One Piece, wouldn't he be able to help them if he knows everything? Perhaps this is the true meaning of chat groups. After hearing Qiao Lin's suggestion, Roger thought for a few minutes and found it feasible. He suddenly remembered that from Qiao Lin's tone, he seemed to be very disgusted with pirates. And Qiao Lin didn't know that he was the heinous pirate he was talking about. If Qiao Lin knows that he is Roger the One Piece, it will be very difficult to get help from Qiao Lin in the future. Thinking of this, Roger quickly said in the group, "I am One Piece, listen to me, everyone should understand what Qiao Lin means to us by now." Long to long, although I still feel a little unbelievable, since the chat groups have appeared, we people from different time and space can talk together, so it is not so difficult to accept that people from different worlds appear and we are the people in the story. Puppeteer, it's interesting. Lurker, understood. Historian, what do you mean? I am One Piece. From our conversation just now, we can know that Qiao Lin is a person who hates pirates very much. Most of our group should be pirates. Puppeteer, yet. Dragon Talong, I'm not. Historian, I didn't. Lurker, don't talk nonsense. I am One Piece. Puppeteer. Roger and the Puppeteer, who were far away into time and space, felt a thump in their hearts. It turned out that only the two of them were pirates. Especially the puppet master, his scalp is numb. If Roger is still an outlier among pirates, who does not rob civilians and only loves to take risks, then he is a real pirate. If Qiao Lin knew his identity, then he really couldn't get any information from Qiao Lin. Maybe he was ashamed to be with him and quit the group directly. In his opinion, Qiao Lin is obviously a good man with a kind heart and a heart of justice. Puppeteer, ahem, I think. He was still thinking about discussing the concealment with everyone, but across the chat group, he couldn't use his methods at all, and he was a little helpless. Roger sent a bunch of messages over there. I am One Piece, as the group owner, in line with the principle of harmonious coexistence in the chat group, in order to maintain harmony among group members, I set a group rule here. No one is allowed to reveal to Qiao Lin that we are in the world of One Piece. Anyone who violates the rules will be kicked out of the chat group. Seeing this line, the puppet master's eyes lit up. Puppeteer, the group leader is wise, I agree. I am One Piece, who agrees and who opposes? Dragon Slayer. Historian. Lurker. Under the majesty of Roger's power dog, everyone succumbed. Then all the above information was withdrawn to avoid being discovered by Qiao Lin after waking up. After completing these, Roger suddenly remembered that Qiao Lin had given him so much help to avoid making wrong choices, and he seemed to have not given him the corresponding reward to express his gratitude. Chapter 6. He also doesn't know what Qiao Lin needs, and he also doesn't know about the world Qiao Lin lives in. But thinking about it, it should be not too different from the world of One Piece. If this is the case, it must need strength. Thinking of this, Roger opened the red envelopes in the chat group, and sent several red envelopes to Qiao Lin. The red envelope can share the ability you have with the other party, and you can also give items to the other party. But the ability can only be shared once, and the item can only be sent once, and the item will disappear in this world after sending. His red envelope this time includes Roger's body art, Roger's swordsmanship, advanced observation haki. Roger originally wanted to send a few more red envelopes to Qiao Lin, but he wasn't being stingy, he was just worried that if he gave them all this time, he wouldn't have to send them next time. From then on, Qiao Lin's help would be in vain. Where would his pride as the One Piece go? It seems that it is necessary to make a side note about Qiao Lin's preferences, otherwise he will not have the confidence to ask for advice in the future. Seeing that Roger sent 3 exclusive red envelopes to Qiao Lin, the others immediately understood what he meant. They also realize that they seem to be ignoring the problem because of the chat group, and no one is obligated to help you for free. It seems that I have to pay attention to this in the future. And Roger's red envelope also frustrated a few cash-strapped people in the chat group. They seemed to have nothing to pay for. East Blue. One Piece? Qiao Linear. I have to find a chance to ask my question next time. At this time, a report came from behind the man. Mr. Durag, the meeting is about to begin. The man took off the hood on his head, revealing a resolute face with red tattoos. This man was the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Monkey D. Durag. Meanwhile, New World, Dressrosa. Heh, it's getting more and more interesting. What about my fate? The eyes under Doflamingo's red eyes flashed coldly, and the smile on his face turned cold. Even if someone created my life, my destiny can only be manipulated by me. New World, Wano Kuni. If it was him, he would definitely be able to change this country. The 13-year-old girl said silently. At this time, a creature that looked like a kappa came in outside the house. Master Hiri, look what I brought back for you today. West Blue. In the cave, a 10-year-old girl hugged her knees and buried her head in a whisper, Mom, what should I do? In the chat group, everyone except Roger and Qiao Lin had a common worry in their hearts. That is, Roger's life has been changed, so will it affect their lives, and will history change? At 7 o'clock the next morning, Qiao Lin got up on time. Unlike the students who lived in the dormitory, he lived off campus, and it took a little longer on the road, so he had to leave early. After washing up, Qiao Lin unexpectedly found that her figure seemed to have improved a lot. The muscle lines that were lacking in exercise became obvious, and even the abdominal muscles changed from 1 piece to 8. Not only that, but because of the lack of energy during the day due to frequent staying up late, he seemed a little tired. Now the mental outlook of the whole person is different. The already handsome face, with sword eyebrows and starry eyes, and a straight nose bridge, has changed from a tired look. Coupled with well-defined muscles, the whole person's temperament has directly become sunny and handsome. What's the situation? Is it because I went to bed early yesterday, or did I walk a few steps outside the campus, so I exercised more than when I lived in the dormitory? Qiao Lin tilted his head, but he couldn't think of any reason, so he could only attribute it to this. On the way, Qiao Lin bought a pancake and ate it while walking, and took out his mobile phone from his pocket to check the latest news. The class group was very quiet, and I opened the strange chat group I joined last night, and no one seemed to speak. Qiao Lin didn't pay much attention to it, so he went to find out what's news today. He didn't find out about Roger giving him a red envelope. Last night, after Roger gave him a red envelope, he realized that since Qiao Lin had watched One Piece, he naturally knew what abilities they possessed. That being the case, if he shared his abilities with Qiao Lin would be able to quickly analyze that their group was abnormal, and then deduce that they were members of One Piece. Then their hidden plan failed. For this reason, Roger specially asked the system to help him hide the red envelope information, so that Qiao Lin would not find out. It doesn't matter whether Qiao Lin knows that he gave him a red envelope, it is enough for him to send a red envelope to express his gratitude. If Qiao Lin found out by himself, there was nothing he could do about it. After all, this matter could be kept hidden for a while, but not for a lifetime. But at that time, they should have gotten to know each other quite well. For the sake of friendship, Qiao Lin probably wouldn't ignore them. Chapter 7. Qingluo University, where Qiao Lin studied, is a key university in Southeast Province and belongs to open management. There are many residential buildings in the school, which belong to the local residents included in the expansion of the school. These residential buildings will also be rented out to students or off-campus personnel. Therefore, many non-school personnel can often be seen on campus, and the whole school is also very lively. However, if there are too many people, problems will naturally follow. Because of the early departure, Qiao Lin was not in a hurry and walked slowly along the way. But the frequent glances from his side made him a little awkward. He usually goes to class along this route, but he didn't feel this way before. And he obviously didn't look at others, but he could always feel that others were looking at him. Is it my illusion? Qiao Lin was a little puzzled. At this time, a group of dogs rushed out from the grass by the roadside, and more than a dozen dogs appeared at the same time, which directly shocked the students who were going to school on the road. They all stopped and gave way to them. Qiao Lin glanced at the group of dogs and frowned. There are more stray dogs in the school. Some of these dogs were raised by students, but most of them were raised on a whim. After a few months of raising them, they lost interest and became stray dogs. Others are dogs raised by the residents. They are not so particular, and they are released to play during the day when they go to work. So these stray dogs and pet dogs mixed together and wandered around the campus. Even the cutest dogs can be scary when they get together. I heard that a few weeks ago, the girls in the class next door were chased by a group of dogs on the way back to the dormitory after self-study next night. Fortunately, nothing happened. In order not to be bitten by dogs and waste time and energy getting rabies vaccines, Qiao Lin stopped, planning to wait for the dogs to leave. But these dogs seem to have developed a habit, staring at the students who are eating breakfast and going to school, and when they see something to eat in their hands, they will surround him, forcing the other party to hand over the breakfast before they disperse. The robbing dog came to Qiao Lin along the flow of people, staring at the pancake in his hand. Qiao Lin only took 2 bites. How could he just feed the dog like this after spending 5 yuan? Look directly and indifferently at the past. The weaker you are when dealing with these dogs, the more they will think you are easy to bully. At this time, the stray dog, whose mouth was open and drooling, suddenly raised its hair, as if it was being targeted by some terrifying creature. After whining twice, he turned around and ran away without looking back, and the other dogs quickly followed after seeing this. It made everyone present feel a little strange, but no one cared about a group of dogs. Qiao Lin didn't take this incident seriously, and walked quickly to the classroom. As soon as he entered the classroom, Qiao Lin received the same side glances as on the road. That's Qiao Lin? Why does it feel so handsome? He was already very handsome, but today is indeed a little different. It seems to be more sunny, and why didn't he realize that his figure is so good? Look at the muscular outline. Are you moved? Didn't I tell you to chase after others a long time ago? But you don't know his situation. He is handsome but he can't be eaten. Qiao Lin got used to the sideways glances along the way, and he sat straight in the seat he was accustomed to. His roommate Lin Bei, who used to be close to the bed, also came and sat down next to him. Surprised by the change in Qiao Lin, he said, "I'm going, what's the matter with you? Why is it different after not seeing you for a day? Why is it different? I can't tell. To be honest, have you gone to the gym recently? Your body and spirit have improved a lot. Does fitness really have the effect of plastic surgery? I will try it someday. I don't have any spare money to go to the gym. Wouldn't it be nice to earn money by typing a few more words if I have the time? That would be strange." Lin Bei muttered as he looked at the completely new Qiao Lin. Qiao Lin didn't bother to talk to him, so he took out his phone and flipped through it. At this time, the message box reminded that someone was at him, and he clicked in to take a look, and it was the strange group from yesterday again. Dragon Talong, are you there? Qiao Mulinson, what's the matter? Dragon slaying dragon, what did you mean yesterday that Roger was helping the world government by doing that? I don't understand. Roger and others also paid attention to the chat group immediately after the appearance of Qiao Lin, and they were also curious about the question of dragon slaying. Especially Roger, he couldn't figure it out. Obviously he was targeting the world government. How could he help the world government? The corners of Qiao Lin's mouth rose slightly when he saw this sentence. It seemed that this person only watched the plot when he watched anime, and didn't study the background story. If you think about it, you should be able to find it. Qiao Mulinson, this is very simple. You said that pirate riots occurred all over the world. Who is the most hurt? Dragon Tolong, civilian. Roger nodded in agreement. After being scolded by Qiao Lin yesterday, he also realized that his behavior was inappropriate and affected too many innocent people. Qiao Mulinson, what else? Durag thought for a few seconds before replying. Dragon slaying dragon, there is also marine. Qiao Mulinson, it's still not entirely true. I am One Piece, then just say it. Qiao Lin smiled and said. It's kingdoms big and small all over the world. Chapter 8. What? This answer surprised them, and Drago was even more puzzled, because what he is doing now is to overthrow these kingdoms, organize more people, and then overthrow the world government. Wouldn't it be better if Roger was hurting these kingdoms? Dragon Tolong, why do you hurt these kingdoms to help the world government? Many of them are members of the world government. They provide the world government with heavenly gold, and the heavenly gold supports marine and CP. A flash of lightning flashed in Drago's mind while talking. Could it be? Qiao Mulinson, it is precisely because of the gold in the sky that Roger caused pirate riots all over the world. These kingdoms are unable to deal with it and can only turn to the world government for help. For this, they have to pay tens of billions of gold in the sky to the world government. This is quite for what, using the money of the franchise countries to support the world government's soldiers. What is the result? The treasury of the joining countries is empty, the power of the world government has become stronger, and what about the pirates? It is the vicious dog that the world government uses to force these kingdoms to join the world government. Roger is sending blood to the world government. So it is. It's no wonder that after the Age of Discovery, the strength of the world government has not decreased but increased, and the number of franchise countries has also continued to grow. It turns out that all of this is under the control of the world government. Everyone in the chat group suddenly realized, and Roger blushed even more. His plan was not worth the money. No wonder Qiao Lin would say that about him. Qiao Mulinson, if you want money, this is still the first level. The world government gets more than that. Dragon Tolong, please answer. Qiao Lin raised his eyelids slightly, a little surprised. This person's attitude is too good, what he said is common sense, so there is no need to make such a fuss. Qiao Mulinson, as for the second level, it is also very clear. The heavenly gold has emptied the kingdom's treasury. Due to the lack of funds, the kingdom's armed forces will naturally lose their hips. Those kings can only increase the exploitation of civilians and cause public resentment. In this way, talents with potential will flow out. Where will they go? There are only two choices, either become a marine or become a pirate. We said before that being a pirate is helping the world government to force those kingdoms to join the world government. Being a marine is naturally strengthening the strength of the world government. No matter which one chooses the world government, all blood earned. So far, the kingdom has lost both people and wealth, and the world government has gained both. Do you think the world government should thank Roger for helping him? Dragon slaying dragon, I see, it seems that Roger's decision was really wrong. The people in the group were still laughing secretly because the world government made Roger shout out One Piece is real before he died. I didn't expect it to be like this. Now it seems that the world government deliberately let Roger shout this sentence in front of the people of the world. Otherwise, how could a man who knew the ultimate secret allow him to speak in public? Roger's old face flushed even more. But Qiao Lin didn't listen, he continued. Not only that, but this is only the second floor, you didn't see the third floor. Besides. As soon as these words came out, everyone in the group was shocked again. Roger covered his face and almost said in the group, "Brother, please don't kill me, I'm crazy about killing, I know I'm wrong." But Qiao Lin didn't know what was in his heart. Qiao Mulinson, you should know that there were only 19 royal families in the world government at the beginning, and a world government composed of only 19 kingdoms is probably 10 times larger than ordinary kingdoms. But there are still so many kingdoms in the world, and they still don't have the power to completely rule the world. Of course, the world government has a big killer like Uranus in its hands. Let's talk about it separately. Uranus is a last resort, and it is not good to use it every day to threaten others. For this reason, the world government has come up with a strategy of joining countries, allowing other kingdoms to join their forces. Then use the heavenly gold to empty their treasury, then use the heavenly gold to support the troops of the world government, and then absorb talents from other kingdoms to form marines all over the world. On the surface, all of this is to maintain justice and fight against pirates, but in fact, the greater intention is to eliminate the threat to it from these kingdoms. Do you think that since your 19 kingdoms can form the world government, what about the other 29 kingdoms? Therefore, in order to eliminate such hidden dangers, on the one hand, the world government uses the heavenly gold to hollow out the national power of the franchise countries, so that they cannot form a threat to the world government. On the other hand, for non-joint countries, they let pirates plunder them, and also achieve the purpose of consuming national power. So far, the world's large and small kingdoms are constantly weakening, and only the world government is constantly becoming stronger, forming a situation of superiority and weakness. World government no longer has an opponent who can challenge its status in this world, and it has become a real world government. I don't need to say who the prototype of world government designed by Oda in the anime is. Chapter 9. Although everyone in the chat group didn't understand the last sentence, Qiao Lin's words made them fully understand. The current situation where pirates are raging in the world is fundamentally deliberately designed by the world government in order to control the world. Therefore, it doesn't matter if there is Roger who started the Age of Discovery, but what Roger started is to send pillows to the world government for sleeping, so why not do it? Drago nodded thoughtfully, and said suddenly. Dragon Talong, no, how about the 4 emperors? They are not a small threat to the world government. If the ravages of pirates was deliberately done by the world government, then the appearance of the 4 emperors is a play off by the world government? A sneer appeared on Qiao Lin's face. Qiao Mulinson, you think highly of them. As soon as these words came out, the puppet master next to Obi was not calm anymore. Puppeteer, how do you say that? Qiao Mulinson, the 4 emperors are just vicious dogs raised by the world government. Regardless of whether the 4 emperors are called emperors or kings, they are just a group of pirates with no ambitions. They only do robbery and have no intention of rebelling. To be honest, this kind of role poses a lesser threat to the world government than the Revolutionary Army, so do you think the world government has ever made a move against the 4 emperors? The world government is chasing after the Revolutionary Army, but for the 4 emperors, only Marine has ever stepped forward. Roger was captured by Marine, and the other pirates were also captured by Marine. From the beginning to the end, only Marine was the one who dealt with and targeted pirates. The world government has never paid attention to pirates, because in their view, Marine is a dog that guards the house, and pirates are vicious dogs released to kill chickens and monkeys. The 4 emperors are just a few powerful ones. That's all, the world government leads these 2 dogs to hunt the whole world. So you will find that there is only one entrance to the Great Route, but there is no marine guarding it. Why? On the one hand, in order to prevent pirates from becoming bigger and uncontrollable in the 4 seas, the world government. On the other hand, it attracts the pirates from all over the world to the arena of the Great Airway for consumption. The new pirates that appear every year are harvested crop after crop on the Great Route like leeks that grow out of seasons. Even if you can make it to the end, you will face the 4 emperors of New World, and then you will find that the whole world is like a chessboard, and everyone is a chess piece. The person in charge of playing chess in the world government played with everyone in the applause. This is the reason why the world government allowed the whole world to be devastated, but it was able to stand still for 800 years. And under this design, it doesn't matter who is the 4 emperors, because the new world, the final arena of the arena, always has some people fighting there, and the world government just needs to ensure that there are no people with ambitions to subvert the world government. So you understand why the world government is chasing after the revolutionary army, but it just placed undercover agents to monitor the 4 emperors. Arbor Linson. So what kind of threat do you think the 4 emperors are? But don't forget, even if the situation gets out of control, the world government still has 2 cards in its hands, and Marine is just the face of the world government. After hearing Qiao Lin finish speaking, everyone in the group couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. If it was said that Roger's plan was just an immature idea before, it has become a complete joke now. Roger is like a child holding a wooden gun to rob an adult, people will only laugh when they see it. And this also made them confused. If this is the case, is there any point in continuing their goal? Drago suddenly noticed the 2 hole cards mentioned by Qiao Lin, one of which must be the ancient weapon Uranus, so what is the other? He immediately asked Qiao Lin a question. Dragon Talong, what's the other hole card you mentioned? Qiao Lin smiled slightly and moved his fingers on the screen. Qiao Mulinson, this is what the revolutionary army has been pursuing, and it is also the foundation that the world government has been working hard on, and it is still standing, the hearts of the people. Popular opinion. World government still has this kind of thing? Are you kidding me? Immediately, the Dragon Slayer, the Puppet Master and the Historian couldn't sit still. The world government that slaughtered the entire O'Hara still has the hearts of the people? Dragon Talong, please elaborate. Unknowingly, Drago has developed a feeling of respect for the young people at the other end of the chat group. What Qiao Lin said today, if he had known it a few years ago, it must be very different now. It was also his first time to engage in this revolution, and there were not many professionals in the whole team, not even many educated ones. This time Qiao Lin's words opened his eyes. Now that Qiao Lin understood all of this, there must be a way to break the situation. Chapter 10. Qiao Mulinson, looking at your replies, I know that you don't believe that the world government has popular support. You see, he doesn't care about the world at all, and only cares about collecting money. Expensive heavenly gold forced the kings to exploit civilians even more. Many colonels of the marine branch became tubobs. But it is precisely because of this that the world government won the hearts of the people. It did not win the hearts of the people, but snatched them from others. Who are you talking about directly exploiting the people? It's the king. What does it have to do with his world government? You said that it was Colonel Marine who did the wrong thing. That means that this person has misbehaved, and it has nothing to do with the world government. What the people hate are those who directly exploit them. If the king can't be overthrown, he can be replaced by someone else. And the world government will fight with them. How to hate? There is no way to hate. The public can't see the world government behind the king at all, and only senior marines like Xiang Duorag can discover the truth and wake up. Therefore, the grievances of the people in each kingdom are often aimed at the king, and the world government has also established a marine to maintain justice, fight against pirates all over the world, and maintain order. Who do you think the people will turn towards? So the 4 emperors are precisely the forces that the world government is least afraid of, because they can't win the hearts of the people with the world government anyway. Don't look at the fact that there are only 3 admirals in marine. If the 4 emperors unite and really want to fight the world government, I dare say that in order to prevent the order of this world from being destroyed, the marine conscription can recruit 3, 6, or 12 more admirals. Do you believe it or not? The world government has tied people all over the world onto his thief ship. Unless someone can prove that he can do better than him and make people live a happy and healthy life, otherwise, in order to keep life unchanged and worse, the people on this ship people keep tinkering with it. So why do righteous people like Sengoku, Garp, and Zephyr still choose to stay in marine after knowing that the celestial dragons are a bunch of scum, because only here can the world not be made worse and the order of the world can be maintained. These words completely woke them up, and they realized that their previous views on world government were too superficial. Historian, what a shame. Deliberately destroying other countries to make oneself look better relatively, this kind of world government really has performed its shamelessness to the ultimate. Rao is her girlish old Chengdu who was irritated by the operation of the world government, and she already had a blood feud with the world government, which made her even more furious. Qiao Mulinson, no way, we subconsciously think about being better than good and pursuing better, but the reality is better than bad. I don't need to be good, but as long as other people are worse than me, then I am the best. World government made the most suitable choice for him. For those who want to overthrow the world government, the difficulties they face are much greater. They need to prove that they can indeed do better than the world government. Hearing Qiao Lin's words, Drago fell silent. Hearing his father's persistence from his mouth, his emotions were a little complicated. Back then, because he was dissatisfied with the world government and believed that Marine was not truly righteous, Drago quit Marine and started revolutions all over the world. Just want to create a better world. Even knowing his father's insistence, he still had some grievances in his heart, but after hearing Qiao Lin's words, these grievances were swept away at this time. I'm afraid my father also had this kind of struggle back then, but after realizing that he couldn't do it, he could only do his best to protect the world on his own. This is probably the reason why he has been refusing to be promoted to admiral, insisting on stationing in the branch, and freely going out to sea to catch pirates. Thinking of this, Drago took a deep breath. Dragon Talong, thank you. Thanks to Qiao Lin for resolving his knot. Qiao Lin didn't know so much, and thought that Drago was thanking him for his popular science. Qiao Mulinson, it's nothing, these old Haimai understand everything, and it's not complicated. Drago was actually amused by Qiao Lin's words. If it wasn't for an outsider, it would take a lifetime to see these things clearly. He really wanted to thank Qiao Lin for his generosity. If it wasn't for Qiao Lin, he might have been fooled by these superficial things for years or even decades. But he still had a doubt lingering in his mind. That is whether the world government with such a profound foundation can be overthrown. After he just learned about the world government's strategy from Qiao Lin, he suddenly felt a huge mountain appeared in front of him, and the pressure was even greater than before, and he even doubted whether he could realize his dream. He desperately wanted to know the answer now. Long to long, you mentioned the Revolutionary Army just now, I would like to ask, do you think Durag can overthrow the world government? Is there a way for the world government to overthrow it? Except for him, almost all members of the group want to know this question, because they have the intention to overthrow the world government for various reasons. I am One Piece, second. Puppeteer, second. Historian, second. Lurker, well, I'm curious too. Chapter 11. Seeing that they all looked like curious babies, Qiao Lin raised the corner of his mouth and replied slowly. I don't know now. This sentence immediately made everyone in the group feel tense. But Qiao Lin's next sentence surprised them again. Qiao Mulinson, but don't forget that this is an anime, and there are protagonists in the anime. Although I don't think much of Durag, this guy's revolution for more than 10 years has not improved at all. But you have to remember that Drago is not good, but his son is sure, and his son Luffy is the protagonist of this anime. Nothing is more powerful than the protagonist's halo. I am One Piece. Puppeteer. Historian. Lurker. Dragon Slayer. What the hell? Durag's son is the protagonist. Drago at the other end of the chat group was stunned. He murmured, my son is the protagonist. This kind of explosive news, I am afraid that only Namikaze Minato, who is also the protagonist's father, can understand. He has been engaged in revolution for more than 10 years, so why not wait for his son to grow up and just push it over? For a moment he didn't know whether to laugh or be speechless. He doesn't remember what his son looks like. He left Luffy to Garp when Luffy was young, and he joined the revolution alone, and he doesn't seem to have seen Luffy until now. By the way, how old is Luffy now? After thinking about Luffy's age, he is still too young now. Looking at the series of symbols in the group, Qiao Lin thought they were not satisfied with his answer. Qiao Mulinson, what? Do you really think that just relying on the indecent revolution made by Drago can really overthrow the world government? To be honest, 2 more Drago are useless. You have 800 years of background, you want to overthrow him after more than 10 years of struggle, are you kidding? It is absolutely impossible except to hang up. Yes. Previously, Drago saw that people in this world were living in a fiery environment. As long as he came up with slogans to make these people exploited by the world government rise up to resist, there would be no response. But the reality is very skinny. In the past few years of his own revolution, he has only overturned a few franchise countries, and it doesn't even hurt the hairs of the world government. Moreover, he was chased and killed by the world government and ran around, so far he has no power to fight. But after listening to Qiao Lin's analysis, he understood that people's living in a hot water is not due to the poor management of the world government, but the result of his deliberate design, and there has never been any corruption. It's that people don't treat civilians as human beings at all. What they want is to control the whole world so that the whole world can't pose any threat to them. Historian, well, what is the protagonist's halo? Seeing that the person who asked this question was a historian, Qiao Lin smiled knowingly. As he expected, she was a girl who didn't understand the second dimension. Qiao Mulinson, the protagonist's aura is the most powerful thing in every story. Simply put, it is a kind of luck and luck on the protagonist. No matter how difficult the protagonist wants to do, he will definitely be able to do it in the end. No matter how dangerous the protagonist is, the protagonist will be able to save the day. Anyone who wants to hurt the protagonist will suffer the consequences in the end. They are the children of destiny, the darlings of heaven, and the author's own sons. So don't try to be the enemy of the protagonist, like Shishibuki's crocodile, Doflamingo, 4 Emperor's Big Mom, and Kaido, who is currently in the manga, are all trying to be the enemy of the protagonist. Basically they will become stepping stones. Puppeteer, Doflamingo. Lurker, Kaido. Drago was also a little confused. He couldn't imagine that his son, who was not very old, could punch Shishibukai and kick 4 emperors in the future. And Doflamingo was even more confused. Was he being used as a stepping stone? Seeing that they were making such a fuss, Qiao Lin thought they probably hadn't watched Summit War since they saw it, and didn't know the latest situation. Qiao Mulinson, well, Doflamingo is currently locked in Impel Down, Kaido is probably coming soon, so don't mess with the protagonist. If you must provoke that person, you must be decisive, otherwise a god will appear out of nowhere to save you, and then suddenly come out one day and beat you up. Suddenly learning that his future is in Impel Down, Doflamingo couldn't bear it anymore. Puppeteer, is there no way to crack the protagonist's halo? Qiao Mulinson, of course it can be broken, the premise is that you are the protagonist, but if you want to take advantage of the protagonist to eliminate him before he grows up, then you are thinking too much, because let's not talk about his luck, even if you eliminate him you will also be backlashed. You need to know that Luffy's father is Durag, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, his grandfather is the marine hero Garp, and the enlightener is the red-haired 4 emperors. The brother is Ace, the son of Roger, the Pirate King, who inherited Roger's straw hat and the blessing of DS Will. There are big bosses in the Revolutionary Army, Marine, and Pirates, so what do you use to play with them? And even if Luffy is eliminated, another protagonist may appear to take over his task, because this is the direction of the world line. The best way is to follow the trend of the times, be friends with the protagonist and hitch a ride to the pinnacle of life, isn't it good? Chapter 12. FK, Ruthless. Even if everyone present is not an ordinary person, after hearing Luffy's backstage, they often feel their scalps tingling. Is this the son of destiny, the beloved of heaven? Once born, he stood at the end of others. Horrible. Doflamingo, who originally thought to find this kid named Luffy and suppress this threat in advance, suddenly lost his mind. He finally understands what it means to be backlashed by the heavens, who can resist the pursuit of these three parties. It was Roger in the group whose eyes lit up. Ace. This is his son. Drago is thinking about another thing. If his son Luffy is the protagonist, the person arranged by God to overthrow the world government, then is there no need for him to struggle now, and he can just raise Luffy with peace of mind and grow up? After all, revolution is not a simple matter, it requires bloodshed. Since it is known that this is impossible until Luffy grows up, should he choose to suspend his career in order to avoid innocent blood being shed in vain? Dragon Tolong, since Luffy will be able to overthrow the world government in the future, doesn't it mean that Durag doesn't need to waste his efforts and just wait for Luffy to grow up? Everyone in the group seemed to feel something was wrong. The group friend who was dragon slaying the dragon seemed to care too much about Drago's affairs, and basically asked about related matters. They were thoughtful, vaguely certain of his identity. It seems that the group is full of bosses, a One Piece, a leader of the Revolutionary Army, who else is there? Seeing Long Tolong's question, the corner of Qiao Lin's mouth twitched. Is this a joke? As far as Luffy is concerned, even overthrowing the world government is useless. Qiao Mulinson, conquering the world and governing the world are two different things. Luffy's brain is simply a copy of Roger's. He is reckless and naive. Is it crazy to pin our hopes on him? Drago's eyes twitched, and Roger felt shot in the knee. Qiao Mulinson, before that, we need to figure out what Drago wants to do. Does he just want to overthrow the world government? If that's all it is, then Luffy should be able to do it, but what about after overthrowing it? Just leave it alone? If the ideal of the Revolutionary Army is only like this, it deserves to fail. If it wants to make the world a better place, then overthrowing the world government is only the beginning, and reconstruction is the top priority. You must know that the Celestial Dragons were only the 19th royal family back then. Who can guarantee that no new Celestial Dragons will appear after the overthrow of the world government? If so, what is the difference between overthrowing and not overthrowing the world government? Drago, who was still a little ashamed for abandoning his son and failing to teach him well, was instantly awed. I feel a little ashamed for the little thought before, but he turned the corner. Because of fighting wits and courage with the world government all the year round, he fell into a blind spot and gradually turned his ideal of making the world a better place into overthrowing the world government. At this moment, he really realized what kind of decision he made back then and what kind of burden he shouldered. Long Tolong, I am short-sighted, thank you for your advice. Qiao Mulinson, it's okay, in fact, it is reasonable for Drago to fail. This aroused Drago's curiosity. Now he is completely convinced of Qiao Lin. He is now regretting why Qiao Lin is not from his world. Otherwise, he would be recruited to be his chief of staff. How could this revolution be possible? This is how it looks today. What he didn't know was that Qiao Lin had been studying these things from high school to university, and dragon slaying skills were compulsory courses, so it was difficult to understand. Dragon Tolong, why? Qiao Mulinson, because he doesn't know how to make a revolution at all. I am also convinced. After more than 10 years of doing it, I haven't seen any improvement. There are not many people under him. After training for many years, I have trained an apprentice. I don't know how to develop the masses, analyze the forces of the enemy and ourselves, cultivate the backbone, determine the line of struggle. Even the promotional fishing reel is made into pieces, it's too hip. No wonder it took more than 10 years to overthrow more than a dozen kingdoms, but there are hundreds of franchise countries. Not to mention the eventual world government. After being scolded by Qiao Lin, Drago couldn't help but blush a little. Others also couldn't help laughing when they saw this dignified leader of the revolutionary army being said so. Only Roger, who had already been sprayed bloody by Qiao Lin, couldn't help but feel a little dark. Finally, someone was treated the same as him, comfortable, comfortable. Dragon Slayer, I want to ask you how to overthrow the world government and how to make this world a better place. Qiao Lin just said it right, and he was a little stuck when the two questions of Durag were thrown up. You are embarrassing me, fat tiger. Chapter 13. Qiao Mulinson, it's too much, let's talk about One Piece? Why are you talking about building the world with me? Aren't you embarrassing me? I'm still just a student. Everyone stuck in their mouths and didn't know how to vomit. Student, you told me that you are a student, how can you, a student, know more about revolution than he who has been revolutionizing for more than 10 years? The students in this world are too scary. Qiao Mulinson, forget it, since you are so interested, let me recommend a few books to you. After studying these books thoroughly, it is not a piece of cake to start a revolution in the world of One Piece. I want to write fan fiction, so curious. Durag remembered the rules of the group leader, worried about revealing their identities and quickly replied. Dragon Talong, yet. Although I don't know what fanfiction means, but it's right to say yes at this time. Qiao Lin had such an expression on his face. Qiao Mulinson, sure enough, I just said, wait, I can see it. In an instant, everyone's hearts were raised, and the two pirates who mentioned the most were Roger and Doflamingo, especially Doflamingo who hasn't learned from Qiao Lin yet. Dragon Talong, what? Qiao Mulinson, you are a fan of Durag, I think you are asking about Durag. If the chat group was a voice call, Qiao Lin would definitely be able to hear a series of breaths of relief. Dragon Talong, yes. Qiao Mulinson, it seems that we have a lot of fans of One Piece, one Roger, one Drago. After finishing speaking, Qiao Mulinson posted a few documents in the group, about some classic strategies, tactics, art of war, theories, and some historical materials from around the world. These are all the materials Qiao Lin collected while writing the book, and they were sent to Long Chalong without any hassle. Qiao Mulinson, if you are interested in this, reading these is basically enough. In an instant, the 5 people in the group were busy downloading these documents. Then open the page directly on the download interface. Even though they were prepared, they couldn't help but gasp when they saw these things. Dragon Talong, this is. Qiao Lin smiled and said. You know how powerful it is. If you want to make a revolution, overthrow the world government, and fight wars, it's enough to watch these things. Don't foolishly look for truth in anime all day long. If you want to learn these things, come to the truth directly. This is a genuine experience of winning a war. Like Drago, it is purely a joke. After more than 10 years of revolution, it turned out that they couldn't even pull together a decent team. It was just child's play. If I were Drago, I would go straight in 2 steps, and the first step would be to expand my own strength. This would be the decisive factor in determining victory, strength. The second step is to disintegrate from the inside of the enemy. This step can be subdivided into 2 steps. One step breaks the popular support of the world government, which can directly cut off the Marines' military source, and the other step breaks the Marines' military spirit and directly destroys his army. Hand cut off. As for how to do it in practice, let's say, like Drago, who doesn't even have a decent strategic policy, and is still looking for Nico Robin to see her as a revolutionary light after more than 10 years. I almost died laughing. Is this trying to learn about the scandal of the world government through her, and then break the news to make the world government die of shame? Just kidding. To start a revolution requires bloodshed and a real fight. These things are useful, but they are not decisive factors. In the end, it is the ability that has the final say. Of course, I'm not targeting Robin here, I personally like her quite a bit, but I'm just not happy with Durag's hip pull operation. He was originally talking about Drago, but when Q came to him suddenly, Robin's face turned red. She is not the cold goddess she will be in the future. Her mother died in front of her, and all the compatriots on the island were slaughtered. Young Robin escaped from O'Hara at the mercy of Aokiji, and has since lived in exile. Because of the reward of 79 million Baileys, Robin lives in danger every moment. I was often betrayed because of this high reward, and it became difficult to trust people ever since. Until she was 14 years old, one day, she was accidentally invited into this chat group. Such a place that was so precious to her and could relax her tense heartstrings. There is no struggle and no intrigue. She is nice to speak, and she likes it here very much. Especially after the new member Qiao Lin arrived yesterday, she felt that it was great to be in this group. After hearing Qiao Lin say that she likes her very much, the face that was depressed by Q turned redder before, but it was not as angry as before. I wanted to say thank you, but thinking that I couldn't reveal my identity now, Robin had no choice but to say something softly to the interface of the chat group. Thanks. Chapter 14. Although it was a little uncomfortable to be told by Qiao Lin just now, after reading a few pages of the information uploaded by Qiao Lin, Duo Lage was convinced. Look at others, then look at yourself. People are more popular than people. This is like a reckless, a strategic. If you don't fail, whoever fails. But now Drago was really excited. With a successful theory in front of him, he won't have to run around like a headless chicken in the future. Thinking of this, Durag was ecstatic. This kindness cannot be repaid. He thought that Roger had sent 3 red envelopes to Qiao Lin before, and Drago quickly opened the red envelope interface. After looking at the resources he had, he also sent 3 red envelopes before. Long to Long sent Qiao Mulinson an exclusive red envelope. Long to Long sent Qiao Mulinson an exclusive red envelope. Long to Long sent Qiao Mulinson an exclusive red envelope. It contains respectively Dragon Claw Fist, Marine 6 Styles, Advanced Armament Haki. Qiao Lin saw someone hand out a red envelope, so he snatched it. Opened one, and there was nothing. Opened it again and there was nothing. He just ignored the third one. Most of the red envelopes in this kind of chat group are for fun. It doesn't matter if you have it or not, it's just for fun, and you don't care. But Qiao Lin suddenly felt a warm feeling in his body emanating from his heart. And inexplicably feel that my hands are more powerful. Is it my illusion? Qiao Lin thought a little strangely. However, new news appeared in the chat group. Dragon Talong, thank you for your explanation, I have benefited a lot. This surprised Qiao Lin, so exaggerated? Isn't it just something that can be figured out by just exploring? But modesty still needs to be humble, Qiao Lin replied. Qiao Mulinson, everywhere, it's all trivial things, not worth mentioning, not worth mentioning. Qiao Lin's modest attitude, as if nothing had happened, made the group dumbfounded. What a trivial matter, you guys are planning to overthrow the world government. The person in front of you is the leader of the revolutionary army that the world government has been chasing and killing for more than 10 years. The world's worst criminals. Monkey D. Durag. Unexpectedly, this kind of thing that can affect the world every minute is actually carried out in such an inexplicable environment. Everyone secretly rejoiced that they were able to enter this chat group. They all knew that the information they got from Qiao Lin in the past 2 days was enough to change their lives. This is no less than the experience of One Piece Roger, who spent his whole life acquiring the truth about history. But Durag is more concerned about another matter now. Dragon Talong, I would like to ask, if Durag takes Luffy away when Luffy was young, and then trains him carefully, will he be able to play a greater role in the future? Send Luffy to revolutionize? It's kind of interesting. Qiao Lin raised a playful smile on the corner of his mouth. Qiao Mulinson, this idea is very good. In fact, I had this idea before. You said that this Darag, the son of the protagonist Halo, did not teach, and left him to start the revolution alone. After working for more than 10 years, when the time comes, you still have to rely on your son to overthrow the world government. Why do you think he should do it? Isn't this the opposite? Now it was Drago's turn to smile wryly. Speaking of which, he was indeed a bit ridiculous. What is he making such a fuss about? Obviously the correct answer is right in front of you. Qiao Lin, however, Darag doesn't know that his son is the protagonist, so he can't blame him, but if he can cultivate Luffy from a young age, then why will Luffy only have that kind of strength in the future? One Garp, one Drago. Drago left Luffy alone, and Garp threw Luffy to the bandit Dodon. The improvement of strength depends on one's own struggle. If someone teaches, Luffy will be different in a few years. And what's interesting is that Drago failed to teach Luffy. Instead, he picked up Luffy's sworn brother Sabo, taught him well, and made him his chief of staff. If you want me to say, Drago might as well have directly take all the three brothers Luffy, Sabo, and Ace to teach them. It's not like when Luffy goes out to sea, he has no brains and relies on waves. Without the aura of the protagonist, he died early, and the other Ace also grew wildly. Var. What? Baydrilla Island. Suddenly, a powerful aura burst out from a certain house. The birds passing by in the air outside the door were all shaken down and fainted to the ground. This is the wrath of One Piece. Anger was already on Roger's face. He gritted his teeth and said, Akainu dares to do this. Chapter 15. Hateful. Unexpectedly, his son would die in the hands of Akainu, who is only vice admiral now. This is something he has not paid much attention to. Roger's anger naturally alarmed the other person in the room. This person is Roger's wife, Ace's mother, Rouge. What happened? Rouge hurried over, his belly arched slightly. It seemed that he had been there for several months. Seeing his wife approaching, the anger on Roger's face disappeared instantly, but the anger in his heart couldn't be vented. He forced a smile to comfort him. It's okay, you go and have a good rest. He caressed Ace, who was still in his stomach, casually, and his eyes became more determined. Rouge nodded and walked into the house. At the same time, Robin of West Blue in another time and space also clenched his teeth. Make a low voice like a furry tiger cub. Akainu. I'm One Piece, since you mentioned Ace, can you tell us about Ace? Roger didn't want to reveal his identity, and worried that Qiao Lin would reject him because he was a pirate after he found out. But he must know why Ace died. Any father who hears that the child died at a young age before the child was born cannot accept it. This deepened Roger's determination to live. He must change the tragedy of Ace's early death. Say Ace? Qiao Lin rubbed his fingers and began to move on the screen. Qiao Lin, Ace's life is relatively simple, and he is also a relatively interesting character, so let me talk about it in detail. Roger stared intently at the chat group, refusing to let go of any information. Qiao Lin, Ace lost his father before he was born. Before Roger died, he entrusted Ace's mother and child who were still in his womb to Garp, who was also an enemy and friend. Garp also lived up to Roger's expectations. After Roger's death, the first thing I wanted to do was to protect Rouge and her son. Roger couldn't help but nodded when he heard this. He was not smart enough to do things, but he was very accurate in seeing people. He knew Garp was someone to trust. But in the next second Roger's eyes were as big as copper bells. Qiao Lin, but an accident happened. After analyzing Roger's last whereabouts, the Marine executives suspected that Roger had offspring, so they sent a large number of Marines to towns and islands where Roger appeared, and arrested those who were pregnant or had given birth during this period. Baby. This includes Batrilla, where Roger lives with his wife. Boom. Roger seemed to be shrouded in a thunderbolt, and his whole head was buzzing. Qiao Lin continued to tell. Qiao Lin, Garp went one step too late. Marine had already landed on Badrilla Island. They captured and wiped out all the pregnant women and babies on the island, and never let go of any chance to leave the blood of One Piece. Inside the room, Roger suddenly turned his head to look at Rouge, who was lying in the room across the wall. He miscalculated. He counted that Marine would not spare his descendants, but he didn't count that Marine's actions and sense of smell were so powerful. Roger clenched his fists and couldn't bear to see the next tragedy. Qiao Mulinson, fortunately, Rouge is a strong mother. Marine stayed here for more than a year, and Rouge let Ace stay in his stomach for a total of 20 months. 1 year and 3 years after Roger's death it took a month to give birth, but it also exhausted all her energy, and finally died of exhaustion. Hearing this, Roger burst into tears. Qiao Mulinson, but at this time Garp has also arrived. He took Ace from Rouge and brought him back to Windmill Village, because Garp is a Marine Vice Admiral, which is easy to attract people's attention, especially he also has a revolutionary soldier son. So Garp gave Ace to the bandit Dodin, and she raised Ace up, so he lost his parents since he was a child, and Ace, who bears the sinful blood of One Piece, has been asking himself whether he should live. Because all he heard was about how his father started the age of great voyages and brought huge disasters to the world. Will he inherit the blood of One Piece also bring huge disasters to the world? And because the birth killed his mother, he doubted whether he should be born, so he has been growing up with self-doubt and hatred of his father. I was wrong. Roger murmured, his voice was hoarse. It was hard to imagine that Roger, the mighty One Piece King, would have such a side. Qiao Mulinson, fortunately, after living here for a while, Ace welcomed his first friend Sabo, and then Garp threw Luffy to Dodin. So the three became brothers after getting along, which also changed Ace, and the three decided to go to sea after growing up with One Piece as their goal. Chapter 16. But the good times didn't last long. Sabo could only go to sea early because of his father, because he encountered celestial dragons visiting, and his ship was sunk by the celestial dragons who were looking for fun. Fortunately, he was saved by a passing Durag and took him back to train. Hearing this, Drago understood a little bit why he said he would train Luffy's brother. It turned out to be the case, but he has not met Sabo yet. Qiao Mulinson, Sabo's death dealt a huge blow to the two of them. A few years later, Ace went to sea first, ate a Maramara fruit, and became a new pirate star as soon as he reached the Great Route, and established his own pirates. Then he sailed all the way and came to New World. His goal was One Piece, so he wanted to challenge Whitebeard, the strongest man in the world at that time. You should know the following things. Ace didn't win, but was defeated in repeated challenges. Whitebeard was overwhelmed and became his adopted son. In fact, Whitebeard also knew the identity of Ace, and deliberately wanted to adopt him as a foster son and cover him to prevent him from being killed by other 4 emperors in New World. Roger couldn't help being a little moved. He didn't expect that after his death, these men who were both enemies and friends would actually give his son shelter. Qiao Mulinson, but the good times didn't last long. A traitor appeared in the Whitebeard pirates, Blackbeard Teach. He killed a captain and snatched a devil fruit from him. Since Teach is a member of the Ace team, Ace as the captain, it is naturally his duty to arrest Blackbeard himself. But Teach originally hid his strength and deliberately stayed in the Whitebeard group, and the following things are also very clear. Ace was captured by Teach, and Teach, who knew his identity, exchanged Ace for Shishabukai's identity from the world government. Immediately after the Summit War broke out, Sengoku used Ace as a bait to carry out public executions like Roger, in order to deter the pirates and at the same time attract the White group. Then the White Regiment came out in full force, almost wiped out to save Ace, and Ace, who was almost rescued, blocked Akainu's fatal blow in order to save Luffy, who came to rescue him, so both Ace and Whitebeard died. Whitebeard almost the group was destroyed. Luffy was rescued because of the protagonist's halo, and it was over. Qiao Mulinson, if you want me to comment on Ace, this man is indeed a good man. He goes to sea for freedom and dreams, unlike those pirates who go to sea for plunder. He values loyalty and affection, but he also inherits Roger's willfulness and impulsiveness. His death is a tragedy. After hearing this story, the two fathers in the group were silent. Luffy was almost killed trying to save his brother, and Ace blocked the fatal blow for his brother in order to save his own brother. Whichever it is good. As a father, Roger can only be proud of him. But only one is unforgivable. Robin asked in advance as if he knew that Roger would not be able to ask directly. Historian, so what happened to that Blackbeard teach? Qiao Lin knew that this girl was a pirate, so she patiently explained. Qiao Mulinson, Blackbeard is a real pirate, he exchanged Ace for Shishibukai identity. Summit War Sengoku summoned Shishibukai to deal with the White Group's attack. But Blackbeard didn't go, he had just betrayed Whitebeard and was short of manpower, so he went to impel down under the identity of Shishibukai, and found a few big pirates as partners. Then he appeared when Whitebeard and Marine were both wounded, and personally killed him, the old man who had been called for decades, and then captured Whitebeard's shock fruit by virtue of his body's alien shape and dark fruit's ability. So far, Blackbeard's plan has been perfectly fulfilled: use Ace as bait, find partners, destroy the White Group, and seize the ability. Immediately afterwards, when the position of New World 4 Emperors was vacant, he took the seat with his double fruit ability and became the biggest winner of the Summit War. This is also what I said, there must be someone to do the 4 Emperors of the New World. Whitebeard is gone and there is Blackbeard. The world government doesn't care about this, the only thing that is anxious is Marine, who is on the sidelines in the name of justice. The world government sits and watches two dogs, and the dog bites the dog. His son and friend died tragically, and their murderers turned into 4 emperors instead. How could Roger accept such a result? Click. Roger, who was originally standing by the window, subconsciously patted the window edge in a rage. As a result, the wall from the windowsill to the bottom was shattered by Roger's palm, and this movement startled Rouge, who had just lay down again. What's wrong? Rouge hurried over. Is there something on your mind? Roger shook his head, then nodded again. He raised his head and said to Rouge, it's not suitable to stay here for a long time. Marine may know my whereabouts. I'm afraid it's not safe to stay here any longer. We have to leave as soon as possible. He looked at Rouge's slightly arched stomach, and said with a firm face, I will definitely protect you and Ace. Chapter 17. Hearing Roger's words, Rouge, who was surprised, smiled and nodded. I believe you, but how do you know it's a boy? Maybe it's a girl. They had discussed that if they had a boy, they would call them Ace, and if they had a girl, they would call them Anne. Roger smiled and didn't say much, nodded and said, yet. After comforting Rouge, Roger replied in the chat group. I am One Piece, thank you for your explanation, I understand. Understood? What do you understand? What Roger said made Qiao Lin puzzled. Qiao Mulinson, oh, so be it, I still have to attend class, we will talk later, I will withdraw first. Immediately put down the phone. On the podium, the teacher of this class has already stood on the podium and began to point out. The amount of information Qiao Lin brought to them yesterday was already huge enough. I didn't expect it to be bigger today. This is simply a treasure boy. Shot is a precious classic book. He is familiar with the information of pirate world. But also have their own unique insights, and beyond their horizons. Such people are probably the real value of this chat group. The two fathers, Roger and Arag, had a lot of thoughts in their minds after they learned the information about their sons respectively. Especially after knowing that the other party is the father of his son's brother, the distance between the two is inexplicably drawn. Roger felt he had to say something. So after blocking Qiao Lin to prevent his identity from being discovered by Qiao Lin, he said in the group. I am One Piece, I'm sorry everyone, it was my recklessness that brought great disaster to this world. If any of you suffer because of me, I sincerely apologize to you. If there is anything I can do, please just open your mouth. I have now given up the idea of going to Marine to surrender, and I am preparing to take my wife to sea to recall my crew and find a way to continue my life. I am really sorry. Roger's words shocked everyone in the group. They didn't expect the legendary One Piece to have such a side. However, few of them were hurt by Roger's actions, so there was no dissatisfaction. But soon this also aroused their associations, because if Roger in the previous era did not turn himself in and start the age of great voyages, would the era they lived in change? East Blue, a certain deserted island. Drago suddenly looked at the file on the table, and was about to check if the situation about Roger had changed. At this time, the people in his office were pushed away from the outside. In came a guy with a huge head, heavy makeup, and sexy clothes. This person is none other than the king of SE, Ivankov. Drago didn't feel awkward at all because of Ivankov's weird dress. He quickly asked, "Eva, do you remember about Roger the One Piece?" Ivankov pressed his index finger on his lips and thought, didn't he be publicly executed by Marine in Logue Town? I remember you told me that you were there at the time. What's the matter? Has anything new happened? Drago then asked, what about the Age of Discovery? Did Roger say the phrase, "Do you want my treasure?" Say it, you're a little strange today, Durag, what happened? It's nothing, I see. Hearing Ivankov's words, Durag understood that he and Roger in the chat group were not only in different eras, but also that Roger's changes would not affect his history at all. In other words, they are already two parallel worlds, parallel time and space. Drago couldn't help but heaved a sigh of relief. They deliberately didn't tell Roger about his information before so as not to affect the present. Don't let history change too much and catch them off guard. Well now, Roger has changed, but history has not changed. He believes that Roger, who was awakened by Qiao Lin, will not be so stupid as to continue to say the words that opened the era of great exploration. This kind of action to determine history is also going on among other group members. After confirming, Durag said in the group, "Dragon Tolong, I have a showdown. In fact, I am Durag, the Commander-in-Chief of the Revolutionary Army. I am One Piece. Puppeteer. Historian. Lurker." This series of ellipses made Drago confused. Dragon Tolong, what's wrong? I'm One Piece, you don't need to show your cards, we already knew. Puppeteer, you can see how concerned you are about Drago and the revolution. Historian, yet. Lurker, oh? Is it just me who doesn't know? What is the Revolutionary Army? Chapter 18. Historian, since you don't know, then what are you posting? Lurker, I see that you are all posting, and I will also post, wronged.jpg. Robin from West Blue couldn't help stroking her forehead, it seems that she is not the best in the group. The interaction between the two little girls made everyone laugh and didn't care. Dragon Tolong, I want to make a deal with you. If possible, please give the books uploaded by Qiao Lin to me in your time and space. In exchange, if there is anything that needs to come to my place, I will definitely help. What Drago thinks is that if they are all in parallel time and space, then the self in that time and space must have the same ideals as the self in this time and space. That being the case, the more people who try to revolutionize and overthrow the world government, the more likely it will be successful. As long as there is a successful case, it will be a valuable experience for the self in other time and space, and it will also be able to find out the details of the world government. Except for a few people in the group, they are all good people. After thinking about it for a while, they understood Drago's intentions and agreed. The promise of a revolutionary army leader is quite precious. I'm One Piece, if I have the opportunity to go to sea this time, I will go to you in my world, and I will give these books to him. Don't worry, then I also have a request, please agree. Dragon Tolong, please say, if I can do it. Roger took a breath and smiled wryly. I am One Piece. I know you will go to Windmill Village to pick up your son Luffy. If possible, bring my son with you by the way, and raise him well. This is the only thing I can do for this child. Roger had a general understanding of the era that everyone in the group lived in. The Dragon Slayer and the Historian were the closest to his era, while the Puppet Master was the farthest. I'm afraid Ace had grown up by then. As for the lurkers, the situation is unknown, but it should not be useful. From the dialogue, we can know that the Historian and the lurker are two little girls, and only Long can take care of Ace when he was a child. The Ace in his own time and space is guarded by him, and the Ace in Drago's time and space has to be handed over to Drago to take care of him. Dragon Long, okay. That's exactly what he meant. He had already planned to take Luffy over. Especially from Qiao Lin's mouth, he learned that his future chief of staff is still there, and now there is still a descendant of the former One Piece. With these three promising youngsters close at hand, it was impossible for him to miss. He will definitely train the three carefully and train them into a revolutionary army. However, after being reprimanded by Qiao Lin, he also understood that his old-fashioned master-student inheritance could not keep up with the pace of the times. If you want to compete with the world government, then you must at least use the naval headquarters training newcomers to train newcomers. Rapidly expanding the strength of the revolutionary army is the top priority. Roger and Durag hit it off. In a different time and space, One Piece and the leader of the revolutionary army established close cooperation for the first time. Others in the group could only cheer on them, because the two girls couldn't do anything right now, and the answers they needed were in Qiao Lin's place. As for Doflamingo, his scalp is tingling now. He had heard a year or two ago that a new star named Fire Fist Ace appeared in the sea. This means that Luffy, who is the protagonist and has many buffs on his body, will go to sea soon. If there is no accident, I will become a stepping stone for Luffy. In the end, he was sent to Impel Down. Based on my understanding of the five elders, if it falls into their hands, it will not be so easy to get out again. How can I deal with it to save myself from danger? Of course, it's best to be able to take a free ride and rub the aura of the protagonist. His and Drago's goals are actually the same. They all want to overthrow the world government in order to repay the youth who bullied him back then. Doflamingo had left there as a child, and while there was some intelligence, it wasn't much. This time through Qiao Lin, his understanding of world government has taken on a new look. If you want to overthrow it on your own, I'm afraid it will be more difficult than Drago, and this matter can only be discussed in the long run. Doflamingo looked at the few revolution guides downloaded in the chat group. In the dim room, the corners of his mouth gradually raised. Hey, I'm not going to be a pirate. East Blue. In Drago's office, after replying to Roger's message, he turned to look at Ivankov, who was sitting on the sofa with his legs crossed. Eva, call master, we are going to go out. Ivankov is pinching the glass of red wine, savoring it carefully. Durag's words caught him off guard. Where are you going? Let's go to Windmill Village. Chapter 19. Windmill Village? Ivankov vaguely remembered that this seemed to be Drago's hometown. What are you going to do? Ivankov asked curiously. Get 3 people, said Drago. They're important to our cause. Ivankov's expression froze. Who? My son Luffy, and his 2 companions. What about you? Ivankov felt a little unbelievable. He knew Drago well. Durag is well aware of the dangers of the revolutionary cause. In order not to implicate his son and father, he never contacted them almost after he started the revolution. Why do you want to pick up your son all of a sudden? A smile appeared on Drago's serious face. They are the future. Then he sat down, picked up a pen and began to transcribe the few books that were opened in the chat group on a blank sheet of paper. He wants everyone in the Revolutionary Army to see these books. Let them understand what revolution is, why it is necessary, and how to do it. Even if he fails, as long as these things are passed on, the next awakened person can learn from the past. This is the beginning of his destruction of the 800-year foundation of the world government. Soon after, a huge sailboat left the base. And in another time and space. East Blue, Bastillera Island. Roger picked up the phone bug and dialed a number he hadn't contacted for a long time. "Hi, it's me, long time no see, Rayleigh." A surprised voice came from the other end of the phone bug, as if he hadn't expected that it would be Roger who contacted him. Since the pirates disbanded, they separated and never contacted again. He also specially left this phone number for Roger. "Yeah, long time no see, how are you doing now? How are you?" "Still the same, haha. What about you?" "Same thing, doing my old job in Sabayati Archipelago. What's the matter with contacting me this time? Is something wrong?" Roger laughed. I gave up the idea I told you when I left." Rayleigh over the phone bug listened quietly. Roger continued, "I've changed my mind now. I want to live on. I need your help, Rayleigh." "Understood, what do you mean?" "It's time for the Roger pirates to come back." A few days later, a piece of news that shocked the whole world exploded like a bomb all over the world. It caused a huge sensation. The man who disappeared for a year without any news, reached the final island, and won the title of One Piece reappeared on the sea. But Qiao Lin didn't know about it. Because his body has somehow improved, his mental state, physical strength, and vitality are very full. "I didn't feel sleepy as usual during class, and even learning things became much easier." This renewed feeling made him very happy. The class ended in the morning, and Qiao Lin was about to leave. Lin Bei, who was sitting next to him, stopped him. "Qiao Lin, we are signing up for the class basketball competition, do you want to sign up for one?" Qiao Lin frowned. "You think I'll waste my time on this now? Of course I wouldn't have looked for you before, but today I found out that your physical fitness is so good, it's a pity not to play basketball. You also know, the situation of the boys in our class, a group of engineering students, who are either fat into balls, or thin into ribs. It is really not easy to gather a few people to play basketball. I was also a brain dead before I took the initiative to serve as the sports committee. Can you help my brother? It is said that if you win, there will be a bonus in the moral, intellectual, and physical scores of the scholarship selection, even if you only participate." When mentioning the scholarship, Qiao Lin paused. All he needed now was money, and replied, "Then count me in, but I'm not good at playing." "Okay, the basketball game between classes, what's the point? The important thing is to participate, don't be too embarrassing, and I will pull the girls in the class to cheer you on." "Up to you," Qiao Lin said copiously. "Then it's I just added it together, and I will pull 2 substitutes later, and it's over. There is no class in the afternoon. Let's go to the basketball court to practice. Don't lose too badly when we go on the court." After bidding farewell to Lin Bei, Qiao Lin went to the cafeteria to have lunch alone. At the lunch window, Qiao Lin suddenly felt like he could eat several servings. After asking Aunt Daphne to double the amount of rice for herself, she ordered a few meals that she usually eats and started cooking. He took out his mobile phone casually, ready to watch while eating. Seeing that the group I joined yesterday was quiet, Qiao Lin took a photo of the dinner plate and sent it in. Qiao Lin feels very good about the people in this group. If he was an acquaintance, he would not do this. However, this group is full of strangers, and there is no pressure to speak, and he is happy to say what he wants to say. "I'm One Piece, is this eating? Just eat a little? And where's the meat?" Qiao Lin has black lines all over his head, he eats twice as much as usual, okay? Qiao Lin enlarged the picture and marked the shredded pork inside. "Qiao Mulinson, this is it. I am One Piece, can this be called meat?" Chapter 20. Roger was a little startled. In his impression, wasn't the meat attached to the bone? Qiao Lin, I can't help it, I'm poor. Alas, I have to go to training in the afternoon, and the reserved coding time has been taken up again, and I have to work overtime at night. Poverty? It's hard to say. The people who were guessing what Qiao Lin liked before suddenly found that they could give Qiao Lin what they liked. Roger directly picked up a treasure box next to him and sent a red envelope to Qiao Lin. I am the One Piece, take it and use it first, and come to me later if you don't have enough. Qiao Lin was a little surprised. He clicked on the red envelope and saw that it was blank. After posting a disdainful expression, he didn't take it seriously, and he was used to this kind of joke in the chat group. Even if someone sends it, it's 1 point and 2 points, just for fun. But where Qiao Lin didn't pay attention, a text message was intercepted. Qingguo Bank, transfer QMB 10,000,000 to your account ending in XXXX. Seeing Qiao Lin's expression, Roger realized that Qiao Lin didn't see the money he sent to Qiao Lin. It should be blocked by the system. But it doesn't matter, the money must be in Qiao Lin's hands. At this time, Robin, who was diving, suddenly spoke. Historian, I watched a little bit of the One Piece you mentioned. I like the character named Robin very much. Can you tell me something about it? I'm curious. I'm curious about Robin, it seems you have a good eye, girl. Qiao Lin smiled, glanced at the plate in front of him, and before he knew it, he had eaten half of it. FK, I've eaten so much, why do I feel like I'm not full yet? Looking at the chat group again, Qiao Lin typed. Qiao Lin, I guess you just started watching One Piece, and you must not have seen far. Robin's story is far behind. If you are not afraid of spoilers, I can tell you about it. Robin suppressed some excitement. Historian, I'm not afraid, just tell me. All right. Now that you've said that, then I say it's not okay, and it's really cool to give people the feeling of spoilers and Amway. While the two were talking, Roger, who was diving next to him, suddenly found 2 more people in his invitation list. There is a newcomer. Roger didn't hesitate, and directly invited the 2 to join. Fire is happy to join the chat group. Sorrow of Water joins the chat group. Huo's Hijao, who is it? What's the plan? I'm. Group member Huo's Hixio was banned by the group owner, I am One Piece. Huo Ji-Xing's message was withdrawn by the group owner, I am One Piece. Group member Water's Sorrow was banned by the group owner, I am One Piece. The Sorrow of Water over there was about to speak, but before the words came out, he was silenced, a little confused. Here Qiao Lin was typing to answer questions from historians, when suddenly 2 newcomers joined the group, which made him stop. Looking at it, I don't know why these 2 people were banned as soon as they came in. And also retracted a message. Qiao Lin. I'm One Piece, it's okay, you can continue. Although it felt a little strange, Qiao Lin decided to answer the historian's question first. Fingers move on the virtual keyboard. Over there, Roger initiated a private chat with the 2 new members. I'm One Piece, newcomers read the historical news first when joining the group, and I will unblock you after I understand the situation. In addition, there is only one rule in this group, it is forbidden to reveal to Qiao Lin that we are from One Piece world in any way, otherwise I will kick him out immediately. I hope you don't make wrong choices. It is a great opportunity for us to be able to join this chat group, which can even change your future. After speaking, Roger withdrew from the private chat, and he rushed to watch Qiao Lin's explanation. Here, the joy of fire and the sorrow of water are confused by Roger's series of messages. But slowly they also realized that this chat group seemed to be a very important thing, so they browsed the history according to the group owner's prompt. But at this sight, their 3 views were shattered. Here Qiao Lin is answering Robin's question. Qiao Lin, Nico Robin, was born 6 years before Roger died. I'm One Piece, wait, why do you say it was 6 years before Roger died? Is he some kind of year mark? Roger couldn't complain. Qiao Lin, don't interrupt, who let Roger start the age of bullshit voyages, it's too iconic. Well, it's my fault. Roger thought to himself. Qiao Lin, the place she is in is called O'Hara, which is a famous archaeological holy land in West Blue. There is a tree of omniscience here, which claims to have the world's largest library of scholars and books. It can be said to be the treasure of the entire One Piece world. Chapter 21. When Robin was 2 years old, her mother Albia went to sea to explore history. As archaeologists, what they are most interested in is the 100 years that have disappeared. Therefore, even in the world government, it is strictly forbidden to study this period of history. In the case of scholars in O'Hara are still studying in secret. The world has no airtight walls. This matter was exposed when Robin was 8 years old. At this time, due to his outstanding talent, Robin became the youngest archaeologist. On Robin's happiest day, people from the world government killed them. After catching people here secretly researching the truth of history, the world government launched a buster call to O'Hara. Everyone in O'Hara, including her mother, was killed and only Robin was left alive. Down. And the reason she survived was because she didn't get on the refuge ship. In order not to let any archaeologist or Akainu of Marine Vice Admiral sink the entire refuge ship, Aokiji felt compassion after seeing this scene. After passing her, she lived a life of being bountied by the marine and wandering around West Blue. Memories of the past gradually emerged in Robin's mind as Qiao Lin told, and tears rolled down his cheeks unstoppably. Others were also filled with emotion when they heard about the girl's experience. Losing teachers, friends, and family members on the happiest day is the saddest thing in the world. At this time, they also realized that the historian is the girl named Nico Robin, so if estimated from the time, Robin should still be wandering now. They couldn't help but sigh, in such a world, such tragedies don't happen just once or twice. Robin's experience also aroused a strong resonance with another lurker who had a similar experience in the group. They are all the same, but what makes her better than Robin is that she has a kappa to take care of her, while Robin has nothing and is still being chased by a bounty. She couldn't even imagine how hard it was for an 8-year-old. She wanted to comfort Robin, but remembered that it seemed impossible to reveal their identities now, so she stopped. I can only curse angrily. Lurker, damn world government, damn Akainu. Qiao Lin, the following story is the feature film in the anime. When I became an adult, I joined Baroque Studio to search for ancient weapon Pluton for Crocodile. Then I met Luffy and joined the Straw Hats. Basically, I fell into the halo of the protagonist. Although there were turmoil after that, it's alright, I followed Luffy's adventure to study the text of history along the way. It's quite pleasant, that's all. Originally, the first half was full of bitter tears, but why is it so wrong in the second half? The corner was made too fast, so they didn't react for a while. This is the halo of the protagonist. Hiss, it's terrifying. Seeing this scene, Doflamingo, the diving OB over there, became even more apprehensive. It seemed that he had to act early and make preparations. Robin was also confused by this. That's it. That's it. But knowing his future is not too bad, and after getting the aura of the protagonist, he can still study the text of history. It is estimated that I can reach the final island in the future and see the so-called historical text. However, Robin always felt empty in his heart. There is an inexplicable emotion backlogged in my heart, and I can't tell whether it is happiness or loss. It may be that I have received too much information in this group, and those things that were originally secrets are not secrets. Those things that ordinary people would never realize were thoroughly analyzed by Qiao Lin. The world government seems to have been picked up and stored in the warehouse, those small nines are tiled out. At this time, the original ideal of fulfilling the wishes of teachers and mothers and understanding and researching the truth of history has become less important. This feeling of dissatisfaction made her unable to let go. This may be the greed of human nature. And Robin, who is good at thinking, suddenly had a new speculation. That is, could the great secret treasure of the final island be a bait deliberately thrown out by the world government? To lead the pirates from all over the world to this road of death? Think about it, who are the people who know the truth of history? After Roger arrived at Raftel, the world government, who didn't know the specific situation, would definitely speculate that Roger's entire group knew the truth. And after the Roger pirates returned, they met many people, and they were likely to tell the story. But what about the result? Didn't make a splash. There was no response from the world government either. The entire Roger pirate group, except for Roger who surrendered himself, was basically not hunted down on a large scale, as if they didn't care. In addition, Roger turned himself in after finding the big secret treasure. This basically proves that the truth of history has no practical value, and it is likely to be a dusty scandal. Even if it is exposed, it will not shake the rule of the world government, because the situation is fixed. Robin asked her doubts. Chapter 22. Qiao Mulinson, you listened so carefully, you deserve to study history. I also think so, because the main initiators of the O'Hara incident and the Nice Lobby incident were Spandine and Spondam, and their purpose was to get promoted. It was they who took the initiative to provoke the five elders to give orders to O'Hara and ancient weapon Pluton. If it wasn't for them, the five elders might not bother to care about these things. The attitude of the five elders was very cold throughout the process. Received Qiao Lin's answer, Robin felt a little bitter. For this, the whole of O'Hara was destroyed. A trace of unbearable anger rose in Robin's heart. She wanted revenge and turned the world government upside down. Historian, if you were Robin, what would you do if you were 14 and knew these things? Robin stared closely at the chat group. She is alone now, at the age of 14, even if she knows these things, she doesn't know how to do it now. Now she has no fixed place to live, and her life is in danger at any time, not to mention revenge. So she wanted advice from Qiao Lin, and she couldn't wait that long. There are still more than 10 years before the protagonist of the anime One Piece grows up, which is too far away. She has to do something. Hearing the historian's question, Qiao Lin shook his hand holding the chopsticks and replied. Qiao Mulinson, if you were 14, you should still be in West Blue at that time. Drago should have started a revolution. Robin can consider contacting his forces in West Blue. They should also be looking for Robin at this time. Then follow the revolutionary army to overthrow the world government. All the mistakes are caused by the world government. Overthrowing the world government is the right thing to do. After stopping Qiao Lin's words, Robin's eyes lit up. What is she most lacking now? It is a stable environment. And it so happened that if the revolutionary army were looking for her, they would be able to give her this environment. More importantly, the leader of the revolutionary army is in the group. This is simply handing pillows when you are drowsy, and paper towels when you go to the toilet, absolutely. And before that, Durag issued a request to everyone in the group, please, if they have the opportunity, please give the basic revolution guide obtained from Qiao Lin to them in that time and space. Drago directly sent a private message to Robin. Long to long, I will tell you about the situation of the revolutionary army in West Blue later. We have been looking for you. If you take the initiative to find us, we will definitely welcome you. You don't have to worry. Historian, okay, thanks. Dragon Talong, you're welcome. I hope you can help the revolutionary army in that space-time to overthrow the world government. If there is information about the world government, we can exchange it at any time. Historian, I will. This is a rare opportunity for both parties. This is equivalent to one more person playing the game of breaking through the level. As long as one person gets a new clue, they can go further. This wonderful cooperation across time and space was launched through this chat group. They once again refreshed their understanding of the chat group. If there were more cooperation like this, wouldn't it be possible to develop this chat group into 10,000 ways to overthrow the world government? This Qiao Lin is really a well-deserved treasure in their chat group. After communicating with Drago, Robin returned to the chat group. Historian, thanks for the information, I understand. Clear? What do you understand? Qiao Lin was a little confused. Why these people said such strange words? He just said some simple assumptions. How did he make it seem like he had learned some martial arts secrets? Qiao Mulinson, oh, as long as you know. Robin remembered that Roger and Arag, who were helped by Qiao Lin, both sent red envelopes to Qiao Lin. But at this time she had no money on her body, and was a little embarrassed for a while. She opened the red envelope system, and accidentally found something on the interface that she could send out red envelopes. Bowen and strong knowledge, talent description, outstanding learning ability, strong memory and understanding ability. Flower fruit. Archaeological professional skills. Grandmaster ancient text. Robin fell into thought after seeing these things. Although she was only 14 years old, she became an archaeologist at the age of 8, plus she had lived on the run for the past few years. Let her develop the habit of active brain and carefulness. She immediately judged that the flower fruit was probably the one that was really valuable to Qiao Lin. But once this ability is released, Qiao Lin, who is familiar with One Piece, will definitely notice it. This violates the rules set by the group owner. She doesn't want to quit the group yet, this chat group is very precious to her. In her opinion, with Qiao Lin's knowledge and vision, the other three things are probably of no use to him. With an apologetic heart, Robin sent these three useless things to Qiao Lin as red envelopes. Chapter 23. I can only use this as a thank you gift first, and make it up later. I will always remember your great kindness, and I will repay it no matter what. Robin thought silently. Seeing the three exclusive red envelopes appearing in the chat group, Qiao Lin was speechless. Here we go again. People in this group like to give out red envelopes every now and then. The key is that you post it as soon as you post it, and you can put a few cents in it anyway. As soon as I opened it, there was no hair inside. Originally, he thought about not opening the red envelope, but Qiao Lin opened it again when he saw the red envelope. Sure enough, there is no hair inside. Cao, I knew it. The bait is straight to the salt. Why can't I control my hand? Bah! Qiao Lin complained, looked down at the plate on the dining table, and found that the double lunch inside had been eaten, but he seemed only 3 or 4 full. Why did my appetite suddenly increase? I'm already 20 years old, am I still growing? He complained again, but he can't ignore his stomach if he is not full. He can still afford to eat now. Although he is poor, his body is the capital of the revolution, and he will not treat his body badly. Of course, the real reason is that if the body is broken, it will cost more to go to the hospital. Qiao Lin got up again and went to the windowsill to cook, and glanced at the price of the dishes posted on the window. Qiao Lin, who often eats here, doesn't care. But what he didn't notice was that these things were recorded in his mind like a replica. Qiao Lin ordered 2 more meals and returned to the table. Picking up the phone, he found that the chat group had quieted down, and Qiao Lin turned on the short video software to watch videos while eating. I don't know the thoughts of the members of the group at all. Robin was asking Darag about the contact information of the Revolutionary Army in West Blue, and she decided to defect to the Revolutionary Army and work with the Revolutionary Army to overthrow the world government. When Roger and Doflamingo saw that Qiao Lin didn't appear again, they didn't pay attention to the group. The latter was making up his mind at this time, and he must ask his question as soon as Qiao Lin appeared next time. After seeing the life experience of Robin, who is in the aura of the protagonist today, he really realized how powerful this thing is. Not only is it smooth sailing for me, but the people around me are also prospering. What is this? This is a team buff, and it will be offered as a mascot in the pirate group. It seems that I have to find a way to rub it. As for the lurkers, they are also waiting for an opportunity. On the other hand, the two newcomers who joined this time, the joy of fire and the sorrow of water, are not so calm. At the beginning, I found this chat group and thought I had hit someone else's ability. After being banned by the group leader and looking through the historical records, they were shocked. I am afraid that nothing in the things they have been exposed to for most of their lives can shock them. This kind of chat across time and space is fine. What is the scariest thing? The dead Roger actually appeared in this group, and was actually the group leader. Not only that, he even chose another life trajectory in another time and space. Seeing this, the two of them asked about Roger's history at the same time, only to find that Roger has changed, but their history has not changed. The two who were relieved continued to watch. I don't know if I don't see it, I was shocked when I saw it. Roger, the Pirate King, appeared in front of him, and now came the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Drago. Good guy, even if these two guys appear on the same island, the world government and marine will be shaken. As a result, people are still here chatting kindly. The world's great wonders. Then they saw the most amazing person in this group, Qiao Lin's analysis of world government, saw the aura of the protagonist, and saw the few revolutionary guides. They fell silent. If it was said that the chat group was only regarded as a kind of magical existence before, then now they have realized the value of the chat group to them. An existence capable of affecting their lives, and even the entire world. Report. There was a knock on the door. Sitting in the room was a man in a dark red suit with a pink rose on his chest. He had a Huxia character face and a firm face, which gave people a serious and cold deterrent at a glance. Come in. Report Sakazuki Admiral, we have reached naval headquarters. I see, back off. Yes. There was one more person left in the room, and this man was the current Marine Admiral Akainu. Akainu took out a pack of high-end cigarettes from the drawer, took out one from the inside and put it to his lips. His fingers instantly became hot and he lit the cigarette. Pale white smoke lingered in front of him, blurring his face. Chat group. World government. Marine. Roger. Durag. Nico Robin. And Qiao Linear. A gleam flashed in Akainu's eyes. It seems that I have to study this thing carefully. Chapter 24. And at the same time, in another time and space. On a huge pirate ship, a pirate stared ahead with his eyes wide open. And there was nothing in front of him. 4 lunches of his usual size only fed Qiao Lin to about 70% to 80% full. Thinking that his usual food expenses are only about 10 yuan per meal, but this time it cost him more than 20, he shook his head with some distress. This sudden big appetite will not cause his living expenses to double. After eating, Qiao Lin sat in the cafeteria for a while and walked to the court. There are not many people on the stadium during the lunch break, after all, we just finished eating. But recently I have to play a class competition, so there are more than before. Not only can you see groups of boys playing again under the ball frame, but you can also see some girls practicing shooting. Athletic girls with not so ugly faces are naturally a beautiful sight in the entire stadium. Even the railings on the side of the road stopped from time to time for some passing students to stop and watch. When Qiao Lin arrived, the boys in his class had already arrived, and they were playing half-time in teams. Seeing Qiao Lin's arrival, Lin Bei, who has a good relationship with Qiao Lin, immediately greeted him. Why are you here now? Lin Bei gasped and asked. Dinner, you guys came too early, wait, you won't have to practice all afternoon. Qiao Lin asked. Stupid birds fly first. Although we know we can't win, we don't want to lose too badly. When the game comes, there will be so many people and girls from our class. If we lose too badly, it will affect our lives in the next few years. Lin Bei said and winked at Qiao Lin, meaning you understand. Understood. Lin Bei replied without sincerity. Looking at his teammates again, they are all old faces, but as Lin Bei said, their class is a bunch of engineering nerds. They have all been selected by Lin Bei, and none of them seem to be athletes. Only Qiao Lin, who just arrived, looks decent. And the line of sight of the OB next to him also showed this problem. There was no one watching at the halftime where Qiao Lin and his class were. It's all about the team on the opposite side that is playing back and forth, and of course the girls over there who are contacting to shoot 2-pointers. Qiao Lin, who just arrived, attracted their attention with his height of 1.8 meters, handsome sunny face, and muscular lines that can be seen in clothes. Lin Bei asked the person in charge of the substitute to give up a position to Qiao Lin and let him play directly. Qiao Lin hasn't played basketball for several years. Since the second year of high school, she has devoted herself to the college entrance examination. After the college entrance examination, she focused on homework and writing novels. Touching the basketball this time was a little strange as expected. He patted it casually, feeling nothing. People who were watching the game outside the stadium originally thought that Qiao Lin would be the trump card of this group, but they didn't expect such strange force when he made a shot. Good guy, can't fight. Then the basketball game in this class is not over, so I don't look here anymore. Then a few minutes later, there was a crisp bang on the field. Everyone looked around, only to see a person hanging from the hoop of the basketball hoop, and a basketball bouncing on the ground. Is this someone dunking? And when they took a closer look at the man who dunked, it turned out to be someone they had just looked at who couldn't hit. Damn it, someone dunked. It's not from the school basketball team, is it? It's so cute. It doesn't look like it. Didn't you notice when he first started playing? He couldn't even dribble smoothly. How could he be a person who often plays basketball? Here, Lin Bei and the others were also shocked by Qiao Lin's sudden operation. Okay, Qiao Lin, I didn't see it, I can do dunks, awesome. Lin Bei walked over with his eyes wide open and said, you also told me that you can't play basketball. If it wasn't for your dunk, I would have been bluffed by your first few shots. As soon as Qiao Lin put his hands down from the ball frame, he himself was at a loss. He had never dunked blue before, but just now he had a feeling of being able to dunk. Then he dunks and the ball goes in. Hearing Lin Bei's words, he said helplessly, I just found out. Just pretend you are, don't think brother I don't know you are writing online articles, we should stop playing pigs and tigers in front of our own people, but with you here, we should not lose in the game it's too awful. Not to mention Lin Bei, other people think the same way. Losing the game is not terrible, but the terrible thing is that the score gap is huge. Qiao Lin said speechlessly, believe it or not. Halftime continues. For some reason, Qiao Lin always felt that his condition was surprisingly good. He couldn't dribble, and then glanced at the opposite half who could dribble, and then the picture seemed to be printed in his mind, and he reproduced it casually. Generally speaking, the correct steps are as follows. Eyes, I will. Brain, I seem to have this feeling too. Hands and feet, no, you won't. Chapter 25. But Qiao Lin is uncharacteristically coordinated with eyes, brain, hands, and feet. It's like opening Kakashi's blood wheel eye and then writing copy. If there is any operation there, he will copy it here. Gradually, 3v3 on his side has become a game for him alone. Layups, dunks, three-pointers, mid-range shots, dribbles. This made the other team's trio who were not very good at basketball even worse. What's more outrageous is that Qiao Lin found that even though he was exercising like this, he didn't even catch his breath. Do you really have basketball talent? And Qiao Lin's smooth and gorgeous operation also attracted the attention of the off-court, and even the girl practicing shooting in the next court stopped. Although they don't know much about basketball, being handsome is enough. The situation here also attracted the attention of the opposite half. Brother G, there seems to be a master over there. Brother G stopped and looked over. Before that, they wanted to invite Lin Bei and the others to play the whole game. They were also preparing for the class competition. However, after observing Lin Bei's strength, they gave up. There are 2 school basketball teams on their side. The difference in strength is too great, and it's boring to fight. It's better for them to practice by themselves. But after watching Qiao Lin's operation for a few minutes, Brother Ji's eyes lit up. Let's go fight them. So a group of people went to Qiao Lin's place. Their actions also caught the attention of onlookers. The experience of watching a full-time game is completely different from that of a half-time game. And because of various reasons such as personnel and venues, there are not many opportunities to watch the whole game. Except for the formally organized games, you can only watch the live or recorded broadcasts of those leagues. Looking at their posture now, it is time to fight together. They couldn't help but put on a look of watching the show. Lin Bei and the others thought they were trying to dominate the field when they saw so many people coming, but after chatting, they learned that the other party was going to play a friendly match. Lin Bei turned his attention to his classmates. Lin Bei, do you want to fight? Everyone looked at each other, and then turned their attention to Qiao Lin. Now he is the main force of the team. If he doesn't fight, they will be hammered. Seeing them looking at him, Qiao Lin said, I'm free. Lin Bei nodded, then let's try it out first, as a warm-up before the real match. Soon, the fact that the whole court was going to be played here attracted the attention of people nearby, and more people were watching outside. The opposing team not only found a referee from somewhere, but also provided a whistle. An impromptu friendly match played like a regular game. This really scared the people on Qiao Lin's side. Lin Bei whispered to Qiao Lin, I heard that there are 2 school basketball teams over there. It will be up to you later. Okay. Qiao Lin nodded. He just wanted to see what he could do, and when he suddenly found out that he had athletic talent, he became interested. Everyone takes the ball back and passes it to Qiao Lin. Qiao Lin turned around and found that the man called Brother Ji was watching him with interest, and he could see the fighting spirit in his eyes from a long distance away. Qiao Lin also looked over without hesitation. The game starts, jump ball. It was that Wei Ji standing in front of Qiao Lin. Wei Ji is a member of the school team. He is 1.88 meters tall, which is a bit taller than Qiao Lin who is 1.80 meters. In addition, he often participates in school team training. Looking at Qiao Lin in front of him, Wei Ji grinned confidently. As the basketball was thrown, the 2 jumped up at the same time. Wei Ji stretched out his arm, and the basketball was in front of him. Just when he thought the ball was already his, a hand pressed on the ball 1 step faster than him. How can it be? Wei Ji turned his head to look, it was Qiao Lin, and the other person jumped higher than him. As soon as Wei Ji hit the ground, he turned around and was about to chase after him, but Qiao Lin moved so fast that he had already disappeared beside him, and a series of dribbling moves directly knocked him down 10 meters away. Then there was a clang, a dunk, and the first ball of the game. The smooth flow of this series directly stunned everyone present. Is this a friendly match? Why do I feel like I'm watching a professional league? I heard that there is a school basketball team in this group of people. This person should be the school basketball team. If so, then this level is not bad. Look carefully, the 2 over there wearing school team uniforms belong to the school basketball team, this one is not. FK, people like this are not from the school basketball team. Is the coach of the team blind? No wonder our school's college student league can't win prizes. After Qiao Lin's dunk, he quickly returned to the defense, not paying attention to the shocked eyes next to him. When passing by Wei Ji asked, You are so good, why is there no you in the school basketball team? With your physical fitness and strength, it is more than enough to join the school team. In his opinion, Qiao Lin's basketball skills are so good, it should be because he loves basketball very much, so why didn't he sign up for the school team? But what answered him was Qiao Lin's silence. Chapter 26. It was this silence that made Wei Ji think that Qiao Lin had something to hide. In fact, Qiao Lin was thinking about how to answer the other party's question. Do you want to tell the other party that you only found out today that you can play basketball? If you say this, no one will believe it. After thinking about it, Qiao Lin gave a panacea answer, no time. Why did Wei Ji never think of this answer? A talented and capable person actually told him that he didn't have time, which made it difficult for him, who was aiming to become a professional basketball player, to accept, and even felt that his dream had been desecrated. Is this looking down on him? Wei Ji's expression changed, and he became gloomy. The game continues. Qiao Lin is the only one who can be useful here, Lin Bei counts as half, and the others add up to 1. So basically adopt a defensive strategy, guarding their own half. If he grabs the ball, he will pass it directly to Qiao Lin, and as long as the ball is in Qiao Lin's hands, no matter how strict Wei Ji is on the opposite side, he will not be able to steal it from Qiao Lin. 3-pointers, layups, dunks. The situation showed a one-sided trend, and what shocked Wei Ji even more was that no matter how many people he asked to let go with him, Qiao Lin flashed past them as if he could predict their movements. Is the gap really that big? There was a trace of bitterness on the corner of Wei Ji's mouth. Only Qiao Lin's teammates expressed deep sympathy for their experience. Just now, they were so scalp-numbed by Qiao Lin's manipulation. Now it's finally someone else's turn to try it. And this kind of fancy show operation game also ushered in bursts of cheers from the onlookers. I didn't expect to be able to see this with my own eyes. If the venue hadn't told me that I was in school, I would have thought it was some famous star who was abusing food. Did you take a picture? It's being filmed, such a wonderful operation. When it is posted on the post bar, it will definitely become popular on end stations. The girls' dormitory was located near the basketball court, and the excitement here naturally attracted the attention of the surrounding girls. Do you think that is someone from our class? It seems so, isn't that Lin Bei? The sports committee member of our class. Go and have a look. At the same time, Qiao Lin was controlling the basketball and came under the opponent's basketball hoop. Under their desperate gaze, he dunked again. Accompanied by the vibration of the basket was the applause of the people around. On the court, there is nothing more exciting than dunking. I'll go, is this his first dunk? 20 or so. It's really CAO. The dunk, which is rarely seen once, is enough today. I'm full. Hearing this, the eyes of the girls who just came over who were in the same class as Qiao Lin widened. If I'm not mistaken, that's Qiao Lin, right? It's really him. I couldn't believe it at first. He can play basketball so well. I'm afraid I can go to play professionally. On the court, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Qiao Lin seemed to have a whole new look, not at all the low-key and decadent in the class before. The sweat-soaked white shirt faintly reveals the strong muscle lines inside, and there is a hint of masculine sexiness in the blood. You're so serious, isn't your heart moving? You still have the nerve to talk about me, don't you also stare at me? TCH, I have a boyfriend, but you have asked you to chase me a long time ago. You still look at this and that, and now it is probably very popular. So what's the matter? I just didn't chase before. Haven't you heard that you get the moon first if you are close to the water? Wait. On the field. The score was getting bigger and bigger, and Wei Ji and the others became more and more anxious. Get blown up by a person, tell them where to put their faces. They all regretted wearing school team uniforms to play. After serving again, Wei Ji re-instructed his teammates. No one else will care about it later, we'll just keep an eye on him. It's okay to encircle him, at least to pull the score up. It's embarrassing for so many people to watch. Clear. After many contests, they also figured out Qiao Lin's strategy, went deep alone, and then scored. After seeing Qiao Lin steal from their men, everyone immediately returned to the defense without hesitation. The two were stuck in front of Qiao Lin, and the others surrounded him from both sides. Yiren was left behind Qiao Lin. Seeing that there was nowhere to go, Qiao Lin jumped up and prepared to shoot before they approached. At this moment, Wei Ji, who had been prepared for a long time, suddenly jumped up, stretching his arms as hard as possible, vowing to block Qiao Lin. Seeing that the ball was about to be blocked by Wei Ji, Qiao Lin grabbed the ball hard to change the release point before it was released. Everyone thought that Qiao Lin was doomed this time. Suddenly, there was only a bang, and there was a dull loud noise in the arena. The ball exploded. This is what no one thought of. Can basketball be bombed too? Everyone looked at the field with this doubt, but the fact was in front of them, the wreckage of the basketball just now was lying on the ground. And the few people around Qiao Lin also looked confused. A few seconds later, they turned around and surrounded Wei Ji. "Zhou, are you all right? How are your hands?" Over there, Lin Bei and the others also ran over quickly and surrounded Qiao Lin. "Qiao Lin, how are you?" Qiao Lin shook his head, "It's fine. It's fine." Lin Bei heaved a sigh of relief, "It seems that the quality of this ball is too bad. I'll buy a good one in the future." "What kind of Puppeteer?" However, Wei Ji did not speak for a long time. He looked at his hands suspiciously. "Brother Ji, what's the matter? Did you get hit by the explosion of the ball?" After being photographed a few times, Wei Ji came back to his senses. "I'm fine." Everyone else breathed a sigh of relief. If Wei Ji got injured this time, then their team would lose an admiral. But what they didn't know was that Wei Ji was thinking about another thing right now. "I obviously didn't touch his ball, but why did the ball explode? Could it be that he caught it? Impossible, impossible, this is not something humans can do." Wei Ji shook his head involuntarily, denying his guess. But thinking of Qiao Lin's inhuman strength, he fell silent again. Qiao Lin didn't pay much attention to it, because he felt that the ball exploded after he touched the ball with a little force, which is probably due to the poor quality of the ball. "I didn't think it was my reason at all. Thinking that it has been fighting for so long, and it will be like this if it continues to fight, it is better to let it go." Qiao Lin walked towards Wei Ji and the others and said, "That's it for today, I have to leave beforehand, you guys fight." Hearing what Qiao Lin said, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Under Wei Ji's puzzled expression, Qiao Lin walked outside the court. And this also made everyone watching on the sidelines realize that the game was over. I don't know who applauded first, and then the whole stadium erupted in applause. Outside the court, several girls from Qiao Lin's companions saw that Qiao Lin was about to leave, so they came to the exit first. One of the girls took the initiative to stand up in the eyes of the other companions. "Qiao Linier." But Qiao Lin walked over as if he didn't see it. Only a cold back is left. The smile on the girl's face froze as soon as she raised it. They don't know that before class this morning, Qiao Lin heard all their thoughts that they thought were very quiet. Knowing what they were thinking, Qiao Lin naturally wouldn't give them any good looks. But this scene was seen by the crowd watching. A thought flashed through their minds at the same time: "Shit, ruthless." Chapter 27. After finishing the basketball training at noon, Qiao Lin returned to the rental house. But he didn't know how much sensation his performance this afternoon caused. A god who dunked 28 baskets in one game. A 1-on-5 game. And the most astounding man who blows up a basketball. Word of the story quickly spread around the school as word of mouth spread from those who had watched the game live. And the more it spreads, the more exaggerated it is. Almost the entire campus knew at once that there was a basketball genius in the school. And another thing is that the video of this game was uploaded to the campus post bar and various short video websites by people who were shooting it with their mobile phones at the time. Those who didn't believe that such a person existed widened their eyes after seeing the video. The video went viral immediately after it was uploaded, and the number of hits kept rising. 1W, 10W, 50W, 100W. Many people who don't know the situation clicked in after seeing the video title and playback volume. 28 dunks non-stop. Have you ever seen a 1v5 match? Be sure to see the end. Seeing this title, they thought it was a basketball game to show off their skills, and they didn't pay much attention to it. After all, in this era where short videos are popular, they have never seen all kinds of god-tier highlights. When I saw the handsome boy dunking in the video, it was just an okay evaluation. But then something went wrong for them. This boy is frighteningly fast. He dribbles the ball smoothly, and his feints and predictions are easier than eating and drinking. What's even more frightening is that in front of him, those who came to stop him seemed to have been seen through, and all actions were under his control. 1, 2, 3, 4. He dodges all 4 double teams. Is this still human? Professional players are nothing more than that. A series of identical barrages flashed across the screen. Just when they were overwhelmed by the wonderful operation of the boy in the video, the 5 people on the opposite side surrounded him, and he was about to be blocked. Just heard a bang, the ball exploded. A series of question marks flashed across the screen. Is it a problem with the ball, or was it really blown up by them? Immediately afterwards, the 2 people who touched the ball were surrounded by teammates, and the progress bar was coming to an end. Just when they thought that what the title said must be seen ended up referring to the ball being blown. The same sentence flooded the screen. High energy ahead, single dogs back away. High energy ahead, single dogs back away. High energy ahead, single dogs back away. Then they saw the handsome and well-shaped boy walking out of the court after being enlarged by the camera, and a girl who was not bad was looking at him with a ruddy face. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that they were waiting for him. FK, is this going to abuse a dog? Just when they thought that the 2 of them would have a sour single confession or couple interaction. I saw the girl move her lips slightly as she took a step forward, as if she had said something, and a smile bloomed on her face. Then, the whole person froze. Because the boy walked past her without even looking at her. FK. Ruthless. This kind of scene that was thought to only appear in film and television dramas actually appeared in reality, and it ended in such a contrasting form. Such a beautiful opening with such a rough ending. This made them feel unbearably distressed. And what's even more painful is that they are more envious if this guy doesn't accept it than accept it. Because he was handsome, played basketball friendly, had a good figure, and the most important thing was that the girl chased after him actively. There will definitely be opportunities for people like this in the future. Thinking of this, they became even more sour. And as this video became popular on the internet, information about Qiao Lin was also posted on the campus post bar of Qinghua University by people who are familiar with Qiao Lin. Names, ages, classes, grades, and even family backgrounds were all mentioned. They fell silent when they saw that Qiao Lin was an orphan, working while studying, and receiving a scholarship every year. If someone is better than you and works so hard, what reason do you have for not fighting? You deserve to be chased by girls. You can only watch others being chased by girls. For a while, Qiao Lin became an inspirational spokesperson instead, and became more well known as the video became popular. However, Qiao Lin himself did not know about this. At this time, he had already returned to the rental house, took a shower, and went to the computer to type. The afternoon is still quite full. After finishing today's tasks, I can have a good rest in the evening. Fingers pressed quickly on the keyboard, and the sound of crackling keyboards echoed in the room. To Qiao Lin's surprise, today's writing is not only full of ideas, but also the conception and assumption of the whole plot is much faster and smoother. After coding, he realized that his coding speed was twice as fast as usual. Cool. After finishing today's work in half the time, Qiao Lin happily put the computer aside. Pick up the phone, look through it, and buckle it up. Chapter 28. I found that it seemed to be talking about today's game. Moreover, many people chatted with him privately and asked him about his situation at that time. Some acquaintances even jokingly asked him if he didn't expect you to play basketball so well, would you be able to sing and dance rap? The corner of Qiao Lin's mouth twitched. There were too many people asking, and Qiao Lin didn't bother to recover, so he pretended he didn't see it, and instead clicked into the newly joined chat group. It's better here, there are few people talking and it's pleasant to listen to. The most important thing is that they don't know each other, so they don't have any scruples when they speak. When I opened the group, I found that the group owner is at Qiao Mulinson, at One Piece. What's the matter? Unexpectedly, just after Qiao Lin at Roger appeared in the group the next moment. I am One Piece, I want to ask you a question. Qiao Mulinson, ask. I'm One Piece, that's right, last time you said that if you were Roger, you would go find the lantern fish, but after all, this fish is alive and still lives in the sea, so it would be too difficult to find him. This is not a big problem at all, it is simply an impossible task. In the original book, Luffy and the others were able to meet the lantern fish, all because the little girl they met had a piece of pure gold in their hands, and then let the lantern fish come to them on their own initiative. Otherwise, it is impossible to find it. Of course Qiao Lin also knew this, but after all, it was about immortality, so it couldn't be difficult. Qiao Mulinson, you are right, if there are no accidents, it is indeed an impossible task. Roger lost his face when he got Qiao Lin's words. He had already gathered his people and was ready to go, but you suddenly told me this. My health is not very good yet, and the psychological gap is too big, and those with poor mental quality will just burp. Roger replied with a wry smile. I'm One Piece, then is there any way? I'm curious. Qiao Mulinson, there is a way, and it happens that Roger can use it. I am One Piece, what way? Qiao Mulinson, Murlocs and mermaids. When Qiao Lin mentioned murlocs and mermaids, Roger's eyes lit up. Why didn't he think of it? Since it is swimming in the sea, it must be the creatures in the sea, which is more convenient for them to find. And the mermaid happened to be able to communicate with sea creatures, and he happened to have contact with the mermaid king Neptune. If he got rid of Neptune, the other party would definitely not refuse. And if he can survive, it will be a good thing for Neptune. The crisis that Neptune will face in the future is not small. Who told him to give birth to a Poseidon? I am One Piece, I see, thank you. Speaking of which, Roger sent another red envelope to Qiao Lin. Qiao Lin didn't even bother to open it this time. Didn't notice another 20 million in his bank account. Roger from another world said to his deputy Rayleigh with a smile on his face. I have an idea, let's go to the Fishmen Island. Rayleigh wanted to understand the reason after hearing it for a while, but he was a little puzzled as to why Roger suddenly changed his mind, and then suddenly knew 2 ways to renew his life. You must know that they deliberately searched for a famous doctor in the sea before, and finally found Crocus to save Roger's life, but there is no better way. What exactly happened to Roger after getting off the ship that made him change so much? Rayleigh expressed his doubts. Roger smiled. I met a knowledgeable man, he told me a lot of things, these are what he told me. Who is he? We should thank him personally if we have the chance, after all, he brought our Roger pirates back to life. Let's talk about it later, I don't know if there is a chance. Roger shook his head with a smile. If Marine were here, half of Roger's pirates would be missing. This half goes to OPOP Fruit where North Blue will appear in the future. The confrontation between Qiao Lin and Roger aroused another person in the group eager to try. This person is the latest member, Huo Ji is very happy. After studying the chat group, he deeply realized the value of this group to him. At the same time, I also realized another thing, that is, he seems to have become a public enemy in this group. For example, in Qiao Lin's conversation, he can learn that he ordered the sinking of O'Hara's refuge ship. He did not deny this, and he did give this order at that time. Upholding absolute justice, he has no regrets about making such an order. But Qiao Lin said that he would kill Roger's son Ace in the future, so, well, if it was him, then he would really do it. But he didn't do these things now, so why should he take the blame for him in the future? After realizing his identity as a public enemy and the right of the group leader Roger to kick people, Sakazuki decided to give it a go. Chapter 29. The opportunity to join this chat group is hard won. Although he is ruthless, he is not the kind of fool. He will not be stupid when he needs to use his brain. But what caught his attention even more was Qiao Lin's analysis and evaluation of world government. The pattern of the whole world is designed by the world government. Isn't the purpose of setting up military garrisons at the entrance of the Great Route to attract pirates from all over the world to enter the Great Route? Raftel is actually a bait set by the world government. The age of discovery is likely to be in the arms of the world government, and the world government is very happy, and may even push it behind. Pirates are actually an important tool for the world government to control the world. What made Sakazuki even more angry was Qiao Lin's comment on Marine. World government is leading two dogs, one is Marine, the watchdog, and the other is Pirate, the vicious dog released to make an example to others. It uses these two dogs to eat everyone and control the world. In fact, there is no essential difference between Marines and Pirates. They are both tools used by the world government to control the world. What are you kidding? He does not deny that the world government regards Marine as a dog, and the attitudes of 5 elders and celestial dragons really prove this point. However, what kind of joke is it to treat Marines and Pirates as the same kind? Marine is used to maintain the justice of the world, and it is Marine's responsibility to fight pirates and eliminate evil. It is precisely because of the presence of Marines that the world can maintain its current order. Never allowing a trace of evil to exist is his lifelong belief. For this reason, he would rather kill 1,000 by mistake than let a single criminal go. But when the world government was cut open by Qiao Lin, revealing the filth and sin inside, he fell silent. What made him even more powerless was that the reality seemed to be completely consistent with what Qiao Lin said, and the logic formed a perfect closed loop. The franchised countries pay the heavenly gold, and the heavenly gold supports Marines, and the Marines catch pirates. The franchised countries are poor, and the Marines are stronger. The non-joint countries do not pay the heavenly gold, and the pirates rob, and the Marine not only ignores them, but also arrests people from the non-joint countries. The non-joint countries are poor, and the world government is stronger. If it is the world government who deliberately raises the bandits to be self-respecting, raises tigers as a threat, and lets Marines and pirate dogs bite dogs, then what is the justice they are struggling to maintain? Marines' life is also life. They can be sacrificed in the process of catching pirates, they can be sacrificed in fighting criminals, and they can even be sacrificed to maintain the dignity of Marine, but they cannot be consumed as a self-respecting dog. This is not justice. Not long ago, after returning to the headquarters, Sakazuki went to Marine Marshal Sengoku's office and offered him his advice. Establish a branch at the entrance of the Great Route and eliminate the pirates entering the Great Route as soon as possible. At the same time strictly control Sabayati Archipelago. Control the craftsmen who can coat the film, and issue a ban to prohibit anyone from coating the pirate ship. Completely cut off the first half of the pirates' way to enter the New World. In this way, the pirates in the first half of the Great Route will be caught in one urn and wiped out. At the same time, it will send more troops to the 4 seas to strengthen the hunt for pirates all over the world. In this way, the whole world is left with only the tough bone of New World. But to be able to achieve this step, New World has also cut off the way to absorb fresh blood from all over the world, and Marine has a steady stream of recruits to join. In this way, it is only a matter of time before New World's pirate forces are eliminated. Pirates have not been a problem since then. After listening to Sengoku, he said that he would report to 5 elders. Building a new marine branch is different from the branches of the 4 seas. A great root branch is usually headed by a vice admiral and tens of thousands of marines. It is a large project and requires a lot of funds. This kind of thing requires the consent of the 5 elders. Soon though, Sengoku gave Sakazuki the result. The 5 elders rejected his suggestion, saying that the world government has their own considerations about this, and he doesn't need to worry about it. Sakazuki, who heard the result, understood. It seems that the 5 elders knew that they could do this, but just sat back and watched. Watching this group of pirates walking on this channel like salmon swimming back on time. Watching the pirates burn, kill, and loot all the way. Watching marine and pirates fight to the death. It perfectly verified what Qiao Lin said in the chat group, and all of this was calculated by the world government. Sakazuki's mouth curled into a sneer. If it was before, he might have pretended not to know, and endured it. Just like what Garp, Sengoku, and Zephyr did, as long as they can uphold their justice in marine, that's enough. After all, world government is too large. But now, hey! Since the marine under the world government cannot maintain true justice, then the real marine will be created by me. No one can stand above the justice of the marine, not even the world government. Sakazuki looked at the chat group. He also downloaded and read several documents in the group, that is, the books that Qiao Lin handed over to Darag Revolution. Benefited a lot. A hint of inspiration suddenly appeared in his mind. But now he has a question he wants to ask Qiao Lin. Chapter 30. In the chat group, after Roger posted Qiao Lin at, Doflamingo was eager to try. He had long wanted to ask Qiao Lin about him. However, I have never found a chance, and finally waited for Roger to finish talking with Qiao Lin. Doflamingo hastily typed in the chat box. When Luffy is about to go to sea, what can Doflamingo do to change his destiny? This fate naturally refers to being defeated by Luffy and imprisoned in Impel Down. Because of the heinous things he did before, and from Qiao Lin's mouth, he can also understand that there are factors in it that he and Luffy have a good match. Isn't the so-called protagonist a partner of justice? Then he needs to know the trajectory of his life, avoid risks, and it is best to be able to clean up in one fell swoop, take the opportunity to catch a ride with Luffy, and overthrow the world government. He now knows very well that Luffy is not made to run a country, so after the overthrow of the world government, someone must be in charge, and then it is time for him to perform. But now he needed to know the answer. Before Doflamingo could confirm the sending, another person in the chat group had already posted the question. After seeing the person who asked the question, Doflamingo felt a vein pop on his forehead. Gan. Obviously he came first. The new guy was so rude too. I don't understand the rule of first come, first served. Huos Hickson, at, Newcomer Report. Seeing that the boss knows so much about the world of One Piece, I also have a question to ask. Qiao Mulinson, tell me, I will tell you if I know. After seeing Qiao Lin's recovery, Sakazuki was overjoyed, so Doflamingo had no choice but to delete the already typed content and wait for the next opportunity. Huos Hijao, I want to ask, what happened to that Akainu? I am One Piece, hey. Historian, you. Drago. Lurker. The Sorrow of Water. Puppeteer. As soon as Sakazuki's words came out, the whole group erupted, and all the OB divers were blown out. Young man, there is something wrong with you. According to the precedent of this group, it is always me who asks this question. That being the case, then the joy of fire is Akainu. For a moment, Roger, Robin, Drago, and Kojiki Hiri, who were in different time and space, were all angry. Doflamingo, who was preempted by Hwajixiu, showed an interesting smile. Fight up, fight up. Sorrow of Water took notes secretly. This is a wrong case of questioning, and he should take it as a warning. Seeing the reaction from everyone, Sakazuki suddenly felt bad. He didn't want to ask so directly, but that was his question, and it was pointless to ask anything else. He is very clear about himself, and in the future he will definitely not let go of the position of Marshal of Marine. He wants to know if he has become the Marine Marshal, and if the Marine led by him has implemented his own concept of justice. If his ideal cannot be realized in his original destiny, then he will seek a change. Sakazuki hastily explained. Huo's Hickson, don't get me wrong, I haven't watched One Piece since I saw Ace was killed by that BD Akainu, so I want to know what happened to him, this damn guy. It was Akainu who killed Ace, what has he to do with Sakazuki? Seeing the contempt for Akainu in Huaji's happy words, everyone let go of their doubts about him a little bit. Qiao Lin, who didn't understand the psychological activities of the crowd, thought it was Roger fans, Ace fans met suspected Akainu fans, so a wave of question marks suddenly broke out in the group. This kind of thing is not surprising to him in the post-bar. Qiao Mulinson, look at your nickname. If you are not the filial sword against Biafrostmorn, then you should be a fan of Ace according to your nickname. I can understand your feelings. What do you understand? This time it was Sakazuki's turn to look confused. But it was hard to fool, Sakazuki replied quickly. Huo's Hijao, well, yes. As expected, Qiao Lin looked like that. Qiao Mulinson, okay then, let's talk about the former Marine Admiral, now Marine Marshal Akainu. Hearing Qiao Lin's words, Sakazuki's face was filled with joy, and it turned out that he was the Marshal. Others, such as Roger, Robin, Drago, and others who had hatred against Akainu showed dissatisfaction on their faces, and Kojiki Hiri, who did not directly hate but was filled with righteous indignation because of what happened to Robin, also flushed with anger. What a dog day's fate, such a person who killed indiscriminately became the Marine Marshal. Not only the world government is hopeless, but even Marine. Such a world is still destroyed. Huo's Hijao, please tell me. Chapter 31. Qiao Mulinson, Akainu is a cruel and ruthless person. He belongs to the character design of an iron-blooded tough guy. He wholeheartedly upholds the absolute concept of justice and cannot tolerate the existence of evil. It is precisely because of this philosophy that he ordered the sinking of the residents' refuge boats when he was in O'Hara. In order to prevent the captured criminals from hiding in it and fleeing, he would rather kill 1,000 by mistake than let one go. Also because of this philosophy, during the Summit War, in order to maintain the dignity of Marine, he personally killed deserters on the battlefield. It is also true that during the entire war, when other admirals were fishing and watching the show, he was the only one who fought Whitebeard 1v1 men, and single-handedly planned the filial sun sword tactics against Whitebeard, seriously injuring Whitebeard. This man is an ideal tool man for the world government, not a real Marine. Sakazuki listened to the previous words very comfortably, as if he had met a confidant, and the arrogance in his heart was born spontaneously. But later Qiao Lin changed the subject, saying that he is an ideal tool person for the world government, and he was not calm anymore. Suppressing the anger in his heart, Sakazuki asked. Huo's Hijao, how do you say that? Why do you say that Akainu is an ideal tool person for the world government, not a real Marine? Qiao Mulinson, what do you think is the real Marine? The real Marine? Sakazuki subconsciously replied. The joy of fire, maintain justice. Qiao Mulinson, then what is justice? What else can justice be justice? After pondering for more than 10 seconds, Sakazuki slowly replied. The joy of fire, maintain order and eliminate evil. Qiao Lin shook his head. Qiao Mulinson, no, you still lack one most essential factor. Durag said suddenly. Dragon Tolong, protect people. Qiao Mulinson, that's it, if justice is only about maintaining order and eliminating evil, then this justice is too pale and superficial. Think about it carefully, why order is maintained, why is evil called evil? Order is destroyed because it affects people's lives and property, and evil is called evil because it hurts people's lives, property, security. If we only focus on maintaining order and eradicating evil, regardless of human life and death, then such justice will lose its original intention and fall into the misunderstanding of technocracy, focusing on the process and ignoring the result. Sakazuki still doesn't understand. Decades of thinking has ingrained itself, that this is all a necessary sacrifice. But Drago already understood, this is the same as what Qiao Lin told him before. Why overthrow the world government? Is it overthrow for the sake of overthrow? No, it's about making people's lives better. This is the same, not to maintain order and destroy evil, but to protect people from these harms. Qiao Mulinson, I use an extreme analogy. Justice and evil are two sides of the same coin. There is no evil without justice, and there is no justice without evil. If just maintaining order and eradicating evil is justice, then wouldn't it be enough if I just wiped out everyone? Without people, no one will be harmed, order will not be disrupted, and evil will completely disappear. Can you say this is justice? This kind of justice itself is a kind of evil. Hearing this, Sakazuki understood what Qiao Lin meant. It is better to kill 1,000 by mistake than to put one by mistake. Although the criminals are eliminated, the people who should be protected are also eliminated. This act is placed on O'Hara, because few people can be said to be necessary sacrifices. So what if there are more people on that day? How about tens of millions? So what is the difference between this behavior and pirates? For the first time, the belief that I had been holding on to was shaken for the first time. Seeing the joy of the fire, Qiao Lin continued without saying a word. Qiao Mulinson, as for saying that Akainu is the ideal tool man for the world government, it couldn't be simpler. What the world government wants is an obedient marine, a marine who won't resist their orders, and a marine who has no self-thought. Marine. But people are people after all, they have self-awareness, they can't control people's thinking, so they can only find candidates who meet their ideals. And Akainu's ruthless attitude happened to be exactly what they wanted. Because of absolute justice, Akainu has no tolerance for evil. All evil should be eliminated, and the necessity of sacrifice is recognized. Naturally, he would not explore the reasons, nor would he think about whether those who were sacrificed were willing to be sacrificed. Then as long as the world government thinks it is evil, then he will execute it, as long as it is a threat to the world government, then he will do it. Because he believes that his actions are just and honorable, without doubt, this is precisely the biggest and most attractive spiritual reward given to them by the world government, or the most delicious dog food. Justice, how noble, great, glorious, beautiful it sounds. Chapter 32. But pirates are deliberately cultivated by the world government, and their way of ruling is naturally a breeding ground for pirates. That is to say, evil is actually cultivated by the world government, and justice is also cultivated by the world government. They all thought they had their own will, but in reality they were just puppets and tools of the world government. This is just a good show arranged by the world government. Pirates and marine are the two actors on the stage. From the perspective of the world government, pirates who burn, kill, and loot are their ideal actors, while Roger, a bad and uncontrolled actor who goes out to sea for freedom and adventure, needs to be eliminated. In the same way, Akainu's justice is exactly the justice of marine in the ideal of the world government, and Garp, Zephyr, and Aokiji's different interpretation of justice is exactly what marine does not need. That's why 5 elders supported Akainu instead of Aokiji as marshal. Sakazuki showed no emotion on the surface, just a sullen face. But in fact, there was already an uproar in my heart. The things he has always been proud of are fragmented under Qiao Lin's analysis and are not worth mentioning. It was as if his decades of glory had been stomped to the ground and turned into shit. Justice? Dog food? There must be something wrong here. If the pirates are villains deliberately created by the world government, then justice is the pie that the world government gives to marine. There is nothing wrong with maintaining order and eliminating evil. Justice can never be wrong. So wrong only this world. It's all the world government's fault. It is they who have changed the quality of justice. Sakazuki's eyes seemed to be on fire, scorching hot. He wants to change all this. Let justice regain its glory. Qiao Lin, after the summit war, Sengoku took the blame and retired. At this time, Sengoku had seen the true face of the world government. He knew the 3 admirals in active service. He didn't want Marine to become a lackey of the world government, so he introduced Aokiji. But the 5 elders had already taken a fancy to Akainu, so Aokiji and Akainu had a fight, and Akainu won the position of marshal. Do you think that Akainu will become Marine's #1 talker? No, Akainu really became a dog. 5 elders pointed at Akainu and cursed, "Why do you think we chose you as the marshal? Marine is just the face of the world government, pay attention to your identity." Almost didn't directly call Akainu a dog. Boom! The wooden desk in front of him was directly shattered. The fiery magma fist ignited all the debris. The raging flames seemed to represent the anger of the man in the room. Is that so? Before becoming a marshal, he was barely a human being, but after becoming a marshal, he became a dog instead. Such a marshal, no matter what. Compared to Sakazuki's anger, the rest of the group were much happier. They originally thought that Akainu took advantage of the summit war to kill the blood of One Piece and became the marshal. Became the biggest winner in this war besides Blackbeard. But I didn't expect that it would be such a result. Sure enough, a dog can always be a dog. Do you still want the owner to show him a little respect? Historian, serves it right. I am One Piece, I treat pirates hard, and I treat celestial dragons submissively, with absolute justice and something. Puppeteer, haha, Marine, isn't he a dog of the world government? No, is there really a Marine who doesn't know that he is a dog? It's ridiculous to think that wearing justice will make him noble. Dragon slaying dragon, it seems that we still need to solve it from the root cause, otherwise these originally beautiful words will be spoiled by the world government. The group is full of joyful atmosphere. Seeing the cynicism in the group, Sakazuki blushed for a while. If you don't say anything about Marine in the group, can you call it a dog? One is that you can't say it, for fear of exposing your identity as a public enemy in the group. The second is that the facts are so pale that it is useless to justify them. And what's even more murderous is that he has to go along with it, because everyone in the group already has doubts about him. Who owes Hixie? So that's the case, thank you boss, Akainu really deserved what he deserved, haha. His heart is bleeding. He has to go along with other people's mocking him, which is really aggrieved. However, what he said dispelled many people's doubts. After all, it would be too cruel to scold one's own people in front of others. If this identity is exposed, it will directly lead to social death. Only 2 people in the group had weird smiles on their lips. Qiao Lin, Akainu can't be said to have deserved it, after all, he hasn't come to the time of retribution, and those innocent people killed by him haven't seen Akainu get the corresponding punishment. Chapter 33. But it should be soon. It is said that One Piece will end soon, and what should be paid back will still have to be returned, and those who do evil will have corresponding results. Hearing Qiao Lin's words, Akainu and someone's heart skipped a beat. They suddenly remembered that there is a protagonist in the world they are in. Are they going to follow in the footsteps of Doflamingo being sanctioned by the protagonist's halo? At this time, Long Tolong suddenly at Qiao Lin. After Qiao Lin answered the question about the joy of seeing the fire, Drago also raised his question. He is now facing a problem. Not long ago, he led several cadres of the Revolutionary Army to Fengch village. After returning to his hometown after a long absence, Durag felt both excited and complicated. So after ordering everyone with him to hide and wait for his return, he went to his home in Windmill Village alone. Then he witnessed a group of people fighting from a long distance away. Is this a pirate? I thought about cleaning up these guys along the way. But he found something was wrong again. A small boat sailed to the sea alone. Immediately afterwards the rowing man above stopped and threw something from the boat. Drago took a closer look and it turned out to be a child. Without thinking much about Drago, it was like rushing to save him. At this moment, a huge sea beast rushed out of the sea from behind the boat. King of the Sea. It opened its big mouth full of fangs and swallowed the man in one gulp. Unsatisfied, it bit its big mouth towards the child again. Oops! Can't catch up. At this moment, a figure reached the sea one step faster than him, pressed against the mouth of the King of the Sea to protect the boy, and then turned back to stare to force the giant beast back. Seeing that the person was rescued, Drago slowed down. The man who saved the life had pushed back the King of the Sea with just his eyes, and he was not an ordinary person after all. As he slowly approached the shore, the man who rescued them has returned to the shore, and the child is holding his arm and crying loudly. It turned out that one of his arms was bitten off by the King of the Sea. The man who lost his arm was not angry, but comforted the crying boy in his arms with a smile on his face, and then put his straw hat on his head. Seeing here, the more Drago looked at it, the more he felt that this scene seemed to have been heard somewhere. Red hair. Straw hat. Luffy. Drago's eyes widened. Could this be what Qiao Lin said was the decisive event when the red-haired four emperors of the future enlightened Luffy and led him to the pirate road? He was still a step late, and his son was robbed? At this time, Luffy, who was bowing his head, raised his head, almost crying. Drago also saw Luffy's face clearly. This kind of appearance engraved in the genes. Unmistakable, this is their monkey lineage. His son Monkey D. Luffy. At this moment, the redhead turned around handsomely and said, "This is a hat that I cherish very much. You must return it to me in the future. When you become a good pirate." Then, with good hearing, he heard the redhead and his partner say a few words to each other. "That kid will come out on top. Yet. Because he is exactly the same as when I was a child. Durag? When I have this question mark, it's not that I have a problem, but that I think you have a problem." "What do you mean by that? What does it mean to be exactly the same as you were when you were a child? Can you tell Laozi clearly?" Drago appeared next to Luffy in one step, and put his hand on the straw hat on Luffy's head. He turned his head and raised his voice to Shanks not far away. "You don't have to, you can keep this hat for yourself." At this time, everyone present found that a strange guy suddenly appeared among them. I saw that this person was wearing a dark green cloak, and the hood at the back covered his head. His face was covered by the shadow of the hood, making it difficult to see his appearance clearly. The sudden appearance of Durag made the entire Red Hair pirates tense. They could feel that the man in front of them was completely different from the bandits just now. He is very strong. The purpose of the other party was unknown, and little Luffy was held on the head by this stranger, and his life was in danger. Shanks changed his previous laughing expression and looked at Drago with a serious face. "Who are you? Tell me something, let go of Luffy first." At the same time, Luffy, whose head was held down, also began to struggle, holding Drago's hand with both hands. "But I couldn't struggle no matter what." "Luffy, don't move," Shanks said to Luffy quickly, fearing that Luffy would provoke the man. "Who are you?" He stared closely at the face in the shadow of Durag. Suddenly, a gust of sea breeze blew from the sea, blowing the brims of some hoods. Half of his face was exposed, as well as the iconic tattoo on it. Drago put down his hood, raised the corner of his mouth and smiled slightly. "Meeting you for the first time, let me introduce myself, Monkey D. Durag, Luffy's father." Chapter 34. Following Durag's voice just fell. "Are you kidding? Luffy's father is Durag, the most vicious criminal in the rumors." The news blew up among the Red Hair pirates. And Luffy also stopped struggling, and said blankly, "Dad." Only Shanks had a calm face, but his expression seemed not as serious as before. Exactly. Shanks nodded. He came down from the Roger pirates, and naturally he also heard about the captain's rival Garp, the man who often chased them around. I also heard that this Garp has a disobedient son. It seems that it is the Drago in front of him. But it really surprised me. I didn't expect you to be Luffy's father. Drago nodded, thank you for saving Luffy just now. He glanced at Shanks' broken arm, I owe you a favor with your arm. Shanks waved his hands and laughed, it's okay, it's not a big deal, it's just an arm. Drago shook his head, no, this favor must be returned. Drago glanced behind him, and saw that the moment he appeared, the village head of Fengch village seemed to have recognized his figure, and quickly took away everyone present. Drago's identity is now the most ferocious criminal in the world. If too many people know that he has been here, it will be a trouble for them. Drago changed the subject and said, favors are favors, but I can't agree to let Luffy go to sea to be a pirate. Why? Asked little Luffy. The red hair looked at Durag calmly and waited for him to say the reason. I came this time to take Luffy away, and he will become a revolutionary army instead of a pirate in the future. I don't want to be a revolutionary army, I want to be a pirate. Ah, it hurts. Little Luffy squatted down covering his head. He hasn't been hurt since he ate rubber fruit. What's the matter? Shanks saw the doorway of this flick of the finger at a glance. Adults talk, children don't interrupt. Drago said to Luffy, then turned to look at Shanks. So you should take this hat with you. No, I don't want it. Luffy quickly hugged the hat in his arms and refused to let go. Shanks laughed a few words and said, it's okay, since Luffy likes it so much, stay here first, and return it to me later. But whether Luffy is a pirate or not is his own choice, and I will not interfere with his freedom. Drago smiled and said nothing. This is related to the future of the world, and it cannot be decided by a single sentence of freedom. He suddenly said, there's one thing you don't know, right? Shanks asked curiously, what's the matter? Drago glanced at Luffy who was squatting on the ground. About the owner of the hat. Shanks' complexion changed, and he asked again, what's the matter? Not too many people know about this matter, let's talk alone. Shanks nodded, turned to look at his crew and said, wait for me, I'll go back as soon as I go. Drago and Shanks then disappeared in place. Only the bewildered red hair pirates and the bewildered Luffy were left. The two came to a hillside. I came to Windmill Village this time not only to pick up Luffy, but also to fulfill a personal commission. Who is it? Shanks was agitated. One Piece Roger. Drago said the name slowly. What? Shanks exclaimed in shock. Captain Roger has been dead for 12 years, how could anyone accept his commission at this time? Drago, of course, won't tell Shanks about the chat group. He said slowly, Roger entrusted me to take care of his son, so I am also here to pick up his son this time, right here. Now Shanks is completely out of control. Not only does the captain have a son, but he's around here? He has been in East Blue for more than a year, traversed East Blue, and found his own partner. This time, he came here to say goodbye to Luffy and prepare to set off for the Great Voyage. But he never expected that the captain's son was also in East Blue, not far from him. Who is it? Shanks quickly recalled the faces of the children in Windmill Village in his mind, but he didn't find anyone who could match up with Captain Roger. Seeing Shanks' expression, Durag knew what Shanks was thinking. Not in Windmill Village, do you want to go and see it with me? Shanks nodded and said. Go, of course you have to go. When I was young, I was on the ship of the Roger pirates, and it can be said that I was raised by Roger and the others. Now the captain is dead, and his child is young, and he doesn't know how he is doing. It's okay if he doesn't know, but if he knows, he can't ignore it. Chapter 35. After the red hair returned to the pier and told his companions, he followed Drago to Corpo Mountain. Kalbo Mountain is located between the Windmill Village and the capital of the Kingdom of Goa. It is a ringed ridge. The Dodon family lived in seclusion in this Yamanaka. Since the observation haki of the two is not weak, they quickly found the stronghold of Dodon's family. When they arrived, Dodon and the bandits were taken aback. Dodon also deliberately took out her mace, but she was quiet when she saw that the person who came knew Darag. She can't afford to offend these two guys, whether it's Garp or Drago. But Darag and Shanks treat her very well. Especially after knowing that she raised Ace from a young age. Along the way, Shanks also asked Drago about Ace, why he was here, and why Drago got involved with Roger. Drago told Shanks part of the truth, half-truth. It also let him know that Roger finally entrusted his son to Garp, who was both his friend and foe. This made him sigh. It seems that this is not wanting to implicate his former partner of the pirate group. Hearing these, Shanks also removed the last shred of doubt about Drago. The two hurried to the lair that Dodon had told them Ace had built in the jungle. A few minutes later, I saw two people hiding in the wooden house on the tree. Ace and Sabo. Which one is it? Shanks asked, looking at the faces of the two children. The one with the black hair. Shanks stared at Ace's face for a few moments. Darag thought the guy was missing Roger. Unexpectedly, after a few seconds, Shanks said to himself, I don't feel like a captain. Drago said, maybe she looks like my mother. Shanks nodded, it should be. Then he said casually, just like Luffy and you don't look alike. Hearing this sentence, even the good-tempered Darag couldn't help the veins on his forehead twitching. What does this guy mean? Said that my son is not like me, and said that he is exactly the same as when he was a child. I always feel that this guy has something to say. But thinking that Roger is unreliable, and even the crew is unreliable, Drago figured it out and didn't care much about it. Are you going to meet him? Drago asked. Shanks smiled and said, come and say hello before you go. Now he has fully believed that Drago was entrusted by Roger. That being the case, he didn't care so much, and handed him over to Drago after a meeting. He was about to go to sea with his partner, and it was not safe to take a child on the way. If something happened to Ace on his ship, how could he be worthy of the dead captain? It is safer to follow Drago than to go to sea with him. The two jumped directly from the tree and landed next to the tree where the wooden house was. Drago tapped the tree trunk with his fingers, making a thumping sound. The sound woke up the two children in the cabin. They quickly picked up their weapons and looked vigilantly through the wooden window under the tree. They found two adults who were looking at them with a smile on their faces under the tree. And he's a strong adult male. Hateful. All their treasures are hidden here, and now they are discovered by two strangers, what a pity. Just as they were thinking about how to deal with the immediate crisis, a voice came from under the tree. Ace, Sabo, come down quickly. Seeing that the two children on the tree did not respond, Drago and Shanks looked at each other. By the way, it was Dodon who told me that you are here. Monkey D. Garp is my father. I am here to find you. Darag said. Hearing Dodon and Garp, Ace and Sabo let down their vigilance. However, they still held their weapons and discussed inside for a few minutes before coming down. Facing the two strangers, Ace asked vigilantly. What is your purpose? But Shanks said to Drago with great interest, now it looks like the captain between the eyebrows. Like a captain? Ace looked at Shanks suddenly, who are you to Roger? Shanks smiled, I'm Shanks, I used to be an intern in the Roger Pirates, and your father is my captain. But Ace didn't feel happy at all. Instead, he said with disgust and resistance. He's not my father. Shanks looked at the child with some sympathy. He had heard about the child from Darag and knew why he hated Roger so much. I'm relieved after confirming your safety. Shanks smiled slightly, didn't say anything more, and turned to look at Drago. I'll leave Ace to you, I'll go first, goodbye. Shanks waved to them and turned to leave. The smile is still on his face, which is probably the happiest thing about him being in East Blue for so long. Watching Shanks leave, Drago looked at the two children and said, "Now we're talking about business, do you want to come with me?" Chapter 36. Go with him? Sabo and Ace looked at each other, not understanding what the man in front of them meant. "Why did we go with you?" Ace asked back. This made Drago questionable. When he came, he just wanted to pick up 3 children, and it wasn't too difficult. Never thought about what to do if the child disagrees? If it's Luffy, it's fine, if it's his father, just take it away. He left the child like this for so many years without taking care of him. It's time to do your father's duty. But these 2 children are different. One is the son of One Piece, and he still hates his father very much, so Roger's entrustment will definitely not work. And the other is a child of a nobleman in the kingdom of Goya, who hasn't run away from home yet. Take him away now, that's not child abduction. If the 2 children were taken away regardless of their wishes, it might be counterproductive. How to do this? Suddenly, Drago thought of Qiao Lin, maybe he could give him an idea. Then there was the thing about Darag in the Qiao Lin group. Darag said to the 2 children, "Wait a minute, let me think about how to answer you." Ace and Sabo looked at Drago in confusion. Why does this guy look so unreliable? In the chat group, Dragon Talong, I am writing a novel about Drago now, may I ask, if Drago invites Ace and Sabo to join the Revolutionary Army when they are still young, how can I let them they agree? By the way, the time is about the time when the redhead gave Luffy the straw hat. Hearing what Drago said, everyone in the group understood that Drago has arrived in Windmill Village now, and should have found Luffy and Ace. Now I am worrying about how to take the 3 of them away. That's right, although they are all children, they can't be forced to do so, let alone let them join the Revolutionary Army, because with their personalities, they will wait for an opportunity to escape even if they are in the Revolutionary Army. Roger became excited when he learned that Drago had found his son. He stared intently at the chat group and waited for Qiao Lin's reply. Qiao Lin thought for a few seconds and immediately had an answer. With his experience in reading and writing fans, this matter couldn't be easier to handle. Qiao Mulinson, since the red hair was passed to Luffy's straw hat, did you give it? Dragon Talong, give it. Qiao Mulinson, how can you get Shanks to give Luffy a hat? Now how can you let Darag compete with Shanks for his son? Rob's son? Why does that sound so wrong? But what can he do? It's a step late, and he doesn't want to do it. Dragon Talong, then what should we do now? Qiao Mulinson, since I've written everything, forget it, and it's not irreparable. Now that Luffy is still young, if he teaches well, his brain should be saved. Hearing these words, everyone in the group had a black thread in their heads. Can the brain be saved? Does this mean that the original Luffy had a problem with his head? This is the protagonist. Drago sweated slightly. It was because he didn't educate well. This time, he must cultivate well. Qiao Mulinson, Luffy is easy to handle, just take it away. Anyway, Drago is his father, but Ace and Sabo can't force it, especially Ace. Roger's blood of pursuing freedom flows in his bones, so it won't be easy. Being controlled. Roger nodded again and again, as expected of his son. Qiao Mulinson, but since it's a novel, there's no single incident that can't be solved. If one incident doesn't work, then there are 2 incidents. Dragon Talong, please tell me. Qiao Mulinson, do you know why Luffy took the road of pirates? It's because the red hair started from Windmill Village and traveled in East Blue for a year. Every time he came back from the sea, he would share the experience of going to sea with Luffy. Let Luffy have a beautiful longing for the sea, these are the foreshadowing. The decisive event is that Luffy was hijacked by the thief King Sieg, and almost fell into the mouth of the King of the Sea. Shanks rescued Luffy at the cost of an arm and passed the straw hat to Luffy, letting him go to sea and return it to him. And this is the decisive event for Luffy to become a pirate. Qiao Lin's explanation made everyone in the group understand why it was said that the red hair enlightened Luffy's journey of piracy, and it turned out to be the case. I heard that there are 2 people in the group who are thoughtful. Drago gritted his teeth and thought, Shanks really has evil intentions, why didn't he come a step earlier? Qiao Mulinson, this kind of character-specific event is called a strategy in some games, and Luffy is a character that has already been conquered by others, so it is a bit difficult to conquer again. However, Ace and Sabo are at the stage of blank paper, and they can paint whatever color they want on it. Chapter 37. Qiao Mulinson, and soon Ace and the others will face a new incident. This is the perfect opportunity for Drago. They will be captured in one fell swoop, and it will be a matter of minutes to bring the 3 brothers back to the Revolutionary Army. That's it, the strategy. It seems that I have learned useful knowledge again. Historian, the walkthrough sounds interesting. What are some of the games you're talking about? Are they interesting? Do you play a lot? Qiao Mulinson, ahem, these things are not worth mentioning. I have never played them, and I don't know what they are. I just heard about them from a friend of mine. Qiao Lin quietly wiped off her sweat, shit, almost exposed, forgetting that there are girls in this group. The image I had so hard to create almost collapsed, it was so dangerous. Qiao Lin changed the subject and continued. Qiao Mulinson, you can use the events of the Goa Kingdom to trigger the attack on Ace and Sabo. If you do it properly, this wave will directly take away 3 obedient little devils. Lurker, isn't that good? It sounds like they are calculating them, they are still children. Yo, I can still hear such speeches. Qiao Lin looked at the lurker's profile and found that it was another girl. It seems that he should be young, otherwise he wouldn't have said such naive words. Qiao Mulinson, have you ever heard a saying that since ancient times, true feelings can't be kept, only routines can win people's hearts? It is also helpful for these 3 guys to experience the dangers from society since they were young. Think about it, if you don't trick him, someone will always want to trick him, and if you trick him, it will be difficult for others to trick him in the future. Drago just mentioned is a typical example, his son was snatched away. Can you stop mentioning that your son was robbed? Darag. Why didn't I find out before? How could this Qiao Lin have such a poisonous tongue? Every time, he was stabbed twice invisibly. If only others knew what Drago was thinking. Roger, Doflamingo, and Sakazuki gave you thumbs up. Lurker, that's right, it seems very reasonable, I understand. Another limp. Everyone looked at the lurker's answer and couldn't help thinking. But they also felt that what Qiao Lin said made sense. As for the means, it is enough to use it practically, and there is not so much morality to talk about. Dragon Tolong, can you tell me about the Goya Kingdom incident? I almost forgot what happened here, how to cut in, how to operate. Menson wants to hear the advice of the boss, ORZ. The incident in the Kingdom of Goa, Qiao Lin remembered it after thinking about it. For some reason, his memory has been surprisingly good recently, and he can recall everything that should have been forgotten. Baffling. Qiao Mulinson, the incident of the Kingdom of Goya starts with the situation of this country. The king of this country is a typical ruler who only cares about the surface. He doesn't think about how to govern the country and make the country better. On the one hand, he enjoys the wealth of exploiting the common people, on the other hand, he dislikes the lowliness of the common people. He completely isolated the nobles from the commoners, so that they could not see the lowly commoners, and naturally they would not hurt their noble eyes, and they would not breathe the air in the same environment as the commoners. It can be said that the celestial dragons this kind of arrogance is learned in style. The nobles live in the small world they deliberately created, enjoying the beauty of the whole country, and can't see the misery of the outside world at all. But the nobles of the Kingdom of Goa are not celestial dragons. Celestial dragons have no people, and they can live a luxurious life with only the gold in the sky, but they can't do it. So no matter how they deceive themselves, there must be people living at the bottom of the country in the whole country, and it is these people who create the wealth of the whole country. Those civilians whose families are relatively well-to-do can live in Central Street, but those whose families are not so good or have bankrupted due to accidents at home can only go to Uncertainty Terminal and Duanshen. At the same time, under the double exploitation of the gold in the sky and the king, the lives of the common people are deteriorating. After the wealth created cannot meet the harsh exploitation, more and more homeless people. They were exploited, oppressed, and looked down upon, everything was taken from them. People here rely on the garbage that the city people look down on for a living, and process and recycle the last value inside. Together, they form the entire kingdom of Goa. But the king did not reflect on why he made so many people homeless, why he let his people live a miserable life, but regarded these people as a stain on the country, and finally all this broke out when celestial dragons visited. In order to maintain a good image of the country in the eyes of celestial dragons, the garbage outside the city has been dealt with by burning the people here and the garbage to ashes. In this way, the only stain of this country can disappear, and the glamorous image of this country can be maintained. This is the ins and outs of the entire Goa Kingdom incident. Chapter 38. After hearing about the Goa Kingdom, everyone had a clear expression on their faces. This is the most typical appearance of a kingdom in this world. Because of the existence of celestial dragons, those princes and nobles seemed to see the banner and benchmark of the pinnacle of their lives. They yearn for the life of celestial dragons one after another, so they have to learn from celestial dragons in everything. The celestial dragons kept slaves, and they kept slaves. Celestial dragons live in luxury, and they live in luxury. The celestial dragons do not breathe the same air as the untouchables, and they also drive the commoners out of their environment. In effect, celestial dragons are devastating to the entire world. It can be seen that the upper layers of the entire world are already rotten. This is why after traveling the world for many years, Durag made up his mind to set off a revolution and rebuild this corrupted world. Qiao Lin, if you want to cut into the Goa Kingdom incident, you might as well start with the performance of Ace and Sabo in this incident. Sabo is the son of a nobleman in Goa. He ran away from home because he hated being a nobleman. He came to the uncertain terminal to accumulate money to buy a pirate ship. Then he met Ace. The two decided to work together. After that, Luffy was also thrown to Dodon by Garp. There, the three experienced that the treasure was discovered by others, and after a life and death struggle, the three became brothers. Afterwards, Sabo's father found Sabo and wanted to take him away, and invited pirates to threaten him with the safety of Luffy and Ace, and finally sacrificed himself for his brother, and chose to go home with his father. But later, after hearing that the king wanted to clear the uncertain terminal, in order to inform Ace and Luffy to escape again, they were driven away by the soldiers stationed here, unable to rule, and then met Duo, who came to the kingdom of Goa. Logger told the truth of the matter to Drago, and Drago used his ability to put out the fire. And Ace and Luffy were trapped in the fire because they didn't know about it, and were rescued by Dodon desperately. What happened after that was that Sabo was heartbroken and couldn't bear to stay in this country anymore, so he decided to go to sea ahead of time. On the way, he encountered a celestial dragon's ship, and was sunk by a cannonball from the celestial dragons looking for fun. Fortunately, he was secretly observed by Dora Grid rescued. If you want Drago to gain their favor, then you can act as their master during this period, teach them physical skills, and at the same time save them at the critical point of this incident, so that they will not favor Drago again. Up one level, then everything will be done. Drago carefully read what Qiao Lin said. For him, this was the future development trend and he had to keep it in mind, but after listening to what Qiao Lin said, he also understood what to do. Routine? Drago looked at the two children in front of him, with a smile on his lips. But in the eyes of Ace and Sabo, this smile is so weird, especially the 3 slipper prints tattooed on Drago's face, it doesn't look like a good person. The two took a slight step back. But it was this small step that made Drago's smile froze. Is he so scary? Are you serious about taking a step back? But Qiao Lin in the group did not end the conversation, he continued. Qiao Mulinson, but this is not enough. Drago's eyes lit up, and he asked quickly. Dragon Tolong, is there any more? Qiao Lin smiled slightly, young man, you are still too young. Qiao Mulinson, young man, you're writing a novel, so how can you follow the plot? You need to be more brainy, and you can do whatever you want. Young people? The corner of Drago's mouth twitched. He was still called a young man in his 40s, and he was still called that by a 20-year-old who had a singing voice. Long to long, you continue. Qiao Mulinson, since Drago is engaged in revolution, isn't the Goya Kingdom the best testing ground? Didn't I send you some information? You give these books to Drago as a cheat, and then let Drago use this professional strategy to create a revolution, as the beginning of your book. This is not flattering. I want to open a copy. A flash of lightning flashed in Drago's mind. Why didn't he think of it? He has been reading these books for a few days, and the things in them have given him great ideas. Many of the things he did during the revolution before were explained in it, and the reasons why many places failed were also explained in it. But still that sentence. Eyes, I will. Brain, I seem to have this feeling too. Hands and feet, no, you won't. I can't remember when I use it. This feeling is like when learning English, I memorize the words, but forget them when I use them. Drago hurriedly asked Qiao Lin for advice. Long to long, I have read the books you posted, but I haven't had time to study them to understand how to overthrow the example of Goya Kingdom. Chapter 39. Again. Why does this guy always ask him these tricky questions? Last time I asked him how to build the world. This time I asked him how to make a revolution and overthrow a kingdom. Really think of him as a know-it-all. Qiao Mulinson, why do you have so many questions? But since it's a novel, it doesn't matter the details, as long as it can be edited. Qiao Lin thought for 3, and replied. Qiao Mulinson, to overthrow the kingdom of Goya is simple, but it is also complicated, but considering that the opponent is Darag who has experience in overthrowing the kingdom, then this matter should not be too difficult for him to operate. After all, I have all the staff and know how to do the work, and with these few tricks, I should be sure to do it. This time, not only Drago's eyes lit up, but even other people focused their attention. Some people even picked up a small notebook and took notes. Qiao Mulinson, what is the first step in the revolution? Determine the relationship between the enemy and us. First of all, in the kingdom of Goa, due to the basic operations of the feudal king, commoners and nobles are natural opposites. The aristocrats look down on the common people and exploit them at the same time. Coupled with the double exploitation of the gold in the sky, the actual situation of the people in the Goa kingdom is much worse than imagined. That being the case, the conflict between commoners and nobles will become more and more tense as time goes by. It is never certain that there are so many homeless people in the terminal. This kind of contradiction is like a water-filled balloon, which usually does not explode, but when it is pierced by external force or the contradiction accumulates to the point where it cannot be alleviated, then a rebellion will erupt, which of course is also called a revolution. Historian, then just by intensifying the contradiction between the nobles and the common people, can a revolution be started? Qiao Mulinson, theoretically, it is true. You only need to distinguish which part of the civilian population is the main force of the revolution, which part can be drawn in, and which part is hostile. Unite those who can be united, and you can pull out the revolution in a short time. A team large enough to overthrow the kingdom of Goa. But we can't ignore a problem, that is world government. In the world structure of One Piece, world government is the real king. The royal families of other franchise countries are actually lords who manage the country for him one by one, so the rebellion in the franchise countries is actually a small-scale rebellion by the forces of the world government, and they will definitely intervene. Therefore, considering that the revolutionary army's power is not strong enough to face the world government head-on, Drago's actions must be quick, precise, and ruthless. Get out before world government reinforcements arrive. Leave? This surprised them a little, but Drago was not surprised, but smiled wryly. He has overthrown many franchise countries, but none of them can be used as a base, and he simply gave up later. Overthrow a kingdom for another place. The most fundamental reason is that they do not have the strength to confront the world government head-on, resulting in no real place of control until now. Once discovered, it will be taken away in one pot. Qiao Lin, in the world of One Piece, overthrowing is actually not the most difficult thing. To be honest, with the strength of Darag, you can directly take over the royal family of King Goa. The most difficult thing is actually how to maximize the benefits of this revolution. Change. Drago's eyes lit up, this is what he needed. Dragon to long, then how to expand the results of the battle. Qiao Lin, because the revolutionary army is weak, even if the kingdom is overthrown, it will not be able to hold it. Therefore, if you can't hold it, then don't hold it. You only need to focus on the most important achievements of this revolution. Dragon to long, what is it? Qiao Lin, people's hearts. As I said before, the world government is too far away, and the people can't hate the world government, so they can only hate the royal family and the nobles. So even if Drago overthrows 100 countries, if the people's hearts are still in the world government there, then, is pointless. So first of all, Drago must find a way to connect this revolution with the world government, highlighting the direct factor that the world government caused their lives to deteriorate. There are many ways to do this, such as letting the public understand the extravagant life of celestial dragons and nobles through propaganda, promoting the evil things celestial dragons and nobles have done, and propagating that celestial dragons and nobles live a good life by exploiting them without labor. Days, preaching that all men are created equal, why are they aristocrats? In short, the purpose is to expose the corruption of the world government and the invisible infringement of the nobles on the people, arouse the resentment of the people, make people feel strongly dissatisfied with the status quo, and want to take back what they deserve. Make it clear to them that the things they were supposed to be exploited before are wrong. The reason why people do not resist is not that they are satisfied with their current life, but because they do not know that they are being oppressed and do not know how to resist. Chapter 40. When you wake them up, this kind of rebellious heart will be like wildfire, and it will not go out without you fanning the flames, because they have their own driving force at this time, interests. Then you need to tell them how to resist, and guide them well, otherwise these guys may become pirates and helpers of the world government. Basically, at this point, Drago has basically got everything he wants, but it can only go so far. Drago stared closely at what Qiao Lin said, as if he had found a treasure, and prepared to copy it painlessly. But Qiao Lin's last sentence made him very concerned. Dragon to long, what do you mean when you say that you can only do this? Qiao Lin, because the revolutionary army is weak and the world government is huge. When the world government's reinforcements arrived, the rebellion had basically subsided. They will soon arrange a new lord, and then continue to collect the gold from the sky, and the released contradictions will accumulate again. If there is no accident, this will form a cycle. However, we want to say that this does not mean that the resistance has been eliminated. In this calm situation, there is always a fire of resistance burning in the hearts of the survivors. This is the most valuable thing that Drago has obtained in this revolution, and it can be used when launching a general offensive in the future. If there are enough fires of this kind of resistance, it can even set off a revolution that sweeps the entire world in an instant. Dragon to long, I understand. Qiao Lin, no, you don't understand yet, because there is still a key factor missing for the revolution that swept the entire world. Drago was slightly taken aback. Dragon Talong, what is it? Qiao Mulinson, it's victory, and people will only stand by the winner's side. This sentence made everyone in the group stunned, then thought deeply, and finally suddenly realized. Except for those who are truly determined to revolution, those who have hatred against the world government, and those who cannot survive. The others are always in a vacillating state. Although they are very dissatisfied in their hearts, very few of them really want to fight with their lives. Qiao Mulinson, so the key to the victory of Drago's revolution is to have enough strength to threaten the world government. Without this, everything will be nothing. Dragon Talong, listening to your words is better than reading for 10 years. Thank you. Historian, listening to your words is better than reading 10 years of books. Thank you. I am One Piece, listening to your words is better than reading 10 years of books. Thank you. Puppeteer, listening to your words is better than 10 years of reading. Thank you. Lurker, listening to your words is better than reading 10 years of books. Thank you. Huo's Hixie, listening to Jun's words is better than reading 10 years of books. Thank you. The sadness of water, listening to Jun's words is better than reading 10 years of books. Thank you. Suddenly seeing all the people in the group popping up, Qiao Lin was a little surprised. These are a group of diving monsters, they have been watching them all the time. But they made Qiao Lin a little embarrassed. Qiao Mulinson, no, it's just some personal opinions. If you are interested in these things, you can find some special videos to watch. These are trivial things, not worth mentioning. Everyone is ashamed. If Qiao Lin hadn't analyzed these things for them bit by bit, I'm afraid they would have to take many detours to find out. It may even be impossible to find out for a lifetime, living in this trap designed by the world government. What shocked them even more was what kind of place Qiao Lin was. Anyone can learn such things. If it is placed in the world of One Piece, I am afraid that the world government will hit this harder than hitting ancient characters. They could only smile helplessly when they heard Qiao Lin's words. Even if they wanted to, they had no choice. They are not from the same world. Long to Long, you are very good. I have learned a lot from your opinions. I hope you can give me more advice in the future. Historian, second. I am One Piece, second. Puppeteer, second. Lurker, second. Huo's Hijao, second. Sorrow of Water, second. Qiao Lin couldn't help smiling when he saw them like this. Qiao Mulinson, that line is 8. Dragon Talong, I have one last question, how to awaken people? Qiao Mulinson, I have given you the answer. Leave it to me? Drago thought for a few seconds and suddenly realized. Those revolutionary books. There was a flash of light in his eyes, as long as everyone has read these things, why not wake up? Qiao Mulinson, however, I want to remind you that when writing a novel, if it is used in the Goa Kingdom incident, you must be careful not to have logical loopholes. Chapter 41. That is, if the world government discovers these things, it will definitely investigate Goa Kingdom thoroughly, and may even use Buster Call to prevent these things from spreading. So this thing must not be exposed, and if it is exposed, the world government must give up this dangerous idea and pay attention to the method. If it is not handled properly, it will be a stain on the protagonist. Hearing these words, Durag's body broke out in a cold sweat. The joy just now disappeared immediately, instead it was fear. If you use it in the kingdom of Goa without thinking about it, then it is not only impossible to plant the seeds of resistance in the hearts of the people. It may even cause the entire Goa kingdom to be massacred. Then his crimes cannot be summed up by stains. Dragon Talong, thank you for your information. After speaking, Drago sent a red envelope to Qiao Lin. Conqueror's Haki. Immediately, looking at his inventory, he couldn't help but feel worried. In the future, he must ask Qiao Lin for help. How will he pay for it then? Qiao Lin shook his head slightly when he saw the red envelope sent to him by Drago. Not open. He will not be fooled again. However, he didn't realize that his mind was suddenly warm, as if his soul had been sublimated. He shivered involuntarily. After getting Qiao Lin's suggestion, Drago looked back at Ace and Sabo in front of him. He learned about the situation of the two children from Qiao Lin. Ace is a descendant of Roger, the Pirate King. His mother died after giving birth to him, and his father is the devil that everyone in this world shouts and beats. Under the double blow, Ace doubts the meaning of his birth, and hates his identity as the son of the One Piece. Sabo, similar to Ace, was born in an aristocratic family. His parents' values had a strong conflict with his values. Ashamed. With a twist of his brain, Durag understood how to deal with these two children. Drago looked at the two and said, I came here for two purposes. Ace and Sabo looked at him curiously. The first purpose is that someone entrusted you to me, please ask me to raise you up in the future, so I came here. Drago stared into Ace's eyes with a smile on his face. As for who this person is, you should be clear, right? Don't mention him to me. Ace said angrily, I won't go with you. Hearing Ace's refusal, Drago had expected it, and his expression did not change. Well, it seems that you are doing well here. Before my father Garp handed you over to Dodon to take care of you, it seems that she took good care of you. If you don't want to, then stay here. Unexpectedly, Drago agreed in this way, which surprised the two children. Drago continued, my second purpose is to find like-minded companions. What? The two children asked in surprise. Why are you looking for companions to find them? Both of them are only 10-year-old children. It seems that you don't know my identity yet. Let me introduce myself. I am Monkey D. Durag, the son of Garp. I have just introduced this identity to you. And my other identity is, the Commander-in-Chief of the Revolutionary Army, Durag. Hearing what Drago said, Ace didn't react yet, but Sabo next to him had already widened his eyes. Seeing Sabo's expression, Drago seemed to have heard of the Revolutionary Army. That's right, after all, Sabo is the son of a nobleman. He, an evil man who specializes in overthrowing the kingdom, should be a demon that everyone shouts and beats among the nobles. You are the rumored most vicious criminal in the world, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Durag. Drago smiled slightly, it's me, it seems that you have heard of my name. Sabo nodded. Ace watched the conversation between the two with a dazed expression. Sabo explained in a low voice in Ace's ear. And with Sabo's narration, Ace also realized what kind of existence the man in front of him was. A man who is regarded as a thorn in the flesh by the world government is no less dangerous than Roger, the One Piece King. Such a guy turned out to be the son of marine hero Garp? But considering that Garp even dared to adopt the son of his old nemesis, it was no surprise that his own son was a commander-in-chief of the Revolutionary Army. Sabo quickly asked, why did the Revolutionary Army come to us? The information he had seen about the Revolutionary Army before was all about how vicious this group was, how many bad things they had done, and how many kingdoms they had destroyed. But he didn't think it was true. As an aristocrat, he is well aware of the virtues of the aristocrats, especially after hearing the slogans of the Revolutionary Army and their consistent actions. He believes that what they do is not necessarily a bad thing. Especially after he saw a lot of things that he couldn't see before at the uncertain terminal during this period, he deepened this point even more. After all, if the royal family and nobles are tyrannical, then overthrowing these kingdoms is actually a good thing in order to save the common people. Chapter 42. Drago's expression was serious. I've been watching you for a while, and I think you're talented. It's a pity to become pirates, so I want to recruit you into the Revolutionary Army and contribute to the future of this world. But how can two children understand his words and contribute to the world? This is too far for them. They're just two kids, and they can't even protect themselves. Seeing the expressions of the two children looking at each other, Drago knew that they did not understand what he said. You don't need to answer me in a hurry, use your eyes to see the world, use your heads to think about the world, think about why you want to go to sea to be pirates. Is it free to be a pirate? Think about it. What is true freedom? Durag looked at the two children who were even more confused and smiled. In the next period of time, I will come here occasionally to teach you how to practice, and it's up to you to learn what you can learn. In order to attract the attention of the two children, Drago strolled to the side of a tree that only 3 or 4 people could embrace. The right hand tapped lightly. Bounce! The huge tree trunk shattered like it was made of paper, and the entire tree was broken in half. This hand completely stunned Ace and Sabo. The two looked at each other, and they could see the joy and excitement in each other's eyes. The expressions of the two children naturally could not escape the eyes of Drago. He smiled and said, "Then we will start to practice in the afternoon, and I will find you a companion later." After explaining, Durag returned to Windmill Village. The red-hair pirates were long gone. Durag finds Luffy sitting here in Makina's bar. His eyes are red, and he looks like he just said goodbye to Shanks. After Durag greeted Makina, he went straight to Luffy. Luffy stubbornly said after seeing Drago, "I won't go with you, I want to be a pirate, I want to be the king of pirates." Dealing with his son, Drago was not so polite, and tapped 2 fingers on Luffy's forehead. "I'm still telling your father that I want to be a pirate. Even if your father doesn't beat you, your grandpa will beat you to death if he hears about it." Durag scolded with a smile. Then he picked up the little Luffy, turned to look at Makina next to him and said, "Luffy, please take care of me during this time, I will pick up Luffy. By the way, if the old man comes back, tell him that I am at Dodon." Makina nodded, then watched as Drago walked out of the bar with little Luffy in his arms. Looking at the interaction between the father and son who met for the first time, they couldn't help laughing. And on the other side, after the village head of Windmill Village found out about the arrival of Drago, he quickly notified Garp of the incident to Garp, who was sailing on the sea. Garp couldn't help but frowned when he heard that, and said to himself, "How did this BD go back there?" Suddenly he thought of Luffy, and his eyebrows turned upside down. "No, does he want to?" Garp immediately yelled at the adjutant, "Change destination, go to Windmill Village." Everyone thought that the old man was homesick again after hearing Garp's order, because they would go back to Windmill Village every once in a while. Without thinking too much, I acted immediately. Over there, Drago took Luffy to the hiding place of Ace and Sabo in a blink of an eye. This is also the first time the 3 brothers have met in this timeline. Drago put down the struggling Luffy, looked at Ace and Sabo and said, "This is my son, Luffy, and he will practice with you from now on." Ace stared at Luffy for a few moments and didn't speak, but he had a good impression of Luffy in his heart. After all, one of them is the criminal blood of the One Piece, and the other is the criminal blood of the leader of the Revolutionary Army. They are both descendants of the world's #1 criminal, and their life situations are similar. The only difference is that his dad is dead and Luffy's dad is still alive. Thinking of this, Ace's emotions were a little complicated, and there was a hint of envy in his eyes looking at Luffy. Instead, Sabo warmly greeted Luffy. "Hi, I'm Sabo, he's Ace, we'll be friends from now on." Seeing 2 boys of the same age, Luffy directly left Drago behind, walked up to the 2 and said with a smile, "I'm Luffy, and I'm going to be..." Boom! In an instant, a big bag appeared on the head of Luffy, who hadn't finished speaking. Ace and Sabo next to him trembled. They just saw that Drago knocked a giant tree trunk to pieces with a single tap. "Wow, it hurts." Luffy squatted and yelled. "In the future, if you say such things in front of your father and me, I will hit you once." Ace, Sabo, scared. Drago withdrew his fist and said gently to Ace and Sabo, "From now on, you must help each other, join the Revolutionary Army, and fight for the freedom of all mankind together. Impossible, I want to go to sea and become a pirate. X3. Chapter 43. The three retorted in unison. Only then did Ace and Sabo discover that Drago's son wanted to go to sea as a pirate just like them. In an instant, the relationship between the three of them seemed to be much closer. They looked at each other and suddenly burst out laughing. Drago couldn't help but smile at the corner of his mouth when he saw such a scene, but the three children didn't realize that his eyes were full of more information. Finally pulled the three of them together, and the next step is to let the flow develop naturally. Drago suddenly thought of Roger in the group. He pulled the three children to stand together, and took a group photo with their puzzled expressions using the photos that came with the chat group. Then sent to the group. Dragon Slayer, picture.jpg. In the photo, Sabo, Ace, and Luffy stand in front of Drago in turn, and Drago puts his hands on the heads of Sabo and Luffy. Amidst the reluctance of several children, this photo was taken. This picture was the first thing Roger saw after entering the group. He recognized his son immediately. Face T.S. Madara is exactly like his mom. This is his son. Tears. Roger's eyes suddenly became moist. If he had decided to turn himself into Marine, he would not have seen what Ace looked like after he was born. He thought of Rouge who was going to the Fishmen Island with him now, and Ace was not yet born. There is still time for everything. He will never let this tragedy happen again. Roger's eyes hardened. He slowly entered two words in the group. I am One Piece, thank you. This is not only thanks to Darag for letting him see Ace after birth, but also thanks to Darag for finding his son and giving him shelter, and even more thanks to Qiao Lin for telling him all this. Give him a chance to change this damn fate. He wants to protect it all. Historian, is this Luffy, Ace, and Sabo? Lurker, what a cute kid. But why did that short boy have such a big bump on his head? Did someone beat him? The corner of Darag's mouth twitched, he was the one who hit him. Puppeteer, congratulations. Huo's Hijao, congratulations. Sorrow of Water, congratulations. This is what Qiao Lin saw as soon as he came in. Seeing them chatting so happily, I found this picture when I scrolled up. Looking at the familiar configuration of three children plus one adult, Qiao Lin thought it was a picture of Hokage's master and apprentice. After a closer look, it turns out that there are Sabo, Ace, and Luffy inside. And behind them is Drago? It's outrageous. Drago took pictures with the three brothers, and the style of painting was a bit weird. But thinking of what Long Tolong asked him before, it seemed that the other party listened. Qiao Mulinson, where did you find this fanart? It's quite interesting. I'll take it. Seeing Qiao Lin discovering this, the others couldn't help but smile. It seems that he hasn't realized that everyone in this group except him is from the anime he mentioned. But this is exactly what they want. After collecting the pictures, Qiao Lin quit the chat group to start a short video. A few minutes later he came across a video. 28 dunks non-stop, have you ever seen a 1v5 match? Be sure to see the end. Because of playing basketball today, Qiao Lin became interested when he saw this. He also took a look at what the operation was, to see if he could learn something. Out of curiosity, Qiao Lin clicked in. But as soon as he appeared on the stage, it was full of bullet screens. At this time, several hours had passed since the video was uploaded, and the number of views had reached millions. The barrage flew across like a rain of arrows. Can't see what's inside. After Qiao Lin closed the barrage, he realized that what appeared in front of him was a familiar basketball court. No way. Qiao Lin suddenly had a bad premonition. Then his premonition came true. The basketball court in the video is indeed the one he played at noon today. And who in the video is not him shooting the basketball? Qiao Lin opened the barrage again, and found that the screen was full of replays, watching the God tier show operation. High energy ahead, don't blink. Qiao Lin then turned his attention to the number of views of this video, which was close to 1.5 million. Hey, I'm on fire. Q, what is the experience of viewing your own video on the video website, waiting online, urgent? Qiao Lin turned off the barrage again and watched the video in its entirety. Of course, he is not narcissistic enough to appreciate his handsome face and handsome operation. He's making sure he's not showing any bad looks on camera. These things can become black history in minutes and are widely circulated on the internet. For example, Cauliflower's smile and director Jin's expression. After confirming that there was nothing wrong with the entire video, Qiao Lin heaved a sigh of relief. He was not happy that he was popular on the internet, but frowned instead. Originally, because of his handsome appearance, he attracted a lot of attention on campus. I'm afraid there will be more such cases in the future. And he doesn't plan to follow the route of being an internet celebrity, as this kind of popularity on the internet will always be a burden to him. Fortunately, it was only popular in one video, and it should be fine after the heat dissipates in a few days. The past few days have passed. Alas, being handsome is also a burden. Chapter 44. In the chat group, after Qiao Lin went out. After the special notification of Qiao Lin was set to inform him that Qiao Lin was out, Roger blocked Qiao Lin in the group and started a chat with other group members except Qiao Lin. I'm One Piece, it took more than a month, and I'm about to arrive at the Fishmen Island, I'm sorry I can't finish what I promised you, I don't have much time, I have to find pure gold as soon as possible. But even if I don't find it and die, I will ask my companions to give those books to Darag in my world. Don't worry, I have copied the books. Hearing Roger's words, everyone couldn't help feeling a little nervous. If the group leader died, it would be a bad thing for them to change too much. Long, it doesn't matter, you do the urgent things first, not to mention that I didn't really start the revolution at that time, I am not in a hurry. I am One Piece, yes. Historian, I suddenly found a problem, how do you say it has only been more than a month, and it has been more than half a year on my side, I have seen the Drago in my world, and I have given these books to off him. And I also told him the analysis of the world government that Qiao Lin said, and his reaction was similar to yours, and then we formulated a new strategic policy. Half a year? Long, I've only been here for a few days. Puppeteer, it's been a few days for me. Lurker, it's only a few days for me. Huo's Hijao, half a day. Water's Sorrow, half a day. Seeing the different time elapsed among the people in the group, Robin was taken aback for a moment and then made a bold guess. During this period of time, while studying these books, she relayed Qiao Lin's advice in the group to Drago in this world, and at the same time, she did not forget to practice. This is what Qiao Lin's words let her understand, strength is the capital of revolution. She occasionally wants to contact people in the group through the chat group, but often fails to connect. When it is often possible to connect, it is usually someone talking. But this is not the crux of the problem, because if you can't connect, how can you talk? Robin repeatedly extracted the details of this. Suddenly a thought flashed through her mind. Every time they chat, Qiao Lin seems to be involved, and every time someone has trouble or doubts and wants to ask Qiao Lin for help. Robin had a guess. Historian, I understand that the space-time velocity we live in is different, but this difference is relative, the key lies in the world we live in, I remember he mentioned the word event. In his cognition, we are all characters from the anime One Piece. Since it is a story, if you have read the story, for the sake of compactness and excitement of the story, those unimportant things will definitely be omitted in the story, such as us daily eating, drinking, and resting, as well as ordinary daily activities. These things that have no viewing value will be omitted or skipped, and those special things, such as events, will be highlighted and told in the animation, that is, the story. So I guess, when we encounter some important events, our time flow will slow down, and this so-called slowness actually has a benchmark, that is Qiao Lin. In other words, he is equivalent to the audience, and we are the characters in the anime. This is actually another kind of story performance. When we encounter an event, this event will become more important than other things, worthy of Qiao Lin's attention, and then we can ask him for help. This may be the greatest significance of the existence of this chat group. Of course, what they didn't know was that it hadn't been more than 24 hours since Qiao Lin joined the chat group. Hearing Robin's explanation, everyone suddenly realized. Sure enough, Qiao Lin is the most important person in this group. Core. After understanding this, everyone had their own ideas in their minds. The incident in Drago just now inspired Sakazuki, who was watching from the sidelines. Sakazuki, who has lived half his life, has a relatively deep understanding of the world. Especially after listening to Qiao Lin's analysis of the world, he became more aware of the power of the world government. Holding the hearts of the people, Marine, CP, and the unknown whole card, ancient weapon Uranus. With such huge energy and strength, even Sakazuki felt tremendous pressure after standing on the opposite side of the world government. The pressure even made him a little breathless. Can he really separate Marine from such a world government and create a real Marine? Sakazuki doubts himself sometimes. But soon he strengthened his determination, because there is this chat group, and there are so many partners who can refer to. If he had these trump cards that were stronger than any weapon or strength, he would not be able to achieve his goal. Then he is really a waste, and he deserves to be a dog. Chapter 45. So when he just heard about the three brothers in the Durag routine, a bright light suddenly flashed in Sakazuki's eyes. Protagonist Halo. Since Drago can take advantage of the protagonist's aura, why can't he? Calculating the time, he is earlier than the time and space where Durag is. That being the case, why didn't he take this opportunity to pull Luffy onto his boat before the redhead led Luffy on the pirate road? Thinking of this, a treacherous smile appeared on Sakazuki's tough guy's face. It makes people get goosebumps. There is another person who has the same idea as him. Water Sorrow, to be precise, he is called Marshall D. Teach. He has a nickname, Blackbeard. A chat group where Blackbeard and Akainu entered at the same time. But unlike Akainu, who is cautious by nature but also a bold gambler, he didn't speak out immediately. A seasoned gambler, he's not one of those leaks who give people money. In the case of unclear situations, he is more patient than anyone else. So after joining the group, he first observes the situation in the group, and then decides the strategy to deal with it. Then he discovered the message that the group owner had privately chatted with him. He was wary at first, and then he was stunned after looking through the chat records in the group. Characters such as Roger and Durag all appeared in this chat group. And Qiao Lin, who was mentioned as a key figure by the group leader, analyzed the world government thoroughly, as if there were no more secrets in this world. Teach after surprises ecstasy, which is a hard-won opportunity for him. With this thing, this world will not be in his pocket in the future. But soon, his ambition was broken by the situation in the group. Inexplicably, he has become the #1 public enemy in the group. Also got into trouble with Roger, who is the leader of the group. Gan. What's the matter? If Roger kicks him out, his dream will be over before it even started. He has learned part of the future about him from the conversations in the group. He really got the moment he dreamed of. Dark fruit. And also captured Whitebeard's ability. With 2 fruits, he replaced Whitebeard and became the 4 emperors of New World. But this intelligence did not cheer him up. Because from Qiao Lin's conversation, he can hear that no matter how high he stands, the future he will eventually be defeated by that Luffy. Is it possible to do whatever you want with the aura of the protagonist? Having the aura of the protagonist means that you can do whatever you want. If it had come out of someone else's mouth, Blackbeard would have punched his communication. But these words came from Qiao Lin's mouth, and Qiao Lin's performance in the group made Blackbeard dare not believe what he said. Because he witnessed it with his own eyes, Qiao Lin easily changed the lives of others and helped them walk on a better path. He was silent, and began to think about how to change this dead situation. He suddenly had a vicious idea in his mind: he should sneak to East Blue and kill Luffy before he grew up. But he quickly gave up on this idea. He has not obtained dark fruit yet, and he is still forbearing. If Luffy is killed, then he probably won't even be able to get out of East Blue himself. Leaving aside the fact that there is Vice Admiral Garp on the marine side, the East Blue side is Drago's territory. At this time, Huo's Hixuan, who joined the group at the same time as him, asked Qiao Lin a question. Others didn't know, but he heard something else from Huo's Hixuan's words in an instant. As a professional dog thief who has been in the Whitebeard pirates for decades, lying and cunning are his specialties. Huo's Hixuan's words can only deceive others, but not Blackbeard. He could tell at a glance that this guy was the second worst public enemy in the group, Akainu. From Qiao Lin's reply to Akainu, he realized that even if he became 4 emperors in the future, he would not be able to deal with the huge world government. After all, a marine marshal can only be a dog, so what is he, the 4 emperors, in the eyes of the world government? Before he knew it, Blackbeard's ambitions had swelled. After knowing that he has become the 4 emperors in the future, he is no longer satisfied with it. And because the group has been talking about how to overthrow the world government, he can't help but bring himself into the opposite side of the world government. Right now he wants more, what he wants is the whole world. But he also realizes that he's not strong enough to support his ambitions, not even by capturing Whitebeard's shock fruit. Just as he was thinking about how to continue, what Durag said gave him inspiration. Since the protagonist's halo is so powerful and Drago can use it, why can't he use Blackbeard? Now that it is known that it was Luffy who was enlightened by red hair, he was the one who led him to the way of pirates. It's still a while before that time, so why not replace Redhead as Luffy's guide? Chapter 46. With the halo of the protagonist in this way, he might have further luck. Although he can't overthrow the world government, Luffy can. As long as he is on Luffy's side and the protagonist's side, then he will definitely be able to get to the finale smoothly. When Luffy overthrows the world government, he will just come out and pick peaches. Luffy wouldn't run the world anyway. He had no intention of handing over those books to Drago. He doesn't care whether the world is getting better or worse. Although Drago shares the same goal with him, they both want to overthrow the world government. But obviously, the ultimate goal of the two runs counter to each other. In order not to cause a big trouble for himself in the end, Blackbeard decided to keep these few books to read by himself. Anyway, it will be up to Luffy to overthrow the world government. After that is his world. He has been waiting for decades, and he can afford it. Blackbeard stared at the group photo sent by Drago carefully. Keep that look of Luffy firmly in your mind. Thief, ha 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 ha, is this Luffy? Wait, I will come to you soon, thief, ha ha ha. At this time, Blackbeard saw a private chat from Huajixiu. Huo's Hijao, are you there? Brother. Blackbeard, who didn't know the other party's intention, raised his eyebrows. Water Sorrow. Huo's Hijao, brother, why don't you talk in the group? Seeing what Sakazuki said, Blackbeard couldn't help but twitch his mouth and smiled. Do you think I'm an idiot like you? Lao Zi's ability to get to the present is all due to his blood and dog, not if he doesn't make a move, he has to succeed. The sorrow of water. Seeing Blackbeard's reply, Sakazuki understood. He must also have unspeakable difficulties, most likely because of some grudges with the old people in the group. If you reveal your identity, you will definitely be besieged by these old people who are in a group. Hateful. What happened to this world? When will these newcomers stand up, trembling and cold? Huo's Higai, we both joined the group at the same time, and we can't talk to them. If that's the case, why don't we help each other and hug each other to keep warm, so that we won't always be passive in the group? Blackbeard listened. Also, obviously, Roger and Drago in the group have formed allies, and that Robin has also defected to the Revolutionary Army. Now only the two public enemies in the group dare not reveal their identities, trembling. And Roger may not have a deadline soon. If they hide their identities, hide their courage, and take the opportunity to sneak into management after Roger burps, then this group is not what they say. Not to mention that they beat Ace to death in the future, even if they hang Ace up and beat him, and still post videos in the group, then this group of guys would not dare to fart. Blackbeard's eyes lit up. Sorrow of water, okay. Sakazuki was also happy. Huo's Hijao, then it's settled. If there are newcomers in the future, then we can invite them in to increase the number of people, so that we will have more people in the group. During the conversation, a future Marine Marshal and the future 4 Emperors formed allies in this mysterious chat group. New World. On the pirate ship Mobadai, whose bow resembles a whale. Blackbeard walked slowly over to Whitebeard, who sat upright on the deck. Everyone on deck looked at Blackbeard curiously. Whitebeard took a gulp of wine and drank it down. Seeing Blackbeard approaching, he looked at him curiously and asked, "Teach, what's the matter?" Blackbeard grinned and said, "Father, I want to go out for a while, and I hope you can agree." Whitebeard heard the words and asked casually, "What are you going to do?" "I've been on the boat for too long, and my mouth is a bit greedy." Blackbeard's words immediately caused booing from the other crew members. "Teach, I think you are not greedy, but you want to find a woman, haha. You don't call me brothers for fun, Teach, you are not kind, I thought you were an honest person, you really let us down." Amidst the booing, Teach seemed to be a little embarrassed and smirked. Seeing their appearance, Whitebeard also laughed a few times, looked at Teach and said, "Then you go early and return early, pay attention to safety." Although Whitebeard is the captain of the pirate group, he will not prohibit the crew from traveling. They are family members, not pure subordinates. "I know, Dad. When I come back, I will bring you special products." Blackbeard smirked. But no one noticed the gleam in his eyes. "East Blue, here he comes." At the same time, in another time and space. Naval Headquarters. "You want to apply to go to sea?" Sengoku looked at Sakazuki suspiciously. Did something urgent happen? Sengoku picked up the latest information and prepared to look. Sakazuki shook his head and said, "Go out and relax." Chapter 47. Seeing Sakazuki's expression, Sengoku thought he was frustrated that his proposal was rejected by 5 elders before, and didn't think much about it. But Marine Admiral is not something that can be moved casually. Generally speaking, there is one in the headquarters, one in the Marie Joyce side, and the other is free to travel. Except for the mission, there will generally not be any changes. It is another Admiral, Aokiji, who is now free to travel. Right now, somewhere in the first half of the Great Route, I'm wandering around on a bicycle. Sengoku thought for a while and nodded, then, "I will call Aokiji back and give you some time off." "Okay." Sakazuki then walked out of the office. Sengoku felt a little strange watching Sakazuki leave. Unexpectedly, that vigorous and dedicated Akainu would ask him for a fake one day, hell. A warship left naval headquarters shortly after. It has been a few days since the last time a video of Qiao Lin's wonderful operation on the basketball court went viral on the internet. But that video is still hanging on the rankings and has not disappeared. What's even more outrageous is that everyone in the school seems to know him, and even the class teacher approached him, saying that he is very good, and this year's national scholarship should be stable. Although I heard that Qiao Lin has a scholarship, it is very cool, but I think of being watched like a giant panda in school all day long. This feeling is not beautiful. To make matters worse, he seemed to feel surprisingly good, and anyone who looked at him could tell him. This led to too many people looking at him as if a bright light was cast on him, causing him to live as if under the spotlight. Now he understood what the life of a star was like. After listening to Lin Bei's explanation, Qiao Lin also understood the reason why he became popular in the whole school. That is, in the campus post bar, the best post on the top is about the experience of Qiao Lin, an outstanding student. It was as if he was framed on the wall as the glory of Qinghua University. Seeing this, Qiao Lin just wants to say something. Cao. For this reason, Qiao Lin slipped away as soon as class was over, so as not to be surrounded by them. Do giant pandas in other zoos need tickets to be seen? He is so handsome, you guys are so embarrassed to vote in vain? Even Lin Bei invited him to train, but Qiao Lin refused. To be honest, he was no longer at the same level as his class, even if they were training together, he was playing alone. Others have no gaming experience. It would be more effective to let them practice on their own. So Qiao Lin's reply to Lin Bei was to come to him after the game. Lin Bei was not dissatisfied with this, and he was relieved to be sure that Qiao Lin would participate in the competition. With Qiao Lin here, it is not impossible for them to take the first place in the class. The key lies in other people. The upper limit lies with Qiao Lin, but everyone else is weak. Once they stand up, it will be easy to handle. So many people who admired the basketball masters of Qinghua University came to the basketball court, but they didn't find Qiao Lin. And Qiao Lin himself was in the rental house, playing with his mobile phone. Qiao Mulinson, how is your novel writing? Is it going well? Duo Lage saw Qiao Lin at him, he quickly replied. Dragon Talong, not bad. During this period of time, I will be a teacher to those 3 boys, teaching them physical skills. Those 3 boys were the ones mentioned by Qiao Lin, not to mention his son Luffy and Roger's son Ace. They themselves have the blood of the previous generation of strong men, and they will certainly not be far behind if they work hard. It was Sabo, the son of a nobleman. His performance surprised Drago, and his talent was not inferior to Ace and Luffy. And compared to Ace and Luffy, Sabo himself is more interested in some of Durag's revolutionary ideas. Often after training, let Durag tell them about the revolution. This happened to be consistent with Drago's thoughts, so he began to talk about the structure of this world, why there are pirates, the idea of the revolutionary army, and why the world government should be overthrown. Many of these concepts were absorbed from Qiao Lin, and some of them were learned from the few revolutionary books he had read during this period. During this period of time, not only Ace and the others have gained a lot from Drago, but also Drago himself has calmed down and studied these revolutionary theories with peace of mind. Among them, the dialectical thinking and the theory of liberating all human beings made Durag feel like a treasure. What he had been looking for all this time had finally been found now. With Drago's narration on the side, the 3 brothers Ace, Sabo, and Luffy gradually became less repulsive to the revolutionary army. Also began to think about some problems that they had never thought of before. They used to think that they could gain freedom by going to sea, but now they can't help but start to wonder, can they really gain freedom by going to sea? What is true freedom? Chapter 48. Seeing the progress of the 3 boys, Drago was very relieved, and his teaching during this period was not in vain. In addition, in response to Qiao Lin's reminder to him last time, he also began to pay attention to the affairs of the Goa Kingdom, and the members of the Revolutionary Army had already begun to act secretly. In addition, those few revolutionary books have been sent to the Revolutionary Army all over the world by fax and phone bugs, and a large number of copies have been made. Waiting for the moment to appear in this world. I thought Long to Long was really Qiao Lin who was writing a novel, but he replied after hearing his words. Qiao Mulinson, if you have any questions, you can continue to ask me. I have a little experience in this. Dragon to Long, thank you. The appearance of Qiao Lin also attracted the attention of others. Doflamingo's eyes lit up, he couldn't wait anymore, the line was busy by Roger and Durag before. Later Robin also spoke in front of him. I thought it was finally his turn, but I didn't expect that newcomer to jump in line again. As an old man in the group, it's a shame that he hasn't asked a question until now. Doflamingo couldn't wait any longer. Puppeteer, can you tell me about Doflamingo? I also haven't watched it after Summit War, but I am very impressed with Doflamingo. Can you tell me about his experience, how he was imprisoned impelled down? As soon as Doflamingo said this, everyone in the group was shocked. This is the fourth person in their group to reveal their identity. Roger and Kojiki Hiri may not be familiar with Doflamingo, but everyone else has more or less heard about this man. He was a pirate from North Blue. In Qiao Lin's description, he seems to have become the king of Dressrosa, 7 warlords of the sea. Not an easy character. Unexpectedly, it also appeared in the group. This chat group is really full of talents. Unlike the others who were amazed, Drago fixed his eyes and suddenly realized that something was wrong. He remembered that Doflamingo was sent to impel down by Luffy, and now if Doflamingo knew his future, it would be very bad for Luffy. But it's too late now, Doflamingo already knows about Luffy, just missing some details. It seems that he will have to talk to Dover later. After seeing the puppet master's speech, Qiao Lin thought for a while and replied in the group. Qiao Mulinson, Doflamingo is indeed a more attractive character in One Piece. Hearing Qiao Lin's comment, Doflamingo couldn't help showing a satisfied smile on his unruly face. You understand it quite well. Qiao Mulinson, but that's all. He's already at the peak of his life in Dressrosa. If it goes on, even if Luffy doesn't send him to impel down, he won't be a big player. The smile on Doflamingo's face froze before it broke. Puppeteer, why? Qiao Mulinson, the reason is simple. Doflamingo doesn't have that strength. Doflamingo used to be a celestial dragon. When he was young, because of his father's innocence, he took his wife and 2 young children out of celestial dragons and became a celestial dragon. Ordinary people came to live in a non-member country. He underestimated the people's hatred for celestial dragons. The Dover family, who had lost the asylum of the world government, was burned by the angry people. His mother died of illness, and the 3 of them were hung on the wall. At this moment, Doflamingo awakened Conqueror's haki, stunned everyone present, and survived by doing so. Qiao Lin's description seems to have uncovered Doflamingo's dusty scars for many years, and those things that I didn't look back before flashed before my eyes like an old movie. Qiao Mulinson, the surviving Doflamingo shot and killed his father, cut off his head, and wanted to return to Marie Joyce and become the Celestial Dragons again, but what has been lost cannot be returned. Their withdrawal is a kind of betrayal to Celestial Dragons, and those who betray will suffer the punishment of betrayal. I am afraid that Celestial Dragons deliberately placed them in a non-member country to suffer such a situation, so it should be taken for granted after Doflamingo returned to Marie Joyce refused. Hearing this, Doflamingo's forehead was bulging with veins, and it was precisely after thinking about it that he hated the world government so much. It can be said that from the moment their family stepped out of Marie Joyce, their ending was already doomed. Qiao Mulinson, Doflamingo, who was rejected, met a few people. They saw King Doflamingo's talent, so they recognized him as the young master, and formed the original Don Quixote family. In this way, Doflamingo began to grow gradually in North Blue, and Don Quixote family also became a famous pirate group in North Blue. Chapter 49. The younger brother Rosinante, who was frightened by his killing his father, left him, and was later adopted by Sengoku as a marine. After discovering that his brother was going to sea, he returned home to work as an undercover agent in order to prevent his brother from going out to sea. Doflamingo didn't doubt his younger brother's defection, because he cared about his family after losing his relatives since he was a child, which is why his pirate group is called the Family. But the good times didn't last long. In the process of robbing OPOP fruit, Rosinante was exposed in order to save Luo, who suffered from platinum lead disease. Dover, who was frequently hurt by blood relatives, was angry and killed Rocinante himself. The only blood relatives in this world. Hearing this, everyone who saw a lot of tragedies was also stunned. A family of 4, Doflamingo killed 2, a bit ruthless. But if they put them in this situation, maybe they can't do better than Dover. Suffering upheaval in the family in childhood, and being betrayed by his own brother after growing up, no one will feel good about this feeling. Qiao Lin, after killing the only remaining relatives, Doflamingo regarded the people of Don Quixote as relatives. Since then, his power has grown all the way, from North Blue to the Great Airway, and finally to New World Dressrosa. Here Doflamingo used conspiracy to make the Lica royal family step down, and he himself sat back on the throne of the kingdom that once belonged to the Don Quixote family. And he also hijacked Tian Shangjin and knew some secrets of celestial dragons as a bargaining chip from 5 elders to Shishabukai's position, and he was safe and clean, and became the king in Dressrosa. Qiao Lin, but although he is a king on the surface, he is actually a joker in the underground world, or a trading intermediary, with tentacles all over the world, engaging in a lot of illegal business. To this end, Doflamingo borrowed the ability of the family member, Sugar. Tongue fruit can turn people into toys, and at the same time erase the memory of everyone in this world about him. So he turned a large number of Dressrosa's people, marine, world government spies, and pirates who passed by here into toys and became his free labor. So it is, Doflamingo's underground business is running smoothly, and the prosperous Dressrosa is built on the slavery of these toys, but no one remembers them. They may be someone's father, son. Doflamingo was prepared for his biggest secret to be revealed like this, but he couldn't help but feel his scalp tingling. Fortunately, the people in the group are not from the same world as him, and cannot affect his world. And as for Doflamingo from other worlds, what does it have to do with him? Hearing Doflamingo's atrocities, the sympathy that everyone had for his previous tragic experience disappeared in an instant. Sure enough, hateful people must have pitiful things, and do poor people also have hateful things? Drago frowned even more. This level of enslavement was already appalling. Qiao Lin, but this also paved the way for Doflamingo's failure. Seeing this, Doflamingo lifted his spirits, and he wanted to see how this man named Luffy killed him. Qiao Lin, the cause of the incident was Punk Hazard. Doflamingo and the mad scientist Guy SA partnered to research artificial devil fruit. This is a kind of devil fruit that can be mass-produced. He has a name called Smile, which means the person who eats this fruit either gain abilities, or become a person with a weird smile on his face. The buyer of this batch of devil fruit was Kaido of the Beasts, one of the 4 emperors. Doflamingo exchanged Kaido for weapons, and then sold the weapons to countries where wars occurred, earning a lot of wealth from it. As soon as Kaido's name appeared, it immediately attracted the attention of Kojiki Hiri in the group. Her eyes were shining with hatred. Qiao Lin, the Straw Hat Pirates who came to New World encountered Punk Hazard, and they had a conflict with Geisa on the island, because Geisa not only studied man-made devil fruit here, but also studied human giantization and gas bombs, especially the inhuman research of human gigantism, are based on a large number of untested products of children. This kind of experiment aroused the dissatisfaction of Luffy and his group. At the same time, the aforementioned Luo, Rocinante died in the hands of Doflamingo in order to save him. At that time, the OPOP fruit was eaten by Luo, and Luo was also here on the island. He was planning a plan to defeat Doflamingo to complete his revenge, so he also approached Geisa. So the Straw Hat Pirates headed by Luffy, the Heart Pirates headed by Luo and Marine of G5 subdued Guy. After hearing the news, Doflamingo hurriedly rescued him, but failed. After that, the 2 parties partnered on Dressrosa, and discredited Doflamingo by liberating the humans who became toys, and had a head-on conflict with Don Quixote's cotters, and then it was a fight. Finally, Doflamingo was defeated by Luffy. Chapter 50. Qiao Lin, here are some details that need to be paid attention to. The purpose of Luo's arrest of Geisa is to disrupt the deal between Doflamingo and Kaido, because at this time Doflamingo's backstage is Kaido. Without Geisa, without the man-made devil fruit, Doflamingo will face Geisa's wrath, and in the process, the Revolutionary Army and Marine's new admiral are also involved. At the same time, Geisa's human giant experiment is a project of Big Mom, and the world government is suspected to be involved. The Revolutionary Army came here to investigate the underground transactions of the Donquixote family, and the new Marine Admiral Fujitora smiled as a man who opposed the Shishibukai system. Compared to the cold Akainu, lazy Aokiji, and Kizaru who clock in and go to work, this man can be called a real Marine. Because he saw too much ugliness in the world, he stabbed himself blind. He was also after the Summit War, Akainu promoted to Marshal, after Aokiji left Marine, one of the two admirals recruited after Marine conscription. So this is what I said, if the popular support of the world government is not completely destroyed, then there will always be someone who will stand up to support the world government. After listening to Qiao Lin's description, everyone also roughly understood the process of Doflamingo's defeat. Because he was doing some invisible activities and hatred, it aroused the resentment of Luffy, who saw the injustice and helped him. At the same time, the underground business attracted the attention of the Revolutionary Army. And Shishabukai's identity attracted Marine Admiral. Many forces participated in the campaign against Doflamingo. It seems that the arrival of Luffy is just a fuse, and many reasons have triggered the failure of Doflamingo. But Qiao Lin doesn't think so, and there is only one main reason. Qiao Mulinson, Doflamingo is doomed to fail. On the surface, it seems that it is caused by the arrival of Luffy, but in fact the deeper reason is that Doflamingo itself is doing a lot of evil. Such behavior itself is laying mines for itself, just waiting for a time to be detonated, that's all. But that's still not the point is that Doflamingo is too weak to support his ambitions. Too weak. Too weak. These words struck Doflamingo's head like lightning. Dover, who has always been proud of his own strength, did not expect to hear such an evaluation of him one day. He was furious immediately, but calmed down quickly. With the facts in front of us, there is nothing wrong with it. No matter how much a failed person finds excuses, it will be futile. Qiao Mulinson, Doflamingo wants to turn the world government upside down, but look what he has done. Cooperate with Geisa to research man-made devil fruit, cooperate with Kaido to sell arms, do intermediary work in the underground world, and earn black-hearted money. You will find that Doflamingo has been trading with money from beginning to end. This is to overthrow. What does the world government look like? Do you want to pay to buy the world government? Don't be funny. In my opinion, Doflamingo is nothing more than a replica of a dragon. Although it keeps saying that it wants to build a dragon empire, what is it actually doing? Grab money, eat, drink and have fun. In fact, he has lost the will to fight in his heart, and he doesn't know how to overthrow the world government. Just a pirate. Qiao Lin's words seemed to reveal the last face of Doflamingo. The place that he had been neglecting or deliberately neglecting was opened up. In the empty room, Doflamingo laughed at himself, as if he wanted to laugh out his tears. Qiao Mulinson, so let me say that Doflamingo is far inferior to guys like Roger. Although Roger does stupid things, he can sacrifice his life for the sake of his goals. Although Doflamingo is not capable of revolution, he has always insisted on revolution. Even Blackbeard, who has been dormant on the Whitebeard ship for decades, still has not forgotten his original intention, and finally became 4 emperors. Only Doflamingo, who is content with one corner and scheming, thinks that he can prosper forever if he has the right and wrong among all the forces. He talks about the world, but in fact he is a dog. But reality tells him that the world speaks with fists, and that's why Luffy beat him with fists. He didn't lose to others, but to himself. I don't know how long it took before Doflamingo's laughter stopped. He looked at the chat group and slowly typed in. Puppeteer, I see, thank you. Doflamingo shook his head. It seemed that he had been slack for a long time without knowing it, indulging in this seemingly easy life. Chapter 51. Starting from North Blue, he went smoothly all the way, and when he came to the Great Root, he even intercepted the gold in the sky, took the identity of Shishibukai in one fell swoop, and then took down Dressrosa with great effort. It all went so smoothly that he lost his aggressiveness. And the connivance given to him by the world government increased his arrogance even more, making him feel that he was already strong enough. If it wasn't for Qiao Lin to wake him up here, I'm afraid he would really be beaten with fists like what Qiao Lin said. He is not as powerful as he imagined, and the indulgence from the world government is nothing more than his former celestial dragon's status. As for the truly powerful enemy, his rationality made him seek advantages and avoid disadvantages. This led to him being strong but not able to fight, and weak and unchallenging. He didn't bother to fight. Over time, he regarded himself as Shenjiao, but his strength did not increase. In the end, it was defeated by a few young men under the age of 20. Now he understood everything. It's time for a change. Doflamingo thought about it. What he lacks now is strength, and Luffy will go to sea in the near future, so there is not much time left for him. And now he still has a lot of those toys. These toys will be his fatal injury. Once they are ignited, even the world government will have difficulty keeping him. After that, Marine will be watching him, and the Revolutionary Army will be watching him, and Luo is also secretly trying to find trouble with him. One crisis after another in the future. How on earth should he solve it? At this time Doflamingo thought of Qiao Lin. Maybe he can give himself a suggestion. Puppeteer, I would like to ask, if you are Doflamingo, how can you change the future before what you do is discovered? Qiao Lin saw the puppet master's problem and couldn't help Ichiraku. Is this trying to whitewash Doflamingo? Does Doflamingo still need to be washed? It can't be cleared up. Look at the things he did. If he is not discovered, if he is discovered, it will explode. Qiao Mulinson, it's hopeless, just wait for death. Doflamingo's face froze instantly. Why couldn't it be his turn? You can even save Roger who is about to die, and you gave 3 sets of plans, but he didn't give one. No such thing. Puppeteer, help, wait online, hurry up. Seeing the puppet master like this, Qiao Lin smiled and helped him think about it. 10 seconds later, Qiao Lin had an idea. Qiao Mulinson, there is no solution. Listen, what is the biggest problem with Doflamingo? It is toys, so the problem of toys must be solved, and the solution is very simple. Either get rid of all the toys or get rid of all the memories. Qiao Lin's answer surprised everyone in the group. They killed all the toys, they were all human, it was 2. Thinking that Qiao Lin didn't know their real situation, Drago said hastily. Long to long, this is not good, after all, they are all living people. But Doflamingo didn't think so much, a dangerous look flashed in his eyes. Qiao Mulinson, of course it's not good. This is a bad strategy. After Doflamingo was exposed in the original book, he also used this strategy to kill everyone, but it failed. This can only be used when it is necessary, so another option is to kill the memory. Doflamingo, how? Qiao Mulinson, if you haven't seen it, you probably don't know that there is a fruit in this world called memory fruit. The ability of this fruit can change the memory of others at will, so it is only necessary to erase the memory of the period when they became toys. Now this fruit is eaten by Pudding, the daughter of Big Mom. If I were Doflamingo, I would give priority to using this trick. Although the original book does not detail the disadvantages of the fruit of childishness, it can be seen that if the ability of the toy loses its effect, other people will retrieve the memory of the toy. Then if the toy dies, the ability will also disappear, and the effect is actually the same. Then the disappearance of the spies sent to the various forces in Dressrosa will definitely attract their attention, and the residents of Dressrosa will also find a large number of people missing, and the whole Dressrosa will also be in chaos, which is also unfavorable for Dover. But if you modify the memory, the space for maneuverability is relatively large. Qiao Lin, the more critical point is that if all the toys are lost at once, Doflamingo's underground business will be hit hard. And using memory fruit to process toys in batches, erasing their memories of the period when they were toys, and then using another method to continue to hire these laborers to work, then even if the arms trade is exposed, it will not be as appalling as enslaving toys. Great impact. Chapter 52. Doflamingo nodded slightly. He also thought of this point. After losing the toys, he might stop the whole underground business in a short time, and he can't replenish them in a short time. You must know that these toys contain more than half of Dressrosa's population. How to make up for so much labor? Worse, it would affect his friendships with his collaborators, and his credibility with the underworld. Durag was relieved to hear Qiao Lin's words. He couldn't control the world over Doflamingo, but he could barely accept the result. Qiao Lin, solving the toys is only the first step. Next, let's see what Dover's purpose is. If you want to live a safe and stable life, then the best way is to rely more on the world government. At the same time, gradually cleanse the grey industry in his hands, and then do some good deeds in this world to gain a good reputation, and be a good king safely, so that as long as the world government does not cross with his former celestial dragon status, then he can be stable. Sitting king of Dressrosa. And even if the world government collapses and is overthrown by the revolutionary army, with its good reputation, it can break away from the world government and quickly fall into the embrace of the new government without being liquidated. This is called the swaying strategy. But the suggestion made Doflamingo frown, a suggestion he might have taken before. But now he is no longer satisfied with these, there are chat groups, and he just wants to live? Puppeteer, what about another strategy? Qiao Lin, another way is to lead the strategy of overturning the world government. Doflamingo has this kind of goal, but I don't know why I have forgotten my original intention. Doflamingo, mine. Qiao Lin, since we want to subvert the world government, Doflamingo's strength alone is definitely not enough. After all, he is so weak, not even as good as the 4 emperors, or even the emperor's deputy. If such a Doflamingo wants to dominate the world, he can only pull more people onto his boat. But again, as 7 warlords of the sea, he is a pirate himself. If he wants to overthrow the world government, he is as unpopular as the 4 emperors, so if he wants to overthrow the world government, he must recruit a group of people who can. Those who compete with the world government for the hearts and minds of the people are the revolutionary army. He was pointed at his head again and said he was weak, but Doflamingo didn't show any anger at this time. After waking up, he realized that he was a real dish, and even he couldn't help breaking out in a cold sweat. How did he feel that he was at ease in Dressrosa before? Hearing Qiao Lin talk about the revolutionary army, Doflamingo asked quickly. Puppeteer, can the revolutionary army cooperate with Doflamingo? One is to liberate people, and the other is still enslaving people. This is simply tit for tat, and it is impossible to cooperate. Qiao Lin, why can't we cooperate? There are no permanent enemies in this world, only permanent interests. As long as you have the same interests, you can be collaborators before the goal is achieved. The revolutionary army is a poor ghost, with neither power nor resources, but Doflamingo has nothing but money and weapons. Isn't this why Mung Bean looks like ABD? In addition, Doflamingo, as an intermediary of underground forces, has a wide network of contacts. Such resources are also lacking in the revolutionary army. Doflamingo only needs to express his sincerity to the revolutionary army, and is willing to cooperate with the revolutionary army to achieve a great cause, and at the same time put aside those things that are contrary to the revolutionary army's philosophy, such as slave trading. Then in the face of common interests, the two sides can cooperate well, partner. And the most important thing is that Durag's son is Luffy. Sooner or later, the world government will be overthrown. Doflamingo's alliance with Durag is already invincible. When the time comes, the high level of the new government will definitely have a copy of Doflamingo. As for who will take the lead in the new government, Durag or Doflamingo, that depends on Doflamingo's own means. Who is more fragrant to be the king of Dressrosa or the ruler of the world government? Needless to say, of course the ruler of the world government is strong. One can only govern one country, while the other can govern the whole world. Doflamingo's heart suddenly became hot, and he didn't expect that he was still in an unsolvable situation just now, and Qiao Lin resolved it instantly with a few words. This man is truly terrifying. If it weren't for him, I'm afraid that even if I knew my ending, I would just kill the crisis in the cradle and kill Luffy in advance. But that's also being targeted by Garp, Drago, and Redhead. Now a brand new future is in front of him, and he can even transform into an existence like the Five Elders, the ruler of the world government, instead of the usual celestial dragons. Chapter 53. But he still has a doubt at this time. After all, forming an alliance with the revolutionary army is equivalent to standing on the opposite side of the world government. If something goes wrong at that time, he will be in big trouble. What he needs to know now is whether Luffy is worth his investment. Puppeteer, are you really sure Luffy can overthrow the world government? To be honest, it was hard for him to believe that such a huge world government would be overthrown by a boy who was only about 20 years old. Even if he is Garp's grandson, Durag's son, it's hard to convince him. Qiao Lin smiled, young man, you still don't understand the horror of the protagonist Halo and Child of Luck. Qiao Mulinson, I don't know if Luffy can overthrow the world government. These words immediately aroused the doubts of everyone in the group. Is this different from what you said before? Qiao Mulinson, but I understand one thing, that is, the author will definitely let Luffy overthrow the world government. Do you know why? Doflamingo subconsciously asked. Puppeteer, why? Qiao Mulinson, because this is the real main line of this anime. This anime has two main lines. On the bright side, the main line is that Luffy goes to sea step by step to become the One Piece, but the main line in the dark is always around the text of history, a blank section. There is also the enmity between the D-Clan and the Celestial Dragons written in 100 years. Luffy becoming One Piece can only complete part of the plot of this anime, and if other pits are buried, then this world government can only and must be overthrown, otherwise this anime will be unfinished. Because someone has already been the One Piece, nothing unusual. Even if Luffy can't do it alone, the author will arrange people around him who can help him do it. This is the case with the members of the Straw Hat Pirates, as is the revolutionary army of his father Durag, and the four emperors Red Hair so is the marine hero Garp, and so on. The so-called aura of the protagonist does not mean how strong he is, but that the will of the whole world is standing by his side. The only one who can kill the protagonist is always another protagonist, and the rest are stepping stones. And even if there is no Luffy, there will be another Zhang Fei to do this for him, because the wheel of history is always rolling forward, and the world government that hinders the development of the world is destined to be overthrown. This is the world or author's will. After hearing Qiao Lin explain to them from another angle, they got a closer understanding of what is called the protagonist's halo. What an unreasonable thing! The more they listen, the more envious they become. It also dispelled Doflamingo's last sliver of doubt. Doflamingo secretly thought that if I succeed, I will be rewarded. He thought of how Qiao Lin seemed to be short of money now, so he walked quickly to the treasure room of the palace. Several boxes of gold were sent to Qiao Lin in succession. The puppeteer sent Qiao Mulinson an exclusive red envelope. Qiao Lin, who has long been accustomed to the operations in this group, didn't think much about it, and just ignored it. And in his bank card there is an extra QMB 200,000,000, equivalent to 3 billion Baileys. The others couldn't help but click their tongues secretly after seeing the contents of the puppet master's red envelope. Are you worthy of being the Joker of the underground world, the Doflamingo who makes money like water? One shot is 3 billion Baileys. Doflamingo's own bounty was only 340 million Baileys, and now he gave the money of his own head as a thank you. Puppeteer, small meaning, not respect. Come on, I didn't even look at it, I knew there was nothing inside. Qiao Lin didn't care when he saw the puppet master. After posting a disdainful expression, he quit the group chat and continued to watch the video. Doflamingo couldn't help laughing when he saw Qiao Lin's reply. But I was relieved to think that the other party didn't know what I gave him. After seeing Qiao Lin go out, Roger blocked Qiao Lin. This time the amount of information is too much, they need to chat for a while. Drago spoke first. Dragon slaying dragon, Doflamingo, what will you do next? How to deal with those people you turned into toys, is it the first plan or the second plan? Doflamingo saw what he said and immediately understood what he meant. If he chooses the first option, Durag will probably ask the group leader Roger to kick him out. Because if such people continue to stay in the group, I am afraid it will be a disaster for the world, which is contrary to his philosophy. Even if Doflamingo is someone who can cooperate, he will not agree. Doflamingo is clearly aware of this as well. Puppeteer, hey. Of course I choose the second option. And his answer also allowed everyone in the group to confirm his identity, and it turned out to be Doflamingo. Chapter 54. Dragon Slayer, you'd better do what you say, otherwise even if you cooperate with me in that world, it won't be what you want. But Doflamingo is Doflamingo after all, he can be humble in front of Qiao Lin, after all, he really needs others, but he doesn't have such a good attitude when facing Durag. Puppeteer, don't be so excited, buddy, we will go on the same path in the future, how about it? From today on, your son will be my son, and I will take good care of him for you, promise don't let him have any accidents. There seemed to be no problem with these words, but Drago heard a hint of threat. Don't let him have any accidents, in other words, let him have any accidents. But since Doflamingo has decided to join forces with the Revolutionary Army to overthrow the world government, there will be no surprises for Luffy until it happens. Drago was also temporarily relieved. I just hope that the self in that world won't be kept in the dark by this guy. Dragon Tolong, in this case, please give me in that world those books uploaded by Qiao Lin in the group, it will be beneficial to both of us. A smile curled up on Doflamingo's mouth. Puppet Master, well, just give me the contact information of the Revolutionary Army. This is also a choice he has to make. After all, he is too impressive in this world, big pirate, 7 warlords of the sea, former celestial dragons. I'm afraid it's also hard for Durag to trust him and cooperate with him. From another perspective, even he himself didn't believe it. And these few books are his sincerity, and they are also certificates of honor. In the final analysis, he himself was too weak, and when he was so weak, he couldn't even pick peaches to be mixed with enthusiasm. Otherwise, he doesn't need to pull the Revolutionary Army, he can try to make a big one himself. Hateful. Doflamingo's face darkened. Looks like something needs to change next. A gleam of heat flashed in his eyes, become stronger. Drago and Doflamingo reached a preliminary cooperation after a short exchange in the group. Both parties understand in their hearts. Doflamingo wants to use the hands of the Revolutionary Army to overthrow the world government and reap benefits from it. Drago, on the other hand, wants a successful revolution and seize the cards of the world government. Both sides have their own plans and take what they need. Seeing that the two had reached a cooperation, Roger didn't say much. Although he is the leader of the group, he doesn't want to make this chat group his own. This is not his character, and he doesn't want to do it either. He hopes that everyone who comes to the group can get help from Qiao Lin like him. He yearns for freedom and does not want to deprive others of their freedom. This is why the chat group does not force everyone to reveal their identities. He wanted them to be able to speak up for themselves if they could. What he can do is to try his best to maintain the harmony in the group, so that everyone can live in harmony. Of course, the premise of all this is not to provoke Qiao Lin, this is the only rule in the group. I am One Piece, I have arrived at the Fishmen Island. This news was crucial and immediately attracted everyone's attention. Dragon Talong, did you find the lantern fish? I'm One Piece, not yet, but Neptune has asked the fish in the sea to search for me. If there is any news, he will contact me as soon as possible. Historian, there should be a result soon. I'm One Piece, I hope so. Puppeteer, how did you find the OPOP fruit? I remember this fruit appeared in North Blue. I'm One Piece, my companions have already gone there, but the news is also slim. Devil fruit is more difficult to find than lantern fish. Everyone was a little disappointed to hear this, but the eyes of the two of them had a different kind of light. Blackbeard couldn't help shaking his head when he heard Roger's words. If devil fruit is so easy to find, then he wouldn't have been dormant on the Whitebeard ship for so many years and haven't encountered it yet. I'm One Piece, Durag, how's the situation on your side? Roger actually wanted to know about Ace. From Qiao Lin's description, he understood that his son was also stubborn, and I'm afraid it would not be easy for Drago to get him to join the Revolutionary Army willingly. But Durag laughed. Dragon Talong, very good. Everything is going as planned. Besides, Ace and Luffy performed very well. The three of them worked together to defeat a giant bear before. They are only 10 years old. Roger couldn't help laughing when he heard that. I am One Piece, haha, you are indeed my son. Dragon Talong, another thing that satisfies me is that they have begun to think about some more meaningful issues. I am also trying to teach them some of the contents of those books. I believe they will be able to read them in the future farther than us. Chapter 55. Hearing this, Roger couldn't help feeling a little bit emotional. When I was young, I went out to sea with the intention of turning the world upside down. Dozens of years passed in a blink of an eye, but I didn't expect that I didn't achieve anything in the end. Everything is in the palm of someone else's hands. I failed my family and myself, and hurt many innocent people in the world. I am One Piece, thank you very much, I hope Ace can grow up under your education, don't be like me. Watching the two fathers with children in the group communicate with each other about their children, no one else can participate at all. After talking to Roger, Drago returned to reality. Now the situation on his side is close to the beginning of the plot. There has been movement in the Kingdom of Goa, and it has been reported that the celestial dragons are coming to the Kingdom of Goa. It is estimated that it will start to act soon. He also realized this, so he deliberately reduced the meeting with the three brothers. Except when teaching and practicing, other times did not appear in front of their eyes. But Luffy and the others didn't know that Drago had been watching them in the dark. And Ace and the others, as usual, went back to the uncertain terminal after training to collect treasures and prepare for building pirate ships in the future. Although they were taught by Drago, they did not completely give up the idea of going to sea. And the people of the Revolutionary Army have already begun to act. In the Royal Palace, High Town, and Central Street of Goa Kingdom, many strange faces appeared here. With camera phone bugs in their arms, they document the events happening here. For example, how the nobles bullied the common people, what kind of life the nobles lived, and what kind of life the common people lived. Record these things through pictures, which are more vivid than words. Wait for the moment for it to appear. At the same time, some opinions began to circulate among the people. Labor creates wealth. Nobles do not participate in labor but enjoy a richer life than their laborers. They created more wealth than they imagined, and the excess wealth was unconditionally occupied by the nobles. For a time, a strange atmosphere began to pervade the entire Goa kingdom. Those civilians who didn't even dare to shake their heads when they saw the nobles were afraid that their breath would pollute the air of the nobles. Looking at them now, there is no awe, envy, and fear in the past, but some scrutiny, dissatisfaction, and doubt. Even the upper echelons of the Goa kingdom began to notice this atmosphere. But the king's meaning was clear. Now is not the time to think about these things. The most important thing right now is the visit of the celestial dragons. The kingdom of Goa cannot tolerate any stains. How should we deal with the garbage outside the city? Anyway, it's just useless waste. Why don't you burn it? It will be clean after burning. It makes sense, let's do it, but remember to be more secretive and don't let them get away. In the meeting hall, the fate of people outside the city was easily decided in this way. At the same time, on the coast of Goa Kingdom, a dragon-headed ship docked on the shore. On the deck, several tall people were talking. Eva, how is the arrangement at the captain's side? Ivankov, who can score negative marks for his makeup skills, looked at Durag and said, "Everything is ready." Ivankov smiled charmingly. If other people saw this scene, they would definitely get goosebumps. But everyone present was already immune to it. He went on to say, "The few books you handed over to them, they have all copied them, and sent them to the major cities of nearly 200 member countries. As long as you give an order, these books will appear in the streets and alleys, guaranteed to catch the world government by surprise." Drago nodded, "Very good." This is how he figured out how to deal with Buster Call. There are lessons from O'Hara and reminders from Qiao Lin in the group. He understands what is the most thorn in his side for the world government, and that is thought. After having these few books given to him by Qiao Lin, his thoughts directly underwent a huge sublimation. The threat to the world government is no longer the same. If the world government saw what happened in the Goa kingdom, it would be hard to guarantee that it would launch a Buster Call. So Drago came up with a way for the goddess to scatter flowers and divert the audience. Blooming everywhere in many franchise countries, the world government can't focus on a certain point, and can't control these thoughts in one go. The kingdom of Goa hides under these guises, not being discovered, which buys time for their actions. And more importantly, as long as part of the spread of ideas can be spread this time, it will be inestimable to help them carry out revolutionary work in the future. This is definitely an important battle on their revolutionary road. Chapter 56. But at this time, the person in charge of watching the wind suddenly noticed something strange. "Mr. Durag, there is a situation." Upon hearing this, Durag turned his attention to the members of the Revolutionary Army who came to report. "Explain." A marine warship appeared not far from the coast of Windmill Village. The bow of the ship should be the exclusive warship of the marine hero. "It's finally here." Durag smiled knowingly, told him to leave, and turned to Ivankov and said, "I'll go back as soon as I go. Be safe." Over there, Garp heard that Windmill Village appeared in Durag, and went straight to East Blue from the Great Air route. "I don't know if it's too late," Garp in the dog hat said to himself. "It's been so long, no one will take them away." Finally arrived at Windmill Village, Garp ordered his adjutants and soldiers to stay on the shore, and went straight to Windmill Village by himself. Came to Makina's bar where Luffy often goes, and asked Makina where Luffy was going. Garp raised his eyebrows when he learned that Drago had taken Luffy to Dodana and would wait for him there. He couldn't help rubbing his fists. This kid really came here to take Luffy away. Let's see if he doesn't kill this BD. It's fine to start the revolution by yourself, and I want to take my son with me. Luffy is going to be trained as a marine, so how can he follow Drago? Garp walked quickly to the residence of Dodon and his gang. Just as he passed through several forests, a man in a dark green cloak appeared in front of him. Garp didn't say a word, he rushed directly, appeared in front of the man, and then punched him in the face. The fist wind blew away the hood on the man's head, revealing that familiar face. "Monkey D. Durag. It really is you, son of ABCH, you still have the face to say wait for me to come over." However, Garp's fist did not land on Drago's face, but was caught by Drago. Seeing that Garp didn't even turn on the weapon, Durag knew that his father was serious about it, otherwise he wouldn't just take it with one hand. Durag smiled. Long time no see, old man, how is your body? But seeing how powerful your fist is, it should be good. Stop talking nonsense to me, what do you want to do this time? Garp looked at Drago with a serious face. Seeing his father's face, Drago restrained his smile and said calmly. I came this time to take the walk. Before Drago finished speaking, a pitch-black fist directly covered his face. Drago flew out like a cannonball and stopped after hitting several trees. Drago, who was sitting by the tree, rubbed his hit face, and looked up at Garp who was coming. Old man, can you wait for someone to finish talking before calling? Drago grinned and cursed, completely forgetting how he knocked on Luffy's forehead in the first place. I didn't hear what you said just now. Who did you say you were going to take away? Garp rubbed his fists, said with a half-smile and looked dangerously at Drago on the ground. Luffy. As soon as Drago finished speaking, another iron fist struck. But this time he didn't get hit, his right hand was in the shape of a dragon's claw, and he firmly grasped the incoming fist. Enough, I mean seriously, not only I want to take away Luffy, I also want to take away Ace. Drago thought that saying this sentence would usher in a more violent punch from Garp, and was about to block it. Unexpectedly, Garp, who was still aggressive just now, suddenly stopped. He stared into Drago's eyes and asked. How do you know about Ace? Only then did Garp remember Drago's message to Makina. He'll be waiting for him at Dodon. He didn't think much about it at first, but now he realized that Drago didn't choose the address at random. He did it on purpose. I also know that he is Roger's son. Seeing that Garp put away his temper, Drago stood up slowly and patted the dust off his body. How do you know this? Garp's expression changed, and he looked closely at Durag. Even Durag, who has not been in Goa Kingdom all year round, knows Ace's identity. Has the news been exposed? Where is it exposed? Could it be Dodon? I know more than you think, but don't worry, Ace's identity is now only known to me besides the people who knew it before. After hearing Drago's explanation, Garp was temporarily relieved. Now Ace is still young, completely unable to protect himself. Once his identity is exposed, he will be strictly arrested by Marine. Even his Marine hero is hard to keep him. What do you want to do? I want to bring them all to the Revolutionary Army, and I will train them. As a Marine Vice Admiral, it is not convenient for you to take care of them, otherwise you will not throw him into the hands of bandits. Follow me instead safer. No. Chapter 57. Garp subconsciously refused, saying that he didn't know what was going on with the Revolutionary Army, he was being chased by spies from the world government, and he had no fixed place to live. At least Ace still had a stable childhood here, following what Drago said, he was always in danger at that time. This is the best choice. Drago shook his head. You should be clear, Ace has always wanted to go to sea and become a pirate, and your plan to make him a marine is impossible to realize. And he can't learn anything by staying here and following a few bandits. Why don't you go to the Revolutionary Army with me, and I will teach him well. In Drago's view, Garp's idea is nothing more than to hide Ace's identity first and let him join Marine. After Ace proves himself in Marine, even if his identity is exposed at that time, there will be no big problem. If he persuades him from the side, even though Ace is the son of One Piece, he is now a qualified Marine, and even Sengoku has nothing to say. He thought so, and he did so. Otherwise, how did he, a member of the D family, become Marine Vice Admiral? You must know that their D family is called the natural enemy of the gods, and the celestial dragons are the descendants of the gods. But things backfired, and Garp discovered that Ace wanted to choose his father's path, going out to sea and becoming a pirate. This made him both angry and helpless. Garp said coldly, I will dispel his delusions, let alone let him go to the Revolutionary Army with you, just give up. Dispel? Get rid of it physically. No, You can't do it. Drago shook his head and said, he yearns for freedom just like his father, even if you take him to the marine, it's useless unless you can really convince him, but you can't, you don't teach children. This point can be seen from him, he is the best proof. His father is a marine hero, and his son is the leader of the Revolutionary Army. Proper teaching is broken. When Drago said this, Garp laughed angrily. I can't do it, but you can. I can do it. Durag said to himself, they are almost hooked. Hearing what Drago said, Garp immediately understood what Drago was doing during this time. This BD is stealing his home during his absence. But now he also understood that Drago was really determined to take Ace away. Garp pondered for a while, if you can persuade Ace to go with you, then I have no objection, but Luffy, you have to stay with me. No, I will take Luffy away too. Drago shook his head again. Garp, who was rejected one after another, his face darkened. This kid is pushing an inch. If you give him some color, you will be brilliant. See, Garp's face is not good. Drago explained. You haven't been here for a while, so you probably don't know that Luffy wants to go to sea as a pirate now. What? Garp raged, who did it? Speaking of this matter, Drago also said in a bad mood, red-haired Shanks, this guy has stayed in East Blue for a year, starting from Windmill Village, he will come back here to resupply every time he goes out to sea, and tell Luffy about his experience of going out to sea, successfully brought this kid into the ditch. Damn guy! Garp clenched his fists, he hadn't done it on Ace's side yet, and Luffy's side was stolen again. Hateful! Garp, whose house was stolen one after another, looked very ugly. Durag said sarcastically on the side. Look, with your education method, who can you teach? Even if your grandson runs away with others, you don't even know. Are you teaching Laozi how to do things? Garp looked sideways at Drago and said. No, anyway, I put it here, I will take away Luffy, and I will take away Ace. Impossible. Garp frowned, leave at least one with me. Eggs cannot be put in one basket, if the Revolutionary Army is taken over by the world government. Then he collapsed directly. One son and 2 grandchildren are gone. Are you sure you can change Luffy? Just because you throw them to bandits. Drago shook his head, if you don't change Luffy and really go out to sea and become a pirate, in case you are caught by marine weight, Sengoku publicly executes him as the son of the leader of the Revolutionary Army, will you save him or not? Drago is clear, Qiao Lin told him that Ace was publicly executed by Sengoku in the original book, but Garp, who is Marine Vice Admiral, can't do anything about it. Hearing this, Garp was silent, he didn't answer because he didn't know either. As a grandfather, he was saved. But as Marine Vice Admiral, he can't save him. Perhaps the only thing we can do is to watch and not help each other. But he didn't want to think about this scene. Drago continued, follow me, at least I can train them so that they will have the ability to protect themselves in the future. I am better than you at this point. Hearing this, Garp has nothing to say. Chapter 58. His tense face relaxed, not as cold and gloomy as before, and he smiled. Forget it, I'm getting old and I can't even convince you, so I'll leave them all to you. Garp changed the topic, stared sharply at Drago and said. But you have to promise me that no matter what happens, you won't let them have an accident, otherwise I will beat you to death no matter where you hide in the ends of the earth. Drago smiled upon hearing this, okay, I promise. He said and rubbed his face, old man, you don't know how to be gentle, are you going to see them? Amidst Garp's laughter and cursing, the two walked towards Dodden's house together. After Garp had dinner with Ace and the others at Dodden's house, he left Windmill Village with the warship the next day. Drago is here, if he is there, it will inevitably attract unnecessary attention. Watching Garp leave, Drago also heaved a sigh of relief. He knew that the affairs of Goa Kingdom would start soon, and if Garp was there, it would inevitably add some unnecessary surprises to their actions. Now everything is ready, only the east wind is owed. Time passed. During this time, Drago seldom appeared in front of Ace and others. The argument to them is that he has work to do recently, so the time to see them will be shortened, and I hope they will not relax and practice more when he is not around. The three children nodded without doubt. But what they don't know is that Durag, who has left for work, has been watching them secretly. And Luffy and the others continued to practice. After the daily homework is over, they will go to the uncertain terminal to collect treasures. Occasionally, I will go to the city to eat delicious food, and I have a very happy life. But the good times didn't last long, and one day they met Sabo's father in the city. And Sabo's father recognized the son who had run away from home at a glance. The three who were discovered escaped, and it was on this day that Sabo revealed his noble identity to them. This also further sublimated the relationship between the three, and the three became brothers after drinking the sworn wine. But this encounter between father and son also made Sabo's father discover his son's trace, and he hired Mr. Blue Mr. 5 pirates to capture his son back. This group of pirates waited in the place where the three of them frequented. Although the three of them had received Drago's training, it hadn't been long. Facing many adult pirates, they couldn't parry them, so they just caught them. Sabo's father threatens the lives of Ace and Luffy, demanding that Sabo follow him home or kill them. As a last resort, Sabo agreed with him. And all of this was seen by Drago. Knowing the development from Qiao Lin already, he just watched from the sidelines. Unless the three of them were really in danger of their lives, he would not act. Blue Mr. 5 pirates did not know that they had just walked around the gate of hell. Only Luffy and Ace are left in the nest of the three, and Sabo returns to his loathed cage. Someday. King's Palace of Goa. Several people in luxurious costumes were talking. The wind is really strong today. Yes. Your Majesty the King. Accidents are most likely to happen at this time, especially be careful of fire. Yes, Your Majesty. The minister who heard the order bowed slightly, then turned and left. On this day, the atmosphere in the city was weird and abnormal. The faces of the people in central town were full of uneasiness, feeling that something big was about to happen. Compared with the civilians in the central town, the nobles living in the high town are much more relaxed, and everything is as peaceful and joyful as usual. Sabo, who was forced to go home, learned from his father's adopted younger brother that the nobles planned to burn the uncertain terminal. Sabo was shocked when he heard the news, and he quickly confirmed to the nobles on the street, but every nobleman seemed to have nothing. But Sabo could tell from their expressions that they knew, and after confirming the facts from a person, he collapsed. Obviously everyone knows that countless innocent people may be killed today, but no one cares. Seems like an inconspicuous little thing. The matter of life and death turned out to be a trivial matter. He finally saw the faces of these nobles clearly, and felt ashamed of being a noble for the first time. I finally understood why Master Durag set up a revolutionary army to overthrow these nobles. He frantically ran out of the city, trying to tell Ace and Luffy the news and let them escape there. On the other side, at the indeterminate terminal, Luffy and Ace came here as usual, collecting treasure from the scrap. They just bumped into the Blue Mr. 5 pirates. The nobles hired this group of pirates to set the fire for them in return for their titles. Chapter 59. Blinded by profit, they took over this inhumane job. And just when they were about to set fire, they met Luffy and Ace who came here. They directly grabbed the two and tied them to the post. And Ace and Luffy also learned what will happen tonight from their mouths. Burn the terminal and make the stain of the kingdom of Goa disappear. The brothers were shocked by such inhumane behavior, but bound they could only watch helplessly as they lit the fire. After lighting the fire, the Blue Mr. 5 pirates hurried to the city gate. According to the agreement, they set fire to surround the terminal, not letting any garbage escape, and they themselves could escape through the city gate, and then they waited for the title to enjoy the glory and wealth. But what they don't know is that in the eyes of nobles, they are also trash. Sure enough, when they went to call the door, they were answered with guns from the city defenders. Damn, have you been cheated? Mr. Bruce said angrily. He turned his head and looked around. Because of their excellent work, the surrounding forest and the entire uncertain terminal were surrounded by fire. They have nowhere to go. Mr. Blue had no choice but to lead people back. At the same time, the people at the terminal also noticed something was wrong, shouting one after another. Ace and Luffy watched the fire grow bigger and bigger, and it was about to burn in front of them. A man appeared before them. It was Durag who told them that he had a job to leave. I'm late. Drago said apologetically. In fact, he has been watching from the sidelines. This fire is very important for tonight's action. Master. Dad. Ace and Luffy were overjoyed. Not far away, the Mr. 5 pirates came back in a hurry and happened to meet Durag, who was untying the rope for Luffy. Ace widened his eyes and said to Drago. Be careful behind, there are pirates, they set the fire. But Drago didn't turn his head back. Suddenly the sky changed, and several thunderbolts struck down. Directly split all these pirates into coke. Ace and Luffy stared at the scene with wide eyes. This is God's punishment? Drago has long been annoyed by these pirates. If not for their value, he would have killed them long ago. These pirates are being used by others from the beginning to the end. Drago released Ace and Luffy, and said slowly. Tonight has just begun. As he said that, he grabbed the sky was already black, and the rain fell from the sky, getting bigger and bigger. The raging flames were gradually extinguished by the rain. Just when the people of Uncertain Terminus are thanking God for blessing them, someone in the crowd stepped forward and exposed the king's plan. In an instant, the impoverished people were burned away by the fire, and they were angry. The crowd flocked towards the city gate like crazy, and the city gate was opened just at this time. At the same time, people in the city also discovered the fire outside the city. The news that the king and the nobles joined forces with the pirates to eliminate those who did not know the destination was also reported. During this period of time, the Revolutionary Army secretly publicized that the aristocrats were miserable, which aroused their dissatisfaction, and this action revealed their ugliness to the fullest. How ironic that kings and nobles join forces with pirates to destroy their people. Kings and nobles really don't treat commoners like them as human beings. This kind of person also deserves to be a king? These people are the so-called nobles? Anger were ignited at this moment. Accompanied by the influx of people from outside the city, the civilians in the central town rushed towards the high town and the palace together with them. The noble gentlemen live there. The riots in the city soon attracted the attention of the king and nobles. Seeing the mighty civilians, the nobles fled to the palace in a hurry regardless of their families. Only then did they discover what a terrifying force it was to gather the untouchables who had been allowed to trample on them at will. The king was also stunned by this sudden riot. He shouted to the minister. Where's the city defense army? Are they all dead? Did these mobs rush in? The minister said anxiously. Can't get in touch, they have surrounded the palace. The sudden riot and overwhelming trend caught the king by surprise. He quickly picked up the phone bug to contact world government and asked them for help. But what he didn't know was that the world government was also in dire straits at this time. Just a few tens of minutes ago, a large number of unknown books suddenly appeared in major cities of nearly 200 member countries around the world. When CP faxed the books to the 5 elders of Marie Joyce, the 5 elders were shocked. What are these things? How can this kind of thing appear? And then take a closer look at the contents inside. 5 elders was angry at first, then chilled, and then felt a huge crisis. Chapter 60. This is something they have never felt before. Now I feel it from these books. The ideas of freedom and equality are not terrible. Those who are free can also be pirates, and those who are equal can also be suppressed. What's really scary is knowing not only what, but how and why. It will be different when this kind of thing forms a complete theoretical system. If it falls into the hands of ordinary people, it may pass after a look. But if it falls into the hands of those who have ideas and ability, it will be a disaster for them. Now these things are still spread everywhere, covering 200 member countries. All 5 of them could see the anxiety in each other's eyes, and quickly ordered. All CPS and local marines must be sent out, and all books must be confiscated, and no book should be circulated. At the same time, find out who is behind the scenes. I'm afraid this world will not be peaceful. Drago is leading Ace and Luffy towards the establishment. The direction of the palace is full of flames. The king tried to burn the people of the terminal, and now his palace is burned. All pleasures that begin with cruelty must end with cruelty. Kings and nobles deserve what they deserve. Seeing the situation in the city, Ace quickly asked. Master, what about Sabo? Nothing will happen to Sabo. No, he should be in our hands now. At this time, a man with a large physique and a bigger head appeared in front of them. He looked like a man and a woman, and his makeup was extremely exaggerated. But next to him is Sabo, who Ace was asking just now. Ace and Luffy were overjoyed to see him, and Sabo was just as overjoyed to see them safe and sound. The 3 hugged each other and were forced to separate and reunite. The happiness cannot be described in words. Drago looked at Ivankov and asked. How did you find him? Ivankov blinked Kazillan's large eyes with false eyelashes. The boy at the gate of the city was crying loudly and screaming to get out of the city gate. He was similar to what you described. I thought it was him. Sabo's voice was a little choked up. I thought I would never see you again. After hearing that the nobles were going to set fire to the destination, I wanted to come and tell you, but the guard refused to let me go. Fortunately, you're all right. Ace and Luffy were even more moved when they saw Sabo in a mess with scratches on his forehead. Sabo looked at Drago and asked. Is this what you call work? He noticed that the gate of the city was opened from the inside, and it would be impossible unless there was an internal response. The only one who could do this was the Revolutionary Army. That's right. Drago nodded. I've known about the plans of the nobles a long time ago. It can be said that the current riots are planned by us secretly. Sabo subconsciously asked, then why didn't you stop the nobles from setting fire earlier? Can I save this country by preventing them from setting fire? Drago asked with a smile, as a nobleman, you should understand why this country is so rotten. Sabo understood what Drago meant. Drago can stop these nobles once, but the nobles who don't learn the lesson will still plan the next time, and if the people don't see the faces of these nobles clearly, then what Drago does is meaningless. The real root of the Goa kingdom lies in these nobles. It is they who do not treat civilians as human beings, and it is they who make this country worse and worse. He had seen all these people clearly just now. Only by cleaning up these people can the country be reborn. So both nobles and commoners have to go through this experience. Now Sabo also understood why such a powerful Drago did not directly participate in this revolution, but let people do it themselves. Because only when they have the idea of resistance, can this revolution have its true value. Only they can save themselves. Not only to change the nobles on the head, but also to change the shackles in the heart. Durag said with a smile. Remember what I told you at the beginning? What is true freedom? He said to himself. Is it free to go to sea to be a pirate? Yes, but not, you are free to go to sea, but what about others? This is nothing more than an escape. I don't want to change it. Instead, I run far away, to the sea, trying to find freedom in other places, to enjoy freedom. This is not freedom. It's selfishness. Selfishness is the nature of human beings. But we can pursue a more valuable thing, a real freedom, not just given to a certain person, but to everyone, so that everyone can enjoy freedom and equality, which is what the Revolutionary Army has been doing in this way. Chapter 61. These words touched Sabo's heartstrings. After discovering the madness of nobles and the shame of his noble status, he thought of leaving here, leaving this disgusting place. But is this not a kind of escape? Look at this city, there are so many suffering people. If not for Drago's planning, I'm afraid there will be more people trapped in the terror of this country. Drago looked at the three with a smile and said, "If you still insist on becoming pirates, I will not stop you, but if you want to join the Revolutionary Army and participate in this great cause with me and my companions, then I welcome it very much. I just experienced the ups and downs of life, saw all the ugly faces of the nobles, and the process of the people being ravaged wantonly until they united and resisted." Sabo seemed to have grown up a lot all of a sudden. Can he really be free by going to sea and becoming a pirate? Probably from one cage to another. As long as this world remains unchanged, there will still be nobles and even world nobles. Then there would be no real freedom. If there is, it is only an illusion. He looked at Drago and nodded. "I would like to join." Sabo's words made Ace and Luffy's eyes widen. What about the one who agreed to go to sea together and become a pirate? Who was agreed to become the One Piece first? Why did you slip away alone and become a revolutionary army? Sabo said apologetically to Ace and Luffy. "I'm sorry, Ace, Luffy, I only now understand what I hate and what I want. I don't hate my parents' restraint, nor do I hate them telling me to move in the direction they want. What I really hate is the aristocracy itself, this kind of inhuman existence that only benefits, oppresses and exploits people, and does not treat common people as human beings. Even if they want to go to sea, they just want to escape from here, not to be swallowed by this kingdom, and they are afraid that they will become like them. But now I understand that escaping cannot solve any problems, so I want to become a revolutionary army, and I want to overthrow these nobles with my own hands. So forgive me, I can't go to the sea with you to make a name for yourself." Sabo's words surprised Luffy, who was only 10 years old, and 7 years old, but after knowing what Sabo really thought, they were not angry, but showed big smiles. "Don't say that, we are all brothers, do what you want." Ace laughed. "Oh, so handsome. Sabo, you looked so handsome just now when you spoke." Luffy shouted with bright eyes. "Yeah, haha." Sabo rubbed the back of his head and laughed. After receiving Sabo's affirmative reply, Drago couldn't help but nodded. Finally, he didn't waste his time in vain, and finally a fish was hooked. He turned his head to look at Ace and Luffy. Well, it wasn't Luffy. Luffy didn't need to agree, he just brought it up and took it away. "What about you? Ace, what do you think?" Ace thought about it, and he was really touched today, and the actions of Goa Kingdom touched him a lot. And the behavior of Durag and his revolutionary army tonight also made him discover the shining point of the revolutionary army. They seem to be doing a great cause for all mankind. However, Ace, who has always been hated by people because of the evil blood of One Piece, does not have such noble sentiments. He respected Drago very much, especially Drago saved them and the people who were not sure of the destination today. But that doesn't mean he has to give up his dream. But it was Sabo who really changed his mind. Sabo's thoughts made him decide to go with them first. See if the revolutionary army can bring real freedom to people, as Durag said. Whether he can also find the meaning of his existence there. Ace looked at Drago and said arrogantly. "Since Sabo has agreed to join the revolutionary army, the three of us brothers will not be separated. I will first go to the revolutionary army with you to see if Sabo is doing well there. If I feel bad, I will leave." After seeing Durag smile, he said quickly. "I didn't say that I would give up going to sea and become a pirate." Drago nodded and said, "Well, I understand." Luffy, who was a head shorter next to him, didn't wait for his father to ask his opinion, thinking that he had been forgotten, he couldn't bear it and asked. "What about me? Why don't you ask me if I'm going?" "You?" Drago glanced at Luffy, "I already counted you in it, even if you don't go, you have to follow me. Ah! Why is this? It's too much, I won't go. The angry Luffy punched Drago's thigh violently, but he didn't even break the defense. Chapter 62. But he was hit on the head with a heavy punch of love by Darag. Luffy, who was covering his head, could only squat on the ground and mumble. Damn it, just like Grandpa, he only knows how to hit people with his fists. Even when I said it just now, I still felt very handsome. One day I will call back. Hearing Luffy whispering, Ace and Sabo couldn't help laughing, and Drago also laughed. Putting one hand on Luffy's head and ruffling his short black hair. This scene fell in Ace's eyes, full of envy. Drago also noticed this scene, and understood that although the child hated his father, he actually longed for his father's love and family affection. Otherwise, after meeting Whitebeard, he would not be willing to recognize him as his father. Drago also pressed his other hand on Ace's head, and rubbed Ace's hair. I couldn't help but sigh in my heart, they are all good children, but they were born in the wrong era. I hope the children of the next era can see a different world. And Ace seemed to be sealed by Drago's actions, without struggling, with a happy smile on his face. Sabo on one side pays more attention to things on the other side. He looked towards the palace and asked, "What will happen to the kingdom of Goa?" He turned his head to look at Drago, with hope in his eyes. In his opinion, with such a big revolutionary action happening today, this country should have a brand new future. Hearing this, Drago's smile faded, and the corners of his mouth curled up in a helpless arc. "I'm afraid I'll disappoint you." This time, not only Sabo, but also Ace and Luffy, who had their heads patted angrily, stared at Drago with wide-eyed eyes full of curiosity. "Why? If you know who the real enemy of our revolutionary army is, you won't have this doubt." "Who is it?" "World government." Hearing what Drago said, Sabo, who had received aristocratic education, quickly understood what Drago meant, while Ace and Luffy next to him looked confused. The world government is a government composed of hundreds of alliance countries, and Goa Kingdom is just one of them. The alliance countries pay heavenly gold to the world noble celestial dragons in exchange for Marine's asylum. For this world, on the surface, the ruler of each country is the king and nobles of this country, but in fact, the real ruler is the world government, but the world government doesn't care much about these countries, as long as they pay the money. Having said that, Drago looked at the already blazing kingdom and sighed and said, "So don't look at the angry people who seem to have won the revolution, but soon the reinforcements from the world government will come here to counter the rebellion and ensure that the country can still hand over the next piece of heavenly gold smoothly. It doesn't matter to the world government who rules the country, as long as it is not the revolutionary army, so there may be a new king in the kingdom of Goa soon." Such an answer made the three children couldn't believe their ears. Doesn't this mean that people's revolt tonight is not pointless? And they also understood why these nobles only cared about their interests, regardless of whether the people lived or died. Because money is the guarantee for their foothold, and civilians are just a tool for them to make money. The stability of their country does not depend on the people, but on the attitude of the world government. Therefore, they can kill and take the lives of civilians at will. What really caused these countries, kings, and nobles to decay, degenerate, mad, and cruel is this world government. The world sucks from top to bottom. Damn it! Sabo cursed angrily. Drago understands their current mood, and he also had this idea when the world government was analyzed by Qiao Lin. "Do you understand our goal now?" Drago asked. Sabo nodded, Ace also nodded with understanding, and Luffy, who didn't quite understand, nodded with his two brothers. Only by overthrowing the world government can the world be saved, otherwise all people are slaves of the nobility and the nobility of the world, and no one can gain freedom and equality. Drago looked into the distance and his voice gradually became lower. Don't look at the fact that the world government can settle everything that is happening now, but everything we have done will not be in vain, because people's hearts have changed. The dragon-headed ship that docked on the shore of Goa Kingdom the next day has disappeared here. And on the port of Goa Kingdom, several marine warships came at a gallop. Many marines and many men in black suits came down from the warship. They are the other hand of the world government, CP. Soon, the rebellion last night was quelled by them. Facing the large number of marines with live ammunition, these civilians had no chance of winning. Chapter 63. I can only watch them take control of the kingdom of Goya. At this time, Marine, who usually maintains order, is so dazzling in their eyes. They didn't show up when they needed it most, and came to rescue the nobles when they had eliminated the tyrant. But these Marines and CPS came late. The king and the nobles who hadn't had time to escape were hanged by the angry people last night. However, this did not arouse the anger of the 5 elders far away in Marie Joyce. The frowned 5 elders immediately asked the CPS to find the surviving nobles, arrange for people to take over the country, and uncover the revolutionary army hiding in the country. The rebellion happened so fast that even the managers of Goa Kingdom had no room to fight back. This is not normal. This method is too skilled. There must be a pusher behind this, and there is no doubt that only a group of people can do this pusher. Revolutionary Army. But at this time, the large forces of the Revolutionary Army had already left. The rebellion was suppressed. A new king was installed. Everything seems to be the same as before. Royal Palace, High Town, and Central Town. The royal family, nobles, and commoners are still in order, and the gap between classes seems to be impossible to disappear. Under the suppression of the marine and world government, everything returned to its former order. But under this calm, there is an invisible undercurrent raging. The people of the Goa Kingdom also seemed to see clearly who was really oppressing them. However, the 5 elders didn't have that much energy to manage the affairs of the Goa Kingdom, and their attention was focused on more serious matters. Even though a large number of Marines and CPS were sent to the places involved to investigate and confiscate those prohibited books. But they still can't be sure whether the books have been collected. The more the 5 elders read the books, the more anxious they felt. The country mentioned above was unheard of, and 5 elders searched through the historical records but could not find what happened above. It's almost as if it appeared out of thin air. How so? Are these things from another world? As soon as this thought popped up, 5 elders couldn't help but tremble. They immediately sent CP to contact the people in the news agency, and they must control the news. The less impact this kind of thing has, the better. The fewer people who know, the better. But even in such an order, books are also inevitably handed down. All over the world, more and more people saw these things. Something seemed to be awakened. After leaving Goya Kingdom, Drago couldn't help but smile with satisfaction looking at the 3 teenagers on the deck. This time, in the plan of the Goa Kingdom, basically all he wanted was achieved. New revolutionary means were practiced. Activate the resistance of the people of Goa Kingdom. The real exploiters hidden behind the king and nobles were exposed. At the same time, the revolutionary guide was disseminated all over the world. The most important thing, and what deserved his joy the most, was that the 3 boys who had been tricked by him obediently boarded his boat. He looked at the 3 unaware children and smiled. Don't blame him for tricking you. If you want to blame the world. Back to the chat group, Daraga uploaded a short video. This was recorded by him in the chat group during the revolution last night. It recorded some clips when the people overthrew the Goa Kingdom. He felt that he should share the joy of this victory with everyone. Qiao Lin found this video as soon as he entered the group. Click on it, and a group of angry people rushed into the palace, and the king who was high above was surrounded by them. At this time, he seemed to have lost all his previous pride. The king who decided to decide the life and death of people at the uncertain terminal while talking and laughing before disappeared. In its place was a terrified middle-aged man. Only then did people discover that the so-called kings and nobles were actually no different from them. Then, amidst the shouts of a crowd, the king was hanged, and the crowd resounded. Qiao Lin looked at this video and thought it was a clip from that anime. But when he found 4 figures in the crowd, he felt something was wrong. These 4 are Durag, Luffy, Ace and Sabo? How could the 4 of them stand together? Then he saw that the person who posted the video was Long to Long. After a while, it suddenly dawned on me that this guy not only wrote his idea into a doujin, but also made it into an animation. Qiao Mulinson, it's not bad, you have a hand, this animation is already at a professional level. Drago, who was still thinking about how to find an excuse, froze when he heard Qiao Lin's words. Unexpectedly, Qiao Lin had already imagined the situation. Drago followed Qiao Lin's words. Dragon to Long, yes, I have a friend who specializes in this, please help him to do it. After listening to your suggestion, I immediately incorporated it into my novel, and asked my friend to turn this into animation. I think this is the only way to show the excellence of your idea. Chapter 64. Durag's words were automatically translated in the eyes of others. After I listened to your advice, I immediately put it into practice, and then plotted to overthrow this kingdom. This is the result. That means that Drago has successfully persuaded Luffy and the others away? Thinking of this, Roger's eyes were full of excitement, and Sakazuki and Blackbeard were also excited and eager to try. Qiao Lin didn't know so much, and he was surprised to see the dragon slaying the dragon so solemnly. Qiao Mulinson, these are all small ideas, not worth mentioning. It is amazing if you can make it out. If this is put on the internet, it will definitely become popular. Whether it can be fire or not, Drago doesn't care and doesn't understand, but he is very happy to get Qiao Lin's approval. Now that he has left the kingdom of Goa, things here have come to an end. But this is just the beginning, is there still a long way to go? He wanted advice about the future from Qiao Lin, a more broad-minded demographic. Dragon to Long, I want to ask some questions about novels. Qiao Mulinson, say it. Dragon to Long, now my plot has drawn Ace, Sabo and Luffy into the ranks of the Revolutionary Army, and the Kingdom of Goa has also been overthrown, and I have also paid attention to your previous reminder. I have more than 200 people in the world. One of the franchise countries has thrown out the books you mentioned for Durag, and now the world government should also know. I would like to ask, what should Drago do now? What can he do? Qiao Lin understood after listening to Long's words. This newcomer encountered the common problem of most authors. This phenomenon is very common, and there are even many eunuchs because of it. So Qiao Lin understood Long's current mood very well. Think about it for him when he is free now. Qiao Lin thought for more than 10 seconds before he came up with the answer. Recently, his thinking speed is not 1 or 2 points. Qiao Mulinson, according to the situation of Drago in your novel, he should have become a thorn in the side of the 5 elders by now, and life for the Revolutionary Army should be difficult. So I suggest that you can arrange for the Revolutionary Army to lie dormant next, and the plot develops in a daily direction. You can consider asking Durag to reform and improve the Revolutionary Army based on the cheats you gave him, that is, those few books. Now the Revolutionary Army does not have the ability to fight against the world government, and the most important thing is that it is not strong enough, so during this period of time, the Revolutionary Army is dormant on the surface, but it can actively expand its teams around the world in secret, and stop the matter of overthrowing the kingdom for a while. It can be considered to establish a standardized talent training model to cultivate the skinny of the team. The world government has a special marine training plan, and the Revolutionary Army has to follow suit. At the same time, some ideological and cultural education can also be arranged, especially teaching them the content of these books, so that they can understand what revolution is, why revolution is, and how revolution is. If the members of the Revolutionary Army themselves don't know this, how can they mobilize more people to carry out the revolution? Qiao Lin said, and Drago recorded the content verbatim, which is a precious suggestion for him. Except for Drago, Other people saw these and remembered them intentionally, maybe they would be useful in the future. Qiao Lin, who didn't know this, continued to explain to Durag how the subsequent plot could develop. He didn't stop until he felt that he could let the dragon slay the dragon right for a long time. Qiao Mulinson, let's just leave it at that, there's a lot of nonsense, choose what you think is useful to write, if you write it out, you can tell me and I'll have a look, of course it's better to make a video, the picture is more impactful than the text. Long to Long, thank you, I have benefited a lot from what you said today. Dragon To Long sent Qiao Mulinson an exclusive red envelope. Seeing Drago's red envelope, Qiao Lin realized something. After being handed red envelopes so many times, Qiao Lin probably understands one thing now. He joined the group late, and there may be a rule in this group that he doesn't know. That is when they give people red envelopes when they say thank you. It doesn't matter whether there is something in the red envelope, the key is the heart. After figuring this out, Qiao Lin didn't care about it. After all, there are still people in other groups expressing their gratitude. At this time, in the information that Qiao Lin's mobile phone was intercepted. Qingguo Bank, transfer QMB 65,000,000 to your account ending in XXXX. Drago has nothing particularly valuable to give to Qiao Lin. They can see what other people send to Qiao Lin. Roger gave Qiao Lin his taijutsu, swordsmanship, and observation haki. Drago himself gave Qiao Lin Dragon Claw Fist, 6 styles, armed color and conquerors. Robin gave Qiao Lin the talent of great knowledge, archaeology expertise, and Grandmaster ancient text. Chapter 65. It can be said that there is not much they can give Qiao Lin now, what Qiao Lin needs. Now Drago complains that Roger pretended to be a local tyrant at the beginning, and went directly to the three, which made them empty out their family from the beginning. Now the only thing that can last forever is money. No one thinks there is too much money, unless it is not enough and looks down on it. However, the Revolutionary Army itself did not have much funds. One word, poor. The reward for Qiao Lin this time was still taken from the treasury of the Kingdom of Goa. After they overthrew the Kingdom of Goa this time, they took part of the funds from it for the operation of the Revolutionary Army, and distributed the rest to the exploited civilians. Drago took 1 billion Baileys out of it as a thank you to Qiao Lin. His behavior caught Ivankov by surprise. Ivankov knew in his heart that Drago was not a person who was greedy for money and pleasure. Why did he want so much money? Durag explained to him with a smile. Eva, don't you wonder why I suddenly took out these books? Ivankov nodded and said. Of course I'm curious, but you didn't tell me when I asked you before, why on earth? These were given to me by someone, and he planned the operation of the Kingdom of Goa this time. Ivankov said in surprise. Who is he? Why have you never heard of it? I can only tell you that his name is Qiao Lin. It's useless to say anything else. I don't know where he is now, but what is certain is that he is of great significance to our revolution. As a token of gratitude, I reciprocate with these items. After listening to Drago's words, Ivankov nodded as expected. He said that Drago was not that kind of person, and he also felt that Drago's recent actions were a little different from before, and the methods used in Goya Kingdom this time had also made breakthroughs. Especially those books are even more amazing. If Drago had already had it, he wouldn't have waited until now to take it out. Must have been acquired recently. Thinking of this, Ivankov looked at Drago and asked. Then why don't you bring that person named Qiao Lin into us, it seems that he should have a good impression of us. Drago shook his head and smiled wryly, he thought too, but they are not from the same world. If Qiao Lin can join them, there is no need to worry about the great cause. Seeing Drago's expression, Ivankov thought there was something hidden in it, so he didn't continue to ask. After replying to Dragon slaying Dragon, Qiao Lin put down his phone. As time passed, life returned to normal on his side. The popularity of the video gradually diminishes over time. Now if you don't search for this video on the internet, it's hard to see it again. This is the case in the internet age. Everyone may become a hotspot on the internet inadvertently, then suddenly disappeared again. But this is just right for Qiao Lin, who doesn't want to become an internet celebrity. Since Qiao Lin did not appear on the basketball court during this period of time, and lived a normal life of 3 points and 1 line, there was no further disturbance on the school side. We are all so busy that we don't have much time to pay attention to other people's affairs. What happened on the basketball court before was quickly forgotten, but there are still legends about that basketball god tier circulating on campus. And what Qiao Lin has to do every day, besides going to class, is to face those girls who add him on WeChat on the road. Because the news of those who added him through other channels fell into the sea. It is also true that rejecting others has become a part of Qiao Lin's daily life. Because I have seen Qiao Lin's coldness and ruthlessness in the video, Qiao Lin's attitude has actually deepened the girls' affection for him. Those who are ugly are called straight men, and those who are handsome are called high, cold and self-disciplined. The scenes that happen in classrooms and schools every day have attracted countless people to like lemons. Reality is too cold. At the same time, Roger finally got the information about the lanternfish. Neptune sent Jinbei to take the Roger pirates to the location of the lanternfish. With the news, Roger recalled the members who went to North Blue to find OPOP fruit, and they went together. Just when Roger wanted to tell everyone the good news, at Qiao Lin, the lurker who has been diving in the group. Lurker, are you there? I have a question I want to ask you. Kojiki Hiri looked nervously at the chat group. She has been in the group for a while. Seeing that Roger, Durag, Robin, and Doflamingo all got the information and advice they wanted from Qiao Lin, and change their future, Hiri also wanted to ask Qiao Lin about Wano Kuni. But thinking that she had nothing at this time, Hiri was silent again, so Hiri, who had been thinking, thought of the sword her father left her. So she asked Hisong to take her to see Tiangu Mountain Faish. Take away the big sharp knife Yan Mo that his father left him. She decides to trade this for information about Wano Kuni. Chapter 66. Qiao Lin, who had just put down his phone, noticed the vibration of the phone. He picked it up and took a look, and found that it was someone at him in the group. He clicked in and saw that it was another young girl in the group who wanted to ask him a question. Qiao Mulinson, yes, what do you want to know? Kojiki Hiri organized his own question with some excitement and replied. Lurker, I've heard you guys have been talking about One Piece, and I've learned a little bit about it. Now it seems to be the story of Wano Kuni. Can you tell me about Wano Kuni? As for the progress of the plot, she always listened to Qiao Lin. Because I was too young, I don't have a clear impression of that period of time, and I don't understand why Wano Kuni suddenly became what it is now. She wants to know the future of Wano Kuni and how to change this country. As soon as Qiao Lin heard her words, she knew that this girl, like historians, was not very familiar with One Piece. She probably read a few marketing articles and learned about the current progress of the plot. But Wano Kuni's progress does have something, the infernal affairs of infernal affairs. The inner ghost played from decades ago to decades later, and the plot arrangement is a bit unexpected. It's fun to talk about. Qiao Mulinson, the plot of Wano Kuni's plot is really interesting. If we want to talk about it, we have to mention one person, Kojiki Odin. Hearing this name, Roger's eyes widened when no one else responded. What happened to Odin? Roger, who wanted to announce the good news to everyone, paused. And Kojiki Hiri also held her breath, it was her father. Qiao Mulinson, Kojiki Odin is the son of the former Wano Kuni general Kojiki Sukiyaki. Because of his extraordinary talent and peculiar personality since he was a child, Sukiyaki drove Odin out of the Flower City because of his constant troubles. Odin, who left the capital of flowers, traveled to various areas of Wano Kuni, and conquered Wanakuni's famous illegal area, July, and subdued the hooligans and bandits here to become his own retainers, proving his ability. Seeing that Odin has finally grown, Sukiyaki named him Kuri's daimyo. But Kojiki Odin is not a person who can rest easy. After traveling Wano Kuni and conquering 9 miles, he set his sights on overseas. He wants to go to sea, but he is the heir of the general, how can he go out and take risks? So after the Whitebeard pirates came to Wano Kuni once, Odin rubbed against Whitebeard's pirates, and worked hard to get Whitebeard to approve him to join the pirates as the captain of the second team, and in the process, Odin met the wife as MRS. And this trip to sea was also the starting point of his tragedy. What? Roger's eyes widened. Didn't Odin join his pirates later on? How could it be a tragedy? Did something happen after Odin left his ship that he didn't know about? Qiao Mulinson, at this time, Kojiki Odin didn't know that a conspiracy had already unfolded in Wano Kuni. Odin took his retainers out to sea with Whitebeard, enjoying the thrill of adventure, and later met Roger. At this time, Roger went out to sea again. He had reached the point of the world, but he did not find the real Raftel. This time he wanted to find all the road signs. In the text, he took a fancy to Odin's ability to read ancient characters and invited him to board the ship. Afterwards, Odin went out to sea with Roger, obtained 4 road sign texts, and calculated the location of the final island. On the way, because MRS. She fell ill, they stayed in Wano Kuni. When they passed by Wano Kuni, and Odin continued to follow Roger to the final island, and know the truth of history. But this secret did not bring him any practical benefits. After knowing the truth, Roger and the others sailed away from Raftel and dismissed the crew. Odin also returned to Wano Kuni. Only then did Odin discover that there was a rebellion in Wano Kuni. His father Kojiki Sukiyaki was dead, and the successor to Wano Kuni turned out to be his former retainer, Kurozumi Orokai, and this Kurozumi Orokai was the descendant of the Kurozumi family that had launched the rebellion. After the failure of the rebellion, Kurozumi Orokai hid his identity and lurked beside Odin, and won the trust of Odin. Odin introduced him to his father, Sukiyaki. Later, after Odin left, he killed Sukiyaki as the successor general. Position. Hearing what Qiao Lin said, Roger finally understood what happened after Odin returned to Wano Kuni. But this is still not a serious problem. With Odin's strength, it should be easy to kill this Kurozumi Orokai and regain the position of general. Why did it become a tragedy? Qiao Mulinson, originally, after Odin returned to Daxia, the drama should have been quelled. You must know that Odin is a man who can compete with Roger and Whitebeard, but his strength is not enough to be stabbed secretly. Chapter 67. After Odin returned to Daxia, Orokai, who had been worried that Odin would come back to seek his revenge, contacted Kaido of the Beasts and formed an alliance with him. Kaido supported Orokai behind his back, and Kurozumi Orokai captured hundreds of Wano Kuni people as hostages. Odin is required to perform a fruit dance to the Kurozumi family within the specified time every week, saving 100 people each time. Odin agreed, because he thought that Kurozumi just wanted revenge on the Kojiki family and had no interest in Wano Kuni, so he wanted to end this grievance in a way that would not hurt others, and he believed too much in the benevolence of the enemy. In this way, Kojiki Odin pretended to be crazy in Wano Kuni for 5 years. The people of Wano Kuni did not understand why Odin would do such a stupid thing, but he endured it in order to save people. Kojiki Odin's prestige in Wano Kuni, and thus the mastery of the country. Hearing that his friend had suffered such humiliation when he didn't know it, Roger couldn't hold back his anger. Others like Doflamingo, Sakazuki, and Blackbeard were amazed that such a person even existed. Should he be said to be kind? Or stupid? Only Kojiki Hiri was in tears, and she remembered what happened in those years. Qiao Mulinson, it wasn't until 5 years later that Kurozumi Orokai built a factory in Wano Kuni and exposed his ambitions. At this time, Oden realized that Kurozumi Orokai had no intention of keeping the agreement, so he joined forces with his retainers to attack Kaido and Orokai, but failed. Kojiki Oden died on the spot, and the Red Sheath 9 heroes escaped. Mrs. Toki used the fruit ability Time Fruit to send Momosuke, Jinwaimen, Rei Zhang, and Kanjuro to Wano Kuni 20 years later. So far, Wano Kuni has been completely reduced to Kurozumi Orokai and Kaido under control. Knowing the news of Oden's death, Roger clenched his fist with some regret. It was he who invited Oden to go to Raftel with him. If Oden hadn't gone with him in the end, or on the way back, he had gone to Wano Kuni with Oden to help him finish Wano Kuni's rebellion, then Oden's tragedy would not have happened. When Roger was annoyed, Qiao Lin's next words completely ignited Roger's anger. Qiao Mulinson, according to the recent plot, we can know that Oden did not die in a duel with Kaido, he even almost killed Kaido. But at a critical juncture, Kaido's men hijacked Momonosuke to stop Oden, and at this time, Kaido took the opportunity to attack and knock down Oden. What is even more unexpected is that Momonosuke was pretended by someone else. There is a guy named Kurozumi Higurashi on Kurozumi Orokai. He has clone fruit, which can imitate the appearance of anyone he touches, and also it was he and Orokai who pretended to be Sukiyaki after killing Sukiyaki and passed the position of general to Orokai. Oden died, and it was caused by a sneak attack. A strong man whose strength was recognized by Whitebeard and Roger died so aggrieved. Row is that everyone in the group knew that Oden's result was not good, and they didn't expect it to be like this. For a man, it was an honor that he died in battle. And Oden has been being calculated from beginning to end, and his great strength is useless. 2 words, aggrieved. Roger was furious, it was unforgivable that a man like Oden should be killed like this. He thought that it was still early, he was not dead, and Oden should not have been killed. Everything is still in time. In order to help him realize his dream, even the country was overthrown by Oden, so there is no reason for him not to help him take it back. When he finds pure gold, the first thing he will kill is Kaido, and the Kurozumi snake. Kojiki Hiri burst into tears after listening to Qiao Lin's words. She witnessed these things with her own eyes, but what she wanted to know was what happened behind. Lurker, what about the back? Qiao Mulinson, the latter situation is the current plot. Mrs. Shi used her life to send Momonosuke and 3 retainers to 20 years later. At this time, the country is already ruled by Orokai, and he and Kaido jointly control the country. Since Wano Kuni is rich in minerals and has precious sea stone resources, Kaido regards it as a weapon production factory, and the weapons produced are exchanged with Doflamingo, an intermediary, for smile fruits, which are used to build his army of beasts. Instinctively, Doflamingo felt the hostility in the group, which made Doflamingo feel bad. Isn't he is a middleman, so he has to take the blame? Qiao Mulinson, Oden left a message to Mrs. Shi before he died. The world will change drastically in 20 years. At that time, it is the opportunity for Wano Kuni to found a country. This refers to the arrival of Luffy and the others. Chapter 68. But what Oden didn't know was that there was another traitor among his retainers, that is, he had passed on Oden's information to Orokai. Even after Oden's death, neither Mrs. Shi nor the 9 heroes of the Red Sheath found out who the traitor was. Seeing Qiao Lin's words, Kojiki Hiri instinctively felt something bad. Because it has been 9 years since his father died, and during these 9 years, no one in the Red Sheath has been found to surrender to the big snake. His father is dead, there is no need to continue to hide his identity. Unless... Kojiki Hiri had a terrible guess in his head. Qiao Mulinson, this traitor was sent to Kanjuro 20 years later by Madame Shi and Momonosuke, his full name is Kurozumi Kanjuro. 20 years after Momonosuke came, Kanjuro told Kurozumi Orokai about Momonosuke's information, and Kaido immediately sent someone to arrest them. Kinemon and others had to flee Wano Kuni with Momonosuke. Then they met Luffy and others in Punk Hazard, and after a series of events, they allied with Luffy, and found Odin's cat and dog in Zo, and went to Wano Kuni to launch a counterattack together. However, Luffy and Momonosuke still didn't find out that Kanjuro, who was traveling with him, was a ghost. Afterwards, Kinemon wanted to contact Odin's old department to get rid of Kaido and Orokai together, but all of this was tipped off by Kanjuro, and finally Luffy was arrested and the alliance failed. Fortunately, with the help of accidents and the halo of Luffy's protagonist, Luffy survived the catastrophe and learned the use of more advanced haki from Leopard Goro. And Kinemon and Denjiro's misunderstanding of the code also misled Kanjuro, who is the inner ghost. In this way, the alliance regrouped a large number of people, landed on the Ghost Island where Kaido is located, and launched a big counterattack. This is almost the latest plot, but the young Momonosuke was captured by Kanjuro and given to Kaido. It is estimated that another mine. And Luffy and the others offended another 4 emperors Big Mom before, and now Big Mom also went to Wano Kuni to hunt down Luffy, and now Kaido and Big Mom are allied, and now they are not facing 4 emperors but 2. After listening to Qiao Lin's description, Kojiki Hiri not only did not breathe a sigh of relief, but was extremely anxious about Kanjuro's affairs. Unexpectedly, there is the ghost among the people Momonosuke finds to go with him to 20 years later. And Momonosuke also fell into the hands of Kaido. All this is very similar to 20 years ago, the only difference is that this time Momonosuke really fell into Kaido's hands. Worse than 20 years ago, and now there is 4 emperors. Kojiki Hiri couldn't sit still anymore, she quickly asked. Lurker, what about the follow-up? Qiao Mulinson, how do I know that the follow-up author hasn't drawn yet, but I should know after a guess. It's probably because Luffy's protagonist's halo attack appeared as a helper, and then he defeated Kaido. Who made him the protagonist? The people in the group were speechless for a while. There are still various powerful enemies, various conspiracies, and various difficulties ahead, but in the end, it is the end of Luffy. This is too much. The protagonist's halo is so terrifying. Thinking that this time the 4 emperors will eventually be killed together, now they have no doubts about Luffy's ability to overthrow the world government in the future. However, Hiri did not feel relaxed because of this, because the future is still unknown to her. She is not sure what Wano Kuni will be like after winning, and whether Momonosuke can successfully escape from Kaido, and more importantly, whether Wano Kuni can realize the founding of the country and fulfill his father's last wish. Lurker, so do you think Kojiki Odin's wish to start Wano Kuni can be realized? The founding of Wano Kuni? Qiao Lin thought of that pervert Momonosuke and shook his head. Qiao Mulinson, maybe, but I don't think so. Kojiki Hiri asked hastily. Lurker, why? Qiao Mulinson, needless to say, both of Odin's children are useless, one of them is full of yellow, and he was sent from 8 years old to 20 years later, and he is still 8 years old after 20 years, can such a crying child rule the country? And the other Kojiki Hiri is a girl with an older brother. She has no idea of inheriting the country, and she has not shown any ability to be a leader. With such 2 heirs, it is estimated that even after defeating Kaido, this country will have nothing in the future. Good end, after all, Luffy can't stay here forever. Having said that, Qiao Lin laughed mockingly. Qiao Mulinson, and why should these 2 people be the heirs after Kaido is overthrown? What did Momonosuke and Kojiki Hiri do? Chapter 69. One has traveled through 20 years, and 20 years later, he has done nothing, has not shared the suffering of the people, and is not capable enough to play a leading role in this resistance. And Kojiki Hiri doesn't have this ability. She hopes that her brother Momonosuke will return 20 years later, and with her mother's prophecy, the country will be founded. They didn't do anything, so why should they inherit this country? Compared to the 2 of them, which one of the Red Sheath 9 heroes is more qualified than them? This is the country of the entire Wano Kuni people, not the Kojiki family, and it is the entire Wano Kuni people who are suffering, not just the Kojiki family. The defeat of the Kojiki family has already caused the country to suffer once, is it necessary to make the country suffer again? Just relying on these two ineffective heirs? Just because of their blood? Luffy can't save Wano Kuni, Momonosuke and Hiri can't save Wano Kuni, and they can't save the whole life for a while. If you want to really make Wano Kuni strong and the people live a happy life, you have to clear away all corrupt thoughts. This country is not owned by Kojiki's family or by a certain family. The country belongs to everyone. The ruler has only one responsibility, which is to make everyone live a stable life, and everyone is also twisted together for this goal. Solidarity. How can there be such a saying that the Wano Kuni of the Kojiki family was subverted by the Kurozumi family? People only need to care about one thing, that is, the guy who can't make people live a good life rolls down from that position. The Kurozumi family is like this, the same goes for the Kojikis, no one is born noble. So it's funny to say that sending the little boy Momonosuke to 20 years later can change Wano Kuni. What's the difference between this and the guys from world government? Are they born superior? Desperate you, let me sit on the throne? If you really want Wano Kuni to have a brand new future, then it is best to build a new country on the ruins of this country, without nobles, everyone is equal, so that everyone can sincerely fight for the future of this country's struggle. Rather than the slave mentality of fighting for a certain person or a certain family. Qiao Lin's words gave Roger and the others quite a shock. If it is said that because they stood on the opposite side of the world government, they instinctively resented and criticized the exploitation of the people by the world government. So for Wano Kuni, a country that is not much different in essence, there is not so much resentment. After all, it was because Odin was Roger's friend and Hiri's father. Ignore these because of friendship. On the contrary, Durag, who overthrew the kingdom of Goya not long ago, saw it more clearly. In the event of Wano Kuni, apart from Kurozumi Orokai and Kaido, the life of the people of Wano Kuni is in dire straits. Momonosuke, the heir, didn't let him see any bright spots. Doesn't even show any ability to possess a ruler. Nothing but the eldest son of the Kojiki family. He finds it hard to believe that such a person can give Wano Kuni a bright future. And such a country still cannot give people freedom and equality. If the Revolutionary Army were to get involved, they would overthrow Wano Kuni controlled by Kurozumi Orokai, but not for the sake of the Kojiki family, but for the people here. They didn't overthrow the kingdom for another king and nobles to go up. Kojiki Hiri was even more shocked. She suddenly remembered what Qiao Lin had said to Drago in the group before. She hadn't contacted herself before, but now that she thinks about it, there is actually no essential difference between them and these nobles, and she herself is a class of nobles. Her thoughts and concerns are also the affairs of the nobility. And even if he wanted to overthrow Kurozumi Orokai, he just wanted to take back what belonged to the Kojiki family and take revenge on them. But what they didn't realize was that it wasn't their Kojiki's business. The people of Wano Kuni have no obligation and no need for them to become the rulers of Wano Kuni again. Because they have failed as rulers and have caused the country to suffer irreparably. What's more, Momonosuke was only 8 years old at that time, and he didn't have the ability to be a qualified ruler at all. Why should the people hand over the future of this country to an 8-year-old child? They were wrong from the start. What they did was nothing more than a family revenge. And if it's for the country, they need to do more. Kojiki Hiri took a deep breath. At this moment, she has let go of her identity as the daughter of the Kojiki family, and is now a citizen of Wano Kuni. Lurker, since Momosuke 20 years later is only 8 years old and can do nothing for this country, what can Kojiki Hiri, who has not traveled through time, be able to do for Wano Kuni? Chapter 70. Kojiki Hiri? A beautiful face flashed in Qiao Lin's mind. Although it is said that Hiri is beautiful, but the world is only beautiful enough. Without strength, even if you want to assassinate, you can't do it. Qiao Mulinson, actually, Kojiki Hiri should be chosen by Mrs. Momonosuke instead of Momonosuke. After all, it is meaningless to send an 8-year-old child to 20 years later. It is better to let him live in these years. Work hard and train yourself to be a qualified person. Now Momonosuke is out of touch with the whole Wano Kuni, and has not experienced the suffering of these years. He is still a child in his heart, and he is not worthy to be the ruler of Wano Kuni at all. In contrast, Kojiki Hiri who stays is much more useful, at least she has grown up and can think things with an adult mind, but still not, unless she has the determination to take on everything to change the country. Qiao Mulinson, based on this, we can imagine Kojiki Hiri's position again to see if she is on the side of Kojiki's family or the whole of Wano Kuni. Lurker, what about the Kojiki family's position, and what about the Wano Kuni's position? Qiao Lin smiled. Qiao Mulinson, if it is from the perspective of Kojiki's family, then all Kojiki Hiri has to do is to wait for Luffy's arrival, because there is nothing she can do with her ability. To put it bluntly, for the Kojiki family, this is actually a rebellion. All Kojiki Hiri has to do is to quell the rebellion, but does she have the ability to quell the rebellion? So she can only deal with the opportunity and let someone who is capable of countering the rebellion do it. She just needs to wait patiently, and then come out to take over after everything is over, and let Wano Kuni return to Kojiki's family. In this case, all Kojiki Hiri has to do is one survives. This is also what Kojiki Hiri did in the original book. She and Denjiro and the 9 heroes of the Red Sheath both changed their appearances, concealed their identities, and used the identities of Zayazi and Kushiro to live in Wano Kuni safely, waiting for the time Mrs. Shi predicted to come. Hearing Qiao Lin's words, Hiri was startled slightly, remembering that she had made up her mind to leave Hesong before opening the chat group. If I really did that, I should meet Kwangshilang, and then change my name to Zayazi. Spent 10 years hiding his identity in Wano Kuni. But isn't that what Qiao Lin said and didn't do anything, just waiting for others to give them the Kojiki family? Hiri felt inexplicably ashamed, they seemed to take it for granted. Take things that others have worked hard with their lives, and take possession of them with peace of mind. How is this different from the nobles and celestial dragons who have been criticized in the group? Let alone whether they can beat Kaido and Kurozumi or Akai, just this attitude is not worthy. Do they really deserve these people stranded in Wano Kuni? Momonosuke traveled through 20 years, and she was safe and sound under the protection of Kage Shiro and Kawamatsu. But what about those who are sheltered by no one? They suffered for 20 years, and after 20 years they came back, and then a slogan called for them to resist together. Then they didn't do anything, and when they finished fighting, they came out and became generals. For a moment, the young Raihi's face was filled with embarrassment, ashamed of his previous thoughts. Lurker, and what if it's from Wano Kuni's standpoint? Qiao Mulinson, from the standpoint of Wano Kuni, Kojiki Hiri can't do much. Everything in this world is based on strength. If Kojiki Hiri wants to achieve something, he must have strong strength. She is Odin's daughter, and she should have a good talent, but I don't know why she is so weak. Qiao Lin's words made Raihi's face blush, because she was too dependent on others. Qiao Mulinson, in addition to her own strength, Kojiki Hiri must also have the determination to rebuild the country. Reasonably, it is not realistic for her to overthrow Kaido and his gang, unless she can get an ally at the level of 4 emperors, otherwise wait Luffy coming is her only option. Qiao Lin's words made Hiri a little confused, so what's the difference between this and the first one? Immediately, Haier asked his doubts. Qiao Lin was immediately happy, what's the difference, what's the difference? This can be cleared up for you by pulling out any summoner at will. Qiao Mulinson, there's a big difference. When you said that when 5 people played in a team, you watched from the side, and then the team won. What's the difference from when you participated in the team and won? The point is whether you contributed in it, and in the original book, Hiri doesn't understand force, and Momonosuke is still an 8-year-old kid who was taken hostage. Such a guy who not only does not give a little help, but also does a disservice to him, has no right to enjoy the fruits of these victories. Chapter 71. Hiri nodded. She understood that Qiao Lin wanted her to be ready before the big battle, and to play her part at that time. As for how much power she had, it all depended on her ability. However, there was one thing that was strange, how she felt that Qiao Lin's tone was vaguely showing disdain and disgust for her brother Momonashuk. He is obviously only an 8-year-old child? Why is it so hated? Qiao Mulinson, but this is just the beginning, as I said before. Overthrowing Kaido and Kurozumi Orokai is not the whole story, how to rebuild Wano Kuni is the key. Similar to the world government, if the world government is overthrown, will there be a new world government, the new celestial dragons? The reconstruction of Wano Kuni needs someone to take the lead. This person can be anyone, it can be the Red Sheath 9, it can be Hiri, it can be the Revolutionary Army, it can be any aspiring civilian in Wano Kuni. But only 8-year-old Momonashuk could not be established, otherwise a country of feudal aristocracy would be established, and everyone would live in the exploitation of the aristocrats, relying on the goodwill of the aristocrats and the royal family. The ruler must be a person who is talented and determined to lead the whole country and the people to rise, not just a person who picks peaches for pleasure. So if Kojiki Hiri wants to do something for this country, then with the prestige of her descendants of Kojiki family, be a capable person instead of a vase, and lead this country on a new path, for all. Outside of Wano Kuni, the world is full of enemies, all wanting a piece of flesh from someone else. Closing the country and escaping cannot solve any problems. Only a strong one can face challenges. Who knows if another Kaido will come here in the future? As for why rely on the prestige of her descendants of the Kojiki family? A helpless reality is that not only the nobles have a subconscious mind to exploit people, but the common people also have the habit of being exploited and oppressed. This is not something that can be solved in a short period of time. It will take several generations of education to complete. Kojiki Hiri is born with an advantage of responding to everyone, and Wanakuni's future is better for her than that kid. After listening to Qiao Lin's words, Hiri's mind suddenly brightened. Perhaps this is the real founding of the country. Lurker, thanks, I see. She decided to practice hard from today. In addition, Raihi looked at the documents in the files shared by the chat group. She wants to find a new path suitable for Wano Kuni from here. Hiri sat kneeling on the tatami, with the knife with a flower-shaped sheath placed directly in front of her. This is the big sharp knife 21 knives left to her by her father Kojiki Hiri. Yan Mo. She said softly, please accept my reward. She held Yan Mo in both hands, and the knife disappeared from her hand. The lurker sent Qiao Mulinson an exclusive red envelope. Qiao Lin, who was already used to it, didn't care, took a look and continued typing in the group. Qiao Mulinson, then I'll slip away first. Then left the chat group. And in the backpack with his wallet buttoned, this big sharp knife was stored in it intact. Roger clicked into the red envelope and found that what the lurker sent to Qiao Lin was Yan Mo, one of the 2 sharp knives in Odin's hand. He knew it. This lurker should be Odin's daughter Kojiki Hiri. This should be what Odin left to his 2 children after his death. Unexpectedly, Hiri would give it to Qiao Lin as a reward. I couldn't help but sigh in my heart, this child must be doing well now. After Roger saw the reminder that Qiao Lin had left the chat group, he quickly blocked Qiao Lin and then said in the group. I'm One Piece, at Lurker, I'm sorry, I didn't know your situation at the time, Odin helped me so much, but I couldn't help him when he needed help the most, if I insisted on going to Wano Kuni to see just look at it. Roger was very upset. If he had been there, everything would have been different. Kojiki Hiri had mixed feelings. Complain? There must be some resentment. If my father didn't go to sea with Roger in the end, maybe he could put down the Wano Kuni rebellion before Kurozumi Orokai and Kaido allied. But no if. It's because they didn't protect the country well and let people take advantage of it. This is what caused Wano Kuni's current suffering. Hiri knew in his heart that the culprit was none other than his father, Odin. If he hadn't given up his country, chasing his dream wouldn't have given Kurozumi a chance. He has paid the price for his willfulness. And she, Kojiki Hiri, as Odin's daughter, is now obliged to free Wano Kuni from the clutches of Kurozumi and Kaido, and lead the people of this country to a better life. This is her duty, her responsibility, and her atonement. The Kojiki family abandoned the Wano Kuni people twice, and she won't let that happen again. But this time, she is just an ordinary Wano Kuni. Chapter 72. I am One Piece. Now I have obtained the whereabouts of the pure gold, and I am on my way, and it should arrive soon. After I find the pure gold, I will go to Wano Kuni as soon as possible, and help Odin kill Kaido. I will not let such a tragedy repeats itself. Kojiki Hiri couldn't help but be overjoyed when she saw Roger's words. Although it didn't happen in her world, it would be a blessing if she didn't have to experience such a tragedy in another world. It's a pity that she can't see her father and mother again. Brace yourself, Kojiki Hiri said to Roger. Lurker, I wish you success. Roger nodded, he would definitely do it. Through Qiao Lin's words this time, he already understood why Wano Kuni made Odin unable to resist. Odin was still too kind, and underestimated the ambition and cunning of Kurozumi Orokai, not realizing that his backing down caused Wano Kuni's suffering for nearly 2 decades. Now that he understands the insidiousness of Kurozumi Orokai and Kaido, Roger will not let Odin make the same mistakes again. He and his partners will make it happen. And Roger's news also caused everyone in the group to react differently, but they all understood that since Roger was not dead, the world might be about to undergo drastic changes. The news that Roger pirates went back to sea naturally alarmed Marine, and also affected the world government. If it's an ordinary pirate, then the world government doesn't bother to take care of it, just leave it to Marine to fight. But Roger is someone who has been to Raftel, and everything he does deserves the attention of the world government. What will Roger, who has been to Raftel, do? The world government hastily sent CP and Marine to hunt down the Roger pirates at sea. Soon they got the information that the Roger pirates left East Blue in 2 ways. One team went to the North Blue, while the other went to the Great Way. What is this for? The 5 elders didn't understand Roger's intentions. But the Roger pirates, who have been disbanded and disappeared for so long, must have plans to come back to the sea. So 5 elders sent CP to investigate the 2 teams separately. Roger personally led the team heading for the Great Route to head straight for the Fishmen Island, as if they were going to the New World, and they didn't stop much on the road, so they couldn't see the intention. And another team heading to the North Blue exposed their situation. After the Roger pirates left, they obtained an astonishing piece of information after investigating and questioning the local people who had communicated with them. That's the Roger pirates looking for OPOP fruit. Well, why are you looking for this fruit? You must know that the Roger pirates are notoriously independent of fruits, and neither the captain nor the deputy captain is capable. Then the only answer is that someone is going to die. And there is only one reason for the whole group to reunite and act with such fanfare. The person who died was Roger. The news came as a surprise to 5 elders. Roger's death represents the disintegration of Roger's pirate group, which is held together by the captain alone. As long as the captain dies, it will be a mess, and there will be no threat to them in a short time. But it was also a wake-up call for 5 elders. That is, if Roger succeeds in renewing his life, he who knows the historical truth may do something that threatens the world government. What's more serious is that OPOP fruit can perform immortal surgery. Roger who knows the truth of history is not terrible, but Roger who lives forever and knows the truth of history is different. 5 elders will not allow such a person to appear. So they sent a large number of people to North Blue to chase and intercept these people. And start searching for news about OPOP fruit, be sure to find it 1 step ahead of Roger and the others. During this process, the Marine and Roger pirates had a head-on conflict, but because the other party was not interested in fighting, they were retreated by them every time. Seeing their gestures, 5 elders was even more sure that Roger would die soon. They don't even need to find the OPOP fruit, they just need to interfere with the actions of the Roger pirates. So Marine and CP pursued them even more closely. The only question is, what is Roger himself looking for on the Great Route? Suddenly one day, North Blue CP reported to 5 elders, claiming that the Roger pirates who were looking for OPOP fruit in North Blue had left North Blue and headed for the Great Route. This event surprised the 5 elders. They thought Roger they had got the OPOP fruit. But it was not until the CP reported all that it was discovered that the Roger pirates had found nothing in North Blue. So why did they leave North Blue? Or did they get their OPOP fruit news elsewhere? Or, Roger is dead? Chapter 73. Just when the CP arranged by 5 elders went to the Fishmen Island to look for Roger's trace, they found that Roger and the others had already left for the New World. Does the New World have anything to keep Roger alive? The 5 elders were lost in thought, and soon a substance appeared in their minds. Pure gold. A substance that can always maintain a person's physical state. This is not true eternal life. The so-called invariance is only the infinite delay of human body metabolism, cell apoptosis, and other functions, not the substance of OPOP fruit that truly makes people live forever. But even so, countless people are fascinated. Quite a few of the celestial dragons also want to find this substance. They finally reincarnated as celestial dragons, enjoying the splendor and wealth of the whole world. How could he just die like this? But the person who developed this substance even disappeared with the island. And this island is located in New World. If Roger is indeed dying, not even doctors can save him. Then apart from OPOP fruit, only pure gold will keep him alive. It is thought that those who went to North Blue to find OPOP fruit have gone to the Great Route and may have joined Roger. Then it is very possible that Roger has obtained the whereabouts of pure gold. This speculation made 5 elders' face darken. D family. One Piece. The truth of history is already known. If he is allowed to obtain eternal life, the consequences will be disastrous. In the gloomy face of 5 elders, he issued orders to both Sora and CP0, who were then marshal. Be sure to catch the Roger pirates. But at this time Roger and others have disappeared in the Sea of New World. Finding them is not easy. In a few days, Marine Admiral Sengoku, Marine Vice Admiral Garp, Marine Chief of Staff Crane, and several Marine Vice Admirals including Kuzan, Sakisla, and Polosalino gathered in a sea area. Along with them were several ships with world government flags on their sails. On the deck, there are several people wearing white cloaks and masks. CP0. It is reported that this sea area was the last place where the Roger pirates appeared, and then they disappeared suddenly. It must be around here. Spread out and search, and get the pure gold before Roger and the others. Action. Then world government ships and marine warships dispersed separately. On a warship, Garp looked at the boundless sea with doubts on his face. Roger, what the hell are you trying to do? He didn't understand why Roger, who had already withdrawn from the sea, returned to the sea to make waves again. And it seems that the commotion this time was huge, and it also alarmed the 5 elders. You must know that he was the only one who hunted down Roger before. For so many years, except for the Valley of God incident, 5 elders did not pay much attention to Roger pirates at other times. Until Roger became One Piece, it still didn't attract too much attention from 5 elders. After that Roger disappeared. And now not only Marine Admiral and several Marine Vice Admirals are gathered here, but even the CP0 who guards Marie Joy's celestial dragons is gathered here. This battle is already comparable to the crusade against Rock's pirate back then, or even more serious. What did Roger do that caused the 5 elders to be so afraid? Could it be something to do with Raftel? Garp's mind was full of thoughts. At this moment, the calm sea suddenly churned. The rolling waves rolled up, driving the warship to shake and vibrate. What's the situation? Is there an enemy attack? Keep calm, everyone don't leave their posts, wait for orders. While issuing orders, the admirals on the warship looked around and observed the situation. At this moment, in the midst of the turbulent waves, a ship flew out of it, and at the same time, a lanternfish with a golden lantern on its head exposed half of its body in the sea. Garp and others took a closer look. It is the pirate ship Oro Jackson of the Roger Pirates. The focus of CP0 is on the huge lanternfish behind the boat. And the golden lantern shining on its head reminded them of another mission they had come this time. Get pure gold. Is this pure gold? Seeing that the lanternfish is about to enter the sea and disappear in the sea. CP0S can't wait. Action! The CP0S in white disappeared on the deck. At the same time, the Marines lifted their spirits after seeing Roger. Sengoku shouted loudly, "Found the Roger pirates, don't let any pirate go." The warships moved one after another, and the shells were fired. At the same time, the generals of Moonwalk rushed towards the Jackson pirate ship. The war is imminent. As soon as the Roger pirates came out of the lanternfish's mouth, they noticed something was wrong around them. They appear to be surrounded. Chapter 74. He hurriedly told Lanternfish to hide it so that no one would find it. At this time, a few CP0s in white clothes appeared in front of the lanternfish, and rushed straight to the golden lantern on the lanternfish's head. Just when they were not far from the lantern, suddenly a man appeared in front of them in an instant, punched one person flying, stared at the others with copper bell-like eyes and said with a smile, "Where are you going? People are here." Seeing the people coming, one of the CPS said, "Douglas Bullet, I'm stalking him, you carry on." Bullet smiled disdainfully when he heard his words, "It's up to you." CP0 didn't wait for Bullet to finish speaking, and rushed straight in front of him, and the other CP0s rushed around him and rushed to the rear. Bullet was not in a hurry, his hands quickly turned black, and he attacked CP0 who was trying to stop him. And behind him, just past Bullet's CP0, another person appeared in front of him, holding two axes and making two slashes. "Stop them again. Don't forget about me." The third character of the Roger Pirates, Copper Jabba. CP0 was blocked one after another. Seeing that the lanternfish was in bad condition, it quickly sank into the water and disappeared on the sea surface in a blink of an eye. On the other hand, Roger faced his old nemesis, Garp. "Roger, what on earth are you going to do? You've come to Raftel, you've got what you want, why go to sea? What's your purpose?" Roger looked at the man in front of him with a smile on his face. He already knew the future from Qiao Lin's mouth. After he entrusted Ace to Garp, Garp lived up to his request and raised Ace safely. Although Garp didn't save Ace in the Summit War because of his own responsibility, Roger didn't complain either. Garp has done enough. All he had for this man was gratitude. "Long time no see, Garp, unexpectedly, I'm back again." Roger laughed. "Answer my question, Roger, what do you want to do this time? Isn't the Roger Pirates disbanded? Why do you still want to gather them together?" "Because I found out that my previous thinking was a mistake, so I want to change that ending," Roger said in an inexplicable tone, but Garp couldn't understand what Roger meant. "The ending? What do you mean?" "Nothing." Roger shook his head. "Thank you, Garp, really, I will repay you when I have the chance." Roger's words baffled Garp even more. Why did he thank him all of a sudden? He said he came to arrest him. "If you are like this, others will think that I have some invisible business with you, a pirate, UBD. Don't talk nonsense, even if you say this, I won't be merciful, just get caught obediently." After speaking, Garp's fists were covered with a layer of darkness, full of fighting spirit. Seeing this, Roger was also very excited. He has obtained pure gold from the belly of the lanternfish, and now he no longer has to worry about his condition getting worse. "You can fight without scruples. Then let's have a good fight. Just when Roger was in high spirits and wanted to have a hearty fight with Garp, out of the corner of Roger's eye, he caught a glimpse of a figure. If he remembers correctly, this person is the guy named Sakazuki. In the future, he will be promoted to Admiral, who punched his son Ace to death in the Summit War, and then promoted to Akainu, the Marine Marshal. As the saying goes, enemies are extremely jealous when they meet. Suddenly, Roger's anger exploded as if firecrackers met fire. He pulled out the saber from his waist and turned to the Vice-Captain Rayleigh next to him. Garp is up to you, I have someone to deal with. Roger stared fierily at Sakazuki, who was fighting with members of Roger's pirate group. Sakazuki, who was fighting, suddenly felt a chill in his heart, and a murderous aura struck from behind. He turned his head and saw that it was the captain of the Roger pirates, the One Piece King Roger. I saw his fierce eyes, as if Sakazuki killed his whole family, wishing to tear him alive. In an instant, Roger disappeared in place, and appeared in front of Sakazuki in the next second. Sakazuki, who realized something was wrong, quickly drew his sword to block. I couldn't help but have a doubt in my heart, Nima, why are so many people staring at me? After a dozen moves, Sakazuki slammed into the cabin with a bang. And Roger didn't let him go, and rushed over again. Garp next to him was stunned. It took only a dozen seconds from Roger's shot to Sakazuki being sent flying. He'd never seen Roger look that way to a marine. Do they have any grudges? Seeing that Sakazuki was about to burp under Roger's sword, Garp wanted to go to save her. At this time, Rayleigh, who was ordered by Roger, stood in front of him. Rayleigh, who was wearing glasses, put his finger on the top of the frame, looked at Garp and smiled. Sorry, your opponent is me. Chapter 75. Over there, Roger went all out on Sakazuki. The advantage of Logia ability users is that they can be elementalized. After elementalization, unless the attributes are restrained, or armament haki is used, otherwise they are invincible. But these are all imaginary in front of Roger. Moreover, Roger himself is not a person with abilities. He has been able to hang out in the sea for so many years, and even aspired to the top of the pirates, becoming the king of the pirates. Its own strength is not weak, especially swordsmanship and haki are excellent. Sakazuki, who has no advantage in ability, competes with Roger in swordsmanship, and haki loses completely. Armed color is not as good as Roger, and knowledge color is not as good as Roger. Moreover, the opponent's conquerors is fully open, and the ordinary marines around them dare not approach at all, and those who are not strong enough will even faint on the spot. In just a dozen rounds, Sakazuki's body was already covered with sword wounds. Because of the existence of the armed color and the fact that Roger observation haki is stronger than Sakazuki, he failed to elementalize the dodge in advance. These wounds are real. Just when Sakazuki lost to Roger's onslaught and was about to be beheaded by Roger, a golden palm slapped Roger's sword away, and the blade sliced across Sakazuki's right arm, chopping it off. At this time, several ice arrows and lasers attacked Roger at the same time. Roger could only block with his sword. It was Marine Admiral Sengoku who came, and the current Vice Admiral Kuzan and Polo Salino. Sengoku stood in front, keeping Sakazuki in the back, next to future Aokiji and Kizuru Daimyo Admiral. But right now they are just Marine Vice Admiral. The oldest Kizuru is only 34 years old, and the youngest Aokiji is only 25 years old. But they didn't have the confidence and calmness 20 years later, facing this One Piece Roger. As well as his almost crazy offensive mode just now, they felt pressured. Glancing at Sakazuki with a broken arm, their hearts sank. Is this the strength of One Piece? Roger. Sengoku said in a deep voice, if something happens to me, bullying the younger generation is nothing. Roger looked at the golden Sengoku. Human fruit Buddha form. Sengoku was the Marine Marshal who planned the Summit War. It can be said that he is the leader of Ace's death. Roger narrowed his eyes, looked at Sengoku and said. That's exactly what I mean. After speaking, the One Piece rushed to Sengoku. Sengoku also took a stance to meet him, before saying to Qiao and Polosalino behind him. Take Sakazuki away, this is not a fight you guys can join. Sakazuki, Qiao, and Polosalino are the three most outstanding members of Marine's generation, arguably the future of Marine. He couldn't let the three of them die at Roger's hands. There are not only Roger pirates in this sea. You can't give other big pirates a chance just because they died together with Roger pirates. Polosalino picked up Sakazuki and turned into a flashback to the warship, while Qiao devoted himself to other battlefields. As the battle raged, Jackson's deck became devastated. Even if this is a ship made of the treasure tree atom, it cannot withstand so many strong people fighting on it. Rayleigh found this out too. Jackson can't be silenced here, or they'll have a hard time leaving, and Roger's wife and kid will be there. Marine was outnumbered, and they were ambushed. Now is not the time to fight Marine. Rayleigh winked at the crew a few times, and those who received the instructions took action one after another. A few minutes later, the surrounding warships invariably experienced water leakage from the bottom of the ship. At the same time, Jackson suddenly exploded with huge propulsion, ejected and started, flying away from the encirclement. Rayleigh, fighting Garp, yells at Roger. Captain! After hearing Rayleigh's words, Roger also woke up from the frenzy of fighting. Sengoku is not Sakazuki, and he cannot be defeated for a while. Sakazuki, who killed Ace, has already had his arm cut off, which can be regarded as a temporary solution to his hatred. He has more important things to do now. Roger told Sengoku. Let's call it a day. Sengoku said relentlessly. Impossible, you don't want to escape again today. Look behind you, are you sure you want to continue? Sengoku looked at the past and found that Marine's warships were half sunk at some point. While many of the soldiers who failed to withstand Roger conquerors are now in a coma, the Marine on the warship is busy saving people. That's exactly what Roger's two Murlocs, Sequel and Sun Bell, do underwater. Realizing that Jackson was moving away quickly, Sengoku shouted to Qiao. Qiao! In an instant, Qiao jumped out of Jackson and rushed to rescue the warship. Ice Age. The entire sea gradually solidified into ice, jamming the sinking warship. And that leaves Sengoku with one less person on board. It was originally a surrounded situation, but now after Jackson moved away from the encirclement, Sengoku and the others were surrounded. P.S. Let me just say that it will be on the shelves tomorrow. If you are interested in this book, you can subscribe. I don't know whether it is broken or not. You can only know by looking at the subscription status. The author of Puja is on the shelves for the first time. I hope everyone can support it. Thank you all. In addition, since Kong was the marshal, the original book did not point to the law of S**X, who is the third admiral besides Sengoku. Here the author guesses that the third admiral is actually Garp, but because Garp has been refusing to take office, he has been vacancy. This can also explain why Garp was promoted to the position of admiral many times and rejected many times, because if there is someone in the position, then there is no recommendation or rejection, it can only be said that the position has always been vacant. And there is no such character in the following plots. Both Sengoku and Zephyr will retain a consultant position in naval headquarters after resigning, but there is no such person. In fact, from Zephyr's experience, it can be seen that the three admirals in Marine were not always complete. Zephyr had already resigned after his family was killed 30 years ago when Luffy went to sea, and was retained only after being retained as an instructor. The vice admiral of Akainu's generation was cultivated. It can be seen that Marine's real high-level combat power is not enough before Zephyr cultivates a new generation, which can also explain why Golden Lion attacked the headquarters, and why only Sengoku and Garp defeated him. There is also an explanation for why the Shishibukai system appeared after Roger's death. So in fact, before the new admiral took office in Marine, Marine had only one admiral that could be used by Sengoku. And Zephyr is semi-retired, Garp is not on duty, and only Sengoku is on the job. Chapter 76. Sengoku looked sullenly like Roger asked. Roger, what do you want to do when you come back this time? You have realized your dream to become the One Piece, why do you continue to bring harm to this world? Hearing Sengoku's words, Roger seems to be amused. I'm afraid it's not just me who hurts this world. Hearing this, Sengoku said angrily. What do you mean? It's not interesting. Roger seemed to lose interest. I can't say a word or two to you, I'm here today, I have other things to do, I will definitely visit when I have the opportunity. Roger said the last sentence while looking at the CPO next to him. Roger's words immediately alerted the CP0s. What does he mean? Are you trying to target the world government? But at this time, they were gone for a while, and there were still too few people coming from the marine side. Only one admiral came, coupled with Garp and many vice admirals. Even if they lost their CPO, it would not be enough. If the Roger pirates must be taken down, then Marine will definitely be hit hard, and it is not an exaggeration to say that they all died together. Obviously Marine cannot accept this loss. There is only one Roger pirates, but Marine has to face not only Roger pirates, but also the remnants left by Rocks, and many ambitious pirates. Unless it is a battle at naval headquarters or Marie Joyce, it is difficult for Marine to send 3 admirals to fight together. I will report your words to the 5 elders. After the CPO finished speaking, he ran into the air, and Sengoku took a deep look at Roger, and arranged for Vice Admiral, who was still on board, to leave with the wounded. Garp stared at Roger for a while. Today's Roger gave him a very strange feeling, as if he was a different person. And he said some strange things. Could it be because of something I saw at Raftel? Unable to guess the reason, Garp left after saying that he would continue to arrest Roger. There's still a mess in the back waiting for them to clean up. Everyone in the Roger pirates watched Marine's retreat silently. Roger put his mind on another place, Wano Kuni. Odin is suffering there. Sengoku and the others returned to the encirclement. Although Kuzen's Ice Age kept the warship from sinking, many people who fell into the water were frozen into popsicles, and now they are busy saving people. When Polo Salino saw that the situation was over, he returned to his humble look. Looking at the broken arm, Sakazuki shook his head and exaggerated. It's scary, is this the strength of One Piece? Sakazuki, where are you? Roger. Tisk tisk, why doesn't he beat others, but just stares at you and beats you to death? If we hadn't come in time, I'm afraid you would have confessed there. It's terrible, it's amazing. Coupled with Polo Salino's mocking face, Sakazuki's face became even more gloomy. He was also very puzzled, why he chased him and beat him. He could feel the murderous look in Roger's eyes, and that murderous look is still shrouded in his heart and has not dissipated. After successfully escaping from Marine's siege, Roger took the whole regiment to Wano Kuni. After the fight, he uploaded a video in the group. It was recorded while he was fighting Sakazuki. Unexpectedly, he still had time to video before the fight. He blocked Qiao Lin, who hadn't seen the group news, and said to everyone in the group, I am One Piece, I have successfully obtained pure gold, and fought with Marine and CPO, and met that Akainu, but unfortunately I didn't kill him, only cut his arm. 0 Fur Flowers 0. Dragon Tolong, amazing. Seeing this, Durag could only call 666 to Roger. Cut off an arm of the future Admiral Akainu, and almost killed him, is he really worthy of the One Piece? They have seen the strength of the legendary One Piece. Historian, nice job. Robin was very pleased with Roger's actions. Although she was not Akainu in her world, it did not prevent her from applauding at all. She wished she could kill Akainu with her own hands, but she was not strong enough. We can only wait. Roger helped her out this time. 0, 0. I am One Piece, at Lurker, I am on my way to Wano Kuni, I will change the fate of Odin in this world. Kojiki Hiri just watched the video, and also saw the strength of the man they called One Piece, as well as the strength of the rest of the Roger pirates. Now she felt relieved, with them, even if Kurozumi had Kaido behind him, it would be useless. But in case of accidents, she reminded Lurker, Kurozumi Orokai is very despicable, beware of his tricks. Her father had been tricked by the big snake all the time, and he had come to this point. I am One Piece, I will pay attention. While the two are chatting, Sakazuki, who is the person involved, no, it is Sakazuki in that world whose hand was chopped off, so what does it have to do with him? After watching Roger beating another video in the video, Sakazuki couldn't help but click his tongue secretly, mourning for himself in that world. Fortunately, the Roger in his world is already cold, so he doesn't have to worry about Roger coming to trouble him. But even if he came to look for him, he was not in vain, he was no longer what he was more than 10 years ago. Moreover, he has come to Windmill Village now. Chapter 77. Windmill Village. Makina's bar is not peaceful at this time. A group of bandits came here to drink. After drinking for 3 rounds, the drunk bandits started yelling in the bar. What do you look at? Laozi is the bandit Sig with a bounty of 8 million Baileys. You all pay attention to Laozi, be careful, I am not happy to cut you down with a knife, haha. 17. Seeger took a bottle of wine and took a sip into his mouth. With a blushing drunkenness on his face, he pointed at the guests at other tables and laughed. After listening to the group leader, the other bandits in the Sig bandit group also laughed. The actions of the thieves made the other guests dare not speak out, and they paid the bill one after another and prepared to leave. Beside Makina, Luffy looked dissatisfied at this group of thieves. Because of them, there were fewer customers in the bar. 303 and the drunken bandit was throwing wine bottles around the bar and making a mess of the bar. This group of hateful thieves, my grandfather must take them. Makina quickly covered Luffy's mouth when he heard the words, angering the gangsters, they can't wait for Garp to rescue them, and they can't quench their thirst. The drunk Seeger didn't seem to hear Luffy's muttering, he shook the empty bottle and said to Makina. Where's the wine? Serving the uncle, are you all stupid? Makina didn't want to entertain them anymore. If these bandits were all drunk, they didn't know what trouble they would cause, and a smile appeared on their faces. This is the last bottle, and all the wine in the store has been drunk. What? Seeger was furious when he heard this, a bar in Tang Tang doesn't even have alcohol, how do you manage to be the boss? After speaking, Seeger opened his drunken eyes and looked at Makina, and suddenly a malicious smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Since there is no more wine to drink, let's drink you. It just so happens that Laozi still lacks a Mrs. Yazai. I think you are pretty good. Saying that, Sig reached out and grabbed Makina's hand, trying to pull him into his arms. Luffy next to him was anxious when he saw this, and threw the wine bottle at the drunk Sig at the doctor. It directly smashed Sig's forehead. This sudden situation shocked Makina and quickly pulled Luffy behind him. The blood on his forehead woke up Sig from his drunkenness, and he wiped his forehead with a handful of blood in his hand. Blood. Seeger looked at Luffy angrily, how dare you hit Laozi? Seeger swept the things on the table to the ground, and this movement also woke up the other bandits from their drunkenness. What's the matter, boss? What happened? Seeger pointed to Luffy who was pulled behind by Makina and said. Catch that BD to me. The bandits who heard the boss's order surrounded the bar. Makina quickly said to Luffy. Run Luffy, go find the village chief. Knowing that he was in trouble, Luffy hurriedly ran out of the bar, and the bandits saw that the kid wanted to run and quickly blocked in front of Luffy. But Luffy is short, and at the same time Garp often throws him into the mountains to train him to move fast. Dodging among the bandits, he either hid under the table, or slipped under the bandit's crotch, and after several rounds, he reached the door. Just as he was about to run out, a hand grabbed the back of his neck. Sig cursed at his accomplice. I can't catch a kid, but I have to let Lao Zi come. Boss, isn't this drunk? Haha. Anyway, the man has already caught it, so teach him a lesson. Seeger turned his head to look at the brat who was beating him, and carried him to the outside of the bar. Let you see what happened to offending Lao Zi Bandit King Sieg, who dared to attack this uncle. Machina was also caught by the bandits and taken outside. There was a bit of commotion here, which attracted the attention of the villagers, who came here after hearing the news. When they saw that Luffy was caught by the bandits, their expressions changed. When the village head heard the news, he quickly asked the big guys in the village to take up weapons and prepare to fight the bandits. Just as the Sig bandits were confronting the residents of Windmill Village, a team of Marines ran over not far away. Some bandits who were already drunk were confronting the villagers when a sharp-eyed bandit inadvertently glanced at the crowd who was thrown out not far away. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a team of Marine Zero in blue and white uniforms. Woke up immediately. Boss, it's Marine. Let's retreat, Marine is here. Seeing Marine's arrival, the bandits panicked. Seeger also cast his gaze over, and exchanged glances with the leading Marine general, a trace of fear flashed in his eyes. Loudly, what are you afraid of? I fought against them. With Marines of their level, I killed 56 of them and gave them to Lao Zi. Lao Zi is the Bandit King Sig. He said and took up a weapon. As if he had been energized by the boss, the bandits who were still a little timid took advantage of the strength of the wine and took up their knives and rushed towards the Marines. What they didn't know was that their boss stood there and didn't rush, but recalled what happened yesterday. Last night, Sig was drinking wine and eating meat in the stronghold. After drinking and eating, we are ready for an instant. Suddenly he heard the sound of the door being opened. I thought it was some younger brother who broke in and was about to reprimand me. He turned his head and saw that the person who came in turned out to be a tough guy 3 meters tall, with a strong physique and sharp and cold eyes. Sig was so scared that his body trembled on the spot. Who are you? The man on the opposite side looked at him carefully, then said slowly. Are you the Bandit King Sig 2.0? Bandit King? A trace of doubt flashed in Sig's mind. This is his flattering title. He is not a bandit king, but an ordinary bandit leader. But before the stranger, in order to strengthen himself, he bit the bullet and said. I am, what do you want to do? After getting an affirmative answer, a smile appeared on the cold face of the man opposite. I'm here to make a deal with you. The memory is over. Seeger looked at the leader of the pair of Marines who rushed over, it was the man from last night. At this time, the man had changed into a suit of luggage, wearing a rose-colored suit, a white cape on his shoulders, and a marine cap on his head. He rushed over in a hurry. Chapter 78. The other party told him to come to Machina's bar in Windmill Village to make trouble today, and he must catch that kid Luffy and play a play with him. If he succeeds, the other party will give him a large sum of money, and his bounty will be eliminated. With this money, he can go to a place where no one knows him and live the life of a rich man, without having to tie his neck around his waist. Dangerous thing. Seeger was moved, but eliminating the bounty was not an easy task. Just when he wanted to determine whether the other party could afford the price and wanted to ask for more, the other party showed a magma fist, which directly emptied his thoughts. He recognized that this person was none other than Marine Admiral Akainu, the legendary demon fruit power, the man who could control magma. Under the pressure of the other party, Sig had to agree. He didn't even dare to think about the reward now, he just asked the other party to let him go after the fact, he would never stay in this place again. You can also meet Marine Admiral at home, he is also a hell. He couldn't figure it out, how could 01 alert Marine Admiral, a mere bandit with 8 million Baileys? Is it because he brags his title of Bandit King to everyone he sees? Unable to understand the reason, Sig could only wait for tomorrow in fear. It's not that he didn't think about running, but the other party had already warned him in advance. If his plan fails, come and see him. This head, of course, was his. Seeing his little brothers were defeated by Marine, Seeger knew it was his turn. He turned around and ran to the pier, where a small wooden boat was docked. The thieves of the Sig bandit group are desperately fighting Marine, but they are too fierce and they can't stand it at all, and they are planning to ask the eldest brother to kill the quartet. After sweeping the audience, he didn't find the figure of the boss Sig. Then they turned their heads and looked back, and the boss who told them to rush had already run away with the kid in his arms. Gan. Boss is gone. As soon as these words came out, the mentality of the bandits collapsed. Realizing that the bandits who had been deceived no longer had the will to fight, they fled one after another. But it was too late and was captured by the superior Marines. Freed from bandits, Makina finds Seeger and Luffy rowing out to sea. She anxiously ran towards the general wearing the cloak of justice. Please save Luffy, he was captured by that bandit. Sakazuki nodded, and he looked towards the sea. At this time, the residents of Fengch village exclaimed from the shore. It turned out that Sig, who had rowed to the middle of the sea, had already stood up at this time, and he threw Luffy into the sea. At the same time, a huge figure appeared from behind the boat where Sig was. Sig didn't pay as much attention. His thoughts were still occupied by the man on the shore. He had already rowed out to sea as the hot man said, and then threw the kid into the sea. He was not at all sure whether the other party would fulfill the deal as stated in the deal. After much thought, he had an idea and slipped away. He cared more about his life than his reward. But that's okay, since I'm going to sea, I'm going to be a sea scumbag. I have already been the Pirate King, the next goal is to be the Pirate King. Just as he turned around and prepared to row away, a bloody mouth appeared in front of him. Sig swallowed it in one gulp before he could react. This scene happened to fall into the eyes of the residents of Windmill Village, and what worried them was that the King of the Sea who ate Sig was not satisfied. He continued to bite Luffy with his big mouth open. And Luffy was already stunned by the sharp teeth of the King of the Sea, and watched it rushing blankly. Everyone couldn't help covering their eyes, not wanting to see the tragedy happen. At this moment, a few quick trampling sounds suddenly appeared on the shore. A figure appeared in the sea in the distance, and grabbed Luffy out of the sea. The King of the Sea brushed against the man's body. The man didn't stay at sea, as if there was something real in the air, he stepped on the air and came to the shore. Thinking he was dead, Luffy closed his eyes and waited to be torn apart by those sharp teeth. But after a while I didn't feel any pain. And he seemed to be in someone's arms. Little Luffy opened his eyes, raised his head slightly, and there was a resolute face in front of his eyes, and he was actually flying in the air? This is missing him. Just when little Luffy was happy for being rescued, his eyes inadvertently swept across the uncle's left arm. He was stunned. The uncle's arm was gone, and the red blood flowed from his wound, but there was no expression of pain on the uncle's face. Was this lost in order to save him? In an instant, Luffy's eyes were covered with mist, as if his hand had been bitten off. Luffy burst into tears. He buried his head tightly in the uncle's arms. But he didn't notice the grim smile on the corner of the uncle's mouth just now. Soon, Sakazuki returned to the shore with Luffy in his arms. Everyone was relieved to see that the two returned to the shore safely. Only Luffy kept crying, everyone thought Luffy was frightened. Makina stepped forward to take Luffy to appease him. 967 didn't expect that Luffy who was put down held Sakazuki's hand tightly. Makina smiled helplessly at Sakazuki. Sakazuki put his right hand on Luffy's head and said gently, "Why are you crying? A man is a man, it's not proper to cry when you encounter a little thing." Hearing Sakazuki's words, Luffy stopped crying, but said with some sobs, "It's your hand, uncle. What's wrong with my hand?" Isn't it good? Luffy thought that the uncle was comforting him, deliberately lied to him, shook his head and said. I've seen it all, uncle, your hand was bitten off, what should you do? Saying that Luffy started crying again. Seeing this, Makina couldn't laugh or cry, and comforted him. Luffy, open your eyes and see, the uncle's hand is still there, it hasn't been bitten off. Luffy then put down his crying hand rubbing his eyes, and looked at Sakazuki's left hand. The left arm that was bleeding blood just now appeared on his body intact again. How can it be? Luffy's eyes widened, and he touched his regained arm with his hand. It is true. Of course it's true, uncle, I'm a marine, how could my arm be bitten off by something like that? Chapter 79. Sakazuki said with a smile, looking amiable, which scared the marine next to him. Is this their Sakazuki Admiral? Right? Really? Sakazuki glanced over, and the group of marines straightened up again. This look, yes, is him. What happened just now? Luffy asked curiously. That's Uncle's ability. Saying that, Sakazuki's hand suddenly boiled, and his fist turned into hot lava. The dripping magma directly formed a black hole in the ground. He turned his head to look at the sea, you look there again. Hearing Sakazuki's words, Luffy looked away. I saw that the aggressive king of the sea just now had turned his belly up and floated on the sea. There is also a hole in the stomach. It looked like he was dead. After eating the uncle's hand, he was scalded to death. There was a golden light in Luffy's eyes. Handsome! Handsome! Luffy exclaimed, looking at Sakazuki's hot hand. Sakazuki put away his abilities, looked at Makina and others and said knowingly. What happened just now? Are these people pirates? The village head of Windmill Village explained. No, they are bandits. Just now they made trouble in the bar and wanted to misbehave Makina. Luffy took a bottle and hit the bandit after seeing it. Then they started arresting people and smashing things. If you didn't arrive in time, I'm afraid something is going to happen to Luffy. Having said that, the village chief looked at Sakazuki and asked. You are Sakazuki Admiral, right? Sakazuki asked in surprise, you know me? Of course I know, I don't know what you are doing here. The village head asked with a smile. He knew more than anyone else that Luffy was not just Garp's grandson, but Drago's son. And Sakazuki Admiral's style is more ruthless, and there is no guarantee that knowing Luffy's identity will be detrimental to Luffy. Fortunately, he doesn't look like he knows Luffy's identity. But immediately he heard Luffy say loudly. Uncle, are you Marine Admiral? Then do you know my grandpa? My grandpa is Garp, my name is Luffy, Monkey D. Luffy. The smile on the village head's face froze, and he looked at Sakazuki nervously, for fear that the other party would do something unfavorable. But he soon found out that Sakazuki's expression didn't turn bad, instead he smiled unexpectedly. So it's Vice Admiral Garp's grandson? No wonder he's so brave. Sakazuki smiled and stroked Luffy's head, like a man. Little guy, do you want to come with me to naval headquarters and become a marine? Sakazuki's gentle attitude made Marine's heart tremble. Very scary. Gentle Sakazuki Admiral is scarier than deadpan him. Hearing Sakazuki call him a man, Luffy couldn't help laughing. Could you be as strong as an uncle if you become a marine? Of course, after becoming a marine, you will receive training and become stronger, and then you will be able to catch pirates and protect more people, just like you protect Makina today. Maybe you can become a marine hero just as you board. Hero. Luffy was even more interested. Can I be a hero too? Of course, if you work hard. Then can you tell me about your catching pirates at sea? Luffy. Makina said, don't bother anyone, marines are busy. It doesn't matter, I just have time. Sakazuki shook his head and smiled. Let's find a place to talk slowly. Great, let's go here. Luffy jumped up happily, pulled Sakazuki and walked to Makina's bar. Leave the village chief, Makina, and many marines behind in a mess. Is this really that grim Sakazuki admiral? In the bar, Sakazuki talked to Luffy about his experience of catching pirates over the years, blurring those cold-blooded fragments, and focusing on describing the evil of pirates and the justice of marine. And also told Luffy the story of Garp, the marine hero. It caused Luffy to shout handsome. Can't wait to be a marine now. They chatted until the evening before Sakazuki was ready to leave. Uncle, are you leaving here? Luffy asked with some reluctance. The encounter this afternoon had already made him regard Sakazuki as an idol, and it also made him understand why Grandpa would leave him here alone. Because Grandpa is protecting more people. Such a handsome marine he is sure to be. No, I'll be here for the next few days, and we'll meet again. Awesome, can you tell me about being a marine? There will be a chance. Sakazuki said, touching Luffy's head. At this moment, he remembered something, took off his marine cap from his head, and put it on Luffy's head. This hat is just a gift for you, and you will become an excellent marine in the future. Touching the hat on top of his head, Luffy had a big smile on his face. Then, Sakazuki turned and walked out of the bar, and waved goodbye to Luffy without looking back. Leave a handsome back. This scene seems to be engraved in Luffy's mind for a long time and cannot be forgotten. Unbeknownst to Luffy, Sakazuki, who had his back turned to him, raised a triumphant smile. Everything is as he planned. Things have to start from a day ago. Sakazuki came to the chat group when he was about to arrive at the windmill village and wanted to ask about the details of Luffy's being enlightened by Hungfa. Because in the descriptions of Durag and Qiao Lin, there are relatively few details about how Luffy was enlightened by red hair. All he knows is that the redhead led Luffy on his pirate journey. But what exactly is unknown? But it is impossible for Sakazuki to ask this plainly, because he was suspected before, and if he asks about related matters this time, everyone in the group will definitely suspect that Akainu himself is planning some kind of conspiracy. So that's when Sakazuki was looking for an excuse to ask for details about this pivotal incident. Another Sorrow of Water who had been diving in the group suddenly spoke. Sorrow of Water, I haven't watched One Piece, but I'm curious that since Luffy you mentioned is Marine's grandson, why did he become a pirate? How did that love make him a pirate? Chapter 80. Seeing the question about the sadness of water, Sakazuki immediately gave him a thumbs up. As expected of an alliance, well done. It just solved his urgent need. It didn't take long for Qiao Lin to join the group. After seeing the question of Sorrow of Water, she went directly to a certain website to find a clip and posted it. It happened to be the part where the redhead enlightened Luffy. Sakazuki stared at each segment of the video carefully. Then an idea was born in his mind. Then there was a situation where Sakazuki saw the Thief King Sieg at night. Sakazuki planned the whole Sig's disturbance in Windmill Village, and he also confirmed in advance whether the King of the Sea is nearby. After completing all this, today's good show was officially staged. And he also successfully completed his goal, guiding Luffy on the way of marine. Now he especially wants to brag to Drago in the group. Your son is fine, but it's mine now. But considering that he is a public enemy in the group, forget it. Although he has obtained Luffy's routine today, his purpose of coming to Windmill Village this time has not been fully realized. Luffy, Ace, Sabo, he wants them all. Besides, he has one very important thing to do. 2 days later, when Sakazuki came out after chatting with 070's Luffy in the bar. Hit a man head on. This man is none other than marine hero Garp. Garp got the news that Sakazuki came to East Blue a few days ago, when he was hunting pirates in East Blue. He didn't think much of it at first. But then the more I thought about it, the more wrong it became. Why is Akainu coming to East Blue? So Garp asked Sengoku about the situation and was surprised by the answer he got. Akainu is on vacation. Take a vacation? Akainu? What about East Blue? How do you look at these three things together? For some reason, Garp's heart is always uneasy, and he always feels that something is about to happen. And just 2 days ago, the village head of Fengch village called him. Said that Akainu came to Windmill village and saved Luffy's life. The news almost stunned Garp's ears immediately. Akainu went to Windmill village and saved Luffy. There was no trace of rejoicing on Garp's face, but an incomparably dignified expression. He, an old marine, can be said to have watched this group of people grow up. He is well aware of Akainu's virtues. Absolute justice, ruthless. Everything can be sacrificed to destroy evil. It would be a big deal for this guy to know that Luffy is Drago's son. What's more serious is that there is more than just the son of the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Durag, in the Kingdom of Goya. And the son of former One Piece Roger. If Akainu found out. Thinking of this, Garp's face was covered with a haze. Garp immediately ordered to go to Windmill village at full speed. Akainu, if you dare to do something to my grandchildren, I will kill you. In this way, Garp came to Windmill village. He directly bumped into Sakazuki, who was coming out of the bar. Sakazuki was not surprised to see Garp coming, but greeted him with a smile. I didn't expect to meet you here, Imp Vice Admiral. Garp stared into Sakazuki's eyes sullenly and said. Sakazuki, what are you doing here? You are not welcome here. Really? I think it's pretty good here. Sakazuki smiled. By the way, your grandson is quite cute, and he's a marine material. Hearing Sakazuki mentioning his grandson, Garp asked with an unhappy face. What do you mean? Literally. Sakazuki shrugged. By the way, why haven't you gone to see your grandson first after you've been away from here for so long? What can I tell you? Garp took a deep look at Sakazuki and walked towards the bar. At this time, Luffy was talking to Makina about what Sakazuki told him just now, and his eyes were full of fantasies about becoming a marine. At this time Garp pushed the door open and interrupted Luffy's speech. Luffy turned his head and saw Garp's figure. He jumped straight off the stool, and ran in Garp's direction. Seeing Luffy running towards him so actively, Garp couldn't help opening his arms to hug him. Enjoy the family happiness of grandparents and grandchildren. But when he opened his hands, Luffy, who ran in front of him, didn't stop, passed by him and stopped behind him. Garp turned his head and saw that Sakazuki, who was just about to leave, also followed him into the bar. And his grandson was talking happily while holding Sakazuki's hand. Uncle Sakazuki, why are you back? I just met your grandpa, come with him to see. Sakazuki said, rubbing Luffy's head. Only then did Garp discover that Luffy had put on a marine cap at some point on his head. Grandpa? Luffy wondered. He turned his head to look at Garp behind him, and said in surprise, Grandpa, when did you come? Hearing Luffy's words, the veins on Garp's forehead suddenly exploded. He punched Luffy in the head. Your grandfather and I have been here for a long time. Well, tututu hurts. Luffy crouched down covering his head. After tidying up Luffy, Garp looked at Sakazuki. He was a little surprised that Luffy had such a good relationship with Sakazuki. Logically speaking, Sakazuki knows that Luffy is his grandson. It should be clear, then, that Luffy is Drago's son. And who is Durag? The leader of the Revolutionary Army, the most vicious person in the world. It can be said to be the benchmark of two evils in the world alongside One Piece. Adhering to absolute justice, at the same time doing things less than means, regardless of the cost, Sakazuki did not take a shot against Luffy. On the contrary, he seems to have a good relationship with Luffy. This contrast really makes Garp a little strange. Is there some conspiracy here? Garp squinted at Sakazuki. And Sakazuki also felt Garp's gaze. He knew exactly what Garp was thinking right now. But he doesn't care, because Luffy has now been guided by him on the path of marine. To be fair, Garp should thank him. He knew it from Qiao Lin. The two grandsons of Garp became pirates in the end. And another one died under his hands. Now he, Sakazuki, personally leads Garp's grandson on the way to marine. The light of righteousness shines on the earth. None of what Garp feared would happen. He solved Garp's worries, and he was a great benefactor of the monkey family. Chapter 81. After making sure that Luffy is safe and sound, Garp dismisses Luffy and finds a table for himself and Sakazuki in the bar. Sakazuki, what is your intention in coming to Windmill Village? Garp said, looking into Sakazuki's eyes, not missing any detail. It's nothing, I just came to East Blue to hang out. I heard that the Kingdom of Goa is your hometown of Vice Admiral Garp, so I came here to see where a marine hero like you was raised. It looks really good now, and your grandson is also very good, and he will definitely become an excellent marine in the future. Sakazuki took a sip from his wine glass and said with a smile. Something is wrong. Garp instinctively sensed that there was something wrong with Sakazuki on the opposite side. It's like a different person. It wasn't like something that Sakazuki would say. What is your conspiracy? Sakazuki chuckled, Vice Admiral Garp, why are you so serious? Don't worry, I won't do anything to your grandson. What I just told you was from the bottom of my heart. I think your grandson is indeed a marine seedling, and I want to bring it back to the headquarters for training. Sakazuki changed the subject and said. Does it mean that, because Luffy is that man's son, he's worried about me being bad for him? Garp suddenly burst into an aura, and he didn't deny what Sakazuki said, he really thought so. Vice Admiral Garp, you really underestimate me, I will never do anything to a child. Sakazuki laughed. But Garp did not deny it, nor did he speak, which showed his attitude. Seeing Garp like this, Sakazuki felt a little helpless. He didn't expect him to be such a person in the eyes of others. But maybe he was like this before, but now he has changed. Okay. Sakazuki said helplessly, I won't make a move on Luffy. On the contrary, I am very interested in Luffy. If you agree, I want to take him to the headquarters to train him and train him to be an excellent marine. It can solve some of your worries. After all, he is that person's child, if he grew up in naval headquarters, it should be more beneficial than here. And if you leave him here alone, it's not conducive to Luffy's growth. It would be bad if you accidentally become a pirate. Sakazuki's words surprised Garp a bit. For a moment, he couldn't tell whether Sakazuki was really thinking about Luffy, or if he had other plans. But I have to say that Sakazuki is right, that is, he does have problems with the cultivation of Luffy. As a Marine Vice Admiral, he can't stay in Windmill Village all the time, he can only visit the village once in a while. Luffy generally has no problems living here, but it cannot be said that accidents cannot happen at all. For example, this time Luffy was attacked by bandits. If Sakazuki hadn't happened to be there, the consequences would have been disastrous. And to make matters worse, Zephyr already has precedent. It is not ruled out that some of his enemies will know about Luffy's situation, and then Windmill Village will be against him. A cautious look appeared on Garp's face. Seeing this, Sakazuki knew that he had said something the other party cared about. How about it, give me Luffy, I will train him personally, and he has a good feeling for me. Sakazuki waved with Luffy at the bar while speaking. Luffy also waved happily to Sakazuki. Garp's eyes narrowed at the sight. Luffy had such a good impression of Sakazuki, he didn't expect it. It always feels like there's something wrong with it. I need to think about it. Garp shook his head. If Sakazuki really wants to train Luffy, then it's not a bad decision to bring Luffy to the headquarters. The headquarters is not only the place where Marine is stationed, but also the place where Marine's family members live. For Marine, there is no place safer than here, and placing their family members here also relieves their worries. Among the three admirals, Aokiji has a good relationship with him, Kizaru belongs to the old fritters, and only Akainu is cold. And Sengoku is also his friend. As long as Luffy doesn't do anything that substantially endangers the world, he won't be implicated because of Drago. So the key is still in Akainu. 0 Seeking flowers 0. Now Akainu's attitude towards Luffy looks good, and the 3 admirals and the marshal are fine, so Luffy should have no trouble in the headquarters. Garp couldn't help thinking about letting Luffy go to the headquarters. But the only thing that worries him is whether this is a conspiracy laid by Sakazuki, a plan to target Drago. After Garp stared at Sakazuki a few times, his face changed and he laughed. Come on, let's drink, let's talk about Luffy later. Since you have come to Windmill Village, then I have to do my best as a landlord, don't be polite to me. Saying that, Garp patted Sakazuki on the back. Confused Sakazuki. 0. This is? The sudden change in Garp's attitude made Sakazuki a little confused, and felt that his plan should have something to do, so he drank with Garp. The atmosphere here changed from the seriousness and rigidity just now, and Makina and Luffy over there also noticed the change. Hey, Makina, Grandpa and Sakazuki seem to have a good relationship. Maybe. Makina can't figure out what these two people think, but the relationship between the two has eased, which is not a bad thing. Garp and Sakazuki drank for a long time in Makina's bar, and Luffy came over to listen to their conversation. After a long time, Sakazuki went back to have a rest due to the inability to drink. And Garp handed Luffy over to Makina, and walked out of the bar by himself. As soon as he got out of the bar, Garp changed his drunken appearance just now. His eyes were full of sobriety and reason. Now sure Luffy is out of trouble, he has another grandson, but not here. He has to go see how Ace is doing. Sakazuki said that he would stay here for a few days, and Ace must not run into Sakazuki. If you encounter it, you will have a big problem. Garp walked into the corner of the alley and disappeared in place. On the other side, Sakazuki returned to the warship, also without the drunkenness just now. Unknowingly, a mysterious smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Chapter 82. Garp walked through the dense woods to Dodon's house. It didn't take long to arrive at the door of Dodon's house. At this time, Dodon and his gang were in a state of anxiety. Because Ace disappeared 2 days ago. What to do, Dodon? Ace is gone, Garp will kill us. Don't panic, go find someone first, let me go out and look for them, I must find Ace. Dodon said while smoking a cigarette. She was extremely anxious, not just because of Garp, but because Ace was raised by her since she was a child. She already regarded him as her own son in her heart. Ace went out 2 days ago as usual. Dodon, who was already used to Ace's actions, didn't think much about it. She knows where Ace usually goes, but she is not sure about the destination. 7 In addition, she also knew that Ace and another boy secretly had a stronghold in the jungle. But when she prepared dinner at night and waited for Ace to come back, she didn't see the kid back until the early hours of the morning. So she took Dodon's family members to the jungle and the uncertain terminal overnight to search, but there was no news. It is known from people who are not sure about the destination that Ace and another boy did come here that day, but no one noticed where they went afterwards. Dodon also asked about the pirates and bandits here. Uncertain terminal here is not only the homeless, but also a lawless area, where many criminals gather. But also did not get any intel about Ace from them. So Dodon has been searching in the jungle with the Dodon family for the past 2 days. I hope that Ace and the others found a new base outside, so they forgot the time and forgot to go home. But at the same time, there is inevitably another fear in my heart, that is, there are many wild animals such as bears and tigers in the jungle. I won't be eaten by them. Thinking of this possibility, Dodon couldn't hold back his emotions and walked out the door. She's going to keep looking. That's when he bumped into Garp, who was eavesdropping at the door. Garp grabbed Dodon and roared. What's wrong with Ace? People. When Dodden saw that it was Garp, he immediately panicked. I don't know, I didn't come back 2 days ago. What? 2 days ago? Garp was furious, and he disappeared for 2 days without being found. Why didn't you tell me? What's the use of telling you, and telling you that you can't come here immediately? If you are still struggling with these things, why don't you come and find them with us? Garp let go of Dodden and asked sullenly. Where did the person go missing? I just don't know. I have searched all the places he has been to, and I have also visited his den in the jungle. It seems that I haven't been back in the past 2 days. This is the worst possible situation. No news is worse than bad news. They don't know where to find someone. Garp suddenly remembered that Sakazuki also came to the windmill village 2 days ago. Ace disappeared exactly 2 days ago. Would the two be related? Thinking of this, Garp turned and walked towards the windmill village. When Dodden saw Garp, he turned and left without saying a word. Instead of going to the Goa kingdom, he left where he came from. She wondered. Where are you going? Aren't you looking for Ace? I have something to confirm. You keep looking. Come to Windmill Village and tell me if you have any news. Garp quickened his pace and disappeared before Dodden's eyes. Seeing Garp leave, Yinden took Da's family and ran into the jungle again. Garp's feet were fully open and his speed was fast, but he came to the windmill village in a while. He didn't listen and went straight to the warship where Sakazuki was. Marine standing guard next to him saluted quickly when he saw Garp coming. Vice Admiral Garp. Where is Sakazuki? Garp asked. Sakazuki Admiral is on a warship. Before he could finish speaking, Garp went straight to the warship. Just when he was looking for Sakazuki, he found Sakazuki on the deck. And opposite of him, it happened to be Ace and Sabo. At this point they are doing push UPS. Seeing that Ace was safe and sound, Garp felt relieved. He walked up to Sakazuki and asked. What about the 2 children? Ace, who was doing push UPS, heard a familiar voice, looked up, and it turned out to be Garp0. He was overjoyed and was about to call the old man. But Garp stared back at him, motioning him not to speak. Ace opened his mouth and closed it again. Sakazuki pretended not to see the eye contact between the two, and explained to Garp. You mean the 2 kids? Sakazuki turned to look at the boy doing push UPS on the ground. That's right. I picked them up around here. Pick it up. Garp stared at Sakazuki questioningly. How could it be such a coincidence? It's like this. After I got here, I stopped by Goa Kingdom to have a look. You may not know that I came to East Blue this time to ask for leave from Marshal Sengoku. Heart. East Blue is so big, you go to my hometown to relax? Do you think I'll believe it? Garp continued to look at Sakazuki suspiciously. You may not believe me, but I wanted to go to the Kingdom of Goa, which is a member country of the world government, so it can be regarded as investigating whether there are any pirate attacks here, and this is also my duty as Marine Admiral. Then I discovered a group of homeless people living outside the Kingdom of Goa. Among these people, I found 2 children. These 2 children can be regarded as a 1.6 skill if they survived a group of criminals. So I love talents and want to take them to Marine for training. Cultivation again? When did you get so kind? Garp continued to listen to Sakazuki's nonsense, but it was in Sakazuki's character to work while on vacation. Then I stopped them and had a chat with them, only to find out after the chat that they wanted to go out to sea and become pirates, so I took them away directly. Sakazuki crossed his hands in front of him, looked at the 2 boys who were training and said. I am now helping them correct the wrong thoughts in their minds and let them go on the right path. The light of righteousness shines on the earth. After listening to Sakazuki's words, Garp suddenly felt a headache. This is no joke. Chapter 83. It just so happened that Sakazuki came to East Blue for vacation. Such a coincidence to the Kingdom of Goa. Such a coincidence that I met Ace. It was such a coincidence that Ace told a Marine Admiral that he wanted to be a pirate. Garp stared at Ace. "You kid is looking for death, you said you want to be a pirate in front of Akainu." But Ace stared back without fear. "He is going to be a pirate." Garp stared back too. "Go back and clean you up." Seeing Garp like this, Sakazuki couldn't pretend to be blind to see the interaction between the two of them, so he took the initiative to say, "Vice Admiral Garp, do you know these two kids?" "I've seen it." Garp paused and said, "I've seen it before." "Pretending to be with me?" Sakazuki narrowed his eyes slightly and asked intentionally. "Then do you know where their family members are? It's just too outrageous. Such a young child is thrown into that kind of place and hangs out with some criminals since he was a child. What kind of future can he have? I don't know how their parents are, no wonder they wanted to be pirates at a young age." Hearing Sakazuki's accusations and cursing, Pu was stuck in his mouth and couldn't speak. 01. But he can't admit that he adopted Ace's identity, otherwise, if he checks again, it is very likely that Ace's identity will be found out. That's when it gets tricky. Ahem, well, such parents are pretty irresponsible. Right. Sakazuki said with a smile, "If they don't know how to teach, let me teach. Rather than becoming a pirate in the future, it is better to train me to become a marine, so as not to become a scourge to the world." "Vice Admiral Garp, are you right?" "Right. Right shit." Garp felt that his face was going to be stiff, he was so old, and it was a crime to accompany Sakazuki to act here. But Ace can't be handed over to Sakazuki, isn't it handing over the chicken to the weasel? "Sakazuki, you might as well leave these two children to me," Garp said tentatively. "Why?" Sakazuki wondered. Garp thought about it but couldn't think of any good reason, so he said bravely, "I see that the two children are pretty good, so let me raise them, don't bother you, these are the children of our Goa Kingdom, let me, a person from the Goa Kingdom, take care of them." "No." Sakazuki shook his head and said, "I picked up these two children, and I am responsible for them." He turned to look at Garp suspiciously. "You are a bit strange, and you feel a little nervous. Is there something wrong with these two children? What problems can they have, lol?" Garp, who felt a little guilty at the sight of Sakazuki, laughed twice. Ace and Sabo saw that Garp had failed in the competition, and they seemed to be in the hands of this unknown person, and they shouted quickly, "I don't want to go with you, I don't want to be a marine." "No." Sakazuki refused coldly, "Since I found out, then you don't want to escape, I will not let you become pirates, give up on me, unless you find your parents and let them. They told me. When it comes to their parents, Ace and Sabo are like daylilies withered, they can only look at Garp." But Garp couldn't speak any more at this time. If he opens his mouth again, Sakazuki will really doubt Ace's identity. Garp has no expression on his face, but his heart is already anxious. What to do? Is it really necessary to give Ace to Sakazuki? If Ace's identity is exposed, then it's over. But at this time, he said that he could no longer compete with Sakazuki, and he would have admitted that he had adopted Ace if he knew it. Anyway, it will take time to check, and he can hide Ace during that time. If we talk about it now, Ace's identity is even more doubtful. But right now Sakazuki doesn't seem to find that Ace is Roger's son. The most dangerous place is also the safest place. It just happened that Ace wanted to become a pirate, so he directly drove the duck to the shelves and became a marine. As long as Ace doesn't reveal his identity himself, then he can grow up in marine. At that time, if he can make a difference in marine before his identity is exposed, then even if his identity is exposed, nothing will happen with him. This is a dangerous move, but it is also the only way now. Unless he and Sakazuki tear each other up and grab people, then today will not end well. Garp smiled and said to Sakazuki, "Since that's the case, I'll leave them both to you." He looked at Ace and Sabo next to him and said, Train well, become an excellent marine, and give up those unrealistic ideas. When Ace heard Garp's words, he was dissatisfied and wanted to refute, but then he noticed the worry in Garp's eyes and fell silent. However, he did not give in because of his rebellious nature. He was thinking that if he had the chance, he would run away from this guy. Seeing that Garp agreed with his idea, Sakazuki smiled. That's fine. Let's talk about Vice Admiral Garp. What's the matter with you coming to see me this time? It's not because of these two children, is it? Garp shook his head. No, I'm just wandering around. That's it. 527. Sakazuki suddenly remembered something. Vice Admiral Garp, I happen to have two teenagers here, you send your Luffy over here, and I will teach together, so that the three of them also have a companion. What do you think? I'll think about it again. Garp shook his head. That's fine, I will stay here for a few more days. If you think about it, please contact me at any time. If you are fine, then I will continue to train these two boys. Garp nodded and stepped aside, watching Sakazuki directing the two teenagers to train. This scene seemed a little weird to Garp. A Marine Admiral, and an Akainu who tolerates no evil. He was actually teaching One Piece's sinful blood training. I am afraid that no one will believe this. But it happened right in front of him. Garp couldn't help but sigh inwardly. I don't know what the future holds for Ace either. I can only hope that the identity of One Piece's son will not be revealed. If you can join Marine at this point, and become a pillar in Marine, then even the son of One Piece is fine. In this way, he is also worthy of Roger, allowing his son to grow up safely. Chapter 84. Watching Garp's leaving back, Sakazuki couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Now Ace and Sabo are in hand. One is the son of One Piece, and the other is the staff officer of the future Revolutionary Army. Now they are all under his command. For him, this is a relatively satisfactory harvest from his visit to Windmill Village. But this is not enough. Ace, Sabo, and Luffy, he wants them all. Sakazuki looked at the two training next to him, narrowing his eyes slightly. He could see the disbelief of these two boys, and there was already a sparkle in their eyes. It was the look of a captured prey trying to escape. With his ability, it is naturally impossible for these two boys to escape. But this is not what he wants. What he wanted was for these two boys to stay under his command willingly. He wants to train them both to be his right-hand men. Help him form a new marine together. Thinking of this, Sakazuki turned his attention to chatting with the ministers. Now he needs to ask Qiao Lin this question, how to make the two brothers feel at ease. But he couldn't ask so bluntly. Sakazuki thought for a moment and had an idea. Huo's Hickson, I didn't expect that Ace would give up his dream and want to help Whitebeard ascend to the position of One Piece. It's unbelievable. Whitebeard's personality is so charming. Does anyone remember the story of Whitebeard and Ace back then? I seem to remember seeing it, but forgot. Arbor Linson. As soon as this problem came out, Roger, who always pays attention to the content of the group, was the first to discover it. He was also curious about what method Whitebeard used to make his son Ace willingly call Whitebeard Daddy. Although Whitebeard risked his life to save Ace, but as Ace's own father, it is still a bit awkward for his son to be willing to call someone else's father. Qiao Lin, who was in class, accidentally noticed that his phone was shaking. He took out his phone and saw that someone was at. Qiao Lin, who is used to people in this group often asking pirates questions, replied casually in the group. Qiao Mulinson, Ace and Whitebeard? I remember that after Ace arrived in New World, he wanted to see his own strength, so he approached Whitebeard, the strongest man in the world at that time, and thought that as long as he defeated him, he could become One Piece. But how can a mere 20-year-old Ace beat Whitebeard? Although he has the ability of Maramara fruit, Logia is not a rare thing in New World. As for Haki or something, Ace has not cultivated well, so he is naturally vulnerable to Whitebeard. Ace failed to challenge Whitebeard, and the Spades pirates also merged into the Whitebeard, and said that as long as Ace defeats him, he can regain his freedom, otherwise he will be his son. Ace naturally refused to be convinced, so he repeatedly challenged and fought. Repeated defeat. And Ace also recognized Whitebeard in this challenge again and again, and finally Ace confessed to Whitebeard that he was Roger's son, thinking that Whitebeard was Roger's enemy and would drive him off the ship. But Whitebeard conquered him with his free and easy attitude and personality charm, and since then Ace has sincerely joined the Whitebeard. Hearing Qiao Lin's narration, Roger smiled dumbly. His son was too reckless, and his gratitude to Whitebeard increased even more in his heart. And Sakazuki's eyes light up, he has an idea. After sending a red envelope to Qiao Lin, he quit the group chat. Hwajiksen sent an exclusive red envelope to Qiao Mulinson. It contains Sakazuki's swordplay. After Qiao Lin saw the red envelope, she realized that the other party's question had been completed, so she put away her phone and continued in class. There. Sakazuki looked at the two boys who were holding the barbell. Come here. Ace and Sabo put down the barbells in their hands and walked towards Sakazuki with distasteful faces. Although Sakazuki forced them to stay on the warship, they never agreed. They have a lot of dissatisfaction with Sakazuki. The biggest complaint is that it took them a long time to accumulate treasure. The treasure used to buy the pirate ship to go to sea is still buried in that jungle. Now both of them took this Sakazuki away, leaving all their treasures there. It is uncertain when it will be discovered and taken away. Thinking of this made them even more dissatisfied. Sakazuki didn't know what they were thinking, but he could see their unhappiness. He raised the corner of his mouth, looked at the two of them and said with a smile. Are you uncomfortable being forcibly brought onto the warship by me? The two teenagers didn't speak, but just looked at him with angry eyes. Hee hee. Sakazuki chuckled. It's normal to be unhappy. If I was forcibly taken away, I would also be unhappy. How about we make an agreement? If you can do it, then I will leave you alone and let you go free. What agreement? Ace and Sabo looked at each other and asked. It's very simple, as long as you can defeat me one day, no matter what method you use, whether it's a sneak attack, a face-to-face confrontation, or going together, as long as you can defeat me one day, then I will let you go. Hearing Sakazuki's words, the two who thought there was hope suddenly became angry and killed. Are you kidding us? You're Marine Admiral, let's beat you, how is that possible? Okay. Don't you guys even have this kind of confidence? Sakazuki's expression turned serious, showing Marine Admiral's majesty. The pressure on the two teenagers suddenly doubled, and they could only grit their teeth and stare at Sakazuki. If you don't even have the confidence to defeat me, you still want to go to sea and become the One Piece? Go home early. What do you think of going to sea? An outing. Sakazuki roared loudly. Pirates go to sea to risk their lives. Not only do they have to face enemies who are also pirates, but they also have to face the capture of Marines like me. If you don't have the determination to face Marine Admiral, don't go to sea. If you go to sea, you will be caught by impel down sooner or later. If you can't pass my test, you will stay in Marine honestly, because you are trash, and trash is not worthy of going to sea. Chapter 85. Hearing Sakazuki's loud yelling, the faces of the two teenagers flushed red. Although I was very upset, I couldn't find any reason to refute. We're not trash, said Ace and Sabo. Then prove it to me. A smile flashed in Sakazuki's eyes. Ace and Sabo looked at each other and said in unison. We will, you wait. Since this is the case, train me well, when you defeat me, you will be free. Sakazuki looked at the two and said word by word. Don't make me look down on you. Just wait and see, when the time comes, obediently be defeated by us. Ace and Sabo's eyes were full of fighting spirit. They consciously returned to the training ground and picked up the barbell to train. He didn't look unhappy at all, instead he became more serious. Sakazuki was overjoyed watching the performance of the two. Xiaomian, fight with me, you are still a little tender. But thinking of the two of them in the future, Sakazuki suddenly felt a burst of memory. One of these two is Roger's son, and the other is the future second-in-command of the Revolutionary Army. All have good talents. Ace will be killed by him in the future in another world, because Ace was thrown into the mountains by Garp since he was a child, and he was taught by an unserious master. But as soon as he went to sea, he became a pirate with good strength. Now accepting training directly under him, the future Ace will definitely not be stronger than that at that time. Plus a Sabo. These two people may not be so easy to deal with in the future. But Sakazuki is not panic, there is still more time, he has plenty of time to tame them. He would mold them both with his new conception of justice. What Drago can do, Sakazuki can also do. But now he also needs to exercise. Only strength is the most reliable in this world. So Sakazuki threw aside the cloak of justice on the back, took off the rose-colored suit, revealing a body as strong as marble. Also train up on deck. Seeing that Sakazuki is also training, Ace and Sabo work harder. They are not as good as others, and now they are still training, and they can only catch up if they work harder than others. One big and two young were training enthusiastically on the deck. The air is filled with the smell of sweat and sea water. Abba, full of vitality. Admiral is training, how can the other soldiers steal their anger by the side? So the Marines on Sakazuki's warship all started training in unison. The windmill village, which is usually quite quiet, is particularly lively. This is what Garp sees here. Soldiers running, sparring, boxing. The situation on Garp's warship is very different. Garp couldn't help but shook his head, this Sakazuki really surprised him. Apart from character, I really can't say anything else. Luffy, who was only as tall as Garp's thigh, pulled Garp's hem and said loudly. Grandpa, I also want to train with them, I want to be a marine. If Garp heard Luffy's words in normal times, he would be delighted. But at this moment, he couldn't help but smile wryly, he didn't expect his grandson to regard Sakazuki as an idol. He was also introduced to the Marine Road. This is obviously what a grandfather like him should do. Garp is still hesitant about the idea of Sakazuki asking him for Luffy. He wasn't sure it was the right choice. But Ace was already on Sakazuki's boat at this time, and it was his little idea to let Luffy grow up with Ace in Marine. Should you agree? Garp looked at little Luffy and said. Luffy, do you want to go to Naval Headquarters? Naval Headquarters? Where is that? Am I leaving Windmill Village? Luffy stared doubtfully. Naval Headquarters is far away, that's Marine's base, and all Marines are there. Before Garp could finish speaking, Luffy yelled. I'm going, I'm going. Luffy looked at Garp expectantly and asked. Can I become a Marine by going there? Garp nodded, yeah. Then I'm going, Luffy said. After a while he asked again. Then we can't see Makina and the village chief anymore. We can come back and see them when we have time. Hearing this, Luffy laughed happily, yeah. Garp looked at the expectant Luffy and fell into deep thought. Whether to give Luffy to Sakazuki or take it with him is the question. That night, Impu slept at home in Windmill Village. One big and one small, exactly the same sleeping position. With your mouth open, the big air bubbles get bigger and smaller with your breath. In the middle of the night, a man came from a distance from the Windmill Village. His steps were very slow, and the dark green cloak fluttered lightly as he walked. The hood that half covered his face made it impossible to see his appearance clearly. Even worse in the dark of night. The clouds in the sky finally left in front of the moon, and the bright moonlight projected onto the ground. Suddenly, the figure paused, and he slightly turned his head to look in one direction, where a figure seemed to appear. You came. I am coming. You shouldn't have come. But I'm already here. Darag. Sakazuki. The atmosphere suddenly became a little delicate. Sakazuki, what is your intention for coming to Windmill Village? Are you here just for me? What do you think? Sakazuki asked without answering. Even if you use Luffy to blackmail me, it's useless. This is not my business alone, the world is waiting for my answer. Drago said slowly. A few days ago, he had a message from his eyeliners at East Blue and Great Way. Admiral of Headquarters Akainu left Naval Headquarters for East Blue. Because he didn't know the purpose of Sakazuki, Drago guessed at first that the man was going to East Blue for a certain mission. Maybe the content of the mission is related to him, so I continue to inquire about Sakazuki's whereabouts. But soon he couldn't sit still. Because he discovered that this man had actually come to Windmill Village. Why does a dignified Marine Admiral go to Windmill Village? Is it possible to reminisce with Garp, who was born in Windmill Village? Drago immediately thought of his son, Luffy, who was thrown to Garp by him and then placed in Windmill Village by Garp. Chapter 86. Only he, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, was enough to alarm a Marine Admiral. Besides the Revolutionary Army, only his son Luffy can alarm him, Drago. So Drago hurried to Windmill Village. But what he didn't expect was that not only he came to Windmill Village, but also his father Garp came here. After tentatively confirming Luffy's safety, Drago decided to meet with Garp secretly, and then discuss about Luffy's future. Whether to continue to follow Garp, or follow him to the Revolutionary Army. When Sakazuki heard what Darag said, the corner of his mouth curled up. If I threatened you with Luffy, what would you do? Drago's voice was full of indifference and murderous intent. I'll kill you and avenge Luffy. You can try. Sakazuki chuckled lightly. He chose to meet Darag not because he was afraid of him, but because he thought they could use each other. An enemy like the world government needs someone to attract firepower for him. And the best target for this is the Revolutionary Army. Hearing Sakazuki's words, Drago's momentum changed and he was about to explode. At this moment Sakazuki laughed and said, Okay, the greetings are over, we should talk about the business, you won't take what I said just now. Drago paused, not understanding what Sakazuki meant. What's up? Of course it's something you care about. Sakazuki said inexplicably. I used to think that Marine was just an existence that eliminated all evil. I have always believed in it, and practiced it physically and mentally. Until one day someone told me something that made me understand many things that I hadn't discovered before. Do you know what it's like to have your beliefs ripped apart? And you have no way to refute it, because it is the way it is. Unexpectedly, Sakazuki talked about some strange things while talking. Hearing Darag was a little inexplicable. But listening to it, he felt something was wrong, and a sense of familiarity. What is wrong, where is it familiar? Darag thought hard, and he thought of himself. Drago suddenly looked up at Sakazuki. Do you also want to? This absurd thought flashed through Drago's mind. But it was quickly discarded by him. How can it be? If it was Kuzan, he would still believe that he would have the idea of rebelling against the world government. But this person was going to be replaced by Sakazuki, he couldn't believe it. Everyone knows that this man is the ideal loyal dog of the world government. Such a person, you tell me that he wants to oppose the world government. Is it possible? Impossible. Drago re-established his own ideas, and felt more and more that Sakazuki had some kind of conspiracy. And the leader of this conspiracy is likely to be the world government behind Marine. Instigated by the five elders. A gleam flashed in Darag's eyes. He has seen through it all. I just watched your performance like this. The corners of Drago's mouth quickly curled up and then disappeared. He said, Go ahead. You continue to make up. I believe you a ghost, you are a very bad old man. Sakazuki didn't know that so many thoughts flashed through Drago's mind in an instant. And labeled him an enemy. Sakazuki continued. So I decided to build a new marine, one where justice is paramount, there is no world government and no one dominates, only justice is the common idea of all marines. Eliminating evil, maintaining order, and protecting civilians are my lifelong pursuits. Drago, I need your help. Just keep talking. A look of disdain flashed in Durag's eyes. Who doesn't know that Marine is a dog of the world government, and Marine doesn't even know how to run without the world government? If you want to build this kind of Marine, then I suspect that you don't want to build Marine. Instead, I want to build a new world government. With such an absurd idea, Drago felt that his revolutionary army was more reliable than Sakazuki's. By the way, can you make up some normal things, so I can cooperate with you? I don't know how to cooperate with you like this. Zero looking for flowers. I also want to collect some information. Seeing that Drago was silent, Sakazuki thought that Drago didn't believe his words. He added, I can cooperate with the Revolutionary Army to act as your eyes inside the Marine, and a Marine Admiral as your undercover agent. You shouldn't miss such a price, right? Marine Admiral as undercover for the Revolutionary Army. This really made Drago a little bit excited. But this person took the initiative to deliver it to his door, which really made him unbelievable. The easier things to get, the more suspicious he is. The Revolutionary Army has been lingering under the pressure of the world government for so many years. If they were not cautious enough, they would have been taken over by the world government long ago. Nor will it last. Seeing that Durag has not agreed yet, Sakazuki continued. Do you know the current situation of Marine? Among the three admirals, Kizaru has no idea about the top position. The future marshal will be chosen between me and Kuzan, and the 5 elders value me more than Kuzan, so the future marshal position must be it's me. Isn't that enough? Marshal Marine is a member of the Revolutionary Army. That's certainly enough, but that's not the problem. Durag said, why should I trust you? Hearing what Drago said, Sakazuki finally understood what Drago was thinking. It turned out that he was afraid that this was a conspiracy. Sakazuki laughed dumbfounded. That's right, the more attractive the bait, the more dangerous it is. Durag's being so cautious actually reassured him a lot. Sakazuki took out a few books from his pocket, flicked them casually, and threw them directly at Drago. Drago, who has been vigilant, hastily reached out and grabbed it. Under the moonlight, his hands were pitch black, and even his arms were turned on. After discovering that it was not a hidden weapon, Drago picked up one of the books and read it by the moonlight. And this look made him widen his eyes. He looked at Sakazuki suddenly. How do you have such a thing? He also gave such things to him as the leader of the Revolutionary Army. I didn't expect you, with thick eyebrows and big eyes, to really want to be a traitor to the world government. Chapter 87. Now you should trust my sincerity. Sakazuki said with a smile. Where are you from? Drago asked. He has never seen this kind of thing before. If there is such a theory in this world, it should not disappear completely. He has traveled all over the world and has not found a similar concept in one place. Could it be Raftel's secret treasure? But why Sakazuki? Why in Sakazuki's hands? Sakazuki seemed to sense Durag's doubts. This is not mine. As for who gave it to me, I can only give you a name, Qiao Lin. As for who he is, I don't know. Maybe it's someone from another world. Sakazuki said in a mysterious tone. 087. But no matter who gave it to me, the cooperation between us should be reached now. Durag was flipping through a few pages. The feel of his fingers touching the book told him it was true. It's not an illusion. And the value of this book can already prove that Sakazuki is not playing tricks on him, or calculating him. This cost is far greater than the Revolutionary Army itself. Not worth it. He looked up at Sakazuki again. Can. Hearing Drago's agreement, Sakazuki lined up his hands. Very well, since I have given you my chips, you should also give me what I need. We are partners, not your subordinates, you need to remember this. Drago nodded, naturally. Sure enough, it's easy to talk to smart people. Sakazuki smiled. What I told you just now is not a joke. I really want to build a real marine, a marine detached from the world government, for justice, real justice. Since the world government stands in the way of justice, let it die. So why I found you, you should also understand. But Sakazuki walked slowly in front of Drago. One is Marine Admiral. The other was the leader of the Revolutionary Army. The two meet and stand face to face. Sakazuki stared into Darag's eyes, and said in a deep voice. I won't recognize our cooperation, and you don't want to use this to make me do something excessive. The so-called excessive, of course, is to let Sakazuki do something to attract the attention of 5 elders. Nor will it be threatened by Darag. Before your revolutionary army has the dawn of victory, I will not reveal my identity. I will only provide you with some help within my ability. Therefore, it is up to you to truly overthrow the world government. What I give you is your actions. Key. Drago looked down at the books. How about you? Me. Sakazuki said with a smile, I will naturally find a way to control this marine, as long as you can convince me that the time has come to overthrow the world government, then I will cooperate with you to bring this world government together. I believe we will have a very pleasant cooperation. Drago gave Sakazuki a deep look, as if he wanted to see through him. See through his inner thoughts. But there was nothing guilty on Sakazuki's face. Drago took a deep breath and said. I hope so too. That's good. Sakazuki nodded. By the way, please go and convince your father. I want to take Luffy away and train him to be a marine. Be careful not to reveal my identity. You can figure it out yourself. Hearing Sakazuki's words, Drago's originally softened eyes sharpened suddenly. Give me a reason. Reason? There is no reason for this. I'll tell you that your son is the main character. Tell you, can you believe it? If you really tell Darag, maybe Darag will rob him, which is not acceptable. Turning his mind, Sakazuki had an idea, true or false is the kingly way. Did you know that Roger, who read all the historical texts and went to Raftel, left a prophecy before he died? What? Drago immediately became interested. What is it? He said he came too early. There will be a big change in the world after more than 20 years. I think this change should be related to the world government. This may be an opportunity to overthrow the world government. So what does this have to do with Luffy? Darag asked. Maybe the overthrow of this world has something to do with some people? Luffy may be one of them. Luffy happened to grow up at that time, and he happened to be the son of the Revolutionary Army leader Darag and the grandson of Marine hero Garp. I don't think it's a coincidence that such a special identity has gathered on him. Hearing what Sakazuki said, Darag also felt that Luffy was indeed very special. So I wanted to bring him to Marine and bring him up from a young age to prepare him for that change. If he can receive the correct education, perhaps he will be our greatest help at that time. No matter how powerful a castle is, it often collapses from within, don't you think? Drago understood what Sakazuki meant. If Luffy really has something to do with the prophecy, then having Luffy cause change within Marine could do wonders for their cause. But out of a father's selfishness, he didn't want his child to be involved in a conspiracy since he was a child. And it's still at enemy headquarters. Sakazuki saw the other party's intolerance. You said that the world is waiting for our 1.0 answer. Does this sentence sound nice? What about your realization just now? Hearing Sakazuki's words, Drago's eyes gradually became firmer. It is he who is weak. Before the world government was overthrown, all are slaves. No one is immune. Now is not the time to worry about your family. Everyone in the Revolutionary Army is working hard for this world. His son is no exception. Otherwise, what face does he have to order them to fight the world government? I understand, I will go and talk to the old man myself. Sakazuki nodded and warned, be careful not to reveal my identity, I won't admit it until you succeed. Drago nodded, okay. Chapter 88. Sakazuki communicated with Darag. The analysis of Qiao Lin in the group was also analyzed with Darag. Seeing Drago, he was taken aback for a while. I didn't expect you to have such an opinion. Drago looked at Sakazuki in shock. In his impression, Sakazuki was just a tough guy. It is a machine that only knows how to listen to and execute orders. Didn't expect to have such a thought. It's weird. Sakazuki nodded without blushing at all. This is cooperation, and there is also competition in cooperation. It is impossible for him to be led by the nose by Drago. Appropriately displaying his intelligence and ability will help him dominate this cooperation. As for whether this analysis is Qiao Lin's or his, is there any difference? He paid for it. The expression on Sakazuki's face remained unchanged. So what you need to do most now is to analyze the forces of the enemy and ourselves, cultivate the backbone, determine the line of struggle, prepare for the fishing boat battle, and gradually disintegrate the status of the world government and the royal family in the hearts of the people. 01 Make them feel disgusted and rebellious, so that when a hopeful revolutionary army appears, they will find that they have another choice, naturally choose you. Drago nodded while listening, carefully memorizing what Sakazuki said. Seeing Darag's appearance, Sakazuki couldn't help being a little refreshed. In the group, he is submissive, and he can only hold on to that Drago in the group. But in reality, he punched hard and smiled to see Darag nodded in agreement with him. After Sakazuki roughly said what Qiao Lin said in the group, he wrote that Drago had exchanged contact methods and left. Leaving Drago looking at Sakazuki's back, lost in thought. To be honest, today's change was so great that he almost bent his waist. First, he was nervous when he learned that Sakazuki had come to Windmill Village and might hurt Luffy. Then he met Sakazuki halfway, and he was like an enemy. Unexpectedly, he was ready to fight, and the other party wanted to form an alliance with him. And what he never expected was that Sakazuki gave him a big gift. A gift that can keep 5 elders up at night and change the future of the entire revolutionary army. Darag looked at the books in his hands and fell into excitement. Now that there is a mature revolutionary theory, let's watch his performance next. If he still can't make a big deal with these things, then he might as well find a piece of sea and forget about it. As for Sakazuki's warning, he also understands that the opponent can only make a dark move, and it can only be used at the most critical time. Other times he can only rely on himself. But with the greatest strength, Sokka will be the deadliest sword to kill the world government. After reviewing the conversation with Sakazuki tonight, Darag started walking to the long-lost home. Not long after he arrived at the door, he heard voices. What are you doing in Windmill Village at this time? At some point, Garp, who was still sleeping in the room just now, appeared on the right side of Drago. Drago seemed to have expected it a long time ago, and turned his head to look over. Akainu suddenly came to Windmill Village, can I not take a look? Even if you still have a bit of conscience, you haven't forgotten your pa. Garp said angrily. Leave after reading, Luffy is fine, but you, if Akainu finds out, you will be in trouble. Drago said with a smile, I want to go, he can't stop me. You are gone, what should Luffy do? Garp raised his eyebrows and shouted angrily in a low voice. Seeing Garp's appearance, Darag smiled in his heart, your old man still doesn't know that Sakazuki is one of us, right? But Sakazuki doesn't want a third person to know his identity, and neither does Drago himself. This is the top secret belonging to the Revolutionary Army. It might even be the key to their revolutionary victory. Rao can't tell whether it's Garp or his father. I'll take a look at him and leave. Then hurry up. Garp turned and looked outside, as if to help Drago look out. He suddenly remembered something and said. Do you think it's better for Luffy to stay in Windmill Village or come with me to naval headquarters? Drago is thinking about how to fulfill Sakazuki's request. At this time, Garp's question moved him. Let's go to the headquarters. Garp looked at Drago in surprise. I didn't expect you to say that. Didn't you always want Luffy to be a marine? And my identity is very disadvantageous to him. If he can grow up in naval headquarters and completely separate from my father, he won't suffer too much in marine. Question. Drago said slowly. If you had thought that way at the beginning, you wouldn't have let Luffy face such a situation. Why would you want to break away from marine to start a revolution? Garp sighed. Did you know that if Luffy joins marine, you father and son may fight each other in the future? That has to be done by him, and my revolution is not only for myself but also for Lu 793 Fei, for everyone. Durag chuckled. Garp shook his head. The revolutionary army is weak, he can't see the possibility of overthrowing the world government, but Drago has made up his mind, and he has nothing to say at this point. What do you think about handing Luffy over to Sakazuki? Luffy seems to be very close to Sakazuki, and Sakazuki also intends to accept him as an apprentice. If there is such a relationship with Sakazuki, Luffy can be said to have no trouble in marine. Durag pretended to be thinking and thought for dozens of seconds before slowly opening his mouth. All right, if Luffy agrees, then I have no problem. But Garp said with some apprehension. I fear this is a plot by Sakazuki against you. Drago smiled, shook his head and said. Since he has come to Windmill Village on purpose, he must win Luffy, so why don't we go with the flow and let Luffy become marine? No matter what conspiracy Sakazuki has, Luffy can't change the advance of the revolutionary army, and it's not my business alone. Let him choose Luffy's path, I don't care. But hearing what Garp said, Drago understood why Luffy got close to Sakazuki. This kid was calculated. Chapter 89. It seems that Sakazuki has already set up a good plan, Drago thought. But now he is an ally with Sakazuki, with whom he shares a mutual understanding. Drago pushed open the door and walked in, watching Luffy sleep soundly, with bubbles growing and shrinking on his nose. Can't help but hook the corner of his mouth. He thought silently in his heart, forgive me, Luffy, this is the last time. After Durag stared at Luffy's face for a few moments, he turned and walked outside the house, putting on a hood to half cover his face. Walk past Garp. At this time, Garp suddenly said. Don't die. Drago paused, and left without looking back. A deep voice came. The same to you. The next day, Garp found Sakazuki, with Luffy by his side. After seeing Garp, Sakazuki saw Luffy next to Garp, and he knew it was done. Drago is still strong. Sakazuki looked at Garp with a smile and said, you agree. Seeing Sakazuki's smile, Garp suddenly felt calculated, and suddenly wanted to take off his slippers and give Sakazuki a face. No way, Luffy said he wanted to come, and I, a grandfather, can't refuse, don't you think so, Luffy? Garp looked down at Luffy at his feet. Yeah. Luffy replied with a big smile on his face. Okay. Sakazuki stretched out his hand and rubbed Luffy's head. Since you joined the marine, you have to work hard to cultivate. Uncle won't let you be lazy. I'm not good at this. I'll try. Luffy responded loudly. Garp glanced at Luffy. He really couldn't see it. This kid is so close and cute to an outsider, even he is not as good as a grandfather, this grandson can't be had. Then I'll leave Luffy to you, and I'll go first. Garp waved his hand and turned to leave, his figure somewhat lonely. Sakazuki said to walk slowly, and then brought Luffy to Ace and Sabo who were training. After Sakazuki's fierce performance yesterday, the two brothers trained until they fell asleep on the training ground last night, and got up early in the morning again. Seeing that Sakazuki brought another child over, both brothers began to suspect that this guy was not Marine Admiral, but a human trafficker. Abducting children onto the boat every day. Come here and meet. Sakazuki greeted Ace and Sabo, this is Luffy, I will train with you in the future, and you can also bring him to defeat me. This is also possible. Seeing people of the same age on the warship, Luffy said to Ace and Sabo with a big smile on his face. Hello, I'm Luffy. Seeing Luffy's happy look, two words suddenly flashed in the minds of Ace and Sabo. Fool. I was so happy to be abducted onto the boat, the idiot didn't run away. Under Sakazuki's eyes, Ace and Sabo also greeted Luffy. Sakazuki nodded in satisfaction. Suddenly remembered that when Drago successfully took away the three brothers, he took a photo to pretend to be aggressive in the group. Sakazuki narrowed his eyes slightly, brought 3 marine hats for the 3 of them to wear, and then took a photo with the 3 brothers in the same standing posture. Looking at this photo, Sakazuki felt inexplicably refreshed. It's that kind of subtle, yours is great, but now it's mine. But now is not the time to pretend to be aggressive in the group, which makes Sakazuki a little regretful. He wanted to see Roger and Drago's expressions when they found out that their son had fallen into his hands. Inadvertently, the smile gradually perverted. Ace was arranged by Sakazuki to stand in a row with Sabo and Luffy, and also put on a marine cap. Sakazuki stood behind holding the heads of the 2 people next to him. Ace, who waited for a long time and didn't understand what he was doing, looked up at Sakazuki's face. Just witnessed this terrifying smile. Ace lowered his head with a swipe, goosebumps all over his body. This guy can't be a pervert. Ace was suddenly full of apprehension about the future. Soon, Sakazuki's warship left Windmill Village. On the way to the headquarters, he accidentally bumped into a pirate ship. Although Sakazuki's concept of justice has improved, but there is still no mercy for the evil existence of pirates. Immediately ordered to advance at full speed to arrest this group of pirates. How can an ordinary sailing ship compare to Sakazuki's exclusive Admiral warship? Soon the pirates were caught, and the Marines found a small amount of treasure from the pirate ship, but there was one thing that caught their attention. Sakazuki Admiral, we found this on the pirate ship. The soldier who reported said while holding a treasure chest. Sakazuki nodded for the other to open. I saw that there was no jewelry in the box, but a purple fruit. This shape, this texture. Sakazuki recognized at a glance that it was the one that Luffy secretly ate in the video posted by Qiao Lin. Rubber fruit. Sakazuki turned to look over at Luffy, who was training with Ace and Sabo over there. Because Luffy met 3 friends of the same age, he was happily getting along with them, and it was a competition to see who could train harder. Sakazuki glanced at Luffy and then at the devil fruit in his hand. He whispered in his mouth, "Is this fate?" After speaking, Sakazuki shouted to Luffy. "Luffy, come here." "Yes, master." Luffy ran over quickly, and gave Sakazuki a military salute in a dignified manner. This is the name Sakazuki asked the 3 to change. The bond begins with the master and apprentice. Sakazuki took out the rubber fruit from the box and handed it to Luffy. "Eat it." "Okay, oh." Luffy took a big mouthful, and then his face became ugly. "It's so disgusting, master, what is this thing?" "It's really disgusting. Don't you also want to have my ability? Now you have it." Sakazuki laughed. Then he stretched out his hand and pinched Luffy's face, and soon, the face was elongated, and then elongated again. Luffy was also stunned by this scene. Sakazuki said, "Take advantage of this ability, it will make you very strong." Luffy looked at Sakazuki in surprise. "Can you become as strong as master? Train hard and you'll be fine." After eating a dose of chicken soup, Luffy happily went to the training ground, showing off his newly acquired abilities with his friends. Sakazuki looked at the 3 of them with a satisfied smile on his face. He said inexplicably, "This time, fate is on my side." Chapter 90. In the room, Qiao Lin is typing. Recently, his brain is working very fast, and his memory is frighteningly good. It is enough for him to read the content that took time to memorize before. Homework is basically not a problem for him, and he can secure the first place by just flipping through it. In terms of code words, he is also very fast, conceiving the plot as quickly as running water, and as amazing as diarrhea. After the crackling sound of the keyboard, he put down the keyboard. At this moment, the mobile phone remembered the notification sound. Qiao Lin picked up the phone and saw it was a text message. Dear customer, hello, as of minutes, your call balance -0.02, in order to ensure that your communication will not be affected, please recharge in time. No money again. Qiao Lin is a little distressed. She has to pay for everything in life, such as rent, utilities, internet, phone calls, and living expenses. Fortunately, he is now self-sufficient, otherwise he really can't afford it and can only go back to the dormitory and hang around. I clicked on the credit insurance at will, and transferred 30 yuan to the mobile phone card. Don't charge too much, just 1 month's phone bill will do. Not long after, a text message came from the bank, and Qiao Lin wanted to check how much money he had left. I glanced at the number 430 in the message column, and said to myself, well, that's right, there are more than 23,000 more, I have food in hand, and I don't lie in my heart. Just when he was about to cross out the news and look elsewhere, he suddenly recovered. Wait, last time I remembered that my card was only 6,302.38, how come it has become more than 20,000 now? Qiao Lin clicked into the text message and took a closer look. He suddenly stood up from the computer chair. What's the situation? 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, 1 million, 1,000 billion, 200 million and 10 million. After counting the number again, Qiao Lin sat on the computer chair, leaned on his back, and stared at the number in the text message in disbelief. How can it be? How could he suddenly have so much money? Could it be that someone dialed the wrong account number, or is this a scam text message? Qiao Lin looked through the historical records carefully, and it was clear that it was a notification text message from the bank. It was indeed sent by the bank. And the money wasn't sent all at once, it was divided 3 times. One time was 10 million, one time was 20 million, and the last time was the largest, reaching 200 million. If it is a wrong turn once, it is also a wrong turn twice. But the third time the amount was 10 times that of the previous transfer was still wrong. That's outrageous. Qiao Lin thought calmly, analyzed carefully, and felt that the matter was not simple. He suddenly remembered his recent anomaly. Suddenly, the amount of food increased by 3 or 4 times, and the physical fitness has also increased. Even like having a Sharingan, you can freely copy the ability of others. In a short period of time, he became a basketball master. This is not right. I focused on learning and code words before. Although it was strange, I didn't pay much attention. Moreover, his brain suddenly became brighter, which also made him more interested in learning things, but he ignored these things. He picked up the dumbbell that he hadn't picked up for a long time on the ground next to him, and added it to the maximum weight. The dumbbells that were difficult to pick up before were easily held by him. Due to the subconscious effort at first, Qiao Lin actually heard the sound of the object being distorted. He put down the dumbbell and took a closer look. The lever in the middle of the dumbbell was bent. This is a pure steel lever, and it was bent by him. Just how strong is he? This is no longer abnormal, this is outrageous. Sudden extra money, a suddenly stronger body, and a bright mind. It all seemed to happen at the same time. Qiao Lin glanced at the bank transfer time. Suddenly, a flash of lightning flashed through his mind. He remembered that it was the day he went to play basketball, and it was the day he discovered that he had a talent for basketball. And before that day, he joined a group. Chat with a bunch of weird guys in that group. And those people like to give out red envelopes at every turn. After he opened it, he found that there was nothing in the red envelope. Qiao Lin suddenly had a guess in his heart. It wasn't that there was nothing in the red envelope, but that he couldn't see it. Perhaps those things have already been acquired by him. As a street writer, Qiao Lin is naturally familiar with this kind of stuff. I am afraid that I encountered the situation in the novel. The opposite of this chat group is likely to be someone from another world. Qiao Lin thought again that these guys were asking questions about One Piece. The answer is obvious. These people are all characters from One Piece. They did not know why they joined this chat group. Then Qiao Lin was invited in. They obtained information about the world of One Piece through Qiao Lin. Then use it to change their lives. Qiao Lin's mind quickly flashed the questions that the people in the group asked him. Those questions and answers flashed through his mind like a video projection. A few minutes later, the corner of Qiao Lin's mouth curled into a slight smile. I am One Piece and I am Roger. I should still be the same Roger who didn't turn himself in. Now I'm afraid I have changed my life and gone to find pure gold. The video he posted last time is not a recreated video, it is a real thing. Now Roger should have obtained pure gold and fought with Marine, and cut off one of Sakazuki's arms. The current goal it is Wei no Kuni. He soon figured out the situation of the other people. Dragon slaying dragon is duo lage, and now he has dragged the three brothers into the revolutionary army. The historian is Robin, who is now estimated to have joined the revolutionary army. The puppeteer should be Doflamingo, and I don't know if he has solved his troubles. As for the lurker, if I'm right, it should be Kojiki Hiri. And the two who joined later. The joy of fire and the sorrow of water. Chapter 91. Water Sorrow can't see anything for the time being. Instead of asking about himself, he asked about Luffy. Maybe this person is also eyeing Luffy, and not revealing his identity is his biggest suspicion. It is very likely that he has an enmity with the people in the group. Who is it? A figure flashed in Qiao Lin's mind. Could it be him? As for the happiness of the fire, Qiao Lin has already speculated. This person is probably Sakazuki. It can be seen from his words that Sakazuki should have also changed, and the direction is not clear. But this has nothing to do with Qiao Lin, and he doesn't have time to take care of so many world affairs. Let the person who has this idea to save the world do it. He only cares about what he wants to do. What he cares more about than these is the current changes. He can be regarded as a Superman now, and he has a lot of money in his pocket. The currency of One Piece's world is different from the world he is in. Since it can be converted into money in his world, it is naturally clean money obtained through some means. No problem, it is very likely that this chat group did it. That being the case, he can use the money safely. Qiao Lin remembered the red envelopes sent to him by the group members. From his situation, it can be seen that the other party not only sent him money but also abilities, which may also include items. Qiao Lin looked down at his right hand, and said softly, "Armed color." In his sight, his right hand was quickly covered with a layer of black armor. He picked up the crooked dumbbell and shook it again. He couldn't feel any pain at all through the armor, but the dumbbell was deeply embedded in his finger marks. Surprise flashed in Qiao Lin's eyes. This time he made a lot of money. After that, he successively speculated about the ability he had harvested, and experimented. As expected. Armament haki. Observation haki. Even Conqueror's haki was tried out by him. The glass broken by his stare is the best proof. Then gradually experienced the various skills of the 6 styles. Shaved, moonwalk, finger pistol, iron body, paper arts, and tempest kick. The whole person seems to have become a Superman. After a while of experiments, he was basically sure of the abilities he now possessed. Roger and Arag estimated that he gave him Conqueror's haki, 6 forms and Dragon Claw Fist, which should also include abilities such as physical skills and sword skills. What Robin gave him should be the gift of learning. As for the latter, it should be paid with money. He suddenly thought of Rai-he, this little girl should be penniless, and he has nothing to do. Did you give him something? Qiao Lin searched the house but couldn't find it. He thought of Cao. So he opened the buckle and found an extra package in the wallet. He opened it and found that there was an object lying inside. It is a knife. If Qiao Lin remembers correctly, Kojiki Odin passed the two big sharp knives he wore in front of him to his two sons and daughters before he died. Among them, Kojiki Hiri took over Yan Mo. It is said that it is possible to release the user emission without authorization. If ordinary people use it, they will be sucked up and die of haki. Out of caution, Qiao Lin didn't take out the disobedient knife. He didn't want to attract attention and live a life of ups and downs from then on. After all, not long ago, he was still popular on the internet, and he couldn't stand another wave. Even with such a powerful strength, it is still not invincible in this world, and Qiao Lin has no will to be an enemy of the world. If a man is not guilty and conceives a crime, he will not harm others, and someone may come to him because of this. In the end, one leads to another, and one leads to another, and in the end a terrific big trouble comes out. As the author of the street attack, he is very familiar with this routine. He just wants to spend college in peace, and at the same time enjoy such a peaceful life. As for the days after that, we will talk about it later. After trying out the abilities he had acquired, Qiao Lin turned his attention to the chat group. He was a little puzzled. Why did the people in this group hide it from him? Is there any secret that cannot be told? Qiao Lin thought about it for a while, but couldn't figure it out. He thought of Roger, who was the group leader, when two newcomers, Fire Delight and Water Sorrow, joined the group. Zero Fur Flowers. Both of them were banned immediately. Presumably, they should have had a private chat with the two of them. Is it the group rule in this group to hide your identity from me? Or will the chat group disappear after their identities are revealed? Or like those infinite streams, if you reveal your identity, you will be obliterated? The writer who hit the street has a lot of brains. In an instant, Qiao Lin helped Roger and the others make up 10,000 reasons. I understand. After drawing a possible conclusion, Qiao Lin smiled slightly. Since you don't take the initiative to tell me, then I will pretend not to know. Let's talk about when you want to have a showdown. He'd better wait and see for now. He doesn't want to change the peaceful life in this world. But if he can see the wonderful changes in another world, it will add a little color to his life. He is also very welcome. And being able to communicate with characters from the One Piece world sounds like fun, doesn't it? Thinking about it, Qiao Lin opened the group files of the chat group, and watched the video files that were regarded as fan videos before. After knowing that these people are not paper people, but real living people in another world, Qiao Lin found that his mood while watching the video had changed. Watch as Dora pulls a picture of brothers Ace, Luffy, and Sabo taking a group photo. Qiao Lin couldn't help laughing out loud. It seems that I accidentally caused these three brothers to join the Revolutionary Army. I don't know what will happen next. Thinking of Drago leading the three brothers to start the revolution, Qiao Lin felt that the picture was too beautiful, and it was exciting no matter how you looked at it. The world government is getting annoying. At the same time, Sakazuki, who took Luffy and others into his hands, also returned to the chat group. He really wanted to post the photos he got to the group and show off to the two people in the group. In reality, he might not have done such a superficial thing, but for some reason, he felt like coming home when he entered this chat group. Everyone in the group is talented, and they speak nicely. He loves being there. Chapter 92. The most important thing is that they are not from the same world, and there is no need to worry about affecting him in real life. There will be no possibility of social death. This made him relax as if a string had been broken. However, he is a public enemy in the group, and if he sends it out, it will definitely cause a sensation. In order to be able to stay here, he had to endure it. Suddenly he remembered that he was not alone in the group, he had an ally. It's not too much to exchange life with allies. He is definitely not showing off. At this moment, Blackbeard was heading for the windmill village in a small wooden boat. Since he doesn't have the capital of Drago and Akainu, he also doesn't want to reveal his intentions. So he came to East Blue this time alone. The start is average with one person. Going to sea does not rely on navigators, but on waves. After many ups and downs, he finally arrived not far from the windmill village. In the distance is the land, which should be where the kingdom of Goa is located. While he was swinging the oar desperately, there was a private chat in the chat group. He opened it and found that it was the sand sculpture of Akainu. Huos Hijao, are you there? Brother. Sorrow of water, here, brother, what's the matter? Finding that the sorrow of water replied, the corners of Sarkaz's mouth rose. Huos Hijao, brother, don't say what I'm going to say next. Hearing Sakazuki's words, Blackbeard raised his eyebrows slightly. What happened? Sorrow of water, brother, don't worry, we are allies, and I will never say anything about things that need to be kept secret. Hwaji is happy, I got Roger and Arag's sons not long ago, and now I am calling me master. After speaking, Sakazuki also posted a photo. The Joy of Fire, picture.jpg. It was the group photo he took with the three brothers. The three teenagers were all wearing marine caps, and they seemed to have been included by the man behind them. And the man who was pressing their heads from behind was still covered with a mosaic. Although Sakazuki wanted to chat with people, he also kept his eyes open. He hid all his information, after all, he didn't know the identity of the person opposite. Such a big mosaic, so many people in marine, how do you know who I am? However, after looking at the photo, Blackbeard found the mosaic behind, and the corner of his mouth grinned, revealing the teeth with several teeth inside, and laughed. What is this Sakazuki pretending to be? Laozi already knew who you were, and pretended to be me. See the three marine caps, and the marine warship in the background. Coupled with the suspicious chat before. Sakazuki, stone-hammered. But his attention was quickly attracted by the three teenagers below. I didn't expect Sakazuki to move so fast. I just asked Whitebeard how to subdue Ace and they got Ace. His eyes warmed up seeing him. Sorrow of Water, 666, brother, the action is quite fast. Huos Hijao, of course, if the red-haired kid preempts him, he won't be able to take him away. The reason why Sakazuki decided to go to East Blue immediately was also because he was worried about the uncertain factor of red hair. He kept Qiao Lin's words in his heart. Luffy's attack difficulty is basically 0 without being routinely attacked, but once he is attacked by others, it will be very difficult to poach corners again. Even Luffy's grandfather Garp failed to put Luffy's dream back on track afterwards. Not to mention his marine who has never met. This is also the reason why he was in a hurry. When he was communicating with Pirate King Sieg, he specifically asked if there was a red-haired pirate in Windmill Village. In the original book, Seeger had a conflict with the red hair, so he must be aware of it. If so, then Sakazuki's plans are about to change. But fortunately, I have never heard of it, so everything went according to the original plan. And everything was just as Qiao Lin said. Luffy, who was not captured, was soon full of his favor. It was taken away on the third day. But why does it sound a little weird? Where did Qiao Lin learn this magical theory? Does their school not only teach revolution, but also teach this? Hearing Sakazuki's words, the smile on Blackbeard's face froze. FK, how did he forget about this guy Shanks Zero? I just saw that Sakazuki was able to hit 3 in one fell swoop and successfully acquired the 3 brothers. When he saw it, it was so simple, I could do it myself. Just watch him do it. But when Sakazuki woke up, he found that he didn't seem to know when the red hair came to East Blue. Has Luffy had any contact with redheads now? He worked so hard, traveled across most of the world, and came to East Blue. All by his paddling. If he was late, Luffy had already been led into the ditch by the redhead, so how could he play? Come to think of it, Blackbeard has to ask the successful President Sakazuki about it. Sorrow of Water, brother, what time is it in your place, what year, month, and day? Since Sakazuki was able to take Luffy away successfully, it must be that the redhead didn't come. So as long as his time is about the same as Akainu's time, that's fine. The Joy of Fire, this is the Sea Circle calendar, February 9th, 1509. Hearing that, Blackbeard was relieved, it was December 1508 here, a few months earlier than Sakazuki's. It seems that there is no need to worry about Luffy being attacked first by the red hair. It was still early, and he could take his time. Blackbeard's old silver coin smile appeared on his face again, and the missing teeth looked even more wretched and vicious. 0.7. Sorrow of Water, hey, brother, I'm almost at Windmill Village. Sakazuki immediately understood the opponent's intention when he saw Mizu no Sorrow. Huo's Hijao, you want this too? Sorrow of Water, hey. Huo's Hijao, my fellow man. I wish you the best of luck. Sorrow of Water, watch me operate, and I will come back to report good news to you when I succeed. Huo's Hijao, hey, I'll wait. Sorrow of Water, hey. Sakazuki and Blackbeard, who were in the two worlds respectively, let out weird laughter at the same time. Outside Sakazuki's office, Ace is bringing Luffy and Sabo to Sakazuki to teach them new moves. Ace, who was about to knock on the door, heard a weird laughter from inside through the door. Chapter 93. Although I didn't see Sakazuki himself, a piercing smiling face appeared directly in Ace's mind. He shivered directly. Ace turned and pulled Luffy and Sabo to the training ground. Luffy wondered, didn't you agree to come to the master for training? Why did you leave? Ace said without looking back, Master is very busy now, let's practice by ourselves. Then pervert must not be thinking of anything good right now, it's better to stay away from him. Just when Sakazuki and Blackbeard were exchanging how to conquer the three brothers, Roger suddenly received a reminder. Suddenly two candidates appeared on his invitation list. One is called Gundam Warrior, and the other is called the Law of the Jungle. Finding that there are new members who can be invited to join, Roger, thinking that the chat group can grow again, happily invited the two of them. A few minutes later, Gundam Warrior and the Jungler joined the group one after another. As soon as they entered, they ate a ban from the authority dog. Roger sent a private message to the two newcomers as usual. The content is also the same as the same 01 that reminded Sakazuki and Blackbeard before. Don't reveal their identities in One Piece world. Don't offend group member Qiao Mulinson. Any one of the two offenders will be expelled from the group. Then he told them to look at the historical records first, and then he would lift their ban. On the basis of abiding by the group rules, they can freely speak in the group, and of course they can also ask Qiao Lin their own questions. After explaining this, Roger didn't care about these two newcomers anymore. Through the observation of this chat group for so long, Roger has a general understanding of the candidate criteria for group members. These people either have a miserable life experience and want revenge. Either the future is not good and you want to change your destiny. Either there are regrets and want to make up for it. Either he is facing a choice in life like him. In short, those who can come to this group need the help of this group. Roger didn't regard this group as private. He knew that the core person in this group was not him, but Qiao Lin. Without Qiao Lin, this group was meaningless. He could more or less understand this person's character from Qiao Lin's speech. In general, he thinks Qiao Lin is a good person who can't stand injustice. In order not to arouse Qiao Lin's resentment, Roger decided to cultivate this chat group into a free, relaxed and mutual help environment. This is also his consistent style and character. I hope this chat group can help more people. Roger thinks that he has benefited a lot from this, and then he will solve his other regret. Qiao Lin has been paying attention to the situation in this chat group since he discovered the truth of this chat group. At this time, the newcomers who were suddenly prompted in the group to join immediately aroused his interest. He picked up his mobile phone, opened the button, and clicked into the chat group. As Qiao Lin expected, the newcomer really ate Roger's silence-set meal. At this moment, both Roger and the newcomer fell into silence, presumably they were communicating how to deceive him. The corner of Qiao Lin's mouth raised slightly, unexpectedly. I could see it all. Since you have worked so hard to maintain this situation, then I will not break this situation. When a newcomer joins the group, he will come to him later to ask about him. Thinking of this, Qiao Lin stared at the names of the two newcomers, trying to see a trace of them. Gundam fighters. There's something interesting about the name. After thinking about it, Qiao Lin roughly guessed the person's name. In One Piece, apart from the bullet of the Roger pirates, Pika, the stone fruit ability user of the Donquixote family, and the biscuit warrior of the Big Mom pirates, who drive Gundam. Another one who drives Gundam is Frankie with Straw Hat Crew. It appears to be one of the four. Qiao Lin then turned his attention to another person's name. Law of the Jungle. The name is not representative. In the world of One Piece, where the weak eat the strong, basically everyone can use this name. Especially among the villains, those with bad personalities can basically rub off. Is this talking about a person's character or a person's philosophy? A few figures flashed in Qiao Lin's mind: the Germa family, the evil dragon gang, the Big Mom pirates. Qiao Lin, who couldn't guess the person, shook his head and gave up guessing. Anyway, after they take the initiative to ask questions, the fox's tail will be exposed, and it's useless to guess here. He was a little looking forward to what these people would use in exchange for his help. What is it then? Really been waiting. In another time and space. In a certain house near the sea, a lively reality is going on at this time. Lights, drinking, music, and lots of laughter. Sitting on a sofa was a man with blue hair combed up like ice cream, unusually thick arms, two blue five-pointed stars tattooed on it, and an exceptionally strong figure. Sitting on both sides were two slim, coolly dressed women with slender noses, drinking red wine in goblets. There are many 477 men in fancy clothes and tinted glasses drinking and chatting in the room. This is the Frankie family. Frankie didn't drink and binge like everyone else at this time, but instead had a trace of doubt and vigilance on his face. Where no one noticed, a strange interface appeared in front of Frankie. Not long ago, he was throwing a party with these unrelated family members. Drinking and chatting, bragging and singing. Suddenly a voice flashed in my mind. At first he thought it was the younger brother who was talking, but immediately a strange thing appeared in front of him. Like a letter, it says invite you to join the chat group. Frankie thought it was because he was drunk, but he didn't care, he just touched it, and his finger went through it. This lack of tactile sensation made him sure that he was hallucinating. Shaking his head, he planned to sit down and drink slowly. Unexpectedly, when he sat down, the previous envelope-like interface turned into a strange interface. Immediately afterwards, someone initiated a private chat with him as if talking to him. A sentence appears on the interface. Chapter 94. Frankie rubbed his eyes. The hallucination didn't go away. He asked the sisters next to him and they said they didn't see anything, and said he must be drunk. That's why he had the illusion that there was nothing in front of him. The very sure expressions of the sisters convinced Frankie that they hadn't found anything. But the interface is too real to be hallucinatory at all. With doubts, Frankie began to read the content of the private chat, and followed the guide to look through the historical records in the group. Gradually, the doubts on his face turned into astonishment, and finally there was an uproar in his heart. It turns out that this is a chat group that allows people from different time and space to communicate. The person in the chat group with him just now turned out to be the legendary One Piece Roger who died for more than 10 years. And the time and space where the other party is obviously not dead, it was more than 10 years ago. In addition, Durag, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, 7 warlords of the sea Doflamingo, and even Robin, the son of the devil, are in the group. Thinking of Robin, the son of the devil, an inexplicable light flashed in Frankie's eyes. This woman is very dangerous, and he remembers very clearly the last words left to him by Tom, who is also a master and father. Whether to leave that dangerous thing is related to this woman. In addition to these few people, there are 2 unidentified guys in the group. Then there is the person Roger said is the least offending person in the group, Qiao Lin, a man whose real name is Qiao Lin. Frankie patiently read the chat records in the group, and got a general understanding of the situation in the group. It was just a momentary shock that couldn't be added. He picked up the wine bottle on the table and poured it into his mouth. He didn't stop until he drank the whole bottle. The cold wine finally cooled down his somewhat shocked and excited blood. The sisters and family members nearby all noticed Frankie's abnormality and looked at him worriedly. But Frankie just shook his head and let them go on, he was just thirsty. Then focus on this chat group. He got it all. It turned out that the world he lived in turned out to be an anime in the world Qiao Lin lived in. And he, including everyone in the group, is a character in the anime. Qiao Lin knows the plot of the entire anime, and has some insights into the world beyond their horizons. And most importantly, because of Qiao Lin, the fate of Roger, Durag, Robin, Doflamingo, and others has changed. Frankie watched the videos and pictures uploaded by Durag and Roger in the group files. Roger, who should have surrendered and was executed publicly, changed his life. Instead of surrendering, he summoned his partners to go to sea again. And found the key to life in the new world, Jin. At this moment, Roger, who has no more worries about his life, is going to Wano Kuni to rescue his partner. And Drago went to the kingdom of Goa to take away his son, the protagonist of the One Piece anime that Qiao Lin said, and Ace and Sabo who are closely related to him. And also harvested several books on mature revolutionary theory. At this moment, the strength of the revolutionary army has soared, and I believe that in the near future, the whole world will respond to this drastic change. Seeing this, Frankie's heart burst into flames, maybe he can too. But soon, his heart turned cold. It's a pity that this group came too late. This group can only change the future and the present, not the past. If he joined this group 4 years ago, he would be able to know the changes in the future through Qiao Lin, and then change the future. Then he would never build those ships. Then Master Tom wouldn't die. All tragedies will not happen. It was all his fault, if only he hadn't been so self-willed then. But there is no if. Now even if you join the chat group, this mistake can no longer be made up. Frankie lowered his head, eyes full of annoyance and regret. Most of the joy just now disappeared in an instant. The chat group that cannot change the tragedy is no longer very attractive to him. Now he just wants to stay in the City of Water, accompany his family and protect the City of Water to pay for the sins he once committed. But he still has some questions he wants to ask Qiao Lin. What is his future? And what's the future of his family? Returning to the capital of Water, I saw my senior brother Bing Shan. Then took in some homeless tramps in the water capital and turned them into new family members. Now he is no longer the lonely him before. He still has his family, seniors, and this city, the capital of Water. If in the established future in this anime, the things he cares about will be hurt, then he will definitely change. He has already lost his master. They cannot be lost again, and the tragedy cannot be repeated again. Thinking of this, he rekindled his fighting spirit. The two in the group were still waiting for the silence period to pass. Blackbeard, who is far away in another time and space, has reached his destination. Kingdom of Goa. After some inquiries, Blackbeard found the windmill where Luffy was. Just as he was paddling to the pier outside the windmill village, a little boy happened to be sitting on the shore in the distance. Blackbeard, with good eyesight, took a closer look. Isn't this face, exactly the same as Luffy in the photo sent by Drago and Sakazuki? Blackbeard was overjoyed. He didn't expect to bump into Luffy when he arrived in Windmill Village. Isn't it a coincidence? Just watch me do it. Blackbeard speeds up, Nanyo Zhao, and paddles towards the pier. At this time, Luffy, who was bored watching the sea on the shore, also found a small boat rowing on the sea. He looked over curiously, and found that it was a sloppy uncle paddling desperately. Where are these refugees thrown from? Was it a shipwreck? Just then, Luffy noticed something was wrong. Behind the small boat, the originally calm sea water began to fluctuate, turning into big waves. Immediately afterwards, a huge dorsal fin broke through the sea surface, revealing it. Then the body, and finally the head. A slender, eel-like giant sea beast emerged from the water. This is the famous sea beast near here, the king of the near sea. Seeing it, Luffy couldn't help trumpeting his hands and shouted. Sloppy uncle, run! There are monsters behind you. Chapter 95. And Blackbeard had already discovered the movement on the sea, and when he saw this guy, he couldn't help cursing inwardly. Why did this guy come out at this time? Why don't you follow the script? You come out now, how can I operate later? After cursing the king of the sea in his heart, Blackbeard had a brainstorm and had to temporarily change his plan. Ben wanted to neutralize the operations of Shanks and Sakazuki. Take its essence and discard its dross. In this way, Luffy is not easy to catch. Now it's just a matter of improvisation. Blackbeard glanced at Luffy on the bank and saw the anxiety on the other side. Suddenly a thought flashed through his mind, and he stopped. He didn't look back, and continued to paddle forward, as if he didn't know the huge monster behind him. His appearance made Luffy on the shore even more anxious. Using both hands and feet, he jumped up and gave a warning to the uncle who was about to die in Yukao. At this time, Luffy found that the sloppy uncle seemed to see him, thought he was greeting him, and stretched out his hand to respond to him. Doesn't seem to understand his warning. This made Luffy spin around in a hurry. I'm about to cry. And the king of offshore 170 behind him opened his mouth wide and rushed towards Blackbeard, only 1 meter away from him. Just when Luffy thought he was going to die, Blackbeard squatted halfway as if he had eyes behind his back, and then hit the king of the sea with an uppercut to shut his mouth. Teeth shattered, eyes turned white. The whole fish turned white belly directly on the sea surface. The king of the sea is done again. It happened so fast that Luffy didn't even know it yet. Luffy didn't recover until the sea beast was knocked down. With golden eyes shining, he shouted loudly. Oh, so handsome! Blackbeard, who KO'd the king of offshore with one punch, continued to paddle towards the shore as if nothing had happened. A question flashed through my mind. How the hell did Shanks lose his left hand just for one thing? Are you Shanks TM also acting? Have you read the script too? After complaining, after Shanks had his arm taken away by a mere sea beast, Blackbeard refocused his attention on Luffy on the shore. After seeing the other person's expression, Blackbeard was secretly satisfied. This is what he learned from Shanks and, Sakazuki. What do young people like Luffy admire most? Of course, he is a strong and handsome person who remains unchanged in times of crisis. That's exactly what he'd been trying to do in front of Luffy just now. The first impression is the most important. If the first impression can get a good impression, then the following things will be more effective. And if the first impression is not good, I am afraid that it will take a long time to achieve the starting point of others. And Luffy's expression told him that he just did a good job. Blackbeard came to the dock with a gentle yet powerful face. Luffy actively leaned forward. Uncle Sloppy, you did a great job just now, defeating the king of the offshore with one punch. As he spoke, Luffy waved his little fist. Blackbeard, who was still smiling, froze when he heard Luffy's name. What? Dirty uncle? Blackbeard looked down at himself stiffly, sailing on the sea for a long time, from New World to East Blue, and then to the Windmill Village in Goa Kingdom. Stop and go halfway, basically all in the sea. Wind and rain, ice and snow impact are indispensable. In addition to the smell of sweat, there was also the smell of sea water, and the smell of blood after encountering the enemy. In addition, I haven't sorted out my clothes and image for many days. His face was unshaven. He's just a scruffy old man with a beard. Got this? Sakazuki hadn't told him that. However, it reminds me that it is Marine Admiral, and it is an exclusive warship. Whatever bathing and clothes you want are provided exclusively. An admiral is still the face of Marine, and Sakazuki doesn't seem to be clean and tidy. What does he compare with others? I am afraid that others have never considered this issue at all. Miscalculated. Blackbeard was annoyed for a while, but it seemed that Luffy didn't care about his mess, but was interested in the battle. He had just killed the King of the Sea. This made Blackbeard feel relieved. I'll have to find time to clean myself later. Blackbeard, who was going to give Luffy a smack on the head like Shanks and Sakazuki did when he got ashore, also paused. He deliberately kept a distance from Luffy, worried that the smell on his body would cause the other party's disgust. Sloppy is already a bad first impression. Another stinky, then this first impression is too deep. But Blackbeard didn't come close, Luffy himself came closer. He sniffed his nose, his face collapsed, he covered his nose and said, "Uncle, you smell so bad, how long has it been since you took a shower?" Blackbeard, who had just rekindled his gentle smile, froze again. It is not good to follow the teacher, and it is not good to continue. In Blackbeard's heart, 10,000 mud horses passed by. Obviously Sakazuki and Shanks are going straight to the point. In a blink of an eye, I was filled with good feelings. Why is it such an embarrassing thing when it's his turn to start? Blackbeard forced his smile to remain intact, and laughed harmoniously. Haha! Uncle, I am a pirate. I have been sailing on the sea all day, so naturally I have a smell on my body. This is not a bad smell. It is the smell of the sea, the smell of freedom. Blackbeard said without blushing and panting. Is that so? Luffy turned to look at Blackbeard's car, but Uncle Sloppy, your boat is so small, can such a boat really go out to sea? Sloppy uncle. Blackbeard felt the veins on his forehead pop. Can you forget this word? Blackbeard continued to smile and said. My name is Teach, you can call me Uncle Teach, and don't look at me as a small boat, but he drove me from New World to here, across most of the world. As long as you have a dream, no matter how small a boat is, you can go to sea, because a man's dream cannot be stopped. 27. Hearing Blackbeard's words, Luffy was really touched, and his eyes lit up. Blackbeard couldn't help but chuckle to himself. After he observed in the group for many days, he already had a considerable analysis of this kid. Luffy, whose IQ is basically zero, does everything recklessly, likes handsome things, and is easily touched by the word dream. And what qualifications do you have to say that Laozi boat is small? Laozi saw from the video that when you go out to sea, you are also driving a broken boat, and then you can only sit in a bucket when the boat is broken. Chapter 96. Blackbeard complained wildly in his heart. However, he did not come here this time to complain, but to lead Luffy to sea instead of Shanks, so as to form a fate with this legendary protagonist, so as not to be accidentally injured by Luffy in the future. And maybe you can make a fortune with this blood. As for the future, he will definitely return to the Whitebeard pirates and continue to hang on. Dark fruit doesn't come out for a day, he doesn't come out for a day for the Whitebeard pirates. If dark fruit never comes out, then he will stay forever in the Whitebeard pirates as an ordinary pirate. But now he has confirmed through Qiao Lin that he will wait for his destined fruit in the Whitebeard pirates. Blackbeard does not intend to act rashly, his future is closely related to this fruit, and all plans are based on this fruit. Just wait. He doesn't have the naive ideas of Durag and Roger for the world. It is also impossible to help the Revolutionary Army by giving them books, giving them advice and so on. He is a speculator and a gambler. After Luffy messed up the world, it was time for him to act. Until then, he will not send ammunition to either side. Who knows if this ammunition will hurt him later? He is very afraid of the contents of these books. Compared with the changes these books brought to the world, it was the world government that made him more adaptable. But he didn't choose either, he wanted to do it himself. Wait, pirate! Luffy seemed to have noticed what Blackbeard said just now. His grandfather was Marine, and I heard that pirates are a group of villains who do all kinds of evil. Luffy couldn't help but took 2 steps back, watching Blackbeard warily. You're not here to rob, are you? I tell you, my grandpa is Marine, and I'm not afraid of you. Your reflex arc is too long, I already said I was a pirate. Why are you only reacting now? Blackbeard thought helplessly. He felt that he really had conflicts with this kind of kid, and everything went wrong when they met, and he didn't know how that redhead got Luffy full of favor. Reminiscent of the silly smile of Shanks in the video, Blackbeard understood. Only by making himself harmless to humans and animals can he lower the kid's vigilance, and thus unknowingly break down Luffy's defenses. Then, in the dialogue, arouse the other party's yearning for going to sea, so as to lead them to the road of pirates. Blackbeard, I see. Blackbeard wore the same naive, honest smile he had on the Whitebeard pirates. Looking at Luffy said. Robbery? Me? How is it possible, uncle, do I look like a bad guy with my face? Luffy stared at Blackbeard's face carefully, made a sign of 8 with his right hand and put it on his chin, pondered for a moment and then nodded. Picture. Blackbeard nodded with a smile, that's right, what? Blackbeard lost his footing and nearly fell into the sea. I don't look like a nice guy. Blackbeard said, pointing to his face in disbelief. You must know that he is a well-known honest man in the Whitebeard pirates, simple and honest is his label, and almost no one sees through his disguise. Now it was seen through by a kid. Blackbeard glanced at Luffy. Sure enough, it's the same as the data. You don't rely on your brain to do things, but on your intuition. His well-maintained disguise was no match for Luffy's brainless intuition. Immediately, Blackbeard felt a lot of pressure. Why is it so difficult when it is his turn? Blackbeard didn't give up, he finally got here. How could he give up so easily? Trying to save his image, Blackbeard licked his face and smiled. If I were a bad guy, would I still stand here and talk to you with a smile? Besides, the pirates would take out their weapons and rob them whenever they got to a place. Did I take them out? Luffy with a simple brain thought about it, so his face turned into a smiling face in an instant. It seems so, but uncle, aren't you a pirate? My grandfather said that pirates are a bunch of bad guys, and he wants me to become a marine to catch pirates in the future. Seeing that Luffy seemed to be tricked by him, Blackbeard said kindly. Of course most of the pirates are just like what your grandfather said, they burn, kill, loot, do all kinds of evil, they are the devils on the sea. Zero looking for flowers. But there are also good pirates like me who go out to sea just for adventure, travel, and sometimes we help the robbed people fight off those bad pirates and do some good things. If Marine is the guardian of the sea, then we good pirates are the invisible guardians of the sea. We enjoy the adventure of going out to sea and maintain the tranquility of the sea. When Blackbeard said this, his expression was sincere, and there was no sign of lying, his face was neither red nor out of breath. Because he is indeed like this because of Whitebeard's character and style, the White Regiment is considered a clear stream among pirates. Not only do they not rob civilians, but they also provide shelter for civilians in non-joined countries. As a veteran actor, Blackbeard will naturally not go against Whitebeard's will. But that's not necessarily the case without Beichuan. Luffy seemed to believe Blackbeard's words, completely lost the emotion of fear, and instead asked curiously. That's right, this is the first time I've heard of the difference between a good pirate and a bad pirate. Then why don't you just become a marine, Uncle Teach? That way you won't be hunted down by marine? And isn't marine also able to go to sea? That's different. Blackbeard smiled, because when you become a marine, you can't go to sea freely. You have to accept orders from your superiors and you are bound. Only when you become a pirate can you go to sea freely and enjoy the world. Blackbeard looked at Luffy and said loudly. Do you know how big the world is? Luffy shook his head. He has been staying in the windmill village and only knows that the sea is very big, and Grandpa has to sail for a long time to get home every time. Blackbeard came to the nearby land, knelt down and picked up a branch, and began to draw on the ground. Luffy also leaned over, squatting on the ground to watch. Blackbeard said to Luffy next to him while drawing. Look, this is our planet. This world is spherical. He then added 2 circular vertical bands to the sphere. Chapter 97. This vertical line is the red line, which divides the sea into 2 halves, and this horizontal line is the Great Sea Route of the Pirates' Holy Land. It is surrounded by 2 calm belts, and the people living in it are larger than the one near the sea just now. The king is even tens of hundreds of quilts, and ordinary people and ships cannot pass through it at all. It is also true that the world is divided into 5 regions, East Blue, West Blue, South Blue, North Blue, and the Great Airway. Blackbeard looked at Luffy, drew a small circle on it with one finger, and said with a smile. And the windmill village where we are now is in East Blue, it should be here, it's just a small place, so do you know how big the world is? Luffy was stunned by the world demonstrated by Blackbeard. He didn't expect the world to be so big, and the windmill village where he lived was only 870. In an instant, his mind was attracted by this vast and boundless world. Uncle Teach, you know a lot, then you have been to so many places, you must know what is there. What is it? What is it? I'm curious. Luffy stared at Blackbeard with wide-eyed eyes. Seeing that Luffy was completely attracted to him, Blackbeard couldn't help but smile. This time he used the red-haired routine, and it really worked. As a rare cultural person among pirates, he loves history and is extremely interested in archaeology. It is not a minute to have such knowledge reserves to arouse children's interest. Then let me tell you about my journey from New World to East Blue. Blackbeard clicked on the location of New World on the map he drew, and then explained along the route. And Luffy next to him is full of eyes, and his eyes are full of longing. He can't wait to see with his own eyes the Fishman Island where the mermaid with a human body and a mermaid in the mouth of Uncle Teach lives. There is a Sabayati archipelago composed of a group of towering trees, and the island is full of bubbles. Some islands have 4 seasons in one day. And some islands even have living animals. Blackbeard told Luffy in detail what he had seen and heard along the way, and Luffy was so fascinated by it. As if he was on the scene, his heart beat faster when he heard the tense place, and he laughed out loud when he heard the happy place. The big one and the young one talked for a long time on the shore, and kept talking to Blackbeard until his throat was dry. Seeing this, Luffy hurriedly took Blackbeard to Makina's bar. Uncle Teach told him so many interesting experiences, and he wanted to buy him something to drink. Seeing that Luffy hadn't come back after going out for so long, Makina was about to go out to find him, when he happened to see Luffy coming in from the outside and dragging a strange man into it. From his appearance alone, Makina felt that this man was not a good person. Makina's heart tightened, worried that Luffy would be hurt by this person, so he could only walk over pretending nothing happened, and asked Luffy. Luffy, who is this? Luffy happily said to Makina, Makina, this is Uncle Teach, he is a pirate, just now he defeated the king of the sea with one punch, and told me a lot of stories about going out to sea, so I want to thank you. Buy him a drink, he's a good pirate. Good pirate. Makina looked at Blackbeard, why doesn't it feel like it? But she didn't say it, instead she laughed. Since you're Luffy's friend, I'll treat you to a drink. As he spoke, Makina took out a clean glass at the bar and handed it to Blackbeard. Blackbeard saw the vigilance in Makina's eyes, and laughed loudly. No, it's just a small talk, business is business, I pay for the wine myself. Before Makina could speak, Luffy refused. No, I said it, I invite you, Uncle Teach, can you tell me what you saw in other places? Makina saw that Blackbeard didn't show any anger, he continued. Since it's Luffy's wish, you can accept it, just let me listen to it, right, Luffy? Luffy, yeah. Blackbeard smiled, took a sip of the wine that Makina poured him, and continued to talk about the experience just now. More than 10 years ago, the One Piece King Roger finally arrived at the final island Raftel and found the legendary secret treasure One Piece. When he was publicly executed by Marine, he said, "Do you want my treasure? Go ahead. I put everything there." The era of great pirates has begun, and everyone wants to find this treasure. But until now One Piece's secret treasure One Piece has not been found, and the title of One Piece has not been snatched away. Even you, Luffy, you have a chance. Luffy's eyes widened, and he asked in surprise, "Really? Of course it's impossible. Because I'm the one who will be the One Piece." Blackbeard laughed. Humph. Luffy snorted dissatisfiedly when he heard Blackbeard's words, and after thinking for a few seconds, he said loudly as if he had made a decision. "I made a decision." Blackbeard stopped drinking and turned to look at Luffy. Luffy exclaimed. "I want to become a pirate, then find One Piece, and become One Piece Uncle Teach, just wait and see." Haha. Blackbeard seemed to be amused, "Then let's compete to see who will become the Pirate King first. First of all, I don't know how to release water at 0.6. Luffy nodded heavily, "Yet." Seeing Luffy's expression, Blackbeard was overjoyed. He had provoked Luffy on purpose just now, and this kid really got the trick. Now his purpose of coming to Windmill Village has been achieved. He couldn't help feeling somewhat superior. Little Redhead, little Akainu, is ridiculous. It took a year for Luffy, the Redhead, and 3 days for Akainu to successfully complete the goal. And he, Blackbeard, led Luffy to the Road of Pirates in less than a few hours from the meeting to the present. Just when he was thinking about what to leave for Luffy to put an end to this enlightenment, there was a voice at the door. Chapter 98. One Piece? Are they talking about One Piece? Haha, some people want to be such a thing, haha. Blackbeard turned his head to look over, and saw a man with a cross scar on his forehead leading a group of younger brothers in. Blackbeard recognized who this person was at a glance. It was Sig, who claimed to be the Bandit King in the video. The garbage that was buried twice in the mouth of the King of the Sea. Of course it's not about the present, but about the 2 times of Durag and Sakazuki. Those 2 times, the King of the Sea cooperated with this script and died. As for this time, I'm afraid it won't work, the King of the Sea has already been killed by him. It's a pity that his perfect plan before. Although he knew that the clown Seeger was showing his might in Windmill Village, Blackbeard couldn't help being angry when he heard the other party mocking his dream. But this is not the time to kill each other. Getting rid of this rubbish with a bounty of 8 million Baileys is just a matter of convenience. But this is an opportunity for him, and he must impress Luffy on him as much as possible. 01 Blackbeard thought of Shank's performance in the video uploaded by Qiao Lin when he faced Seeger and his group, and he narrowed his eyes and got an idea. Seeger didn't notice the change in Blackbeard's eyes, he was still amused by the 2 ridiculous guys, one big and one small, who said they were going to become One Piece. Only you, a fat man and a little BD? Such a cheap One Piece might as well be lousy. What is the mere One Piece, but lousy is Sig the Pirate King. The existence of Bailey with a bounty of 8 million, the first level wanted criminal, a self-righteous fat man like you, Laozi, has killed 56 people. Seeger turned to Makina and said, I'm not here to make trouble today, bring me 10 barrels of wine. Makina didn't want the gang of thieves to stay any longer, so he hurriedly moved wine to the warehouse. Blackbeard wasn't angry, but Luffy couldn't stand being laughed at for his dreams. He immediately wanted to refute, but was held down by Blackbeard. Seeger noticed the movements of Blackbeard and Luffy, the corners of his mouth raised slightly, and he smiled mockingly. You are acquainted. Then the gang of thieves walked away with 10 barrels of wine. Luffy was left alone here looking at Blackbeard with an indignant look on his face. Uncle Teach, aren't you angry that they mocked your dreams like this? Why didn't you fight him? Even if they were missing a lot and looked fierce, they shouldn't swallow their anger like this. You look like a coward. Aren't pirates decent men? Hearing Luffy's words, Blackbeard laughed and burst out laughing. Blackbeard's smile made Luffy even angrier, and he turned and walked out of the bar. Blackbeard grabbed his hand and said, I know why you're so angry, but Luffy, you have to remember. The world is not in the hands of those who ridicule, but in the hands of those who can withstand ridicule and criticism, and keep moving forward. Could it be that if you beat them up, they won't laugh at you? They'll just continue to laugh at you behind your back. Can you beat so many people? You just set your goal at the highest peak, let people laugh if they want to laugh. When you become one piece, they will naturally have nothing to say. With that said, Blackbeard stood up, took out a few gold coins from his pocket and put them on the bar. He smiled and said to Luffy, remember, people's dreams will never end. After speaking, he turned and walked out of the bar, leaving Luffy staring blankly at his back. Blackbeard felt sensitively aware of Luffy's gaze. My back must be very handsome now. Blackbeard's mouth could not help showing a smug smile. And the fact is, just as Blackbeard thought, what he said just now really calmed down the angry Luffy. He looked at Blackbeard's back and thought firmly in his heart, I will definitely become the Pirate King. Blackbeard walked out complacently, planning to stay here for a few more days, to spend more time with Luffy, and to maximize his favorability. Both Shanks and Sakazuki did this. Shanks stayed in Windmill Village for a full year, completely turning Luffy into a pirate brain. And Sakazuki did even better, taking people away directly. This is intended to grow from small to large. That being the case, he would have to brush Blackbeard for a few more days, and the kid's interest comes and goes quickly. Maybe he will be forgotten in a few days. Or stay a few days longer to be on the safe side. Just when Blackbeard thought so, he had already walked out of the bar and was going to find a hotel nearby to stay for a while. At this time, he glanced towards the coast, and saw an imposing marine warship approaching the pier of Windmill Village. Blackbeard took a closer look, and the bow of this warship was the famous Dog's Head on the Great Sea Route. That is, Marine Hero, Garp's exclusive warship. What's wrong? Blackbeard muttered in his heart. Suddenly he remembered what he did to fool Luffy just now. He seems to remember what Qiao Lin said in the group. After 830 Hungfa fooled Luffy into wanting to become a pirate, Garp was furious and vowed to beat Hungfa severely. Redhead had left East Blue by then, and here he is now. Oops, he's going to be beaten to death by Garp if he stays here now. Feeling bad, Blackbeard even gave up his little broken boat and hurried to the other side of the mountain. Slipped away. Now that Luffy's favorability is almost done, he will also withdraw. He doesn't want to be imprisoned in Impel Down so early. He has to go back to Whitebeard Pirates to wait for Dark Fruit. Blackbeard, who ran to the top of the hill, hid behind a boulder and stared at the shore. Sure enough, a few marines set up the gangway on the deck, and a man wearing a dog's head hat came down from the warship. You can't go wrong, it's Garp. After confirming that it was Garp, Blackbeard ran away without looking back. Here Garp stepped off the boat, and the corpse of the King of the Sea floating on the sea caught his attention. How did this guy hang up? So he ordered the soldiers to drag this thing up to see if it was new, and if it was fresh, it would be the main course of the banquet tonight. Chapter 99. He came back to Windmill Village this time to see Luffy. It is now the end of December and the Hyuxia New Year is approaching. Here the Sakura country's New Year is used, and he came back specially to celebrate the Hyuxia New Year with Luffy. As a grandfather, he has been carrying out missions all year round to catch pirates. Leave the grandson in the Windmill Village and give them to the elders and folks here to take care of them. I can't come back to spend the spring festival with my grandson. Fortunately, there are no tasks recently, so he found an opportunity to return to Windmill Village. What Garp doesn't realize now is that not so long ago his grandson was taken astray. Garp walked on the way to the Machina bar, accompanied by the adjutant and 2 marines. When he walked to the door of the bar, he heard Luffy talking excitedly from inside. This kid seems to be having a great time while I'm away. The corner of Garp's mouth twitched involuntarily. Luffy made him extremely reassured by this. Other children are always crying without the company of their parents and family members. But the kid Luffy has been quite nervous since he was a child. He didn't show any displeasure even though his parents were away. He was never even asked who his father was. Garp even suspects that Luffy doesn't even think about having a father. But this is also good, so that he can go to sea to perform missions without worrying about Luffy. Just when he felt both relieved and somewhat guilty. As he approached the bar, he could hear Luffy and Machina talking about something in the bar. Well, I met an interesting uncle. Well, and beat the king of the sea with 1 punch. It turned out that the sea beast outside was killed by this person. Well, that guy is still a pirate, and the 2 agreed to compete to see who would become the first pirate king. Not a bad idea, hey? Wait. The door of the bar was pushed open from the outside with a swipe, and the door hit the wall with a sound. Hearing such a loud commotion outside, Machina thought it was just that group of bandits came to make trouble again. She looked up, but she didn't expect that the person who came was not a bandit, but Garp, who had been out for a long time and hadn't come back. Grandfather! Luffy hopped off the stool, ran to Garp's legs and shouted, laughing, "Why are you back?" Garp looked at Luffy with an angry smile and said, "If I don't come back, I don't know that the old man's grandson wants to go to sea to become a pirate." Garp slams his fist on Luffy's head. "Are you talking to your grandfather and me? Knowing that your grandfather and I are marine, you still want to be a pirate? Are you trying to piss me off?" Garp growled. "It hurts, it hurts." The punch Garp held back, but it still contained his love for his grandson, and it made Luffy howl. "I just want to go to sea, I want to be a pirate, and in the future I will be the man who is the king of pirates." Hearing that Luffy not only did not change this absurd idea, but also became stubborn. Garp had bruised veins on his forehead, and felt that he was about to suffer from high blood pressure and heart disease. Wanted to give Luffy another punch of love from Grandpa, but watched Luffy hold his head and put his tail back. Holding his clothes by the back of the neck, he walked to the bar and looked at Machina. "What the hell is going on? How long have I been out at sea? How did Luffy become like this?" Machina smiled helplessly, and it didn't take long for Luffy to change. She basically noticed it, and it only took one afternoon. Although the pirate looked gentle, he felt very dangerous to her. Of course, she would never admit that it was because of the other person's appearance. Machina didn't dare to brush off the other party's intentions in front of the other party's face. After all, the other party didn't do anything bad, just told Luffy some stories. If the other party is angered, she and Luffy will suffer. Machina told Garp about the afternoon in detail. Garp also knows why Luffy suddenly wants to become a pirate. Garp's face changed when he heard that the other party came from New World. A pirate from New World came to East Blue, and also came to Windmill Village. What is he trying to do? After knowing that the other party came alone and looked very embarrassed, Garp was relieved. This guy could be a loser on a great voyage. What's his name? Machina thought for a while and said, Teach. He asked Luffy to call him Uncle Teach. Well, it's Uncle Teach. Luffy also said. Teach. Garp whispered the name, but didn't remember who it was. Before Blackbeard killed Sage and rebelled against the Whitebeard pirates, he was always an invisible man in the Whitebeard pirates, and he didn't even put a bounty on it. Anyone would only think that this is a soy sauce character on the Whitebeard pirates. Garp confirmed to Lieutenant Bogart. Go find out who this person is. Yes. Bogart nodded and walked out quickly. Seeing Garp like this, Luffy thought that Garp was going to catch Blackbeard, so he said quickly. Uncle Teach is not a bad guy, he is a good pirate. He said that he is just going out to sea for adventure, and he will also help people fight off those bad pirates. Grandpa, don't catch him. Garp was dumbfounded by what Luffy said. Good pirate, bad pirate? Since when did pirates become good or bad? But this reminded him of a person, and he seemed to be doing such a thing. But pirates like him are rare after all. Whether it is true or not, I will wait for Grandpa to check, but no matter, good Niu Zhao, he is a good pirate or a bad pirate, if I lead him to ruin, I will not spare him. As he spoke, Garp's left palm collided with his right fist, looking murderous. He looked into Luffy's eyes and said. You'd better give up those unrealistic ideas for me. You are my grandson, and you are destined to become a marine in the future. There is no other possibility. Cut. Luffy pursed his lips and ignored Garp Zhu. This made Garp angry again. Instead of hitting Luffy again, he blamed the pirate named Teach. The other party has just left, so don't be hit by him. Otherwise, let him look good. And Blackbeard, who was running into the jungle, shivered inexplicably. He folded his arms and said doubtfully. It can't be that the weather is getting colder, you have caught a cold. Chapter 100. Blackbeard had consulted a map of the Kingdom of Goa in advance. He knew that Windmill Village was near the capital of the Kingdom of Goa, and he only needed to cross a mountain range called Kalbo Mountain to get there. And Ace and others are active at the indeterminate terminal near here. Blackbeard had no plan to try to gain favor with these two boys in the first place. After all, they are not the protagonists, and it doesn't matter what the future holds. Wouldn't it be nice to have so much effort to fill up Luffy's favor? But Garp's appearance disrupted Blackbeard's plans. Forced him to leave Windmill Village. It happened to be here in Goa Kingdom, let's brush up their favor by the way. Anyway, one is going to join the Whitebeard pirates in the future, and he is also Luffy's brother, so it's okay to have a good impression. And another person who is the Revolutionary Army in the future may be useful. Thinking about it this way, Blackbeard feels that although he can't continue to favor Luffy, he can still save the country. The effect is not the same if he fills up the goodwill of his brothers. Blackbeard picked up speed on his feet and ran towards the uncertain destination. After dozens of minutes, Blackbeard came to this place that was mentioned many times in the group. Sure enough, as they said, this place is in ruins. The waste from Goa Kingdom is sent here, so that the homeless people living here in 010 can collect the waste again. And this kind of chaotic zone is naturally prone to crime. As soon as Blackbeard came here, he was stared at by these guys. But there are no acquaintances here, so Blackbeard naturally doesn't need to pretend to be a good old man. With a grin on his face and one side of his eyes, Rizeo's vicious pirate temperament instantly came out. He is not comparable to these little pirates. I joined the Whitebeard pirates since I was a child, and fought with Whitebeard in the sea. The people I have killed and the blood I have seen are not comparable to the pirates in the novice village like East Blue. These pirates sensed the murderous aura emanating from Blackbeard's body, and immediately withdrew their gazes. This newcomer is not to be trifled with. It's better not to provoke easily, even if you want to provoke, you have to call someone. No matter how strong he is still alone. Blackbeard didn't have the heart to compete with these little guys. He scanned the surroundings, trying to find the figures of Ace and Sabo. Seeing that Blackbeard didn't compete with them for business, it seemed that he was looking for someone, so these local snakes didn't pay attention to him. Blackbeard made a lap at the indeterminate end and finally found them in a corner. Blackbeard grinned when he saw what the two of them were doing. These two boys are planning to steal other people's things. The uncertain terminal is not only a shopping place for people here, but it is also a place of disputes. It's not that what you find is yours, but what you can keep is yours. Law of the jungle is also the law of survival here. Stealing and robbing are the normal state of life here. Ace and Sabo are here to survive. But they didn't attack the old, the weak, the sick, and the disabled, they were all targeting the gangsters here. The thing in this gangster's hand was just snatched from someone else. Blackbeard watched them both in tandem, one drawing the other's attention while the other sneaked up from behind. The two were small in stature and flexible in their movements. Before the gangster could react, they snatched the things away. Ace and Sabo, who got the stuff, ran desperately trying to leave the scene. At this time, the gangster who was robbed also noticed what the two bad boys were doing, and began to make friends. Hearing his shout, several grown men appeared not far away. "Catch those two boys, don't let them get away." The few people who heard the shout saw Ace and Sabo who were running away also chased after them. Ace and Sabo see the situation is not good. "Let's go separately." "Well, see you at the old place." The two brushed the ground, separated from the two sides and fled in two directions. The people who were chasing after them saw this and paused. The person who was robbed said at this time, "It's in the hands of the black-haired boy." A group of people went straight to the direction where Ace was escaping. But their pause also gave Ace time to escape. The jungle is not far away, as long as he escapes to the jungle and often hangs around here, he can quickly get rid of these guys. He has experienced this kind of scene countless times. Very skilled. Blackbeard watched the scene from the sidelines, aware of Ace's thoughts. But how could he miss this opportunity to gain favor? He squatted on the ground and saw a piece of gravel, hooked the corner of his mouth, and reached out to pick it up. Seeing Ace running away over there, he flicked his hand, and the stone appeared at Ace's feet like a flying shot. Ace, who ran away with all his strength, did not notice that there was an extra stone under his feet. When he stepped on it, he realized that something was wrong, and then he lost his balance and fell to the ground. The things he just snatched from his arms were also thrown out. "It's over." Ace thought to himself. He had already imagined the scene after being caught by the gang behind him. Sabo over there ran for a while and stopped when he found no one chasing him behind him. He walked slowly back a few steps just in time to spot the image of Ace on the ground. He had the same thought as Ace. "What should I do?" Sabo clenched the water pipe in his hand, feeling overwhelmed, and could only fight. At this time, the gangsters who were chasing after him also came to the side of Ace, who fell to the ground. The gangster who was robbed picked up what Ace had just snatched from the ground. It is a pocket watch. But the surface of the pocket watch has been broken. The gangster looked at Ace viciously and said, "You son of a bitch even dared to snatch Lao Zi's things, what do you think? You have already broken the things, if you can't come up with something to pay for, you can put your life here today." 11. Ace was pushed to the ground by a big man. He struggled to raise his head and looked at the gangster and said, "You are talking nonsense, this watch was broken when you snatched it before, since you caught it, you can beat or kill it as you please, and I will not pay for it. You son of a bitch is tough enough." The gangster scolded. He recognized the kid Ace, who had been hanging around in uncertain terminal for a long time. "Got a lot of good stuff with another kid here." Thinking of this, he said, "Search him." Chapter 101. The big man carrying Ace checked Ace's pocket, but found nothing. He shook his head. The gangster thought for a while and laughed. "As long as you give me the things you have collected during this time, I will let you go, otherwise you will not be able to go back alive today, I am not joking. The gangster drew a dagger from his waist and waved it in front of Ace, threatening. Things are dead, but people are alive. When things are gone, you can find them again. If people die, you have nothing. You have been in the uncertain terminal for so long. This makes sense, right? Don't think that you are a little ghost, I will show mercy to you. Even though Ace was courageous, when the gleaming knife dangled in front of him, he couldn't help feeling scared. But that treasure is not his, it is his and Sabo's common treasure. And this treasure is not just money, but also carries the dreams of the two of them. They agreed that they would use the money to buy a ship, and then go to sea to become pirates. This is what they have worked so hard for, and their hard work cannot be wasted. He has been captured by the gang, and I'm afraid that's it. Sabo can no longer be dragged down. Thinking of this, Ace closed his eyes, enduring fear and waiting for the ending. I'm sorry, Sabo, I'm going ahead, you have to take my share. People like me really shouldn't live. Suddenly, there was less fear in his heart and more relief. The hooligans thought that this brat was young, so he would obediently hand over his things if he was frightened. Unexpectedly, this kid not only refused to hand in the things, but also closed his eyes. What does this mean? Money is not life. Rao, this group of gangsters has been in the uncertain terminal for so many years and has never seen such a person, so this is an eye-opener. Newborn calves are not afraid of tigers. The gangsters looked at each other, and the one who was robbed seemed to be annoyed. Do you really think we won't do anything to you? He was about to hit Ace with the dagger, so that he could see the blood and understand his situation. Just when the dagger fell, a voice came from behind him. Stop! The gangsters who heard the sound turned their heads and found that standing behind them was the blonde kid who had just robbed him with the kid on the ground. He had obviously slipped away, but now he ran back, holding a water pipe in his hand. Is this trying to save lives with them? What an amazing brotherhood! I'm going to be touched by you. The gangster clapped his hands and laughed. Since he was worried just now that this brat was really not afraid of death, he would rather die than say anything. Well now, the other one is back for the brothers, and now they can get what they want. Blackbeard, who had been watching the battle from a distance, was about to make a move when the gangster was about to make a move, saved Ace, and made a good impression. Then he spotted the departing Sabo rushing there desperately. So he was about to leave and stopped again. Heroes always appear at the most critical time, and the time has not yet come. Ace was already prepared in his heart, but he didn't feel the feeling of a knife piercing his skin for a long time. Just when he felt a little bit, the gangster's words made him suddenly look up. Sure enough, he saw Sabo standing there who had separated and fled. He struggled and raised his head and shouted loudly. Run, what are you doing back? Don't worry about me. Before Ace could finish speaking, he was pinned to the ground by the big man holding him up. Sabo hurriedly said. Let him go and I'll give you what you want. I heard it all, you want our treasure, right? I promise, I will give it all to you, as long as you let Ace go, these things will be yours. Hearing Sabo's words, the gangster showed a smile on his face, he glanced at his companion, exchanged eye contact, and the corners of his mouth curled up in unison. Okay, as long as you hand over the treasure to us, then I will let him go. Don't believe them, they lied to you, they will definitely not let us go when they get the things, you go, take my share and live. Be sure to become a pirate, et. Ace's mouth was covered and he couldn't speak, struggling desperately. Ace's words made Sabo's eyes widen, and he couldn't let go for a long time. He smiled and shook his head. Zero looking for flowers. Without you, how can I go to sea alone, this is our common dream. Sabo looked at the bully and confirmed. I will bring the treasure, and you will abide by the agreement. The gangster hooked his mouth and said with a smile. Of course, I'm the most committed person, and anyone who is not sure about the destination knows that. He looked at his companion and said, "Do you think so?" "Of course, haha." Sensing the maliciousness in their laughter, Sabo's heart tightened, but he had no choice but to hope for their kindness. Sabo took a deep look at Ace, turned around and ran into the jungle. The gangsters couldn't help laughing as they watched Sabo leave. What a naive brat, who has been in the uncertain terminal for so long and still doesn't understand what this place is. Are you going to let them go later? Let it go? How is it possible? These two little devils are so useful. After taking away his things, we will also take them away and let them steal things for us. Isn't that good? Haha. Haha, you are really a genius, but next time don't be stolen by these brats. A hole, shut up, don't mention this matter again. Listening to these gangsters chatting, Ace's eyes were full of despair, and he could only hope that Sabo would not come. But not long after, Sabo still came, carrying a heavy burden on his body. It contained the treasures they had collected during this time. Not only were they snatched from other gangsters, but they were also dug out of the trash one by one. It took a long time to accumulate so much. Damn it! Go away! Ace's mouth was covered by the rope, so he couldn't make a sound, he could only whine. Sabo spread the bundle on the ground, revealing the contents. Seeing this, the eyes of these bastards flashed surprise, more than they imagined. Sabo looked at the gangster and said, "I've brought all the treasures, should you keep the agreement and let Ace go?" Chapter 102. Of course. The gangster smiled and gave his companion a look, "But I have to count to see if I can compensate for my loss today." Sabo's heart tightened when he heard it, and when he noticed the people approaching him from the side, he held the water pipe behind him with his backhand. "Are you trying to repent? It's not that you regret it, but that you didn't bring enough." The gangster shook his head, as if he remembered something and said, "How about this, you join us to work for us, when will you earn enough compensation, when will we let you go, and then you will be free, how about it? I am very merciful." Hearing what the other party said, Sabo completely understood what the other party was thinking. They not only wanted their money, but also wanted them to work for them and enslave them. Can't be caught by them. Sabo picked up the water 393 pipe and wanted to go all out, but the gangsters around him had already dominated him. Seeing that Sabo took up a weapon and wanted to resist, but it was just a water pipe, he laughed jokingly. "Give him some color, let him be honest, don't break it, they are still useful." As Ace and Sabo watched the deadlock in despair, a voice came from beside them again. "Stop! Again? Who is it again? Why are there so many unsightly things out today to stir up trouble?" The gangster looked towards the voice and found that the person who came was a sloppy fat man. One person dares to come over and tell them to stop. Does this fat man not want to live anymore? "Fatty man, you are meddling in your own business, be careful and risk your life." Fatty. Blackbeard felt as if he had been greatly offended today. First, he was called fatty by a group of bandits in Fengch village and ridiculed his dream. That's fine, after all, everything was planned. When I got here, I was called a fat man again, and I was still a fat man. Is he fat? In all honesty, he felt that he was just a little sloppy. In this era, being fat is not a bad thing, but a symbol of a good life. You've seen that down and out guy fat. Today, being called a fat man many times, even Blackbeard who always pretends to be a good guy can't help feeling angry. When is it his turn to talk about this kind of nonsense? He's also a member of the Whitebeard Pirates anyway. The dignified members of the Four Emperors Regiment. The expression on Blackbeard's face changed again, the gentle smile just now quickly turned cold. Looking at these gangsters, he said coldly. "Say it again, I didn't hear it just now." What's the matter if you say it again, fat?" Before the BD could finish speaking, Blackbeard had rushed in front of him and punched him in the face. His teeth were directly broken and fell all over the ground. "I said it, you say it again." Blackbeard looked at the man who fell on the ground, his eyes were cold. But the person who was knocked to the ground by him had already rolled his eyes and lost consciousness. Blackbeard looked at the others again. The others were also frightened by Blackbeard's sudden attack, and the companion was knocked to the ground in a blink of an eye. But when they recovered, they realized that they were actually intimidated by a fat man. With so many of them, can't they get a fat man? They looked at each other. "Let's go together. Kill him." The gang walked away from Sabo and Ace, surrounded Blackbeard, and drew a dagger or sword from his waist. All of a sudden, they rushed towards Blackbeard together, and in an instant, people attacked Blackbeard from all directions. At this time Sabo rushed to Ace's side and untied the cloth strip from Ace's mouth. "Ace, let's run," Sabo said hastily. "But this man fought with them to save us. We can't just leave like this. We have to help him." Sabo glanced at Blackbeard who was fighting over there, and wanted to say something. But just as the two were talking, the group of gangsters besieging Blackbeard had already been knocked to the ground. And Blackbeard seemed completely unharmed. Sabo closed his mouth and didn't say anything more. Ace stepped forward and thanked Blackbeard. "Thank you for saving us." Blackbeard just vented, and he was in a particularly comfortable mood. He looked at Ace and said with a smile, "It's okay. They only act when they can't stand it. They even snatch children's things. The local gangsters are too unqualified." After hearing what Blackbeard said, Ace said curiously, "Uncle, are you not from here?" Blackbeard shook his head and said, "I'm a pirate, and I happened to travel to this place, but you, what are you doing in such a place at such a young age? What about your family?" Family members. When this word was mentioned, both Ace and Sabo fell into silence, and both of them looked unhappy. Blackbeard seemed to know that he had said something wrong, so he laughed twice. "It seems that you have all had bad experiences, so let's not talk about it. What are you doing here? This is not a place for children to stay." Ace said, "We also want to go to sea and become pirates, so we are here to raise money to buy pirate ships, and we are already 10 years old, not young." Blackbeard nodded in cooperation and said with a smile, "So it's like this, it's really not small, but if you go to sea, you still have to wait, the sea is much more dangerous than here, and these things are completely inaccessible in the sea. If you want to go to sea, you have to become stronger, just do it." "Uncle, then you must be very strong, I think you killed them so easily." Ace looked at Blackbeard curiously. Blackbeard shook his head and laughed. "I'm not qualified at all, there are people stronger than me in this sea, and there are 3 kings in this sea. Whitebeard Pirates Whitebeard 0.2, Beasts Pirates Kaido, and Big Mom Pirates Big Mom, any one of them can easily destroy a country, and even Martial Marine is afraid of 3 points. Except for these captains, any cotter randomly drawn out of these pirate groups is a big pirate. This sea is much more dangerous than you imagined. Don't underestimate the sea." Ace was refreshed after hearing Blackbeard's words. Instead of being frightened, Ace was full of fighting spirit. Sure enough, he still wanted to become a pirate. There are still such powerful people in the sea. He wants to get stronger. Ace suddenly asked, "What about Roger? How does One Piece Roger compare to them?" "Roger?" Blackbeard let out a sigh, "That's a legendary figure." Chapter 103. Ace stared at Blackbeard with wide eyes, wondering what he would say next. Blackbeard laughed inwardly, he pretended to be reminiscing and said, "Speaking of which, I also met Roger once. This is a powerful character. He once teamed up with the marine hero Garp to defeat the legendary pirate Rox. Do you know who was the member of the Rox pirate back then?" "Who is there?" Ace asked hastily. "The current 3 kings are all members of Rox pirate, not only that, but also the famous pirate Golden Lion, who once made a big fuss in naval headquarters after the arrest of One Piece King Roger, and was subdued by Marine Hero Garp and Marine Admiral Sengoku. In addition to them, there are many famous big pirates, all of whom are Rocks pirates. This kind of pirate group was defeated by Roger and Garp, and then the Rocks pirate fell apart, and the pirates who came out of it became 01 big shots in the sea. You know how powerful Roger was back then. Hearing about his father for the first time, Ace was a little curious and complicated. He was amazed at Roger's strength and the glory he had created at sea, but he was also disgusted by such a sinful blood. Then he must be hated, after all he has done so many bad things. Ace said. It's only natural to be hated. Blackbeard laughed. Hearing Blackbeard's words, Ace's expression suddenly became gloomy. But Blackbeard continued, who is not hated as a pirate? Those who were defeated by them, those marines who hunted them, and those civilians who don't know why will hate them, but so what, hasn't Roger become One Piece became the only true king of the sea? But I heard that everyone hates him, saying that he has brought too much pain to the world and destroyed many families. People like him should not exist. Even him, but Ace didn't say it, but said it in his heart. Haha. Blackbeard laughed, do you know Roger? Ace nodded, and shook his head again. He didn't understand, he had heard what others said, everyone hated Roger so much, and wanted to eat his flesh raw. Look, you don't understand either. I do know something about Roger. Let me tell you. Roger is not the kind of pure criminal, rather than saying that he is a pirate, it is better to say that he is a naive adventurer. From going out to sea to becoming the One Piece, until he died, he did not do the things that hurt people that you said. He has only one purpose, which is to reach the final island, become the One Piece, and understand the truth of the world. In the end he did it, he became the One Piece and realized his dream. Isn't this the happiest thing for a man? Who does it hinder? If it must be said that Roger has hurt the world, then it is not the process and result of his becoming One Piece. It was his fault that he started the era of great pirates before he died, and attracted countless people to go to sea to find his treasure. But it was not Roger himself who committed these crimes, but those who were inherently evil. They burned, killed, looted, committed murder, and people imposed this crime on Roger. Maybe some naive Roger wants to open the age of great voyages, just to invite those who want to go to sea freely like him to go to sea together, maybe inherit his great secret treasure. Blackbeard smiled, if you want to understand Roger thoroughly, you might as well go out to sea, become the One Piece, and see the world from his perspective, maybe you will understand his thoughts at that time, understand that naive One Piece. Become One Piece? Ace was lost in thought. It was the first time he had heard other people talk about these things. The things he had heard about Roger before were unsightly, and it made him ashamed to be Roger's son. Ashamed of himself as the son of a criminal who did so much harm. But today someone suddenly told him that your father was not wrong, and he did not do anything to hurt anyone. People who do these things are inherently evil, and Roger just inadvertently brought out the seeds of evil in these people. And this is not Roger's original intention, he just wants to find a successor. Naive. This is the first time Ace heard someone use such a word to describe the unforgivable One Piece, and he never thought that this word could be used to describe him. Suddenly, Ace felt that his previous hatred for this father was a little one-sided and a little thin. He didn't even know what his father's character was like. Ace looked up at Blackbeard and asked. Is what you said true? Roger is really not the ruthless pirate in their mouths, killing countless people. Blackbeard shook his head and said. I can't guarantee if it's someone else, but what Roger said is true. You can go to anyone who has been in contact with Roger and ask, you will find that he is not only not a villain, but more like a fool. Egg. Maybe it is because he is such a fool that he has so many friends. Pirates like Whitebeard and Golden Lion are friends and foes with him, and even Marine Hero Garp is friends and foes with him, so how could it be possible for Roger and Garp to join forces to deal with rocks? Hearing Blackbeard talk about Garp, Ace's mind seemed to be cleared as the dark clouds cleared and the sun came out. So it is, so it is. If Roger is really a big villain as they say, why would Grandpa Garp take the risk to adopt him, Roger's son? He understood everything. Thank you, I see. Ace bowed to Blackbeard, thanking him from the bottom of his heart. Blackbeard solved what he had been feeling all along, and if his father wasn't a villain, then he wouldn't have to worry about it. All along, the crimes committed by his father have made him suffer. Now he finally understands that his father was at fault for being naive, reckless, and unaware of the greed and evil of human nature, but he himself did not commit these crimes himself. He's not a badass by nature. Chapter 104. The ones who are really wrong are those who will be wrong and have ulterior motives. It was they who misunderstood the meaning of their father and committed an unforgivable sin. If they could go out to sea with the idea of adventure like their father, to enjoy the fun of freedom and adventure, then it would not lead to so many tragedies. After figuring it out, Ace couldn't help but look at the problem on Roger's side. Although he has always hated this father, he still longs for his father's love. What kid doesn't want his dad to be a hero instead of a villain everyone despises? After knowing that his father is not a big villain, and knowing his experience and reputation at sea, the worship of his father also arises spontaneously. A man who goes to sea for his dreams is handsome, isn't he? But after being excited, he also realized that although Roger didn't do it himself, he still caused it after all. It was a mistake Roger had to admit. Do you know why Roger started the Age of Discovery? Ace looked at Blackbeard and asked. He felt that there must be other reasons. If he wanted to find an heir, there should be many people in his pirate group, so there was no need to deliberately set off this wave. There must be other reasons for this. Blackbeard glanced at Ace in surprise. He didn't expect him to think of such a step at such a young age. What most people think is that this is the madness and unwillingness of One Piece before his death. He smiled slightly. Maybe you can only understand it if you become the Pirate King. Ace was startled when he heard this, and then smiled. Well, maybe. He suddenly shouted, I have decided, I want to be the One Piece. Ace's eyes were full of enthusiasm. It's okay not to know the father's intentions. It doesn't matter if you haven't seen your father. It doesn't even matter if you died before you were born. Then become the Pirate King. Walk the father's path again and see the world with your own eyes. Go to the top of this world and become the One Piece. Go and see the big secret treasure hidden by him. Perhaps in this way, he will be able to understand this father who has never been masked. Understand the meaning of your existence. Ace's haze at this time was emptied by a ship, full of hope for the future. Seeing Ace like this, Blackbeard couldn't help but twitch his lips. I didn't expect to finish brushing Ace's favor so easily, even easier than Luffy's side. Sure enough, it is best to prescribe the right medicine. If Luffy's symptom is that of a sophomore, you just need to tell him things you have never heard of to attract the other party's attention. Then Ace's crux is centered on his identity as the son of One Piece. As long as he can let him settle this knot, then he will naturally gain his favor. So when Blackbeard heard Ace asked about Roger, he pushed Roger along. Although he didn't deal with Roger in the group, it didn't affect him at all to praise Roger. After all, he also dreamed of becoming the One Piece before, but now he needs to add something else. As expected, after blowing Roger over and over again, Ace's heart turned around and his favorability doubled. Because he has been denied for a long time, he urgently needs someone to admit, tell his father that he is not wrong, and tell him that he is not wrong. Acknowledge the father, and acknowledge him. Blackbeard played this role at this time, making Ace firm in the meaning of his existence. As for Roger starting the age of great voyages and causing disasters for civilians all over the world, Blackbeard scoffed at this. Isn't pirates the existence of burning, killing and looting? The problem is Roger. Well, what kind of pirate is a pirate who doesn't kill or grab? But Roger did a normal thing before he died, helping their pirate forces expand their lineup. And it all comes down to those guys and the world government. If everyone lived and worked in peace, who would risk their lives to go to sea? Hearing Ace say that he has decided to become the One Piece, Blackbeard understands that this is the critical moment to create a bond. He repeated his tricks and looked at Ace with a smile. You said you wanted to be the One Piece, but I can't just pretend I didn't hear it. Ace looked up at Blackbeard. I'm the one who wants to be the Pirate King. Haha, maybe when you grow up and go out to sea, I may already be the Pirate King. Hearing Blackbeard's words, Ace also smiled. Even if this is the case, then I will find a way to snatch the position of One Piece from you, Uncle, just wait and see. Is that so? Then I'll wait and see. Blackbeard laughed twice. I'll wait for you in New World. Yet. Ace nodded emphatically. Seeing Ace's expression, Blackbeard knew that he had successfully bonded with this brat, and if Blackbeard had those mission systems at this time, it would probably remind him. Mission completed, establish a bond with Ace. After brushing up the favorability of one kid, Blackbeard set his sights on another person's face. He remembered that the other kid was not an ordinary character either. The future Chief of Staff of the Revolutionary Army, the second in command of the Revolutionary Army, has an unlimited future. And the most important thing is, compared to Ace who died early, Sabo has always been alive. And the most important thing in this world is to live is to hope, and to have a future. How far Sabo will go, Blackbeard doesn't know, even Qiao Lin in the group doesn't know. So compared to Ace, Sabo's favor is actually more valuable. But, Lin knows how to brush it. Blackbeard has a big head, which is easy for Ace and Luffy, but Sabo's problem lies in his family. It's too strange that he can't take care of other people's housework and let his parents change their minds. Or to persuade him to break with his parents, which is a bit outrageous. Why don't you learn from your father, recognize him as your son, change his father, and give him the warmth of his family? Blackbeard stared at Sabo with a strange expression, which made Sabo feel terrified. Although this uncle looks simple and honest, there is always a cunning aura lingering around him. Especially the few missing teeth, which further highlighted this temperament. Sabo couldn't help taking a step back. Sabo's actions reminded Blackbeard. He restrained the expression on his face, and said with a gentle smile on his face. What about you? Don't you have anything to ask me? Chapter 105. Although Blackbeard knew about Sabo and how he was captured by Durag, he was probably attracted by his revolutionary ideas. But it is impossible for him to say some revolutionary ideas to Sabo, which has nothing to do with him at all. So Drago's experience is completely useless to him. And Sakazuki's side is useless at all. People are robbed by force, so he can't rob by force. He wasn't in the mood to raise these two brats either. If the person took him away, then he probably wouldn't even think about getting out of East Blue. So after thinking for a while, Blackbeard decided to have a chat first. As long as he opened his mouth, everything would be easy to handle. After Luffy and Ace, he also summed up a set of his own experience. Speak from the bottom of your heart, be a confidant uncle. Let this group of little devils hear it in their ears and warm their hearts. He said that this kind of little devil who has not been polished by society is chicken soup for the soul. The effect is awesome. It is not easy to get closer. Seeing the vigilance in Sabo's eyes, Blackbeard decided to start with talking and chatting. Hearing Blackbeard's words, Sabo looked at Blackbeard's expression. It seemed that there was no threat. He paused and said, My dream is the same as Ace. I want to go out to sea and become a pirate. Since he wants to become the king of the sea, then I also want to be the king of the sea. Ace couldn't help laughing when he heard Sabo's words. I don't know how to release water. I will definitely be the One Piece. It's not sure who releases the water. Let's compare. Sabo also looked at Ace and smiled. But this didn't achieve Blackbeard's purpose. Blackbeard still wanted to say something, to open Sabo's heart. At this time, there was a commotion not far away, and Blackbeard, Ace and others cast their gazes over. I found a tall man looking around not far away. Blackbeard recognized the man at a glance, Monkey D. Garp. How could this old man come here? He couldn't be here to catch him. Blackbeard glanced at Ace and Sabo beside him, feeling like he was about to suffer. Ace also recognized Garp over there, and it happened that Garp over there also looked over, and after seeing Ace, he waved his hands and strode forward. Ace also stretched out his hand and waved it, only to remember that the uncle next to him seemed to be a pirate, and his grandfather Garp was a marine. When he turned his head and wanted the uncle, Abd, to run away, he realized that the uncle beside him had disappeared. Run so fast. As expected of an old pirate, I'm afraid he was trained while going out to sea. Ace couldn't help but praise Blackbeard in his heart. This can be learned, and it may be used in the future. Garp had already strode in front of the two of them. He just came over from Luffy, and after hearing that a pirate from New World came to Windmill Village, Garp was very worried that something might happen to Ace. In order to ensure the safety of Ace, he left Luffy alone to the Dodden family after leaving Luffy in Bogart's care. But no Ace was found here. According to Dodden's description, Ace often played with a child named S.A. in Uncertain Terminal. So Garp came here, and after some more searching, he found Ace and Sabo here. He looked around and frowned. What's the situation? You just had a fight. Several adult men were lying on the ground, looking as if they had been beaten up. Blackbeard was afraid of scaring the two children, and thought he was a ruthless guy, so he didn't kill him, just beat him to vent his anger. The worst of them was the gangster who was punched in the face by him at the beginning. His teeth were all broken and his face was covered with blood. After finding that Ace and Sabo were not injured, Garp was relieved and asked with a smile. You all did this? So powerful. No, we were caught by this group of people. They wanted to rob us of our treasure, and they wanted to arrest us to steal things for them. Fortunately, that uncle helped us defeat them, otherwise it would be difficult. Uncle again? Garp narrowed his eyes. Garp nodded, I guess so, no matter how powerful you are, it's just two brats, how could you defeat so many adults? What about the man who saved you? Garp asked. He left, it's all your fault for coming to get in the way, otherwise we could still ask him something. Ace said disgustedly. What's the matter? Garp looked at Ace suspiciously, but Ace kept silent. Garp turned his gaze to Sabo next to him. Sabo thought for 10 times and said. That uncle is a pirate, and he is telling us something about the sea. Blackbeard panicked and tried to abduct Garp's grandson twice, but was bumped by Garp both times. Fortunately, he slipped away quickly, otherwise he would have to confess here today. When Garp asks about what happened to Ace just now, he will definitely think of what happened to Luffy. Being contacted by strangers 2 times in a row, and being led on the road of pirates, Garp must feel strange. Odds are okay, if Garp gets mad and hunts him down in East Blue, he's in trouble. Gotta sneak back to the Whitebeard pirates. But what is gratifying is that not only Luffy was led on the road of pirates by him and established a bond, but so was Ace. He came to East Blue to do more than half of what he had to do. The only pity is that it didn't open Sabo's heart and fill him with good feelings. It's all because Garp came too fast, but it's not important now, the most important thing is to get back to the Whitebeard pirates safely. Blackbeard walked like flying, and ran quickly to the pier. What? Hearing Sabo's answer, Garp was furious. Haven't you given up on that unrealistic idea of becoming a pirate? Humph, not only do I want to be a pirate, but I also want to be the king of the pirates. Ace said dissatisfied. You boy! Garp was furious. Today is the second time I heard that my grandson is going to become the One Piece King, this is going to rebel, don't you give him the face of being a grandfather at all? Tell me about that man. Garp said to Sabo. Ace quickly stopped him, don't tell him, this is about the three of us. After speaking, he was hit in the head by Garp. Explain. Chapter 106. Seeing Garp's angry face, Sabo hesitated for a while before saying. After the uncle rescued us from these people, he revealed that he was a pirate and came to this place by accident. Then Ace asked him about the sea and Roger. When Ace asked about Roger, the scowl on Garp's face suddenly disappeared, and he turned to look at Ace with a complicated expression. But Ace turned his head away from him. He whispered, "Traitor." Sabo smiled helplessly, looked at Garp and continued. The guy said he had a fling with Roger and that's about it. After listening to Sabo's description, Garp also roughly understood what they said. It seems that the other party has no malice towards Ace and Sabo, as if they really happened to meet them. And the other party didn't deliberately say something strange, and he didn't seem to be aware of Ace's identity. On the contrary, he answered Ace's question very kindly, and also resolved Ace's knot in his heart. A thoughtful look flashed in Garp's eyes. But it's all too coincidental. A pirate just came to Luffy's side, and Ace also met a pirate here. Garp looked at Sabo and asked. What does the pirate you're talking about look like? Sabo recalled a moment and said. Fat, with a sloppy body and a few missing teeth. He doesn't look like a good person, but he is very gentle. Fat, scruffy, missing teeth. This series of descriptions is exactly the same as the one called Teach that Makina said. Sure enough, it was him. It is not impossible for the other party to leave Windmill Village and go to the capital of the Goa Kingdom out of concerns about Marine after discovering that he has come to Windmill Village. It is not certain that the terminal is just outside the capital, and it is reasonable to see it when you go out of Corbo Mountain. But it happened to be Luffy first, and then Ace, which is too coincidental. Garp wasn't sure if the other party had come here on purpose for the two of them. If it was for them, what they did would be too weird. Just chat? Garp felt that this was impossible, and that would be too idle, so he ran all the way from New World to chat with the two children. If it wasn't for Luffy and Ace, it would be a coincidence. After thinking for a while, Garp felt that no matter what, he had to keep this guy away from these two boys. When we go back, we will find out the identity of this guy and launch a wanted arrest on him. The pirates of New World, I'll go back to New World, what are you doing in East Blue? Seeing the change in Garp's face, Ace thought that Garp was thinking about how to catch the uncle just now. Old man, please let that uncle go, he just saved us. If you let him go, you have to see if he hasn't done any heinous things. But he brought my grandson down, this account is impossible, if I catch him, I must make him look good. After Garp finished speaking, he patted the heads of the two brats. Let's go, avoid contact with these strangers in the future, especially pirates, and come to such places less often. Ace reluctantly followed Garp. Sabo opened his mouth to say something, but closed it again and followed. The two followed Garp back to Dodden's family, and after sharing dinner together, Garp went down the mountain alone. Leave Ace and Sabo alone. Ace seems to have forgotten that Sabo betrayed them just now, and asked Sabo, who looked a little strange. What's the matter with you? Your face has been wrong since the beginning, it's not because I called you a traitor just now, so you are angry. No way, are you angry about such a trivial matter? Sabo shook his head. Ace asked strangely, what is that for? Did what happened today scare you? Don't worry, we will become stronger in the future and will not be caught by these guys again. It's not about that. Sabo also shook his head. This is strange, neither this nor that, why is that? Sabo thought about it and decided to say it. Ace, I think there's something wrong with that pirate man. Why, didn't he save us? He also answered our questions. Ace was a little puzzled. Zero looking for flowers. It's not this. Sabo shook his head and said, listen to me, just after the two of us separated, I found no one was chasing me, so I came back, just in time to see you being chased by that group of people. I saw that when you were about to run into the jungle to get rid of them, a stone was thrown at your feet. Didn't I accidentally step on that stone?" Ace tilted his head and said with a smile. "No, I can see clearly that it was thrown over by someone." Sabo looked serious, and said seriously, "Guess who I saw in the direction the stone came from?" Seeing Sabo's face was serious, Ace also restrained his joking expression. He thought of something, and suddenly his eyes widened. "Could it be?" "Well, it was him. When you fell, that person was watching from a distance, and the stone was also thrown from him. And it happened that the stone was thrown at your feet, and then he rescued us. All of this is so strange, it seems like it was designed." Now Ace also felt that something was wrong. He also wondered at the time, how could he step on a rock and make such a low-level mistake? But why? Why is this pirate uncle doing this? Sabo, if what you said is true, then why did this pirate deliberately design something to save us? We both have nothing. And then our treasure was already on the ground. But this uncle didn't even look at it. If he really wanted something, he could just take it away, but he didn't do anything to us until he left. That's what's weird about me. So I didn't say anything in front of your grandfather just now, for fear of causing some misunderstanding. Maybe this uncle pirate wanted to throw a stone to help us, but maybe he missed it and threw it at your feet. Well, maybe that's it." Ace nodded too. The two laughed, but their hearts were shrouded in a layer of haze. Because they still have a secret between each other that they haven't said. Chapter 107. Sabo and Ace said repeatedly, but it was an expression of uncertainty. Because they are not nothing. What Sabo didn't tell Ace was that he was the son of a nobleman. This identity is not an ordinary thing in this day and age. It is enough to set up an insurmountable moat between people. Sabo didn't reveal his identity because he was afraid that Ace would know his noble status and change their friendship. And he himself has a hard time talking about his noble status. In this way he has been hiding from Ace. Then today Blackbeard's presence reminded him of his identity. He doesn't have nothing, he has the status of aristocrat. If the opponent is coming for his noble status, then deliberately set up this scene and save him 4 or 4 soldiers to brush his favor. Trying to get a bigger return from him, so it all makes sense. Fortunately, Ace's grandfather arrived in time and scared the other party away. He also deliberately told Garp about the pirate, in order to attract Garp's attention, and then drive the man away from the kingdom of Goa, and don't get close to them again. The truth of the matter is no longer important. Although Blackbeard saved them, Ace would not have been caught without the rock Blackbeard threw. All is evened out. What Sabo wants now is to raise treasure with Ace and prepare to go to sea. As for everything related to his noble family, he didn't want to touch it. I don't even want to encounter related conspiracies. So no matter what, that pirate must leave Goa Kingdom and stay away from them. On the opposite side of Sabo, Ace is more gloomy. He began to wonder if the other party approached him deliberately because he knew that he was Roger's son. Otherwise, why would you tell him so much about Roger? Friend or foe? Ace can't judge. But Sabo's words just now completely wiped away all the good feelings towards Blackbeard before. The pirate began to become mysterious. Ace had to put a question mark on his purpose. At this moment, Blackbeard was paddling away from the kingdom of Goa in a small boat. The boat was picked up by him at the pier. As a pirate, it's not too much for him to grab a ship casually. But this little thing is not worth his excitement. The joy on Blackbeard's face was mainly due to the great success of his plan to come to Goa Kingdom this time. Not only is it full of Luffy's favor, but also Ace's favor. Simply perfect. Now he just needs to return safely to the Whitebeard pirates, and wait for this carefully established bond to take root after more than a decade. Make a perfect foreshadowing for his future plans. Blackbeard never expected that the favorable impression he had just swiped turned into a negative number in a blink of an eye. He is still imagining future plans in his mind. At this time Garp also returned to Windmill Village. Here Bogart also brought him a good news, and a bad news. The bad news is they still haven't found who is that pirate named Teach. If this person really came back from New World, then logically speaking, he should also be able to claim his name. But after searching all the wanted notices of pirates in New World, I couldn't find a pirate named Teach. Is it really a no-nonsense loser on the great voyage back to East Blue? With such doubts, Garp asked Bogart to tell the good news. Bogart hands Garp the paper. This is a portrait of this pirate named Teach based on Ms. Makina's description. It should be 80% similar. We can use it to find this person. Vice Admiral Garp, are we going to issue a warrant for this man? Garp didn't rush to order, he took the portrait and looked at it. What caught his eye was indeed a fat man with a round face, several missing teeth, and a harmless smile on his face. But through those not-so-big eyes, one can feel that the other party is not as honest as the surface. Why does this guy look familiar? Garp muttered with his chin twisted. Really? You have this feeling too, and I do too. It feels like I've seen it somewhere. Bogart said. Hearing Bogart's words, Garp was even more convinced that he had seen this guy. But where did you see it? Garp brooded in his head. By the way, New World. Garp said suddenly, since it's New World, apart from the new stars who enter there every year, it's the members of the three pirates. Faces flashed through Garp's mind one after another. When recalling the Whitebeard pirates, the memory stays with a person next to Whitebeard. If his memory is correct, there is a guy on the Whitebeard pirates who is similar to the fat guy in this portrait. Could it be him? But why did the Whitebeard pirates come to East Blue, and also went to his hometown to contact his grandson? Garp couldn't figure it out, but since he can't figure it out, forget it. It is enough to drive people away, and such dangerous elements cannot be allowed to contact them again. Luffy is not bad, he just met this guy once, and he just had the idea of becoming a pirate. During the time he stayed in Windmill Village, there was plenty of time for him to reform. The transformation here refers to the physical transformation. But Ace is a bit troublesome. Ace inherited his father's desire for the sea. Once seduced by this Teach, the desire to go to sea is even stronger now. They can no longer be contacted, otherwise he will not be able to pull them back even with a warship. Thinking of this, Garp told 5.8 Bogart. Immediately order to hunt down Teach immediately and issue a reward order. Bogart nodded and asked. What is the charge? How much is the reward? The crime is naturally to lure my lovely grandson to become a pirate. But of course Garp can't use this reason to say, otherwise it will cause unnecessary trouble. After thinking for a while, Garp said. The charge is that he wantonly injured innocent people of the Goa Kingdom and fled in fear of crime. The reward is set at 100,000 berries. He didn't mean to frame him on purpose, there were witnesses at the unsure terminal, this charge and the bounty were just right. This guy dared to disgust him, so don't blame him for being disgusted. Chapter 108. 100,000 Baileys. The stern-faced Bogart couldn't help but twitched the corners of his mouth, and soon recovered his paralyzed face. Yes, Vice Admiral Garp, I'll arrange it right away. Cuckoo and so on. Bogart pauses to look at Garp. In addition, there is also a bounty of 100,000 Baileys for news of him. With so much eyeliner around, he can't believe he can't get this guy out of East Blue. If this kid still stays here without knowing him, then he doesn't mind letting him go to Impel Down for a while. But I'm afraid Sengoku will have a headache by then. Whitebeard's calf protective character is well known, and if he catches this man, there may be a commotion. But he can't control that much anymore. Yes. Bogart turned and left after hearing the order. The next day, the reward for Blackbeard was spread across the sea. Blackbeard rowed to an island with great difficulty, and was just about to go ashore to rest before heading to the great route. Only then did he realize that the people on the shore looked at him with strange expressions. Blackbeard subconsciously sensed something was wrong. Then a gust of wind brought a newspaper. His reward order was impressively published above. 01. Blackbeard's eyes widened as he looked at his bounty. 100,000 Baileys. Is this a joke? This uncle is only worth 100,000 Baileys? Pirates have always been proud of their high bounties. Blackbeard didn't want to be offered a reward, but he was very upset to see that he was only worth so much. Then he saw a key piece of information. Anyone who has his clues and reports it in time can also get 100,000 Belixia. Now he understood why the people on the shore saw something wrong with his expression. Compared with the bounty list of life and death, this sentence brought him more lethality. 100,000 berries might not attract the attention of any serious bounty hunter, and civilians would not take the risk of catching these wanted criminals. But it can turn countless people into Marine's eyeliner, so that no matter where he appears, as long as there are people, as long as they have seen this reward, then he has nowhere to hide in front of Marine. What's worse, it must be Qiao who issued the reward order. Garp didn't have any other intentions in doing this. 9 out of 10 he wanted to catch him himself. Thinking of this, Blackbeard put down his feet just as he was about to go ashore, picked up the wooden oar and spoke desperately. Slip away, this East Blue can't stay any longer, and has to go home quickly. Unexpectedly, he could enjoy Roger's treatment in his lifetime. Dad, help! At this time, Garp, who was far away in Windmill Village, also received a report from his subordinates. Found Teach's trail. Garp immediately got up and strode towards the warship. Luffy next to him heard that Garp was going to catch Uncle Teach, so he stopped in front of Garp immediately. No, Uncle Teach is a good pirate, don't catch him. Garp picked up Luffy and stared into his eyes with a sneer. I don't care if he is a good pirate or a bad pirate. If he is a pirate, I will catch him. You just stay here and wait for me to come back. I will let you see what it means to be a pirate, and you will die for me. Take this heart. Grandpa is a big bad. Luffy yelled. I'm doing this so you don't become a big bad guy. Garp hit Luffy on the head, threw him into the arms of Makina behind him, and boarded the warship with Bogart. Garp made up his mind. Since this Teach has created a beautiful pirate dream for Luffy, then he will smash this pirate dream with his own hands. Although it is a bit cruel, it is also necessary to make him wake up. In addition to the grandson of Windmill Village, Dodden also has a Radu who can't come back. Garp originally planned to throw Luffy to Dodden, so as not to be abducted by some pirates again. But thinking of Ace wanting to go to sea even more now, throwing Luffy over there, the three boys just got mixed up. When the time comes near Moji, Luffy will not be able to pull back even more. This idea can only be given up, so he has to stay in the Windmill Village. The dog-headed warship quickly left the pier of Windmill Village and headed towards the sea. Luffy could only watch this scene lonely, and couldn't help but pray for Uncle Teach in his heart. Hope he doesn't run into Grandpa. Just when Blackbeard and Garp were running after each other, the Whitebeard pirates far away in the New World also found this wanted list. Dad, look, Teach is in the newspaper. Marco held a newspaper and handed it to Whitebeard. Hearing that Teach, who left the big family and went out to relax alone, finally got news, Whitebeard grabbed the newspaper and read it. Whitebeard couldn't help but smile when he saw Blackbeard's portrait appearing with the reward. His stupid son has finally made a name for himself at sea. He has been shrunk in the pirate group, mixed under his wings, and didn't even get a reward. Today I finally got into the bounty order, like a pirate. Whitebeard's smile froze as he looked over at Teach's bounty in relief. 100,000 Baileys? He must have misread it. Whitebeard stared at the numbers on the reward order and counted 417 one by one. That's right, it was 100,000 Baileys. Whitebeard covered his face with a headache. Shame. What a shame. Blackbeard boarded his ship at the age of 12, and now more than 10 years have passed, and he can be regarded as an old man of the Whitebeard pirates. I have been on his boat for more than 10 years, but I have not gotten a reward. It was not easy to get a reward, but it was only 100,000 berries. The dignified Whitebeard pirates still have 100,000 baileys. Teach, you leave the group. But thinking about it this way, it is impossible for Whitebeard to really let this stupid son quit the group. It seems that when he comes back, he will have to give him a good lesson. Now that he's on the Whitebeard pirate's ship, he can't be ashamed. 100,000 baileys, is it plausible? Marco knew what he was thinking just by looking at his father's expression. He also read the report just now, and he thought the reward was written wrong, but after a closer look, he was rewarded by Kong for fighting with civilians. Okay, that's all right. At the same time, laughter came from the Mobadai pirate group one after another. Looks like word has spread that Blackbeard has a bounty of 100,000 baileys on offer. Unbeknownst to Blackbeard, who is playing cat and mouse with Garp, he now has a new title in the Whitebeard pirates. Shame on the White group. Chapter 109. On the other side, Bandit King Sig is living a life of robbery as usual. Look at the leisurely life of a bandit. He picked up the newspaper and read it as usual. He glanced at the person on the reward order. Isn't this the fat man he met yesterday? This guy also said he was going to be the One Piece. Sig counted the other party's bounty, 100,000 baileys. Puff, if a guy like this still says he wants to become the Pirate King, then my imposing 8 million berry Pirate King Sieg can be the Pirate King and his grandfather. After sneering, Seeger turned the page. A few months later, Blackbeard finally returned to the Whitebeard pirates after many hardships and many near falls into the hands of Garp. Facing the ridicule of his companions, Blackbeard could only continue to keep an honest smile. Although I was very upset in my heart, the time had not come, and it was not the time to play cards with them. Looking back on the experience during this time, Blackbeard is in tears. He is too difficult. Fortunately, he successfully gained the favor of Luffy and Ace, and escaped back to the Whitebeard pirates from Garp's siege and interception. Now that it's all over, he just needs to quietly hang out with the Whitebeard pirates for a few more years. Just wait for his dark fruit to come out and go to sea with Luffy to turn the world government upside down. Just when Blackbeard was still thinking about how to meet Ace, Luffy, and others in the future, another young pirate came to Windmill Village. He has red hair and 3 scars on his eyes that were scratched by a sharp weapon. A year later, the red-haired man puts the straw hat on Luffy's head and goes out to sea again, this time with the goal of the Great Voyage. But compared with when he came, he was missing an arm at this time. Later, when Garp came back from the sea, Garp discovered that his grandson was kidnapped by a pirate again during his absence. Is Luffy naturally attracted to pirates? Garp watched Luffy carefully. Seeing Luffy getting hairy all over his body, no matter what you say, I will go to sea. I made a promise with Shanks, I will become a pirate, meet him in New World, and then return this hat to him. Luffy looked at the straw hat in his hand with joy. Garp covered his eyes when he saw Luffy like this. This kid is too poisoned to be saved. He managed to drive Teach away, and then came Shanks. He felt like a cat watching over milk, and Luffy's was milk, and those pirates were watching Luffy like stinky mice. It can't go on like this. If this continues, the next time he returns to Windmill Village, it may be a problem whether Luffy is still in Windmill Village or not. Garp carried Luffy and ran into the jungle. Luffy was grabbed by his collar and screamed under his hands. After a while they arrived at Dodon's house. Dodon is making lunch at this time, while Ace and Saba are waiting. Dodon was startled when he saw Garp coming, and then saw Luffy in his hand, and couldn't help but widen his eyes. You don't mean to throw another kid at me, do you? Dodon looked at Ace and Sabo next to him, speechless. She is a dignified bandit, and now she has become the director of the kindergarten, and she is still the round-the-clock kind. Just as long as you understand. Garp nodded, and didn't make a show of it. Then he looked at Ace and Sabo and said, Ace, Sabo, come to meet your new partner, his name is Luffy, he is my grandson, you should live in harmony in the future. Garp put Luffy on the ground, pressed Luffy's head and said, Say hello. Seeing the same age, Luffy temporarily forgot the dissatisfaction just now and smiled to Ace and Sabo. Hello, my name is Luffy, the man who will become the One Piece in the future. Ace and Sabo looked at each other and turned to look at Garp. Sure enough, an iron fist hit directly. Luffy. Garp roared, you better forget what you said just now, and Shanks and Teach too, forget them all, if you still say these things when I come back next time, I will let you experience Grandpa love. Garp grinned grimly, rubbing his fists. Luffy scratched his head and muttered, I don't care what you say, by the way, who is Teach? As soon as the word Teach was uttered, it caught the attention of Ace and Sabo next to him. They had seen the man named this in the newspaper, it was the pirate they met more than a year ago. It was only after they never saw each other again that they were temporarily relieved. Unexpectedly, this kid named Luffy also met him, and Luffy is also Garp's grandson. Ace is also Garp's grandson, which makes them afraid. Ace and Sabo looked at each other, and both found the concern in the other's eyes. Garp was a little surprised, he didn't expect that Luffy had forgotten Teach, and the culprit was that guy named Shanks. Garp was gearing up, thinking viciously. It can't be blamed on Luffy's inability to remember, it's because Teach's appearance is too short, children are easy to forget things, and the arrival of Shanks later gave Luffy more and deeper memories. As a result, more than a year has passed, and the name of Teach is basically blurred in his mind. Luffy thought for a while before remembering who the uncle named Teach was. I remembered, Zhao Yo Hao, I don't know if Uncle Teach has become the One Piece now. Grandpa even said that he wanted to catch Uncle Teach, but he didn't catch him at all. Live, slightly. After speaking, Luffy received another heavy punch. Ace and Sabo next to him couldn't help clicking their tongues. This brat's head must be made of stone, so hard. After Garp punched Luffy, he looked at Ace and Sabo again, and said viciously, You too. The two looked away at the same time, the hero does not suffer from the immediate loss. Seeing the performance of these two children, Garp had a headache again. It was obvious that he didn't intend to listen to him, and he wanted to go to sea and become a pirate. Alas, it is really difficult for him to be a grandfather, why do all the grandchildren have to go to sea to become pirates? There must be something wrong somewhere? Garp looked at Dodden suspiciously, and Dodden looked confused. Chapter 110. After lunch with the three brothers, Garp took them to the jungle for a training session. In the evening, these three boys were left here at Dodden, and he went back to the warship to deal with affairs. After Garp left, Ace and Sabo found Luffy, they wanted to ask him something. You said you also met that pirate named Teach. Ace looked at Luffy and asked. Luffy crossed her legs, put her hands behind her back, and said, shaking her body back and forth, What's wrong? What did he say to you? Sabo asked. Let me think about it. Luffy stroked his chin and thought, Uncle Teach seems to have told me some of his experience of going out to sea, and promised me to become the One Piece King. Well, it's been a long time, I almost forgot. After listening to Luffy's words, Ace and Sabo looked at each other, and both could see the shock in each other's eyes. Luffy and their encounters are exactly the same. Unless this man named Teach has the habit of agreeing to become the One Piece with everyone he sees. What else did he say? Ace asked. No more. Luffy shook his head, did you also meet Uncle Teach 670? Yeah. Sabo nodded. But I don't think this person is simple. His meeting with us seems to be deliberately designed. Maybe it was a conspiracy. But he only appeared in front of us once and then disappeared. Maybe we misunderstood it. Maybe. Hearing this, Luffy laughed, why do you say such things? Hearing this, Ace and Sabo were quick-witted, and they asked in unison, who else said that? Shanks said that too, said Luffy. When I first met Shanks, I talked to him about Uncle Teach, and then Shanks said that this man is not simple, and that he has been hiding his strength to stay in the Whitebeard Pirates seems to have other plans, and the scar on Shanks' face it was caused by Uncle Teach. Whitebeard Pirates. Ace remembered that Teach said before that there are 3 kings in New World, one of them is Whitebeard, and Teach turned out to be a member of the Whitebeard Pirates. The dignified members of the Whitebeard Pirates, why do you come here to tell them stories? And I heard from Luffy that this person seems to be hiding his identity all the time, and seems to be planning something secretly, thinking that he is Roger's son. A flash of lightning suddenly flashed in Ace's mind, maybe this man knew his identity, then all of this was definitely not accidental. He suddenly looked at Luffy, this young man must not be as simple as his appearance, otherwise Teach would not have found him. Ace looked at Luffy and asked. Who is your father? Father. Luffy scratched his face, I don't know, do I have a father? Hearing this, Ace and Sabo almost fell to the ground. What happened? This man didn't even know his own father. But judging by his expression, he really doesn't know. Then I can only ask the old man, no, maybe Dewey also knows. Ace hurried to Dodden's room, and he came back a few minutes later. Luffy looked at Ace in bewilderment, and Sabo asked. Have you found out who it is? Ace understood everything, and said slowly, this guy is the son of the leader of the Revolutionary Army. What? Sabo exclaimed in shock. Ace looked at Sabo and said. It seems that it was not accidental that Teach contacted us at the beginning. Sabo, I have a secret that I have not told you. Now I have a showdown. I am the son of Roger, the Pirate King. The shock on Sabo's face after hearing that Luffy is the son of the leader of the Revolutionary Army has just dissipated, and here he heard that his brother is Roger's son. Feelings, the descendants of the 2 most famous people in the world, Abk, are in front of him. Thinking that he was actually worried that his aristocratic status would cause the deterioration of friendship. Unexpectedly, there are big bosses in front of them. Then I have a showdown too. In fact, I am a nobleman of the Kingdom of Goa. I am sorry for keeping you in the dark for so long. It's okay, I kept it from you. Ace shook his head and said, but it's confirmed now. It wasn't a coincidence that we met Teach in the first place. This guy is indeed planning a bigger conspiracy. If we meet him at sea in the future, we must be careful. Do not be fooled by this guy. Sabo nodded. They looked at Luffy together, but Luffy still didn't understand his situation. What is the Revolutionary Army? His father is the leader of the Revolutionary Army? Listen well, Teach is not a good person, you have to be careful. Luffy nodded blankly, Shanks said so, Grandpa said so, Ace and Sabo also said so, so maybe it might be right. Because the 3 were plotted against at the same time, Ace and Sabo did not feel hostile towards Luffy like in the original book, but developed feelings of sympathy for each other, especially after learning of Luffy's identity. Seeing Luffy's expression, the 2 whispered. Is this guy an idiot? Very likely. Hey, I heard it all, I'm not an idiot. It really is a fool. Blackbeard didn't know what happened in Dodden's house. He was paying attention to the chat group at this time, because the newcomers who joined the group seemed to be asking questions in the group. Gundam Warrior, well, hello everyone, I am Gundam Warrior, and I am also very interested in the One Piece you are talking about. That, do you know the story of that Frankie? I think this man is very handsome, I don't have time to watch One Piece. Can you give me a brief introduction to this man's future and the water capital where he lives? Seeing Frankie's question, Blackbeard couldn't help but slapped his forehead. Brother, are you serious about this question? You can also ask more obvious. There is no need to say that you are handsome. Not only Frankie, but everyone else was shocked when they saw Frankie's question, and Roger even wondered whether to withdraw his question. Your question is too strange, and what the hell is the future? Are you afraid he won't know you're Frankie? But just when Roger was about to operate, Qiao Lin, who was at had already replied. Qiao Mulinson, Frankie? Wait, I'm typing now, give me a minute. Chapter 111. Frankie was very excited when he got Qiao Lin's reply. I didn't expect to be able to hear about my future. This chat group really exists. He stared intently at the screen that did not exist in the eyes of others, waiting for Qiao Lin's reply. After Qiao Lin pressed the last button over there, he turned his attention to the phone. Sure enough, this guy is Frankie. When Qiao Lin saw Frankie's question, he knew that he was right. This group was as he had guessed before, the people here all came from another world. And Frankie slipped his mouth, the word future highlights Frankie's era. It is estimated that this guy has not met Luffy yet, otherwise he would not talk about the future, because the future Frankie will fight Dover and Kaido together with Luffy. That being the case, he wouldn't mind telling Frankie about his future and helping this guy change his life. Qiao Lin is also very curious about how Frankie would choose if he knew his future. What kind of changes will happen to the world of One Piece he lives in? You know, Frankie owns Pluton, one of the 3 ancient weapons. If this thing is built and given to Marie Joy secretly, then the Celestial Dragons Collective GG and world government will be gone. Of course, this is under ideal conditions, and the world government's whole card, Uranus, is still unknown. Many thoughts flashed through Qiao Lin's mind quickly, so he replied on the phone. Seeing that Qiao Lin didn't seem to notice, the others also breathed a sigh of relief. Qiao Mulinson, Frankie, formerly known as Carter Flam, was born in a pirate family in South Blue. Before he was sensible, he followed his parents to the Great Route, and was abandoned by his parents in the water capital when he was 10 years old. Hearing Qiao Lin's words, Frankie completely believed that Qiao Lin was the man who knew the script. Few people know about this period of his past, but Qiao Lin knows it all. This is definitely not something that can be done by lies or scams. Only his world is indeed an animation of Qiao Lin's world. When Roger heard Qiao Lin talking about Water City and the name Fram, a blue-haired little boy flashed in his mind. Could it be him? I don't know how Tom is doing now. Roger's mouth curled into a smile. His Oro Jackson was built by him when he got rid of Tom, and he will find an opportunity to chat with Fram later. If he remembers correctly, Fram is Tom's disciple. Qiao Mulinson, Frankie, who was abandoned, met Tom, a shipbuilder in the City of Water. Tom saw that he had a talent for making cannons and weapons at a young age, so he adopted him to work under his hands and became Tom's apprentice. The love of mechanics has learned a lot here. Later Tom came here with a special guest, he is the future One Piece Roger. Roger asked Tom to build him a ship that could support him to go to the final island to realize his dream, and then came the Oro Jackson. But this is a foreshadowing. Roger couldn't help but smile when he heard this past, it was a good memory of his back then, and he also got a partner to accompany him to pursue his dreams. In reality, he touched the railing of the Jackson and was very happy. But Qiao Lin's last words caught Roger's attention. Foreshadowing? He felt a bad breath. On the other hand, Frankie's complexion had quickly turned gloomy, and he shook the hand holding the wine bottle irresistibly, and the glass wine bottle was easily broken by him. This caught the attention of the Square Sisters next to them. What's wrong? Kiwi asked. What's bothering you? Mose also turned his head to Frankie curiously. Frankie waved his hand to show that he was fine, and then focused on the group. Others in the group have experienced or heard about this period of history. After hearing Qiao Lin's foreshadowing, they understood what Qiao Lin was referring to. Qiao Mulinson, afterwards, Roger really became the One Piece, but he surrendered himself not long after. After the public execution in Logue Town, the age of great exploration opened. Roger's life is over, but Tom's nightmare has just begun. Roger's eyes widened. What happened? Suddenly Roger's eyes fixed. Could it be because of the Jackson? Qiao Lin, this is going back to the foreshadowing just now. Tom built the pirate ship for Roger. After Roger became the pirate king, Tom naturally became the legendary shipbuilder who built the pirate ship of the pirate king. The dissatisfaction of the world government. So after Roger was executed, Tom was escorted to an ice lobby for trial. Zero asking for flowers. What? Roger couldn't calm down anymore, and Tom was escorted to the ice lobby. And the reason is to help him build a ship. Hateful. Roger closed his eyes in pain, another man who suffered because of him. Odin was the same before. In order to help him, his father was killed, the country was robbed, and his family was even destroyed. And Tom was also sent to an ice lobby to help him. It seemed that everyone who helped him ended badly. As Qiao Lin said, he realized his dream and died peacefully, ending his own life. But these people who helped him still endured the suffering after his death. Life would be worse than death. He couldn't help but think of what Qiao Lin said to him before, your dreams cost too much. Zero. It would be fine if the price was his own, but the price happened to be other people. Others helped him, but he failed to help others when they needed help. Roger hated himself like this from the bottom of his heart. Incompetent and selfish. He remembered that now, he had changed the outcome of his own death, and Tom should not be implicated by him now, and he still had a chance to be saved. Wait, Tom, I'll come and change your future. Roger clenched his hands and stared into the distance. Qiao Lin, fortunately, Tom was not executed this time, because he was studying the sea train at this time. The City of Water will experience a big tsunami every year, which makes life in the City of Water very difficult. In order to change this situation and make the city prosperous, Tom conceived the concept of sea train. He tried to connect islands with other islands, so that the water capital as one of the stops can also be connected with other islands, which facilitates maritime trade and tourism. When Tom was brought to an ice lobby for trial, he explained the sea train concept to the presiding judge, who changed his mind. Because this just caters to the world government's plan for many years, connecting islands and islands for easy control. Tom's idea just solved the difficulties of the world government, because in order to connect the islands, the world government has built bridges for 800 years. So the judge temporarily gave him time to study. If successful, then he can consider exempting him from the crime of building a ship for Roger. Chapter 112. Hearing that Tom was not convicted immediately, Roger was temporarily relieved. Then he still has time, and he will help Tom after he rescues Odin. When Frankie heard this, his eyes were full of sadness and anger. They are completely used and calculated. Qiao Lin, Tom is worthy of being a legendary shipbuilder. He spent 14 years successfully laying tracks on the sea, successfully allowing the sea train smoking Tom to sail on the sea, fulfilling the agreement with the judge, and according to the agreement Tom's sin of building Roger's boat is equal to his guilt. But an accident happened, and Spondam received an order to seize Pluton's design drawings. To be precise, Spondam took the initiative to appeal to the 5 elders for Pluton's interests, so he came to the water capital to seize Pluton's design drawings from Tom. This Sponda 317 is the son of the Spandane I mentioned before, the one who directly caused the destruction of Alhara. Hearing the name Spondam, Robin felt a little familiar. It was very similar to the enemy in her memory. When Qiao Lin said that this was Spondam's son, she realized that it was him. How many tragedies have been caused? Qiao Lin, Spondam inherited his father's ambition and also wanted to make contributions and occupy a place in the world government, so he set his sights on Pluton, and the design of Pluton was in Tom's hands at this time. Spondam also found out the news, so he rushed to the City of Water, thinking that he could take Tom away directly on the charge of building a ship for Roger, and then threatened and lured out Pluton's information, but unexpectedly learned that Tom was about to go to the water because he built a sea train. Freedom from punishment. This made his original plan come to naught, and at the same time, he asked Tom for the design of Pluton but was rejected. In order to allow his mission to continue smoothly, Spondum came up with a dirty trick. Hearing this, Roger took a deep breath. He probably already guessed what it was, and also guessed Tom's ending. His hands trembled a little, just like his heart, either hard or angry, but he could do nothing, because in another world, this tragedy had already happened. And Qiao Lin's words also revealed Frankie's scars that had been dusty for many years, and it was also the biggest mistake he made in his life. Qiao Mulinson, Frankie was very talented in weapon manufacturing back then, so Frankie, who had been an apprentice to Tom for many years, used this talent on ships. He built many Frankie battleships, loaded with a lot of powerful firepower. So when Tom was about to be taken over by Enice Lobby's judicial ship for the final trial, that is, when the merits and demerits were balanced, Spondum sent CP5 spies to drive the Frankie battle to sink the judicial ship. Then the CP5 people disappeared, leaving only the Frankie battle number, and the Frankie battle number was made by Frankie, so the pot was carried by Frankie. In order to save Frankie, Tom took the charge of sinking the judicial ship on his own. The credit for successfully building the sea train was offset by this charge, but the charge of building a pirate ship for Roger could not be eliminated. Finally, Tom was taken to Enice Lobby executed. Hearing the news of Tom's death, Roger bowed his head remorsefully. "I'm sorry, Tom, I hurt you." Frankie, who shares Roger's regrets, has never stopped regretting building those boats over the years. If he hadn't acted recklessly and disregarded the persuasion of his master and senior brother to build these things, he wouldn't have been found by Spondum, and his master wouldn't have taken the blame for him and sent him to death. Frankie's eyes are full of remorse and hatred, half of it is for himself, and the other half is for the instigator, Spondum. If he has the chance, he must kill him and avenge his master. He also settled his knots. Also angry with Frankie was Robin. She knew it was going to be like this, and getting involved with these guys was going to end badly. Historian, damn guy, father and son are no good. Qiao Lin saw Robin's speech and knew that it had aroused her previous hatred. Qiao Mulinson, interests have conflicts, which is inevitable. If Spondum wants to take the position, he has to make contributions. If Spondum wants his son to inherit his position, he also needs to make contributions. Both O'Hara and Tom have become victims of their superiors. By the way, after this incident, Spondum became the chief of CP9, which can be regarded as a promotion. This is simply cannibalism. Stepping on other people's corpses to climb up. Good people don't live long, but evil people stay for thousands of years. This caused outrage in the crowd, but Robin and Drago noticed something was wrong. Spondum promoted? Doesn't that mean that Pluton will fall into the hands of the world government in the future? How do they play with the world government of Uranus and Pluton in their hands? Drago was thinking about how to ask this question on the sidelines, when Luo over there had already raised his own doubts. She is a nerd who doesn't understand One Piece, so asking this question is just right, and it won't arouse Qiao Lin's suspicion. Historian, so the plans for Pluton were taken by Spondum. Qiao Mulinson, no, fortunately, Tom passed the design of Pluton to his land before the judicial ship came. Because of the appearance of Spondum, Tom was worried that something would happen to him, so he did it early on May 7, well arranged, and in fact, as he expected. Spondum should have tortured Tom to extract a confession, but they didn't get any news about the design from Tom. Thanks to his persistence, his two disciples survived. Seeing Qiao Lin's reply, both of them couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. In this case, they might give it a try. Frankie knew that Master did not hand over the design of Pluton, but what Qiao Lin said later caught his attention. Thanks to his persistence, his 2 disciples survived to the end? What does it mean? Gundam Warrior, why do you say that Tom's persistence allowed his 2 disciples to survive? Chapter 113. Seeing Frankie's question, Qiao Lin probably determined Frankie's timeline, probably after Tom's death and before Luffy appeared. It is very likely that he has already returned to the Water City, otherwise he would not have asked about the Water City, and probably did not know that CP9 had already ambushed in the Water City. Qiao Mulinson, because Spondam didn't find Pluton's blueprints, he thought he could get the blueprints only by extorting a confession from Tom or coercing him, and then go back to get promoted and make a fortune, but Tom refused to accept it until he died. Telling the whereabouts of the blueprints caused Spondam to have no whereabouts of the blueprints for several years. Spondam, who had suffered this time, soon realized that he couldn't force it. These guys are hard stubble, and you can't force a confession, you can only outtweet it. So after being promoted to the chief of CP9, Spondam, who still didn't give up on Pluton, continued to explore the whereabouts of the design drawings. He focused 01's attention on Tom's 2 disciples, Fram and Bing Shan. Now Frankie is not calm. If Qiao Lin was talking about the past and what happened before, then what he is talking about now is what he is going through. Spondam is still staring at them. He has changed his identity and name now, even his appearance has changed drastically, don't worry. But his brother Bing Shan. Frankie felt uneasy, no wonder he was so nervous to find Bing Shan before, it seems that he has also noticed it. Not good. Frankie faintly felt something was wrong. Since Spondam has not given up on Pluton, he will definitely send CP9 spies to monitor the iceberg, and his contact with the iceberg will definitely be discovered. He remembered that he was the iceberg who went to see him openly that day. Frankie suddenly felt a chill in his heart, he won't make another mistake again. And Qiao Lin's words made him feel cold in the moment. Qiao Mulinson, Spondam sent people to investigate the whereabouts of the 2. Frankie's eyes widened, oops. Qiao Mulinson, because the judicial ship was sunk by CP5 agents, the one that escorted Tom to the N-Ice lobby was replaced by a sea train made by Tom himself. Tom created this car, and this car also sent Tom on his last journey. How ironic! At that time, because Fram regretted that his master took the blame for himself and died, he decided to block the sea train with his body as a car and headed to N-Ice lobby, but how could a person block the machine, so Fram was hit and almost killed. And this also made Spondam think that Fram was killed by a sea train, so he gave up his investigation and focused on investigating the iceberg instead. And discovered that Bing Shan stayed in the water capital after the death of his master. With his outstanding shipbuilding talent, he also became a legendary shipbuilder and established the Carrera Company. Moreover, he is good at management and understands politics. He integrated the 7 companies in the water capital. The company is getting bigger and bigger. He also cooperated with the world government and became the shipbuilding company of the world government, making it impossible for the officials of the world government to do anything to the iceberg. During this period, he also became the mayor of the Water City, and was deeply loved by the residents of the Water City. Fortunately, Frankie breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't care about his own safety, and he was relieved to know that his brother Bing Shan was safe for the time being. Frankie has made up his mind that he will never get close to the iceberg again. Now as long as he keeps a distance from him and is not discovered, then the iceberg will be safe and secure with its current status. He watched the chat group closely, he wondered what else happened behind. Qiao Mulinson, Spondam, who has confirmed that the design of Pluton is in the hands of Bing Shan, has learned the lesson from last time, and at the same time, the status of Bing Shan also makes him afraid. So he didn't attack directly like last time, he decided to take it slowly. This time he still sent his men, spies from CP9. CP9's spy. Frankie sensed something was wrong. Qiao Mulinson, on the surface, the world government only has 8 spy agencies, CP1-8, but in fact there are 10 of them. Among them, CP9 is the one that is independent of the Marine, directly led by the world government, and headquartered in Nice Lobby. The other one is hidden deeper, called CPO, which is more mysterious than CP9. It is directly affiliated with the world government or 5 elders, and is directly led by 5 elders. Basically, its headquarters is in Marie Joyce. Although Spondam didn't get the blueprints this time, he had no credit but hard work. With the help of his father Spandane, he became the chief of CP9, and then he sent 4 CP9 spies into the water capital. One of the CP9s turned into a bar owner to exchange information with them, and the other 3 all entered Carrera Company and became employees of the company. And CP9 is different from other public CPS. These people are all elites, and each of them perfectly masters the 6 styles. Their strength is at the lowest level of Rear Admiral compared to Marine, even no less than some Vice Admirals, and because they are excellent agents themselves, he quickly gained Bingshan's trust and became Bingshan's confidant. One of them also became the secretary of 670 Bingshan, responsible for Bingshan's daily schedule and work. It can be said that everything about Bingshan is under the supervision of CP9. Bingshan has always been wary of what happened to Master, especially after he got the blueprint that Master gave him, so he never revealed anything about the blueprint. And CP9 also monitored the iceberg for a year without getting any valuable information, but one day a person appeared to break the situation. Fram appeared. Qiao Lin's words were like an iron fist hitting his brain directly, making his head buzzing. He remembered, and after returning to the capital of water, he went to see his brother Bingshan. And when sending the message, he used Fram's identity. And he clearly remembered that it was Bingshan's secretary who delivered the message for him at that time. Now Qiao Lin suddenly tells him that Bingshan's secretary is actually a spy of CP9. Isn't that because he has exposed his identity a long time ago? Not only that, even Bingshan has been put in danger by him. Frankie put his hands on his thighs, lowered his head, his eyes were absent-minded, and his whole body was as sluggish as a frost-beaten eggplant. Did I make the same mistake as before? Frankie murmured.